Oh, why, little imp. Leave your brain behind. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated, prompting Ruobai to conclude his meditation and open the door. Standing outside was a man of imposing stature, his face adorned with a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. He spoke, "Junior brother, tomorrow you shall attend to our master." Has master emerged from seclusion? At this remark, Ruobai's expression soured instantly. His master, Yi Lingyue, was a formidable figure at the transformation stage. Any ordinary disciple would consider themselves fortunate to have such a powerful mentor. However, Ruobai was different, was a transmigrator, equipped with the standard set of abilities that accompanied such an experience. Through his system, he could acquire task points, which could be utilized for lotteries or enhancements. Currently, his mission was to procure spirit herbs to submit to the system, with a daily requirement of at least 10 herbs to fulfill his tasks. The only location within the sect that yielded spirit herbs was the communal herb garden. There, the quantity of herbs was counted daily, and any discrepancies would inevitably lead to scrutiny directed at him. Ruobai was not foolish enough to risk his life for mere task points. The other option was his master's private herb garden. Had his master not entered seclusion, Ruobai would have never dared to entertain such thoughts. Yet, 6 months prior, after a fierce battle with an enemy, his master had sustained grave injuries and retreated into seclusion, thus prompting Ruobai's dubious intentions. He had initially reasoned that since his master had reached the transformation stage, it was commonplace for such powerful beings to remain in seclusion for centuries. How could she possibly emerge after just 6 months? He only needed to complete his tasks before the herbs matured again, and he would avoid detection. His plan was, by all accounts, flawless. But fate is unpredictable. His master had unexpectedly emerged from seclusion. If she were to glance at the herb garden now, she would undoubtedly notice the significant depletion of herbs. At that point, an investigation would surely lead back to him. With this thought, Ruobai felt as if all hope had been extinguished. On the surface, their relationship appeared to be that of mentor and disciple. Yet in reality, Ruobai felt utterly insignificant on this mountain. Perhaps it was due to his lack of talent in cultivation. While his seniors had already attained the golden core, or even yuan infant stages, he remained at the qi refining stage. He had only recently managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage through the task points earned from completing daily missions. Ruobai couldn't help but wonder if his master had taken him in simply out of pity, tossing him a cultivation method without ever offering further guidance or even a word of encouragement. The few seniors on the mountain had a rather indifferent relationship with him. They were more like neighbors and brothers. They would assist him if they happened to see him, but otherwise, they were content to ignore him. This made Ruobai even more perplexed. Why would he be assigned to care for his master? Shouldn't such responsibilities fall to his seniors? Senior brother, if master has emerged, what need is there for me to attend to her? Zhang Yunqi's eyes flickered slightly. Who knows? After master emerged, she hasn't left her cave. Perhaps she is still injured. It would be prudent for you to check on her. I have matters to attend to and am unable to go. Ruobai frowned. He was decidedly unwilling to meet with his master, feeling guilty and anxious. Moreover, his master's temper was notoriously cold. She often wore a displeased expression as if someone owed her a fortune. He recalled the time when his second senior brother had committed some transgression and was punished severely, enduring a brutal beating with willow branches. Yet, he had no choice. Zhang Yunqi was the eldest brother, and Ruobai was hardly in a position to refuse. Reluctantly, he agreed. Very well, I shall visit her tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqi nodded. After you see master, come find me. With that, Zhang Yunqi departed. Zhang Yunqi, the eldest brother, was in his 30s and had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. He was gifted, amiable, and notably handsome. This left Ruobai puzzled. Wasn't it said that when God opens a window, another closes? Why did it seem like he had all the windows wide open? However, Ruobai couldn't help but feel suspicious. If he had time to seek him out, why not take a moment to check on their master? Surely, such a brief visit couldn't be too much to manage. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the knocking resumed, disrupting Ruobai's thoughts once more. A voice called from outside. Junior brother, step out for a moment. I have something to discuss. Recognizing the voice, Ruobai knew it belonged to his third senior brother. Aside from their master, There were only 4 individuals on the mountain, 3 seniors and Su Ruobai himself. Having just settled down, Su Ruobai reluctantly opened the door again. With a hint of confusion, he asked, "Third senior brother, what brings you here?" Li Wuxin produced a small pouch and extended it towards Su Ruobai. I have a minor favor to ask of you." Su Ruobai blinked a few times. "Senior brother, what is it? If it's too difficult, I may not be able to assist." He refrained from reaching out. He understood the principle of no free lunch. If the task exceeded his capabilities, he could not agree. "It's just a small matter. Are you aware that Master has emerged from seclusion?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai paused. Perplexed, did this concern their master? Seeing Su Ruobai's dazed expression, Li Wuxin assumed he was unaware and continued, "Master has emerged. Yet she remains in her cave. We don't know her condition. Tomorrow morning, please visit her and report back to me on her status." Su Ruobai was left even more bewildered. However, he quickly rationalized that since their master had always treated them with kindness, it was only natural to check on her well-being at such a time. That he accepted the pouch of spirit stones, weighing it in his hands, his eyes lighting up immediately. His finances were so strained that even cultivating had become an issue. This pouch of spirit stones would undoubtedly alleviate his immediate concerns. Su Ruobai then agreed. "All right, third senior brother, may I ask why you aren't going yourself?" Li Wuxin replied, "Just do as I say. I have matters to attend to." With that, Li Wuxin left, leaving Su Ruobai to ponder why everyone seemed to have urgent tasks. Su Ruobai felt that this situation was not as simple as it appeared. Nonetheless, having already acquiesced to the eldest brother's request, he figured he might as well take advantage of the spirit stones. What a delightful prospect. After closing the door, he intended to resume his cultivation. In the path of cultivation, one must not be negligent. For someone of his mediocre talent, diligence was essential. His recent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was solely due to consistently completing daily tasks, accumulating enough task points to elevate his realm. Otherwise, he would still be a mere chi refining novice. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded once again. Su Ruobai couldn't help but internally grumble. What on earth? It wasn't usually this lively around here. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Su Ruobai rose to his feet and called out, "Coming, coming." Upon opening the door, he found standing before him the last of his 3 senior brothers, second senior brother Li Yuanhe. Good heavens, could it be that second senior brother also wants to? Li Yuanhe spoke in a cold tone. "Tomorrow morning, visit master, and afterward come see me." With a swift motion, he produced a long sword and tossed it into Su Ruobai's hands before departing. The entire exchange was so quick that Su Ruobai hardly had a chance to respond, as if he were being given a command. Su Ruobai was not particularly bothered. Second senior brother Li Yuanhe was naturally reclusive, especially after the previous incident with their master. However, the relationship between second senior brother and their master had reached a freezing point since that event. While he could understand the concern from the eldest and third brothers, Su Ruobai found it perplexing that even second senior brother was so invested in their master's well-being. Of course, he too was curious about his master's condition. After all, she was his master, and her recovery would be a positive development. However, it was crucial that her recovery did not occur before the herbs matured. Feeling so repeatedly interrupted, Su Ruobai lost his inclination to continue cultivating. Besides, he still had his daily tasks to complete. After all, once he visited their master, she would surely realize the herbs were lacking. It might be wiser to proceed with the tasks instead. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. One must not be greedy to enjoy the game. The herb garden was located on the back mountain, and typically, aside from himself and their master, no one else ventured there. Originally, the garden had been entrusted to him for management, yet here he was effectively robbing it. If their master discovered this, he could only imagine the consequences. He could not compare to second senior brother, who reportedly remained bedridden for 10 days after his punishment as a foundation establishment disciple. A similar punishment might very well spell his demise. The daily task required only 10 spirit herbs, with no stipulation on their quality. Meeting the quota was sufficient. Thus, Su Ruobai chose herbs with shorter growth cycles. Yet even the quickest growing kuin grass took at least 2.5 years. If it truly took that long, the chickens would have learned to play basketball by then. Upon discovering the kuin herb, it was promptly submitted to the system, which soon notified him of the task points credited to his account. Subsequently, Ruobai summoned the system panel. Host, Ruobai, merely a pitiful being realm. Foundation establishment, initial stage 654-3000. Task points, 100 task. Daily collection of spiritual herbs, 1010. Each task point can be exchanged for 10 experience points. Completing the daily collection of spiritual herbs grants him 10 task points. Conversely, should Ruobai rely solely on his own cultivation, he could only gain a maximum of 10 experience points per day. This indicates that he would require over 200 days of arduous training to reach the next realm. Thus, Ruobai found himself in a state of hesitation. Another use for task points is the lottery, costing 100 points for a single draw. However, the items obtained are generally of little value. The first draw had yielded a rare golden technique, but subsequent draws have not revealed a hint of gold. Had it been in the past, Ruobai would have obediently allocated his task points to experience. Yet, the circumstances have changed. His master has emerged from seclusion, and it is entirely possible that the next moment, he would be sent into reincarnation for pilfering spiritual herbs. Therefore, Ruobai decided to take a gamble. Hoping to draw something that could alter his fate, as Lu Sun once remarked, gambling is a form of wisdom. Without further indecision, Ruobai invested all 100 task points into the system's roulette. The wheels soon began to spin, displaying 3 colors: gold, purple, and white. The gold section was represented by an exceedingly thin line, nearly imperceptible at a glance. White occupied 80%, while purple comprised 19.9%. Even with such a high probability for purple, Ruobai had only drawn items from the white section after his initial golden draw. After approximately a minute, the spinning slowed to a halt. White. Purple. With this deceleration, perhaps there is hope. Ruobai's heart surged with excitement. Could he finally draw gold once more? Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept by, causing the wheel to accelerate slightly, perfectly bypassing the gold section and coming to a rest on white. Ruobai's lips twitched, unable to suppress an exasperated curse. Is this system deliberately messing with me? Can it even be influenced by the wind? The wheel was clearly untouched. It was evident that the system was toying with him. A glimmer of hope was offered, only to be extinguished. The initial golden draw was likely a mere beginner's benefit. Soon, a dark, unremarkable pill appeared in Ruobai's hand. One is sufficient. He already possessed numerous such pills, each with peculiar names like one for laughter, one for tears, and so forth. It was evidently part of a series of products. If only I had refrained from drawing. Such as the nature of gamblers' regret only comes after a loss. With the task completed, Ruobai resolved to head to the scripture pavilion. He was required to guard it for 2 hours each day. The sect did not tolerate idleness, and without contributing, he would not even receive the most basic monthly stipend. At the scripture pavilion upon arrival, Ruobai noticed someone already at the counter by the entrance. He waved and called out, "Senior sister." Yu Yunxi, the senior sister of Qingyan Peak, like Ruobai, was responsible for overseeing this location. Yu Yunxi acknowledged him with a nod before lowering her head back to her book. Having reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, she was technically not required to guard the scripture pavilion. However, Ruobai had discerned over time that she simply enjoyed reading. The two had been stationed here for nearly a year, exchanging little more than greetings. Just as Ruobai assumed Yu Yunxi would not engage him in conversation, she suddenly spoke up. "Su Shidi, have you heard of the innate charming body?" Ruobai halted, momentarily taken aback and somewhat puzzled. "I have not heard of it." "Senior sister, are you looking for books related to the innate charming body? I can help you search." Yu Yunxi shook her head and placed a book on the counter. "Take a look." Ruobai, somewhat perplexed, stepped forward to pick up the book, quickly noting its contents. Innate charming body, possessing a substantial amount of Yin essence with a unique method of dual cultivation. One can forge an unparalleled foundation and even break through several realms. The dual cultivation methods are as follows. It is commonly acknowledged that such manuals are illustrated with images and text to elucidate the techniques. This one was no exception, featuring detailed illustrations. Ruobai's expression stiffened. It seemed that the book Yu Yunxi had held was indeed this one. How could she maintain such composure? Yu Yunxi pointed to the open book. "Your senior brothers have borrowed this book, and they all peruse this page." Hearing this, Ruobai felt even more bewildered. He did not doubt Yu Yong's words. She was intimately familiar with the books in the scripture pavilion, able to perceive even the slightest changes from merely glancing at a page. Yet he could not fathom why his senior brothers were interested in the innate charming body. Was it not stated that such a physique was exceedingly rare, with scarcely a few known throughout history? The borrowing period coincides with the time of our sect leader's emergence from seclusion. Could it be that your master is this innate charming body? Would you like to borrow it and take a look? Upon hearing this, Ruobai hurriedly waved his hands, feeling that this was akin to reading illicit material. Moreover, even if his master were an innate charming body, he had no desire to be a rebellious disciple. No need, senior sister. I must attend to my duties. He harbored doubts about whether Yu Yunshi was naive. How could she even voice such inquiries? While she demonstrated considerable intelligence in deducing her master's potential as an innate charming body, her emotional intelligence left much to be desired. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would end up as Yu's senior sister's partner. A woman with high intelligence but low emotional acumen is not easy to get along with. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about what his senior brothers were up to. Could it be? I can't believe it. Ruobai's mind buzzed. It was indeed a possibility, especially given how strange his senior brothers had been today. Their suggestion for him to visit his master surely stemmed from a desire to ascertain her condition, perhaps to exploit a weakness. While they appeared quite serious most of the time, were they truly contemplating rebellious actions? This seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 2. The Hungry Master. The following morning, Ruobai arrived at the entrance of his master's cave dwelling. It was impossible for him not to feel a sense of unease. Last night, he had pondered the peculiar circumstances surrounding his three senior brothers, and it left him quite perplexed. He could hardly bring himself to believe that they would conspire against their master. After all, Master had always treated them with such kindness. Surely, no one could be so ungrateful, could they? Knock, knock, knock. This time, it was he who knocked on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice quickly emanated from within, her tone imbued with a certain enchanting quality that lingered in his ears. Upon closer inspection, Ruobai couldn't help but notice that his master's features indeed resembled those of a congenital enchantress. Yet, if one listened carefully, a hint of weakness could be discerned in her voice, indicating that her health had not fully recovered. With utmost respect, Ruobai called out, "Master, it is I, and I have heard that you have emerged from seclusion, and I have come to pay you a visit." The response was delayed, as if the speaker was taken aback by his presence, before finally replying, "If you wish to enter, do so." Upon hearing this, Ruobai mustered the courage to push open the door. That he had previously visited Yelenju's cave, but only to assist with chores. Given his talent and cultivation level, he was relegated to such menial tasks within the sect. The interior was dimly lit, with the windows tightly shut, allowing only faint beams of light to filter through. Strikingly, these delicate rays fell upon a cold, serene visage. Yes, indeed, it was his master, Yelenju, a figure of alluring beauty paired with an icy countenance. This stark contrast was enough to provoke unsettling thoughts. Ruobai immediately noted the pallor on his master's face, and, oddly, he could not sense her cultivation level, despite the vast disparity in their realms. His acquired skill from the system allowed him to conceal his own aura while perceiving others. Clearly, Yelenju had lost her transformation stage cultivation. Could it be that her emergence from seclusion was not due to recovery, but rather a sign of irreparable decline? Ruobai understood all too well the implications of losing one's cultivation. Simultaneously, a sigh of relief washed over him. If his master had lost her powers, then even if she discovered that he had pilfered herbs from her garden, she would be powerless to retaliate. Naturally, although her cultivation might be gone, her imposing presence remained. Yelenju regarded Ruobai with a frosty gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Did you come here on your own accord, or did your brothers send you?" Ruobai pondered for a moment, since none of his brothers had instructed him to hide anything. He felt it permissible to speak the truth. "Master, the brothers are quite concerned about your condition, so they sent me to check on you." Upon hearing this, Yelenju let out a cold chuckle. "I knew none of you disciples could be trusted." At this, Ruobai's lips twitched slightly, and he lowered his head, refraining from retorting. If Master felt this way, could it be that his brothers truly harbored ulterior motives regarding her congenital charm? Yelinju's icy stare seemed to freeze the atmosphere, and Su Ruobai surmised that she had mistaken him for his brothers. Thinking he wished to rebel against her, that in truth, he merely sought to complete tasks and cultivate in peace, that is a product of the new generation. Raised with sound moral education, he would never entertain such treachery. At most, he might have considered it in passing. Su Ruobai felt a twinge of trepidation. Would Master truly take action against him? The absence of her powers did not imply a lack of hidden capabilities. He was not foolish. If she had nothing left to safeguard, why would she emerge from seclusion? Wouldn't it be far safer to remain hidden? Moreover, he detected no fear in her demeanor. What should he do now? Perhaps he ought to flee? Just as he was contemplating his escape, an unexpected sound reverberated through the room. Much like a stomach growling, Su Ruobai wondered if he had misheard, stealing a glance at Yelinju. Her expression remained as frigid as ever. One would not discern any trace of embarrassment unless they looked closely. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ruobai tentatively inquired, "Master, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a meal for you?" Yelinju retorted sharply, "Are you trying to poison me?" The remark nearly caused Su Ruobai to choke. Yet, he could understand her perspective. Cultivators were accustomed to a lofty existence, and without their powers, insecurity would naturally ensue. Furthermore, with his brothers possibly plotting against her, it was only natural for her to harbor suspicions. However, he had no such intentions. A drop of kindness deserved a fountain of gratitude. While he might not be able to repay her in full, he would never turn against her. Had it not been for Yelinju bringing him back to the mountain, he might have perished from starvation in some hidden corner, though she had not explicitly taught him much. At least she had ensured he had food to eat, hadn't she? Just then, the room echoed with two more untimely growls, leaving Su Ruobai feeling rather embarrassed. Yelinju suddenly uttered two words, "Go ahead." Huh? Su Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. But sensing the chill in his master's gaze, he quickly responded, Oh. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily exited her cave. His own abode had a kitchen. During the chi refining stage, he had invariably relied on grains and vegetables. And with no one else on the mountain, he had always cooked for himself. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he had practiced fasting for some time, and it had been a while since he had last cooked. Su Ruobai contemplated whether to prepare a meal first or inform his brothers. He found himself in a quandary. His brothers and Master were clearly divided into opposing factions. Should he assist his brothers in confronting Master, or aid Master against his brothers? After a moment's reflection, Su Ruobai arrived at his conclusion that he understood that what his brothers were doing was wrong. Even if they sought to break through, there was no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. Moreover, for Master, bringing him to the mountain might have been a trivial act, but for him, it was a matter of life and death. He had nearly starved to death at one point. Therefore, even if he did not repay her kindness, he could never betray her. However, since he had promised to consult with his brothers, he had to go see them. Failing to do so would only raise their suspicions. Junior brother. How is Master faring? At that moment, the voice of his third senior brother, Li Wuxin, suddenly called out from behind him. Su Ruobai had been vacillating between whether to cook or visit his brothers, and he was surprised that Li Wuxin had approached him first. Su Ruobai contemplated that if they truly harbored ill intentions towards Master, he could not divulge the full truth that Master seems to be not in any significant distress. Li Wuxin furrowed his brows. Not in any significant distress. How can that be? If there were truly no issues, given Master's temperament, how could she possibly refrain from seeking us out for an accounting? His gaze towards Su Ruobai grew increasingly suspicious. Is that so? Then what is your immediate purpose? To cook for Master. She is hungry. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization ignited in Li Wuxin's eyes. In what circumstances would one need to eat? It could only mean that she was unable to absorb spiritual energy to convert into physical sustenance. Su Ruobai quickly sensed the shift in Li Wuxin's demeanor, and he felt a pang of regret. Had he inadvertently revealed too much? Swiftly, Su Ruobai grasped the situation. Master being hungry implied that she had indeed lost her powers. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. But even if he had not uttered those words, they would eventually discover the truth when he brought her food. Thus, it seemed that whether he spoke or remained silent, they would inevitably find out. Li Wuxin patted Su Ruobai on the shoulder and handed him a small pouch of spiritual stones. Keep a close eye on Master. I am equally concerned about her well-being. Su Ruobai waved his hand dismissively at the pouch. No need. The This is my responsibility that I will inform you should anything arise. Li Wuxi nodded and soon departed. Su Ruobai then sought out his other two brothers, reiterating what he had just conveyed. Without a doubt, they too had picked up on the significant detail regarding Master S' hunger. There was no way he could conceal the fact that he was preparing a meal for her. Standing too firmly on Master's side could easily make him a target in their eyes. That it appeared that they had refrained from taking action thus far, possibly due to uncertainty regarding whether Master had any hidden cards left to play. Moreover, the initial stage of the Yuan-Yin phenomenon was the most potent. It seemed likely that his brothers might soon find themselves embroiled in conflict. The once peaceful Tianling Mountain appeared to have vanished without a trace. In the future, he would have to be more circumspect in his words and actions, weighing his choices carefully. Chapter 3. Yangxi's suggestion: the pantry was running low on supplies. To procure more, he would need to leave the sect and venture into the nearest town, which would consume considerable time. Su Ruobai had no choice but to make do with the remaining ingredients to prepare a simple meal, taking a food box with him as he made his way back. Regardless of which side ultimately prevailed, he had fulfilled his obligations, and that was sufficient. He knew he lacked the strength to prevent his three senior brothers from executing their plans. All he could do was offer assistance to Master where possible. And that was all. Back at Yelinju's cave. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. Su Ruobai once again entered the cave. This moment, Yi Lingwei remained seated on the stool by the table, as if she had not moved at all. Su Ruobai placed the food box on the table, yet Yi Lingwei showed no intention of reaching for it. Instead, her cold gaze fixated on Su Ruobai, her eyes betraying a palpable wariness. Understanding her sentiments, Su Ruobai opened the food box and sampled each dish. After completing this ritual, he clasped his hands and respectfully stated, "Master, please enjoy your meal. I shall not disturb you any longer." Yi Lingwei did not impede him. And only after Su Ruobai departed did she pick up the chopsticks that lay on the table. The fragrant aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, and her stomach growled in hunger. Yet she hesitated, contemplating whether to indulge. It was not until her stomach protested again that she finally lifted a piece of food to her mouth, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. However, she paused once more, ensuring that her body exhibited no peculiar reactions before she began to devour the food voraciously, her pace quickening with each bite. Suddenly, a frown creased Yi Lingwei's brow. She had unknowingly bitten into a piece of green pepper. Zongjing Pavilion. After Su Ruobai completed his daily tasks in the medicinal garden, he proceeded directly to the Zongjing Pavilion to take his post. He felt entirely at ease now. His master was currently in a precarious state and likely would not concern herself with matters of the medicinal garden. He pondered, however, how long the task of procuring spiritual herbs would continue. Ding. Spiritual herb collection task completed. Reward: 100 task points. Ding. New task issued. Please check. The task was indeed completed. But what would the new task entail? Personally prepare 3 meals a day for Master Yi Lingwei. 1-3. The corners of Su Ruobai's mouth twitched slightly. It appeared the system was quite righteous, aligning him with his master. Of course, even without this task, he could never stand by and watch his master starve. Su Ruobai glanced at Yunqi, who was engrossed in a book at the counter, contemplating whether to seek her counsel. Regardless of her emotional intelligence, her intellect should suffice to offer him guidance, especially since she had already deduced that his master was a congenital charm body, given that no relevant information had circulated within the sect. It seemed she would be quite discreet. "Senior sister, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Yunqi lifted her gaze to Su Ruobai. "Is it related to your master?" "Senior sister, you truly possess remarkable insight." Before he even spoke, Yunqi had anticipated his intentions, leaving Su Ruobai exceedingly impressed. "I guess it that a few of your senior brothers harbor feelings for your master, and you are uncertain how to proceed." Her accuracy was uncanny, making Su Ruobai question whether she possessed mind-reading abilities. "Senior sister, why do you not consider that I might also have feelings for my master?" Yunqi shook her head lightly. "You are a good person." At her words, Su Ruobai's expression stiffened. Why had she suddenly bestowed upon him the label of good person? In his previous life, being called a good person could imply a derogatory connotation. Yet in this world, it seemed devoid of such implications. Yunqi continued, "I previously studied how to read faces. Your senior brothers are not the type to settle down, while you seem to be the honest one." Hearing this, Su Ruobai was left in a state of bemusement, unsure whether she was complimenting him or herself. Nevertheless, it appeared that Yunqi had indeed gleaned knowledge from her years of study. As the saying goes, in books, one finds a house of gold. Yet those who steal gold without reading. Well, that phrase did not quite capture the essence. Ruobai then spoke. Senior sister, let us keep this between us. Do not let outsiders hear of it. Yu Yunshi regarded him with a look of incredulity. Junior brother, do you take me for a fool? I understand the perils of speaking carelessly. The corners of Ruobai's mouth twitched slightly. He was at a loss for words. To say she was foolish seemed unfounded, for her intelligence allowed her to see through the hearts of others. Yet, to assert she was not foolish was equally perplexing. She was aware of these matters and yet shared them with him that if someone with ill intentions were to overhear, she would inadvertently provide them with ammunition. Cough, cough. Senior sister, what do you think I should do now? Yu Yunshi pondered for a moment before responding. Are you attempting to avoid offending either side? Ruobai nodded, then shook his head. Senior sister, you know my capabilities. It is certainly unwise to offend my brothers at present. But I still wish to assist my master. Yu Yunshi smiled. Let us just say you are a good person. Ruobai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. He did not consider himself particularly good, merely opting to act human. However, if he chose to side with his brothers, it was likely he would ultimately face dire consequences. Ruobai had indeed contemplated this, recognizing that his master's Yin Yuan was singular, while his brothers had 3. Even siding with them would lead to conflict. His own cultivation level on Tianxing Peak was hardly commendable, and he understood the principle of innocent bystanders suffer the consequences. This meant they would ultimately need to determine a victor. Even if he held no feelings for his master, they would likely not let him off easily. Conversely, aligning with his master would undoubtedly lead to fewer complications. Yet, it was evident that his master was in a weaker position. Otherwise, she would not be holed up in her cave, and the primary issue was that the Lord did not trust him. A loyal minister who is not trusted by the Lord. How disheartening to even contemplate. Think carefully, I am going back to my reading. With that, Yunshi lowered her head, engrossed in her book. Ruobai clasped his hands. Thank you, senior sister. He then began to organize the books, though his mind remained in disarray. It had been far too long since he had engaged in such intricate scheming. The last time he had done so was during his previous life, while playing a certain board game as a traitor. After a brief analysis, he resolved to side with his master, yet he could not overtly proclaim himself a loyal minister, lest his brothers focus their fire upon him first. Clearly, his master also seemed to harbor doubts about him. And since he could not contend with his brothers, stepping forward would be futile. However, his brothers had tasked him with understanding his master's circumstances. He could fabricate some falsehoods to make them hesitant to act. His only option appeared to be delaying time, though he wondered if he could stretch it until his master's cultivation was restored. Chapter 4. A dislike for green peppers. Noon, Ruobai set off with the food box towards Yiling Yue's cave. He was uncertain whether the midday meal would suit her palate. He intended to subtly inquire about whether his master had any trump cards, as he could not rest easy without such knowledge. However, if he asked too directly, she would undoubtedly suspect him of probing for his brothers. Should she become irate and reveal her trump card to him, it would only lead to complications. Knock, knock, knock. Master, I have brought you your meal. Come in. Upon entering the cave, Ruobai did not wait for Yiling Yue to speak. He opened the food box and sampled each dish before placing it on the table and collecting the midday food box. Master, please enjoy your meal. The two shared a tacit understanding, exchanging not a word, and Ruobai departed with the empty food box. Though they did not make eye contact, Ruobai was acutely aware that his master was likely observing him intently. He could almost envision the expression on her face. Once outside Yiling Yue's cave, Ruobai opened the midday food box. Inside, he found an abundance of green peppers remaining. Seeing this, he could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. At this age, still being picky with food, suddenly, a chill swept over him from behind. Had she overheard his remark? Ruobai hastily made his escape, yet he soon realized a grave issue. There were no more ingredients on the mountain. Having prepared a meal in the morning, only green peppers remained for lunch. This meant Ruobai swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Reassuring himself that perhaps his master had merely coincidentally avoided eating green peppers, rather than outright disliking them. However, upon noticing the task progress from 1/3 to 2/3 completed, Ruobai surmised that his master had indeed consumed the meal he had prepared. Meanwhile, Yiling Yue furrowed her brow as she swallowed the green pepper. Were it not for her cultivation being entirely sealed, she would not need to rely on food to sustain her bodily functions. Gazing at the heap of green peppers in the food box, her frosty visage twitched involuntarily. She began to suspect that Ruobai might have done this intentionally. Could green peppers truly be fit for human consumption? In her memory she had no real impression, as she had not paid much attention to him. Only aware that his talent was lackluster at best, it was precisely for this reason that her interest in Ruobai had waned. To put it bluntly, had he not come to clean the cave every few days, she might have forgotten there was such a person on the mountain. Similarly, Yilingwei recognized the allure her constitution held for someone of Ruobai's underwhelming talent. Even her once favored eldest disciple had developed ulterior motives towards her, let alone Ruobai. Her physique could potentially alter Ruobai's fate. Forging an unparalleled foundation was no trivial matter. As if the typically refined and gentle senior disciple were harboring thoughts of her in such a moment. Even though Ruobai appeared to be utterly honest, one can never truly discern a person's heart from their visage. Who knows what lies beneath the surface? In the town outside the sect, Ruobai intended to procure some ingredients. For if he were to present his master with a plethora of green peppers that evening, he feared for his very life. Shidi, what brings you here? Upon entering the town, he was greeted by a voice from behind. Turning around, Ruobai was surprised to see Yunshi as well that he clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "Senior sister, I've come to buy some ingredients." "Buying ingredients? You're cooking?" Yunshi inquired. A hint of confusion in her tone. Ruobai nodded and quietly added, "To prepare a meal for my master." Upon hearing this, Yunshi quickly grasped the situation. She then spoke, "It seems you've made up your mind. Shidi. If you're willing, I can introduce you to Qingyan Peak." Ruobai expressed his gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. Their relationship was primarily that of colleagues, so her willingness to assist him left him quite touched. "No need. I wouldn't want to trouble you, senior sister." Upon hearing this, Yunshi chose not to press further. Ruobai then asked, "Senior sister, what brings you to the town? Shouldn't you be at the scripture pavilion reading?" Yunshi smiled. "I've perused most of the books at the pavilion, so I thought I'd take a stroll and see if there are any bookstalls in the town." This Yu Shiji certainly harbored an extraordinary passion for literature. Ruobai proactively suggested, "Senior sister, I passed by a bookstall earlier. Let me take you there." After all, she had helped him, and it would be remiss not to reciprocate her kindness. "All right," Ruobai continued, "Senior sister, would you allow me to treat you to a meal? You'll be cooking? I'd love to see how that turns out. I've read numerous recipes, but alas, I seem to lack the talent for it." Initially, Ruobai had intended to take her out for a meal, but given Yunshi's response, he naturally obliged her. "Would it be all right if we went to our Tianling Peak? Is that inconvenient?" Ruobai shook his head. "Neither my master nor my brothers pay much attention to me, and there aren't many rules on the mountain, so it's quite convenient. Then I shall impose." Soon, they arrived at the bookstall Ruobai had spotted earlier. He initiated the conversation. "Excuse me, do you have any rare books that are not widely circulated?" The sect's scripture pavilion housed a vast array of texts. So Ruobai was curious about lesser-known works. "Rare books, you say?" The vendor looked Ruobai over and then glanced at Yunshi, his smile broadening. "Indeed, we have some. May I ask how old you are?" Ruobai found this inquiry peculiar. Why would one's age matter in a book transaction? 22. Upon hearing this, the vendor wasted no time and retrieved a wooden box from beneath the stall. Opening it revealed books with nearly unreadable covers. "Young sir, these are not available in the market." Absolutely riveting. Ruobai couldn't shake the feeling that the vendor's grin was a tad lewd. "How much?" 30 copper coins, each. 30. That seems rather steep. Most books can be purchased for 10 copper coins. However, it is understandable given their rarity. After all, rarity begets value. "I'll take them all." He tossed a small pouch to the vendor. The vendor, demonstrating integrity, even included the box for the books. After receiving it, Ruobai handed the box to Yunshi. "Senior sister, please hold on to this." Yunshi accepted it graciously. "Thank you, Shidi. Now, let us go buy some vegetables." Ruobai nodded, and the pair set off towards the market for vegetables. Chapter 5. Rare books in the market. On the way back from purchasing vegetables, "Senior sister, you don't need to read while walking, do you?" In his previous life, he had seen people walking with their heads down, engrossed in their phones, but rarely had he encountered anyone reading while walking. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen such an intriguing book." This piqued Ruobai's curiosity. The vendor's claim of it being riveting might just be hyperbole. After all, he was a seller, but for Yunshi, who was well-read, her definition of riveting surely transcended the ordinary. "Senior sister, may I take a look?" Yu Yunqi handed the book to Su Ruobai. As he casually flipped through a page, he was instantly taken aback by the 2 illustrations within. What the? Su Ruobai rubbed his eyes, fearing he was mistaken, but the reality confirmed his fears. No wonder the vendor's smile had been so suggestive. He had unwittingly purchased an adult book. He only desired texts that were not widely circulated, never specifying this kind. No wonder the vendor had inquired about his age. It was an 18 publication. Su Ruobai hurriedly explained, cough, cough, senior sister, this is a misunderstanding that I had no idea what kind of book this was. Should I return it and exchange it for 2 other volumes? Yu Yunqi shook her head. It's fine. This book is quite fascinating, though it's unfortunate I have no place to practice its content. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai felt a chill. Was it normal for someone to utter such words? Senior sister, you should say that. Why? Yu Yunqi tilted her head, looking at Su Ruobai. I was referring to the alchemical methods within. What did you think I meant? Su Ruobai paused. There were indeed alchemical methods in the book. He flipped through a few more pages and did find some, but they were hardly legitimate recipes. In this age, even adult books had to teach alchemy. He was more concerned about how Yu Yunqi managed to remain unflustered while reading such content in broad daylight. Senior sister, if you truly wish to read it, perhaps you could do so in the privacy of your home. It might not reflect well if others were to find out that he returned the book, beginning to suspect whether his senior sister was, as the legends say, asexual, which might explain her indifference towards the book's content. Why? Yu Yunqi tucked the book away, her gaze shifting from Su Ruobai's face to the horizon. Su Ruobai felt a twinge of awkwardness in the atmosphere and hastily asked, Senior sister, do you have any food restrictions? None. What about green peppers? What about them? It seemed to Yunqi did not harbor any aversion to green peppers. Su Ruobai thought to himself, see, green peppers are quite delicious. My master must not be of sound mind. As night fell through the cracks, Yilingwei gazed at the night sky. It was already evening, yet Su Ruobai had yet to arrive with her meal. However, she realized she had explicitly instructed him to prepare a meal for her. Why? Yilingwei sighed deeply. Her stomach was beginning to feel uncomfortable again. Perhaps it was due to the green peppers she had consumed at noon. As she had only managed a few bites, there were still some green peppers left in the food box, though they were likely cold by now. She truly did not wish to eat green peppers. But if starvation were imminent, abstaining from food seemed unwise. Half an hour later, Yilingwei's gaze fell upon the food box on the table. To eat or not to eat. After much deliberation, she finally extended her hand. Just as she was about to grasp the chopsticks, a knock at the door suddenly echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Yilingwei had never found a knock at the door to sound so melodious. Master, I brought your meal. Come in. Soon, Su Ruobai entered the room. It wasn't his intention to arrive so late. He simply wanted to ensure he properly entertained Yu Yunqi as a guest, since she hadn't mentioned leaving. It would be unbecoming of him, the host, to usher her away. Hence the delay. Su Ruobai placed the food box on the table and sampled its contents before setting it down. Noticing that the box was not filled to the brim with green peppers, Yilingwei felt a sense of relief. Master, I won't disturb you any longer. Wait. Su Ruobai, who had just lifted his foot to depart, hesitated and placed it back down. A sense of trepidation gripped him. Surely, she would hold a grudge for serving her green peppers at noon. Master. What is it? Seeing Su Ruobai's cautious demeanor brought a smile to Yilingwei's face. She pulled out a small pouch and tossed it into Su Ruobai's hands. From now on, you'll be responsible for my meals. Just remember not to order green peppers. Order meals. Su Ruobai looked at the pouch in his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yet, he dared not question further. Thank you, master. Also, don't entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai understood. Yilingwei likely perceived him as untrustworthy. Perhaps she was relying on him simply because she needed to eat. After all, he still depended on her to complete his current task, so it was inconceivable for him to harm her. Su Ruobai clasped his hands once more in respect before departing. He was quite curious about the consequences she alluded to, and whether his master had some hidden trump card to deal with her brothers. Su Ruobai pondered whether, for the sake of prudence, he should seek external assistance. However, within the sect, apart from Yu Yunqi, he was not well acquainted with anyone else. Yujia's master, Qing Yanzun's, was indeed a commendable option. Yet, he had heard that Qing Yanzun's and his master were not on amicable terms. And it seemed that the position of sect master was a point of contention between the two. With his master ultimately emerging victorious by a stroke of luck, it was likely that Qing Yanzun's would relish the opportunity for his master to encounter misfortune. thereby allowing her to assume the role of sect master. Ruobai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best to consult Yujia the following day, as she might offer some valuable suggestions. Ruobai then accessed the system panel. Earlier that morning, he had completed a task involving the collection of spiritual herbs, and he had also fulfilled a daily meal preparation task. In total, he had accumulated 30 task points. This indicated that preparing meals for his master yielded more task points than collecting spiritual herbs. What an odd design. Nevertheless, cooking for his master was indeed a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, given the current circumstances, it seemed his master would not rashly turn against him. Otherwise, who would tend to her needs? Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Ruobai tidied up the leftovers from his previous meal with Yu Yongxi. It was truly bold of her to share a room with a solitary male at such a late hour. Did she not fear what he might do? Yet, considering his current cultivation level, he was not a match for her even if he wished to do anything. Soon, he noticed a book left on the stool. Upon seeing the cover, Ruobai immediately recognized its contents. He blinked a few times before flipping the book open, not out of desire but purely to learn the alchemical methods contained within. Chapter 6. The excited Ruobai the following day. In the scripture pavilion. Junior brother, what were you up to last night? You appear unusually exuberant, Yu Yongxi remarked, surveying Ruobai with a curious glint in her eyes. Coughing lightly, Ruobai replied, I was contemplating how to covertly assist my master. It seems I have made some progress. Yu Yongxi nodded and then extended her hand. It appears that my book may have been left with you. Did you bring it? Ruobai nodded and quickly retrieved the book from his Qianquan ring, hastily handing it to Yu Yongxi as if it were a hot potato. After accepting the book, Yu Yongxi casually flipped through its pages. Suddenly, she remarked, around 9 o'clock last night, this book was opened and flipped through several times. Junior brother, I presume you were the one who perused it? Hearing this, Ruobai nearly choked, realizing he had forgotten about Yu Yongxi's keen observational skills. How could she discern not only that someone had read the book, but also pinpoint the exact time? Faced with this question, Ruobai opted to sidestep the topic. Sister, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Upon hearing this, Yu Yongxi pondered for a moment, as if contemplating a significant life decision. After a while, she responded, that is acceptable, but I have yet to experience the sensations described in those texts. Perhaps experiencing them firsthand could yield unique insights. Ruobai was taken aback, feeling a sense of confusion. How did her response feel somewhat off? Upon reflection, he realized Yu Yongxi had misunderstood his request. Yet, despite the misunderstanding, it seemed she had inadvertently agreed. How peculiar. Ahem, sister, that is not what I meant. Did you misunderstand something? Yu Yongxi tilted her head, looking earnestly at him. Then what assistance do you require? Seeing her expression, Ruobai inexplicably felt that Yu Yongxi might be quite amenable to taking home. Fortunately, he was a gentleman, but others might not be so principled. Ruobai believed it necessary to impart some wisdom to her. Sister, the matter I need your help with can wait. There are more pressing issues to discuss. Yu Yongxi continued to tilt her head, exuding an endearingly foolish charm. Yet, while she appeared simple at times, she exhibited remarkable intelligence as well. Ruobai pondered how Qingyan Zuns had instructed her. It seemed she was oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. Sister, not every request for assistance should be obliged. Such matters can only be pursued with those one cherishes. Ruobai felt a flush of embarrassment at his own words. Why had the conversation veered into such absurd territory? Hadn't he approached Yu Yongxi for assistance? Just then, Yu Yongxi boldly stated, the book seems to suggest that such matters are rather casual, as seen in many novels, mentioning fathers and sisters-in-law. Coughing again, Ruobai quickly interrupted her, fearing the conversation would devolve into inappropriate territory. Sister, what is written in the book is one thing, but if those individuals are merely lusting after you and deceive you into their bed, wouldn't that leave you at a significant disadvantage? Yu Yongxi maintained her calm demeanor and replied, but junior brother, you are a good person. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Seeing her earnest expression caused Ruobai's heart to race, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, even if he were inclined, he couldn't. Sister, one must be wary. The words of men are often deceitful. Do not trust others so readily. Yu Yongxi acknowledged this with a simple hum, without further argument, instead asking, what do you need my assistance with? I was considering reaching out to Qingyan Zuns. Upon hearing this, Yu Yongxi quickly grasped his intent. You wish for my master to intervene on your behalf. Su Ruobai nodded, seemingly confirming that Yu Yangxi's intellect was indeed intact. I am uncertain if my master possesses any hidden cards, nor do I know when she will recover if my senior brothers act prematurely. I alone cannot withstand them. Yu Yangxi nodded in understanding. What you say holds merit, yet my master is currently in seclusion and may not be able to assist you. Hearing this, Su Ruobai let out a resigned sigh. In their sect, there were only two individuals at the transformation stage, Qing Yinzun's and his master. His senior brother, Zhang Yunqi, had already reached the nascent soul stage, and Su Ruobai had previously heard his master extolling Zhang Yunqi's exceptional talent, declaring him unparalleled in history. Among peers of the same realm, he was considered invincible. It was likely that the other nascent soul cultivators would be unable to stop him, which posed a significant predicament. However, this was not without its silver lining. The second and third senior brothers were in the golden core stage. While they may not be able to defeat Zhang Yunqi, they would likely have methods to counterbalance him. Additionally, Zhang Yunqi would undoubtedly be wary of his master's hidden capabilities, so he was likely waiting for her to reveal her cards. Why did it feel as if the game had begun with overwhelming odds against him? How could he possibly turn the tide? Sigh. Sister, do you not think that as the sect master, my master should seek assistance from others in times of crisis? Yu Yangxi contemplated for a moment before responding. Junior brother, consider this. Even her closest disciple has betrayed her. Do you believe she can trust others? Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai suddenly understood. Indeed, if she sought help from others, it was possible that they might covet her innate charm, plunging her from one abyss into another. Moreover, several senior brothers were still wary of whether his master had hidden cards. Others might not harbor such caution. At that moment, Su Ruobai felt utterly at a loss. Junior brother, I actually have a brilliant idea. Please, sister, share it. That if you can seize your master's yuan before they do, wouldn't that resolve everything? Su Ruobai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, followed by a resigned response. If I were to do such a thing, what difference would there be between me and a beast? I didn't mean for you to actually do it. Su Ruobai was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes brightened. This could be staged. If his master's yuan were seized, they would no longer need to take that risk. However, that if he truly went through with it, it would likely incite the wrath of his three senior brothers. Placing all blame upon him, it would be a matter of sacrificing oneself for the greater good. In a moment of indecision, Su Ruobai clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister. I shall return and reflect on this." Go ahead. Su Ruobai then made his way out of the scripture pavilion. Yu Yangxi watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. Strangely, her voice seemed even weaker today. Upon entering the cave, Su Ruobai instinctively glanced towards the stool by the table. However, he did not see Yelinju's figure. Where was his master? After surveying the surroundings, Su Ruobai discovered that Yelinju was curled up on the bed. No, this injury seemed to have worsened. How could that be? He quickly placed the food box on the table and approached the bed. At that moment, Yelinju was clutching her abdomen, her complexion even paler than before, her brows furrowed as if she were in considerable pain. Chapter 7. I am not alone on this path, master. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just leave the food and you may go. Hearing her voice tremble, Su Ruobai knew she was far from fine. He pondered for a moment. Her current symptoms resembled those of a woman on her monthly cycle. Why else would she be clutching her abdomen? Surely, it couldn't be from something she ate. That was entirely impossible, as his cooking, while not exquisite, was certainly devoid of issues. Master, please wait for me. I shall return shortly. With that, Su Ruobai hurriedly dashed out. Given her current state, whether she could eat was still up for debate. Yet she had to consume the 3 meals she had prepared herself. Wai Lingyue observed his hurried departure, unable to comprehend his intentions. Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives? Upon seeing her weakened state, a sharp pain in her abdomen made her gasp. If the pain were constant, she might have grown accustomed to it. But it came in waves, denying her the chance to acclimate. Her surprise. Without her cultivation, her body had reverted to that of a mere mortal, with even her monthly cycle proving unavoidable. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Master, I'm coming in. Yilingwe was not particularly worried about what he might do. Even without her powers, she was more than capable of handling someone like Su Ruobai. She kept a vigilant eye on his every move as he approached with a bowl in hand. Master, here is some brown sugar water. Su Ruobai offered the bowl, but Yilingwe showed no intention of accepting it. It didn't take long for Su Ruobai to grasp the situation. He took a spoonful for himself first. Master, it's not poisonous. You needn't be worried. Su Ruobai was unfazed by her wariness. Her vigilance was commendable, as it significantly diminished the chances for a few scheming senior brothers to take advantage. Wai Linghua finally mustered the strength to sit up, saying, "Just put it down. I can drink it myself." Su Ruobai responded with an and reminded her, "Master, don't forget to eat after you finish." With that, he departed. Wai Linghua picked up the bowl, glancing at the reddish liquid before taking a small sip. It was warm and sweet, and the pain in her abdomen seemed to lessen slightly. In no time, she finished the brown sugar water. Although there was still some discomfort, it was no longer a significant burden. She was acutely aware that this situation could not persist. If she could channel even a trace of spiritual energy, she would be able to gradually mend her internal injuries. Yet, at this critical juncture, she found herself utterly unable to summon even a hint of spiritual power. If this dragged on, her well-meaning disciples would likely become restless before long. Upon seeing this, Su Ruobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. 20 task points could translate to 200 experience points. If this continued day after day, she would reach the mid-foundation stage in no time. Knock, knock, knock. Junior brother, are you home? Senior brother? Su Ruobai quickly deduced the purpose of the visit. After a brief moment to gather her thoughts, she opened the door. "What brings you here, senior brother?" Zhang Yinshi wasted no time, straight to the point. "How's master?" Su Ruobai feigned a troubled expression. "Senior brother, why does master seem so wary of me, treating me like an outsider?" In response, Zhang Yunqi chuckled as he patted her shoulder. "This isn't your fault. Do you know how master was injured?" Su Ruobai was not particularly informed. She only knew that master had gone to seek vengeance and had sustained serious injuries in the process. Was there more to the story? Zhang Yunqi continued. The enemy master faced was only at the initial stage of transformation, while master is at the mid-transformation stage. Can you guess why she was so severely wounded, caught in an ambush? And why do you think she fell into an ambush? Su Ruobai quickly grasped Zhang Yunqi's implication. "Senior brother, are you suggesting that someone leaked information?" Zhang Yunqi nodded. "Indeed, the only ones aware of master's whereabouts were myself and 2 other junior brothers. I suspect one of them may have ill intentions towards master. Could it be that senior brother is also a loyalist?" Hearing this, it seemed he was indeed siding with master as for why he sought her out. It was likely because she was blissfully unaware of master's pursuit of her adversary. Su Ruobai felt torn between relief and distress. She sensed she did not truly belong in the sect. As in master's eyes, she was merely an inconsequential presence that in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect, and with her mediocre talent, she likely lacked the qualifications to draw anyone's attention. However, Zhang Yunqi's allegiance remained uncertain. After all, traitors often played the loyalist role first before turning against their benefactor to emerge victorious. Senior brother, this seems unlikely. Second senior brother and third senior brother are both quite decent. How could they resort to such actions? Zhang Yunqi shook his head, speaking earnestly. "Ruobai, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows what lies behind their facade? The treachery in the cultivation world far exceeds your imagination." His current assertions could indeed mark him as a loyalist, yet as he himself stated, one should not jump to conclusions until the very end. Then, senior brother, why would they wish to harm master? "She is a congenital charm-bodied," Su Ruobai feigned surprise, her face reflecting shock. "Is that true? Would I deceive you?" Zhang Yunqi's expression mirrored his sorrow. "Master has treated us brothers well. Who would have thought that junior brothers would harbor such thoughts? As the elder brother, I cannot allow such things to transpire." His righteous demeanor seemed genuine, leaving Su Ruobai in a daze. Could it be that true allies existed? The second and third junior brothers had already achieved the completion of the golden core stage. If they broke through to the nascent soul stage, she would be at a loss. Thus, junior brother, I need your assistance. Su Ruobai patted her chest. "Senior brother, rest assured, I will help you. Just tell me what you need." "Well, with you by my side, my path is no longer lonely." Zhang Yunqi regarded Su Ruobai with gratitude, and they exchanged glances, a mutual understanding forming between them. Zhang Yunqi continued, "Junior brother, I simply need you to inquire whether master has any hidden cards. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to contend with the 2 junior brothers." Chapter 8. Li Hao, very well. Very well. The old rascal is quite cunning, waiting here for me. After all these twists and turns. Su Ruobai nearly believed Zhang Yunqi to be a good person, only to have him suddenly probe her for Master S hidden cards. Could a good person engage in such behavior, since he enjoyed playing the role? She would play along. Senior brother, leave this matter to me. My cultivation is lowly, but I shall do what I can. Remember, those two senior brothers may also come looking for you. Do not trust their words. After leaving this advice, Zhang Yunxi took his leave. Su Rai couldn't help but grumble internally. Master, look at the fine disciples you've raised. They are far less reliable than me, an apparent outsider. Of course. Even if Yi Lingwei had devoted herself to teaching him, it would likely bear little fruit. Talent had its limits, and all she could do was help him avoid a few detours in the early stages. Yet, who could say that taking detours was not a form of cultivation? Su Ruobai understood that while one might not fully grasp concepts when taught by another, experiences themselves impart lessons in a single go. Perhaps this was merely a case of sour grapes. Having someone to guide her would undoubtedly be better. Without guidance, one must rely on oneself. A simple truth. The situation became clearer. Indeed, senior brother and the second and third senior brothers were not aligned. It was likely that the second and third senior brothers would also seek her out to test Master S hidden cards, necessitating a well-thought-out strategy to maintain a balance between both sides. There is a saying, the one involved is confused, while the observer sees clearly. Seeking out Sister Yu might yield the most prudent advice. As for what cards to play, she could fabricate a plausible story. As long as it seemed reasonable. Comparatively, she was more concerned about when Master would recover from her injuries. Once her cultivation was restored, everything would fall into place. Yet, she wondered if the single healing pill provided by the system would prove effective. Although it was said to be a single pill, the description claimed it could only heal 1/1000th of an injury. When she first saw it, she nearly scoffed. That should be called 1,000,000,000 pills instead. Fortunately, she had about 100 of them. Reflecting on it, that was a history filled with blood and tears. In her youth, she had only aspired to be a gambler, believing that the system would guarantee her some success like Mi's trickery. However, after hundreds of attempts, all she received were these useless pills. Even for a minor wound, taking one of these pills would do little good. It was no wonder they were classified as white-grade pills. Nevertheless, with sufficient quantity, they might still prove somewhat useful. Administering them directly would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Anyone would find the dark, unappealing pills questionable. Moreover, given Master S' wariness towards her, she needed to devise a plan. It was imperative to simultaneously stall her senior brothers while facilitating Master S' recovery. With that thought, Su Ruobai couldn't help but sigh. Her dear master truly bore a heavy burden. Qingyan Hall. Unbelievably. In the blink of an eye, it was once again time to collect her monthly stipend. Su Ruobai felt that time had passed too swiftly. It felt as if last month were merely yesterday. The monthly stipend was hardly substantial. Compared to the allowances provided by Master for her meals, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. The ingredients she used for cooking were merely ordinary crops from the mortal realm. Not spirit plants, and hardly cost much. One must remember that a single low-grade spirit stone sufficed to cover the expenses of an ordinary person for half a year. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingyan Hall, Su Ruobai beheld the silhouette of Yu Yunxi. Just as he intended to greet her, he noticed a male disciple obstructing her path, seemingly engaged in conversation. Drawing nearer, Su Ruobai could finally discern the words, Junior Sister Yu. As the foremost disciple of Qingyan Peak, and I, the foremost disciple of Jiang Peak, are well matched. Would you consider my proposal? The foremost disciple of Jiang Peak, Li Hao. If memory serves, his reputation is rather unsavory, often causing trouble for the female disciples of the sect. Furthermore, the master of Jiuyang Peak is known for his protective nature, which has only emboldened Li Hao, leaving no one to curb his arrogance. Surely my senior sister wouldn't truly accept his advances, would she? Seeing her remain silent for an extended period, Su Ruobai felt a twinge of anxiety. His senior sister had always treated him well, and he couldn't simply stand by. He ought to offer a word of caution. Senior sister, at last, I found you. I happen to have a few questions I wish to ask. Upon hearing Su Ruobai's voice, both individuals turned their gazes toward him. Yu Yunxi tilted her head, inquiring, Junior brother, what do you wish to ask? It's not convenient to discuss here. Oh, very well. Let us proceed to the library pavilion then. The dismissive demeanor of the two towards Li Hao naturally incensed him. Boy, do you have any idea who I am? Li Hao glared at Su Ruobai, his voice laced with a warning. Su Ruobai was well aware of Li Hao's notorious reputation within the sect. While prudence is indeed advisable, Some matters cannot be weighed solely by reason. Su Ruobai had already resolved to face the consequences. At worst, he would merely attract Li Hao's ire. In the past, he would have hesitated. But the current situation was different. He held a pivotal role in the affairs of Tianling Peak. Should Li Hao seek to trouble him, he would not hesitate to inform his senior brother. With his senior brother's status, Li Hao would undoubtedly think twice before crossing him. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, his senior brother would likely need Su Ruobai to keep an eye on their master, making it plausible that he would lend assistance in this minor matter. Perhaps this could be seen as a case of leveraging one's connections. With this thought, Su Ruobai felt emboldened. Senior brotherly. I merely wish to consult my senior sister regarding a few inquiries. I harbor no ill intentions. Li Hao scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Why was it not asked earlier? Boy, state your background. You finished. Being targeted by Li Hao was indeed a troublesome predicament. If one had connections, it might be bearable. However, if one lacked them, they would have to swallow their grievances in silence. Tianling Peak. Su Ruobai. Upon hearing this, Li Hao visibly paused before bursting into laughter. The sect master has only taken in 3 disciples, Zhang Yunqi, Li Yuanhe, and Li Wuxin, that I've never heard of any Su Ruobai. After a brief pause, he continued, Boy, even if you're trying to bluff your way through, you should at least claim a more reputable peak. No, Su Ruobai's expression stiffened, feeling a pang of discomfort. It seemed he was overlooked both in the eyes of outsiders and in the perception of his master. Just as Su Ruobai was about to confront Li Hao directly, Yunqi stepped between them, her demeanor calm as she regarded Li Hao. Shall we go? I believe we could find a suitable place to converse. At her words, Li Hao's previously furious countenance transformed into one of delight. That Yunqi was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the sect, and Li Hao had long coveted her. But her rare appearances made it difficult for him to seize an opportunity. Su Ruobai could not help but call out, Senior sister. Yunqi turned back, offering him a reassuring smile. Fear not. I shall manage this. Witnessing her smile, Su Ruobai found himself momentarily entranced. Just as Li Hao was about to voice his thoughts, Yunqi addressed him. Are we going or not? If not, I shall return to my peak. Hearing this, Li Hao abandoned his grievances with Su Ruobai, casting him a fierce glare as if to say, Boy, I'll remember you. He then followed Yunqi away. Su Ruobai lingered for a moment before entering Qingyun Hall. Pondering Yunqi's final words, surely she would weigh her options carefully. It was indeed puzzling why she treated him with such casualness. Was it possible that he was somehow special? Chapter 9. The Reversal Destiny Herb. After receiving his spiritual stones, Su Ruobai made his way to the library pavilion. Upon entering, he felt a sense of unease at not finding Yunqi's presence. He wondered how she was faring. Surely, Li Hao wouldn't have made things difficult for her. Junior brother Su, why the long face? Su Ruobai turned to find Yunqi standing behind him, unbeknownst to him. Senior sister, how did you return so quickly? Yunqi replied nonchalantly, once my business was concluded. It was only natural to return to my studies. Su Ruobai, puzzled, inquired, what of Li Hao? Yunqi settled herself at the counter, picking up a book before responding, Junior brother, take care, I gave him a good thrashing. Given my status, he certainly wouldn't dare cause me trouble. However, if he happens to see you, he might unleash his frustration upon you. Wait, you thrashed him? But senior sister, aren't you only at the Golden Core stage? Su Ruobai voiced his confusion. Li Hao is also at the Golden Core completion stage. How did you manage to overpower him? Yunqi replied coolly, because I am at the nascent soul stage. Su Ruobai was taken aback. He had only known her to be at the Golden Core stage and was unaware she had ascended to the nascent soul stage. She spent her days buried in books, never seeming to engage in serious cultivation. How could she have cultivated so rapidly? Truly, one's capabilities can evoke envy. However, being singled out by Li Hao was indeed a troublesome affair. Had he known that helping wouldn't come without consequences, he would have refrained from intervening. Su Ruobai felt compelled to offer some advice. Senior sister, in the future, should others pursue you, do not acquiesce too easily. Their intentions may not be sincere, even if you seek a partner. It is essential to find someone who treats you well. The notion of matching backgrounds is less significant. Yunqi nodded. I understand. Often, Yunqi was quite agreeable. Their prior interactions in the library pavilion had been limited, leading Su Ruobai to believe her to be somewhat reclusive. Now it appeared that her demeanor stemmed merely from being a bookworm. By the way, junior brother, what was the question you wished to ask? At Yunqi's prompting, Su Ruobai recalled the pressing matter at hand and recounted his encounter with Zhang Yunxi. Senior sister, do you believe that senior brother is a good person? Yu Yunxi shook her head. I have a keen eye for character. Your senior brothers are not of good stock. Su Ruobai nodded in agreement. These senior brothers sought to use him as a pawn in their schemes. What do you think about our master as current condition? If her injuries do not heal, she won't be able to break the stalemate. Yu Yunxi pondered for a moment before responding. Your master is currently in a state akin to an ordinary person. Likely due to a foundational injury. To heal her, one must prescribe the appropriate remedy. On the 5th shelf, 3rd tier, the 6th book from the left. Go and have a look. Reading extensively certainly has its benefits, as it can prove invaluable in critical moments. Su Ruobai expressed his gratitude before seeking out the book Yu Yunxi had indicated, Resolution of Difficulties. The title somehow struck him as rather pedestrian. He had expected medical texts to bear names of a more sophisticated nature, such as Compendium of Materia Medica or the like. Flipping through a few pages, Su Ruobai quickly located the section concerning foundational issues. After some investigation, he grasped the situation that if a cultivator's body were likened to a large barrel, which serves to contain spiritual energy, then a hole in the barrel would lead to leakage of that energy. In the case of their master, it was not merely a hole, it was as if the entire base of the barrel was missing, causing the spiritual energy to escape and rendering her akin to a common person. Reversal Destiny Herb. Senior sister, does the sect's medicinal garden possess this herb? No. Yu Yunxi had seemingly leaned against a nearby bookshelf, her voice startling Su Ruobai. The Reversal Destiny Herb was a celestial treasure. Even an ordinary person devoid of any foundational cultivation could embark on the path of cultivation upon consuming it. How could the sect's medicinal garden possibly contain such a rarity? It was reasonable to assume that such a celestial treasure would be snatched up the moment it appeared. Even those from prestigious sects or prominent families could not guarantee that their offspring would inherit the ability to cultivate as their predecessors had. In such cases, the Reversal Destiny Herb would prove invaluable. From a biological standpoint, it could be likened to a genetic mutation. This posed a dilemma. Where could he procure this Reversal Destiny Herb? It seemed unlikely that he could trade away his 2 kidneys for it. Senior sister, do you know where one might find this herb? Yu Yunxi shook her head. It is not available on the market. If you wish to seek out the herb, you must venture into those secret realms to have a chance of finding it. Su Ruobai was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and those secret realms were fraught with peril. He would likely perish before even locating the herb. This was indeed problematic, with a damaged foundation. Failure to repair it would result in a deadlock. If only he had 1 billion of those herbs, it would save him from all these considerations. But 1 billion herbs required 1 billion tasks, amounting to a staggering 100 billion task points. This seemed even more implausible than finding the Reversal Destiny Herb itself. However, the trials of the Medicine King Valley are about to commence once more. Should one seize the top spot, they would be granted the privilege to select any herb from the valley's medicinal garden. Perhaps even the coveted one. That the name Medicine King Valley alone suggests the essence of this place. Does it not? If there exists anywhere, aside from the secret realms, where such celestial herbs might be found, it is undoubtedly here. Yet, senior sister, I have no skills in alchemy. The trials of the Medicine King Valley are inherently tied to the art of alchemy, and I have never even dabbled in it. Merely passing the preliminary selection seems like a Herculean task, let alone the trials themselves. What a far-fetched notion. There is still a month left. You can learn. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai felt a twinge of helplessness. Does she truly believe him to be a genius? In a month, he would be lucky to grasp the basics. Nevertheless, it is worth a try. For this is the only avenue available to him. Aside from cultivation, he has little else to occupy his time on the mountain point. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. If it truly proves unattainable, then so be it. Senior sister, do you know how to concoct elixirs? Does the lust-inducing pill we studied last time count? At this, Su Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. In a way, you genuinely learned the alchemical methods from that little yellow book? He had thought it was merely talk. However, the individual in question was a senior sister named Yu Yunxi, both absurd and yet somewhat reasonable. Chapter 10. Exploding Pills Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed across the Tianling Peak, instantly capturing the attention of all on the mountain point. 3 fellow disciples appeared at Su Ruobai's cave entrance. Although Zhang Yunxi and the other 2 were not particularly close to him, the time for discord had not yet arrived. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, they inquired within. Junior brother, are you all right? The door swung open, accompanied by a billowing cloud of black smoke. A face, covered in soot and grime, emerged. Indeed, It was Su Ruobai. After coughing a few times, he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, I'm fine. I just had a bit of an explosion while alchemizing. The noise was rather loud and must have disturbed you." Alchemy, the third senior brother. Li Wuxin cast a peculiar glance at Su Ruobai. "Junior brother, how did you manage to start alchemy so swiftly?" Su Ruobai had already prepared his excuse. "Isn't the trial at Medicine King Valley happening in a month? I plan to give it a shot. Besides, senior brother, you know my aptitude for cultivation is lacking, so I thought I might explore alternative paths." The others did not probe further, as the cultivation world was rife with examples of those who lacked talent in one area yet excelled in another, such as alchemy. Ironically, Su Ruobai seemed to lack talent in both. After several attempts, each explosion grew more intense, and the last batch of pills nearly collapsed his cave. But well, be careful. Junior brother will take our leave now. The senior brothers hurried off, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Su Ruobai sat on the steps outside, taking a moment to compose himself. How could he possibly be unscathed after such an explosion? His sleeves were torn to shreds, and faint traces of blood seeped from his arms. Even as a foundational cultivator, being injured to such an extent attested to the explosion's considerable force. No wonder they say that alchemy is a perilous profession. Had the explosion been any more powerful, he might have lost his arms. For a moment, Su Ruobai found himself uncertain about whether to continue alchemizing. Previously, Yunshi had demonstrated a few times, and at the time, Su Ruobai had underestimated the difficulty of pill making. The reality had proven otherwise. Others were others, and he was that if he hoped to rely on conventional alchemy to participate in the trials, it would likely prove unfeasible. He would need to forge a new path. After resting for a while, Su Ruobai resumed his attempts at alchemy. Although his aptitude was lacking, he possessed the resilience to endure. After all, he had navigated life alone for many years. Encountering numerous challenges during his cultivation journey, it was impractical to seek guidance for every little issue from his seniors. They had their own responsibilities, and Su Ruobai had learned to resolve most matters independently. All his life had been a testament to failure, yet that did not deter him from pressing onward. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst countless explosions, Su Ruobai began to discern a pattern. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? Failure is commonplace. Yet deriving lessons from failure can be considered a form of success. The explosions during pill making do not occur instantaneously. The timing of a pill's explosion can vary. Sometimes, it appears that the pill has been successfully concocted, yet upon closer inspection, it detonates unexpectedly. If one could master the timing of the explosion or control its force, it could become a formidable weapon. Could it not? It seems I am somewhat straying from the topic. Nevertheless, an exploding pill is still a form of pill. Alchemists typically focus on preventing explosions. Historically, it appears that no one has ever explored this direction. With this thought, Su Ruobai suddenly had an idea. Since he seemed to possess a talent for exploding pills, why not embrace it instead? Relying solely on conventional alchemy would surely place him at a disadvantage against others. At this juncture, the importance of innovation became apparent. Of course, the immediate concern was how to control the explosion of the pills and their potency. Su Ruobai resolved to consult Yunshi for her insights. She was well-versed and might offer a fresh perspective. His heart ignited with fervor, and he promptly pushed open the door. However, upon seeing the sun hanging high in the sky, Su Ruobai suddenly recalled something. "Oh no, I forgot to cook for the master. While I can forego alchemy, I cannot neglect cooking, for that pertains to my task points." He hurriedly dashed into the adjacent kitchen to prepare the meal. Nightling Yue's cave. After drinking ginger syrup in the morning, the pain had completely subsided. One must admit, it was quite effective. However, it was already afternoon, was it not? Why had Su Ruobai not yet arrived? Nightling Yue's stomach began to grumble once more. She had heard the explosion earlier and felt a twinge of concern. Could something have happened to Su Ruobai, while she was indifferent to his well-being? Her primary concern was whether she would be able to eat. Knocking on the door, she called, "Master, the meal is ready." Her words were punctuated by labored breaths, as though she were exhausted. "Come in." Su Ruobai entered the room, placing the meal box on the table and sampling it as per his usual routine. Having completed his tasks, he intended to leave, but was halted by Nightling Yue's voice. "Why did you come so late? And what happened to you?" Su Ruobai had rushed in, solely focused on the meal for his master. Neglecting to clean himself up, he still bore the disheveled appearance from the explosion. Su Ruobai wiped his face with his arm, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I got a bit carried away with alchemy. Rest assured, Master, I will be more mindful of the time next time. Knight Lingyue merely cast a cursory glance before shifting her gaze to the meal box. What is this? I have never seen it before. Egg fried rice. It's quite delicious. Given the time constraints, Ruobai had opted for the simplest recipe. Knight Lingyue eyed it suspiciously, but after taking a spoonful, she found it indeed quite fragrant. She had not anticipated such a method of preparation existed now. Suddenly, Knight Lingyue felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, and her abdomen began to heat up slightly. Sensing this change in her body, her expression darkened, spirit language. A flash of white light flickered in the dim room, and a flying sword swiftly hovered at Ruobai's throat. Terrified, Ruobai collapsed to the ground. The sword hovering perilously close to his neck that if heaven granted him a chance, he would surely tell that girl. Yamit. Master. Master, let us speak calmly. Ruobai could not comprehend why, just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. And yet now a sword was poised at his throat. The intensity of her demeanor suggested she was ready to strike at the slightest provocation, an ambush he was utterly unprepared for. Chapter 11. Xuanwu Shield. You know precisely what you have done. I am aware that none of you four are trustworthy. I should never have brought you four ingrates up the mountain. Ruobai wore a bewildered expression, utterly clueless as to what he had done. Could it be that the egg fried rice was unappetizing? He had tasted it himself. While it was not gourmet, it certainly could not be deemed inedible. Yet, it appeared his master had a trump card. The sword, devoid of spiritual energy, could still be manipulated, indicating the presence of a weapon spirit. However, he wondered if this sword could contend with his three senior brothers. Of course, now was not the time for such thoughts. The immediate urgency lay in how to clarify the situation. The problem was, he had done nothing at all. How could he explain that? His mind raced. If he could not articulate a reasonable explanation today, he might very well meet his end here. The sudden turn of events occurred after consuming the egg fried rice, which suggested that the issue likely lay therein. The egg fried rice itself posed no inherent problem. He had followed the recipe precisely, save for the addition of just one ingredient, which had not deviated from the ordinary egg fried rice. Could it be? Master, you are mistaken. I did indeed add a little medicine. But it is for regulating menstrual irregularities. This statement was not entirely false. The pill had no restrictions on its treatment capabilities, as it could address any symptom present, with the effectiveness being almost negligible. Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue's face froze, momentarily unsure of how to respond. The aphrodisiac, upon consumption, induces a sensation of warmth. However, the warmth should envelop the entire body. Yet, the heat is localized solely in the abdomen. And curiously, there have been no alarming signs for quite some time. She can distinctly sense that her mind remains exceptionally clear. If there were even the slightest hint of something amiss, the sword would have already descended upon her. Could it be that she has genuinely misjudged the situation? Even if that were the case, he undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Leave. Upon hearing these words, Ruobai did not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly departed from Yi Lingyue's dwelling. It was only after stepping outside that he dared to take a deep breath. The lingering sense of trepidation instilled a certain fear within him. He was at a loss on how to garner his master's trust, or whether it was even possible to earn it. It was impossible for him not to feel indignant. After all, he had done so much for her, only to nearly lose his life at her hands. His fists involuntarily clenched tighter, but they soon relaxed again. The anger on his face morphed into resignation. Ruobai understood that the betrayal of the third senior brother must have made it exceedingly difficult for her to trust those around her. Perhaps it was for the best. He had contemplated Yu Yunshi's suggestion of feigning the theft of his master's primordial yin, thereby redirecting the animosity to that point. He surmised that he would likely no longer be able to remain at Lingyu's sect. Given his master's perpetually jaded expression, if she were to discover his scheme, she would likely expose any pretense with ease. That it would be better for her to mistakenly believe he was simply a rebellious disciple. Such a facade would appear more authentic. Of course, this was a last resort, a contingency plan to be employed only just before his senior brothers took action. That if, before that time, his master could recover, then such complications would be unnecessary. Yet, would his master not also fall victim to his senior brothers by that time? Ruobai was uncertain, for it seemed his master was indeed capable of such actions. After taking a moment to compose himself, his emotions settled. Just as he prepared to return to his own dwelling to continue alchemy, a voice called out from a distance, "Junior brother, what seems to be the matter?" The third senior brother, Li Wuxin, suddenly appeared before him. Ruobai found it essential to question whether Li Wuxin had been observing him since he entered his master's quarters. That it seemed likely that several senior brothers were monitoring the situation. Fortunately, his master's abode was protected by a barrier, so they were unaware of the specifics within. This granted him considerable leeway. There was no doubt that his master possessed hidden cards. What he needed to do was to amplify the significance of these cards, instilling a sense of caution in them, ensuring they would not dare to act in the short term or not even mention it. My master's spirit sword unexpectedly flew out and nearly struck me. I was merely thinking that I had done nothing wrong. Li Wuxin furrowed his brow. Could it be the spirit language sword? The spirit language sword possesses a spirit, allowing it to be manipulated without relying on spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Ruobai realized that Li Wuxin had discerned that his master was currently unable to channel spiritual energy. This was likely easy to detect, as cultivators did not require sustenance. The fact that his master needed 3 meals a day hinted at an issue. However, it seemed that the third senior brother recognized the sword in his master's possession, complicating matters regarding that sword. Ruobai pointed to a faint line of blood on his neck, his face expressing terror. Senior brother, take a look at this. I have no idea what has gotten into my master. I was merely bringing her food, and she attempted to strike me. Senior brother, perhaps you should take over caring for her. I fear I may not be up to this task. Li Wuxin cleared his throat twice before responding. Junior brother, you know that I am quite busy and unable to take on this responsibility. Here, take this. It's for self-defense. My master's temperament is as such, so just be cautious in the future. With that, Li Wuxin tossed a palm-sized turtle shell into Ruobai's hands. Seeing this, Ruobai blinked a few times. He had not intended to deceive anyone for food, yet his senior brother insisted. His true intention had simply been to improvise a few lines, only to receive an unexpected reward. Senior brother, what is this? The Xuanwu shield, a medium-grade spirit artifact. In terms of defense, it rivals that of a top-grade spirit artifact. Upon hearing this, Ruobai's eyes lit up. For someone like him, who lacked his master's favor, acquiring even a single artifact was a daunting task. Rest assured, senior brother, I will take full responsibility for caring for our master. Li Wuxin nodded. He too felt a pang of regret for parting with the Xuanwu shield. Who would ever consider having too many life-saving treasures? However, this was merely a temporary assignment to Ruobai. It would eventually be returned to him. Did our master just use the sword? Did you see anything else? I was just waiting for you to ask. Little brother. Ruobai feigned recollection, his eyes subtly reflecting fear. His acting skills would undoubtedly earn him accolades in his past life. I believe I saw our master holding something else, but it was too dark in the room for me to see clearly. Holding what? A grave expression crossed Li Wuxin's face. Noticing his demeanor, Ruobai understood that he had successfully misled him. He merely provided vague statements, leaving Li Wuxin to draw his own conclusions. Chapter 12. Ruobai's revenge in the scripture pavilion. Junior brother, you seem to have experienced something. One must commend Yu Yunqi's keen observational skills. Despite Ruobai having tidied himself up before arriving, she was still able to sense something amiss. Ruobai had no intention of concealing anything from her. Feeling gloomy himself, it was rather refreshing to share with someone. Sigh, sister, you have no idea what my master is like. After rambling for nearly 5 minutes, he finally recounted the events. Sister, do you think she might suddenly decide to kill me one day? Yu Yunqi shrugged. I cannot say for certain, but given how the sect leader has treated you, why do you continue to assist her? Junior brother, just think about it. I can take you to Qingyan Peak. Hearing this, Ruobai forced a bitter smile. Sister, perhaps you are right. I am simply a good person. In my master's eyes, I might as well be invisible. Yet when I was on the brink of starvation, she was the one who brought me back. She may not treat me exceptionally well, but at least I am still alive, am I not? Pausing for a moment, Ruobai continued. Moreover, this is an urgent situation. It is entirely normal for her to be suspicious of me. If I were to flee, who would help my master? Upon seeing the earnest expression on Ruobai's face, Yu Yunqi suddenly burst into laughter. Her chest shaking with mirth. It was the first time he had witnessed her laugh like this, which left him somewhat puzzled. Had he said something particularly amusing? Junior brother, I truly did not misjudge you. Yu Yunqi's gaze flickered, making Ruobai feel slightly uncomfortable. Unable to endure the strange atmosphere, he hastily changed the subject. Cough, cough. Sister, I would like to ask you a question. Go ahead. Sister, I am contemplating how to control the explosion of the elixir. Yu Yunshi looked puzzled. Did you blow up an elixir? Her tone suggested that the idea of an elixir explosion was preposterous. Su Ruobai felt somewhat exasperated. Sister, it is not that I exploded an elixir. Rather, I can only produce explosions, as I am unable to refine a proper elixir to avoid explosions. One must control the heat, the proportion of spiritual herbs, and most importantly, the technique to be honest, even if one replicates the process exactly. Success is not guaranteed. Alchemy also requires favorable timing, location, and circumstances. Heat, technique, and herbs are merely the external factors. Ultimately, it hinges on whether one possesses the innate talent for alchemy that in professional terms. This is referred to as the elixir heart. Without an elixir heart, success in alchemy is nearly impossible. And it is evident that Su Ruobai falls into the category of lacking such a heart. No. Sister, you misunderstand. I do not require the medicinal effect of the elixir itself. I only need to be able to control its explosion. I do not intend to refine a legitimate elixir. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi took some time to comprehend his meaning. Junior brother, do you want to create an explosive elixir? One that you can control? Su Ruobai nodded, likening it to the principle of bombs in his previous life, though such things did not exist in this world. Even Yu Yunshi had not anticipated this unconventional approach, prompting her to exclaim, Junior brother, you truly are a genius. Su Ruobai chuckled, scratching his head. Since the traditional path of alchemy is not feasible, I must forge a new way to him. If this endeavor succeeds, it may very well pave a new avenue. Junior brother, are you joking? This could become a new pathway. Naturally, the path of talismans is a branch of the path of formations. Initially, there was no distinction between talismans and formations. It was merely about inscribing small formations on a talisman paper, which led to the emergence of talismans. This made sense. Explosive elixirs and traditional elixirs represented two divergent paths. Perhaps, with this thought, Su Ruobai felt a surge of excitement. If he could indeed pioneer a new path, it would be a momentous achievement, not merely a fleeting fame. Should he successfully carve out this pathway, any future individuals who traversed it would bring him benefits on the third shelf of the fifth row. There might be something you are searching for. Do take a look. Su Ruobai nodded and hurried over. Observing his retreating figure, Yu Yunshi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking to herself that such a disciple would be hard to come by. Even if one sought after him, as night fell. Night Lingwei was astonished to discover that she could retain a trace of spiritual energy within her body, although it was but a minuscule amount. The difference between having it and not having it was akin to heaven and earth. With spiritual energy residing within her, she could potentially mend her foundation. However, with such a scant quantity, who knows how long it might take to recover from her injuries. Yet, one must wonder, why was she suddenly able to retain a bit of spiritual energy? This change seemed to have begun after she consumed that so-called fried rice at noon. Could it be that it was due to the medicine Su Ruobai had administered? He had mentioned it was meant for irregular menstruation, hadn't he? Deep down, she felt a twinge of regret, realizing that her actions had been rather impulsive. What if he hadn't come to deliver her meal tonight? Would she have starved? She was uncertain of Su Ruobai's true intentions. Her instincts suggested that he might not be as she perceived him. Yet, if her instincts were indeed reliable, she would never have taken on these few disciples in the first place. When she had first seen her other disciples, she had thought they were quite obedient and adorable, but they had all turned out to be rebellious. Therefore, it's not just others she no longer trusts. She finds it hard to believe in herself as well. Knock, knock, knock. Master, your meal is left outside, and there's some brown sugar water too. Upon hearing this voice, Night Lingwei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Once the footsteps faded away, she opened the door and brought the meal box inside. She actually wanted to inquire if Su Ruobai had any more of that medicine for irregular menstruation, as possessing more spiritual energy for recovery would greatly enhance her healing speed. However, due to the events of noon, she felt somewhat hesitant to ask. Alas, perhaps it was best to eat first. Night Lingwei returned to her seat at the table. As she opened the food container, preparing to use her chopsticks, she was met with a pile of green items inside. Her expression darkened instantly. Su Ruobai, who had not wandered far, shivered upon hearing her shout from behind. Humph, who told her to nearly take his life? A little bit of retaliation was only fair. How could he possibly feel at ease otherwise? Besides, it's merely green peppers. They are quite delicious and nutritious. After all, imagining the expression on his master's face at that moment brought a smile to Su Ruobai's lips as he hummed a little tune on his way back to the cave dwelling. Chapter 13. Art is explosion. The touring grass.it prevents pill explosions, but loses effectiveness upon contact with spiritual energy. For an alchemist, this substance is virtually useless. An explosion of pills is a disgrace for an alchemist. And once one truly embarks on the path of alchemy, possessing even a modicum of talent makes it nearly impossible to cause an explosion. At worst, one might end up with a useless pill. But an explosion is something only an uninitiated novice could accomplish. Moreover, touring grass grows abundantly everywhere. One can find heaps of it by the roadside, hardly qualifying as a spiritual herb, hence there is no need to purchase it. After exiting the cave, Su Ruobai casually plucked a few stalks and began his research. There was no other choice. Half an hour later, success! I did it! Su Ruobai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the pill lying in the center of the alchemy furnace. He then took the pill outside. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he swiftly tossed it away. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, creating a sizable crater not far off. This power could rival a strike from the Foundation Establishment stage. Do not underestimate the Foundation Establishment stage. The pill he concocted was the most fundamental Qingxin pill. Pills are categorized into 9 grades, with the Qingxin pill being the most elementary, a threshold for alchemists. Yet, after it exploded, it exhibited the power of the Foundation Establishment stage. This was simply beyond its inherent value. Even a disposable attack talisman with similar striking power would cost several medium-grade spirit stones. Aside from wealthy scions who might afford a few for self-defense, the majority of Qi refinement stage cultivators could not possibly buy them. Wasn't this a clear pathway to profit? Su Ruobai's eyes sparkled at the thought. If an attack talisman required several medium-grade spirit stones, surely he could sell his explosive pills for 1 medium-grade spirit stone and still find a market. Considering the minimal production costs, this was undeniably a lucrative venture. With the trial at Yawang Valley still some time away, he could utilize this period to amass some funds, as signing up would also require spirit stones, and the expenses along the way would certainly be his sole responsibility. The sect would not provide financial support, and relying on his master was even less likely to in the bustling marketplace. This area was typically reserved for disciples to trade, items like second-hand magical artifacts. Second-hand talismans, second-hand pills. Oh wait, there are no second-hand pills, only imports. Just like how a magical artifact suitable for the Foundation Establishment stage would become obsolete once one reaches the Golden Core stage. It would be better to exchange it for spirit stones rather than let it sit idle. One-time attack magical artifacts, with power comparable to a full-force strike from the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. Don't miss out. No need for 5 medium-grade spirit stones, or even 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Just 1 medium-grade spirit stone can take it home. Indeed, the owner of this enticing call was none other than Su Ruobai himself. He felt his face flush with embarrassment as he shouted. Though the marketplace was filled with vendors, the status of cultivators meant that few would hawk their wares like common street peddlers. Surrounded by curious gazes, Su Ruobai felt increasingly awkward, his toes nearly curling into the ground. However, there was no alternative. His explosive pills appeared peculiar, and passers-by merely glanced without any intent to purchase in this day and age. The awareness of scams was exceedingly high. Su Ruobai suspected they might have all downloaded anti-fraud apps. That moment, a pig-headed figure suddenly approached his stall. Su Ruobai initially thought he was a potential buyer. But the figure spoke up. "Kid, I finally found you." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Su Ruobai felt as if he had heard it before. "Big brother, who are you?" he inquired, puzzled, after rifling through his memories. He could not locate anyone who matched the appearance of this pig-headed individual. Wait, are you Li Shixiao? Su Ruobai was not entirely certain. He recognized the person as Li Hao primarily because they had some prior conflict. Although Li Hao was a rather unscrupulous character, his appearance was still decent. This pig-headed figure bore no resemblance to the Li Hao he had encountered before. Could it be that Yu Shiji, who usually appeared quite demure, had been so ruthless in her actions that he had become unrecognizable? Ahem, Li Shixiao. Do you need something from me? Seeing that it took Su Ruobai so long to recognize him, Li Hao felt even more irked. What do you think? Being beaten by Yu Yunxi was one thing. After returning and reporting to his master, he had been scolded instead. His master warned him to steer clear of Yu Yunshi. Yet, how could he swallow this humiliation? Unable to find trouble with Yu Yunshi, he sought to create some with others instead. Ruobai realized that Li Hao was not here with good intentions. On his opening day, instead of welcoming customers, he had encountered an enemy. Thinking quickly, he devised a countermeasure. Li Shixiang, with so many people around, you wouldn't actually consider making a move, would you? Heh, what do you think? Seeing Li Hao truly raise his fist, Ruobai quickly interjected. Li Shixiang, you surely wouldn't want others to know who this pig-headed fellow is, would you? Upon hearing this, Li Hao's face turned a shade redder, with the onlookers casting curious glances. He felt torn between the desire to strike and the fear of doing so. Under ordinary circumstances, striking someone would require no hesitation. However, his current image was far from favorable. How would he live it down if word got out? Just a few days ago, he had been too afraid to step outside, only daring to do so after several fellow disciples on the mountain failed to recognize him as long as nobody knew who he was. He could maintain his anonymity. You, Li Shixiang, we are all civilized individuals. Why resort to violence? How about purchasing a couple of my thunderballs instead? Thunderballs, as Ruobai had named his explosive pills. Calling them explosive pills would be far too mundane. After all, Li Hao scoffed. What use is such a trivial item? Noticing that Li Hao no longer seemed inclined to hit him, Ruobai felt relieved. Li Shixiao, you must not understand. Do you know what constitutes a man's romance? What? Art is explosion. With that, Ruobai produced 2 thunderballs. Shixiao, these 2 possess the power of a full-force strike from the Golden Core stage. Consider it my heartfelt apology that we really have no significant conflict. So let us just let bygones be bygones. The Golden Core stage. Li Hao looked at him incredulously. Are you jesting? This thing can possess the power of the Golden Core stage. Shixiao, feel free to try it out. Li Hao took the thunderball Ruobai offered. How do I use it? Infuse it with spiritual energy, then quickly toss it. Li Hao followed his instructions. Infusing spiritual energy into the thunderball before tossing it aside. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the marketplace, creating a massive crater in its center. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd had scattered quickly. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Moments later, a voice echoed from above. Which little rascal is causing a disturbance here? In the next moment, an elderly man appeared beside Li Hao. At the Golden Core stage. By now, you ought to be familiar with the rules. Right? The trading square is a designated marketplace, and it is certainly not a place for explosions or the like. Even brawls here would lead to a summons to the law enforcement hall. Of course, this can vary depending on the individual. Li Hao revealed a token, and the old man quickly recognized what it was. Li. Before he could utter a word, Li Hao cleared his throat a few times. Uncle Wu, you may return. There is nothing to worry about here. The old man cast a peculiar glance at Li Hao, but said nothing further before departing. Chapter 14. The potential boyfriend Ruobai did not expect Li Hao to be so formidable. A full-force attack from someone at the Golden Core stage was no trifling matter. A sensible person would not hurl something into the sky, and fortunately, no one was harmed this time. Otherwise, the seller would likely bear some responsibility. Nevertheless, the outcome of this incident was quite effective, as the explosion had captivated the attention of everyone in the square. This was Ruobai's clever ploy. Had he attempted this himself, he would have likely been apprehended immediately. Was it not fortuitous that Li Hao appeared to act as an unwitting accomplice? For merchants, there is no profit without effort. Otherwise, how could Ruobai have offered him 2 thunderballs, each possessing the power of the Golden Core stage? The materials required for their creation were notably expensive, and the success rate was considerably lower. To craft an explosion pill, one must first successfully form a pill. If one cannot even accomplish that, it would merely be a pile of muck, incapable of detonating. Thus, creating a thunderball does have its prerequisites, yet it is significantly simpler than alchemy. The square was equipped with special formations, and the crater created by the recent explosion was quickly repaired. Li Hao wore an expression of disbelief. Initially, he could not fathom that the small device Ruobai mentioned could possess the power of the Golden Core stage, which was why he had carelessly tossed it aside. Clearly, the efficacy of the thunderball surpassed his expectations, exhibiting not only the might of the Golden Core stage, but also area damage. Li Hao inquired, do you have any more of these? Ruobai nodded. I have 3 more of this caliber. How many spirit stones for each? I shall purchase them. 100 medium-grade spirit stones each. I'll take them all. should you acquire more in the future. Seek me out at Jiang Peak. With that, Li Hao tossed a small pouch into Su Ruobai's hands and departed. Given this exchange, it seemed Li Hao had no intention of seeking retribution. It was curious that he had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. As one would presume, he would not need to rely on such disposable items. Soon, others began to gather around. Brother, is it true that this foundation establishment level item only costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone? Indeed, it is not 5, nor 4, but merely 1 medium-grade spirit stone for you to take home. Supplies are limited. First come, first serve. Do you have any other inexpensive and effective disposable magical tools? Yes, brother, indeed. There are 9 types of these affordable and practical thunder pills, each one at 0.5 level. After an entire morning of bustling activity, Su Ruobai sold out his entire stock. Looking at the overflowing spirit stones on the table, he could not help but smile broadly. Indeed, mastering an advanced technique was the path to wealth. Gone were the days of hardship. Serving the sect for so long had yielded but a few spirit stones. With this newfound wealth, he could cultivate without restraint. Cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy from the air, but the energy from spirit stones was far more efficient. The difference in speed was readily apparent that a foundation establishment cultivator capable of crafting thunderballs with the power of the Golden Core stage might well be able to create thunderballs at the nascent soul stage. At that point, presenting such a creation to his master would certainly bolster her arsenal. However, he was still in the early stages of foundation establishment. Even with the absorption of the spirit stones and using task points to exchange for cultivation, it would take him about 10 days to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage. And for the Golden Core stage, it would likely require at least 2 to 3 months. Of course, such a pace was already considered remarkably swift. Most individuals take years, if not decades, to progress from foundation establishment to Golden Core, with some remaining stuck at foundation establishment for their entire lives. Today, having struck it rich, he felt the urge to indulge himself. After contemplating for a moment, Su Ruobai quickly devised a plan for his indulgence that he decided to pay a visit to the Gathering Stars Pavilion, ordering 2 bowls of porridge, one to drink and one to pour out. In the scripture hall, "Senior sister, would you join me for a meal?" Achieving his first significant financial success was largely thanks to Yu Yunxi, while he need not express his gratitude in grand gestures. Treating her to a meal was certainly warranted, while Yu Yunxi set aside her book and looked up at the beaming Su Ruobai. "Junior brother, are you perhaps trying to woo me?" At this, Su Ruobai's face froze. "Senior sister, what are you talking about?" Yu Yunxi placed the book on the counter, gesturing for Su Ruobai to glance at it. Pursue a girl. The third method is to invite her to dinner. To create a romantic atmosphere. Upon reading the contents, Su Ruobai was momentarily speechless. Closing the book, he realized it prominently featured 100 ways to pursue a girl. No, senior sister. You are a woman. Are you serious about this? Su Ruobai finally comprehended why Yu Yunxi had made that earlier remark. "Senior sister, you misunderstood. My invitation was merely to express my gratitude." This, Yu Yunxi tilted her head. "Gratitude for what? I don't believe I've done anything noteworthy." "Have I? Junior brother, are you not using this as an excuse to ask me out and then pursue me?" Su Ruobai's lips twitched slightly, realizing the difference between good and bad books. Some could indeed lead the youth astray. "Senior sister, I truly did not mean it that way." This morning he rambled for 5 minutes, finally explaining the events surrounding the sale of the thunder pills. "Senior sister, now do you understand why I wanted to treat you to a meal?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yunxi countered, "You truly do not wish to pursue me?" Su Ruobai, feeling quite helpless, replied, "I genuinely have not considered that." "Not even a little bit?" "Well," observing Yu Yunxi's earnest demeanor, Su Ruobai pondered that denying any interest might imply she lacked charm, while admitting to it would suggest ulterior motives. He didn't want to end up in hot water, perhaps just a little. "Then from now on, you shall be my prospective boyfriend." "Huh?" Su Ruobai braced himself for an impending reprimand, yet instead was told he had become a prospective boyfriend. "Senior sister, you must be joking. Do I seem to be jesting?" Yu Yunxi maintained a serious expression, leaving no trace of humor. Su Ruobai found himself at a loss for her intentions. Perhaps she had been inspired by her reading and was merely indulging in some role-playing. After all, his senior sister seemed quite capable of such whims. "Senior sister, why the title of prospective boyfriend? The book states that if something is too easily obtained, it won't be cherished. Therefore, a trial must be undertaken before one can ascend to the status of boyfriend." ultimately leading to the title of partner. This must be a gradual process. Ruobai was left speechless, wondering what kind of literature his senior sister had been perusing lately that could lead to such misguided conclusions. Chapter 15. The attribute of being given this was not right. Ruobai was bewildered. Had he come merely to invite her for a meal? How had he inexplicably become a prospective boyfriend? If word of this got out, the male disciples of the sect would surely harbor murderous thoughts towards him. However, Ruobai reasoned that his senior sister was likely just acting on a whim, and perhaps she would forget about it in due time. He then said, "Senior sister, let us go. We shall visit Gathering Stars Pavilion today. Order whatever you desire." Gathering Stars Pavilion was the most renowned tavern near Lingyu sect, utilizing ingredients primarily from demonic beasts and high-quality spiritual plants. Cultivators abstained from mundane grains, yet this did not imply they eschewed spiritual cuisine. Those dishes could indeed benefit cultivators, albeit at a steep price that most could not afford. "Well, would you like to hold my hand?" Yu Yunshi extended her hand, seemingly inviting Ruobai to take it. Gazing at her delicate hand, he had never realized a person's hand could possess such beauty. It appeared slender and elegant, and he imagined it would feel wonderfully soft to the touch. Ruobai hastily dismissed such thoughts. His senior sister was so innocent, she wouldn't comprehend, and he certainly wouldn't be so bold. "Ahem, senior sister, hand-holding is something only true partners should engage in. As I am merely your prospective boyfriend, it seems rather inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi displayed a contemplative expression. Junior brother, you seem to have a point." Ruobai nodded in agreement. If they were to hold hands in public, it would not be long before rumors spread throughout the sect. One moment, they were holding hands, and the next, the opportunity might vanish. He could only imagine the number of admirers of Senior Yu who would come seeking trouble with him. Furthermore, senior sister, do not casually designate someone as your boyfriend. It could lead to complications. Yu Yunshi tilted her head. "No, I have given it careful thought." "Thought about what?" "Junior brother, you are a good person. As for the plethora of methods and 100 ways to pursue a girl." Ruobai believed the most effective approach was simply one: sincerity. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon, applicable to all regardless of gender. Under the steady gaze of Yu Yunshi, Ruobai felt his heart race. Averted his gaze quietly and turned away, he said, "Senior sister, let us depart." Yu Yunshi raised the corner of her mouth and followed suit. The Star Gathering Pavilion. Upon glancing at the exorbitant prices listed on the menu, Ruobai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first visit to the Star Gathering Pavilion. He had only heard rumors of its costly dishes. He never anticipated prices could soar to such heights. The most expensive dishes even required high-grade spirit stones. How could his family possibly afford such luxuries without a mine? "Ahem, senior sister, please choose your dishes carefully. I have a limited number of spirit stones on me. If we order too much, I might just have to stay here and work off my debt," Ruobai remarked, feeling it prudent to give her a heads up, lest he find himself unable to gather enough spirit stones should the cost spiral. Yu Yunshi replied with a simple, "Then I shall have this 1. Green mist bamboo. 50 medium-grade spirit stones." This was considered relatively cheap. "Senior sister, do order more. One dish alone won't suffice, will it?" Yu Yunshi shook her head. "That's enough. I can't eat that much." Upon hearing this, Ruobai felt a twinge of regret for his earlier comment. Perhaps it was his mention of having limited spirit stones that made her hesitant to order more. He scanned the menu for a few reasonably priced options, yet even then, the total cost amounted to 500 medium-grade spirit stones. This meal was certainly not within the reach of an ordinary person. Yu Yunshi, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Junior brother, didn't you say you only earned 400 medium-grade spirit stones?" Ruobai chuckled. "I have a little savings left. It's not a concern. Spirit stones are transient. One arrives without them and departs the same way. There will be opportunities to earn more in the future." Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi shook her head. "The books say one should seek a partner capable of managing finances. Your extravagant spending habits would earn you a deduction of points." Ruobai was unfazed by the notion of point deductions. In truth, he usually practiced frugality. After all, considering the tremendous support Yu Yunshi had provided him, it would be unbecoming to be too stingy. Social graces must be observed. "Then, senior sister, if you deduct points, wouldn't I end up with a negative score? Would that jeopardize my status as your prospective boyfriend?" Just when he thought his newly acquired status was about to vanish, Yu Yunshi interjected, "Of course not. The books also state that being generous to one's girlfriend is a positive trait." Let me think. I'll add 20 points for you. Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This point system seemed rather arbitrary. Senior sister, how many points do I need to be promoted? 100 points. That didn't seem too daunting. With a little effort, becoming her official boyfriend appeared within reach. Ruobai thought to himself that having such a partner would indeed be quite splendid. Yet, he wondered if she truly understood the intricacies of romantic relationships or merely found the novelty amusing. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the air thickened with rich spiritual energy. Ruobai was eager to experience the taste of this celestial cuisine. Senior sister, let us eat. All right. Only after observing Yu Yunxi begin to eat did Ruobai pick up his chopsticks. He simply took a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. The intense spiritual power exploded within, invigorating the flow of spiritual energy throughout his body. Ruobai exclaimed, "Indeed, there's a reason for the high prices. The flavor is quite remarkable." Why Yu Yunxi, however, replied, "It seems rather ordinary to me." "Your cooking is far superior." Ruobai contemplated trying his hand at making celestial dishes himself. After all, his master had provided him with ample funds for food. To serve her mere grains seemed rather unkind. Perhaps celestial cuisine could aid in her recovery. Why Yu Yunxi appeared to have a thought and continued. "The books also say that a man who can cook is a plus. I almost forgot to add points for that. Let us see. Now you have 30 points. And being able to earn money should count, and the ability to concoct pills." Seeing Yu Yunxi was intent on continuing, Ruobai hastily interrupted. "Ahem, senior sister. We needn't tally those. They're merely basic skills every man should possess." He began to wonder if he hadn't stopped her. Would he have been promoted on the spot? It felt as if his senior sister was generously distributing attribute points. Yu Yunxi tilted her head. "Is that so? But the books say." "Senior sister, not everything in books is correct. They also say to take the good and discard the bad. We should learn only what is right." Yu Yunxi nodded. "I have learned from you, junior brother. Your reasoning is quite sound, so I must add 10 points to Ruobai." Chapter 16. Compensation. Ruobai initially thought Yu Yunxi's claim of eating little was merely polite banter. He was surprised when she only took a few bites before stopping tea. On the other hand, wished to indulge further, but the dishes were saturated with spiritual energy. After a couple of bites, he felt his energy reservoir swell. At his current digestion rate, consuming any more would likely result in an explosion. With so many dishes left, he certainly couldn't let them go to waste. If he couldn't finish, he would pack them up to take back to his master, thus sparing himself the trouble of cooking. "Senior sister, shall we return to the sect? I wish to purchase some books. I have finished all the ones you bought for me last time." Ruobai was at a loss for words. As his senior sister seemed to welcome any literary endeavor, he felt that another visit to buy books might lead to unforeseen trouble. He quickly added, "Senior sister, you've likely read all the books around here. It's best to avoid those that are inappropriate." Upon hearing there were no books left to read, a rare look of disappointment crossed Yu Yunxi's face. "Junior brother, can I read those that are inappropriate?" The remaining titles were all 18 material. While she might have skimmed through them before, should she delve deeper, her curiosity might lead her to experiment with the content, and that would be disastrous. "Of course not, senior sister. How about this? If you have free time, I could narrate some stories for you." "Narrate stories?" Yu Yunxi tilted her head, clearly skeptical of Ruobai's storytelling abilities. "Senior sister, you shouldn't doubt me. I've read quite a few books, and I assure you they are ones you haven't encountered." Thanks to compulsory education, Ruobai had indeed read many books. However, the majority were online literature. "All right, if you can truly recount something I haven't heard, I shall grant you points." Ruobai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Storytelling was fine, but there was no need for point incentives. "Very well, senior sister, let us return. I need to refine more thunderballs to sell. After this meal, I may find myself devoid of spirit stones. Doesn't the book say that in the presence of women, men should refrain from mentioning their lack of money? Otherwise, it leads to point deductions. Books are one thing, but I am another. They cling to their pride, suffering in silence. I shall not follow suit. Therefore, not everything in books is entirely reliable." "Senior sister, please do not deduct my points." Yu Yunxi shook her head. "You are correct. Not everything in books is comprehensive. I find you quite honest, junior brother, so I must give you." "Ahem, senior sister, I shall settle the bill first." With that, Ruobai hurriedly made his exit. This point system was so unpredictable that he found himself hesitant to converse further with his senior sister. Thud, thud, thud. Master, the meal is ready. With that, Ruobai took off. Suddenly, a sword appeared before him, blocking his path that a voice soon echoed from within. Come in. Ruobai's face drained of color. Surely she wasn't he holding him accountable for the green peppers from yesterday? The sword was practically resting against his throat. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, Ruobai turned and entered Knight Lingyue's chamber. Master. Knight Lingyue wore a stern expression, her gaze tinged with a hint of resentment. Seeing her like this sent shivers down Ruobai's spine. I previously misjudged you. Consider this your compensation. She placed a Qianquan ring on the table beside her. Ruobai's eyes widened in disbelief. He harbored doubts that this was merely a trick to appease him. Was his master apologizing? But with such a cold demeanor, she hardly resembled someone offering an apology. Ruobai began to suspect he might have misheard. Noticing his prolonged silence, Knight Lingyue furrowed her brow but said nothing further. Instead, she opened the food container, and upon discovering it did not contain green peppers, she finally relaxed. Ruobai hastily offered an explanation. Master. This is something I specifically purchased from the Star Gathering Pavilion for you. It is highly nourishing. Anyone with a modicum of social awareness would realize that at such a moment, one must not mention that the food was leftover from his own meal. This is not deceit. It is a benevolent falsehood. Given his master's temperament, had she known this was leftover, she likely would have refused to eat it. In that case, she would end up hungry. Yes, this was entirely for her benefit. Star Gathering Pavilion. As the leader of a sect, Knight Lingyue had often frequented the Star Gathering Pavilion. Thus she was aware that the meals there were considered exorbitant for ordinary cultivators. Although she had previously provided him with spirit stones, it was surely insufficient for dining at the pavilion. This piqued her curiosity. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator procure such a sum? Master, may I leave now? Knight Lingyue then inquired. Do you still have the medicine from last time? Ruobai paused for a moment, quickly realizing what she meant. By chance, I still have 2 pills left. Ruobai did not hesitate. He immediately took out 2 pills, saying, one is enough, as he handed them to Yi Lingyue. Originally, Ruobai intended to mix this into her meal to aid in her recovery. However, after the previous incident, he was too wary to add anything to food carelessly. Oh, you know what this elixir is for? Is it to treat irregular menstruation? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue became even more convinced of her suspicions. Ruobai was unaware that this substance could restore her injuries. Otherwise, he would surely not have entrusted it to her. I'll accept it. You should also take these flowing cloud boots. They will enhance your speed. Which is perfect for your current level. Ruobai did not feign modesty. Thank you, master. Off you go. Ruobai hurriedly left with the items. He had prepared himself for a possible reprimand, only to find that not only was he unscathed, but he had also gained a significant advantage. Perhaps that next time he could bring his master some green peppers. After Ruobai departed, Yi Lingyue picked up her chopsticks, after a few bites of the dish. Her brow furrowed involuntarily. It was indeed the cuisine of the Star Gathering Pavilion, yet as she found it difficult to articulate her feelings, the food was not unpalatable, but it seemed to lack something. Speaking of which, from where did Ruobai procure the meal he had previously brought? It seemed to taste much better. After a simple few bites, Yi Lingyue swallowed the 2 pills. That a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. Divine medicine. It was truly divine. She could feel her internal injuries recovering slightly. Although it was just a little, for her, that small recovery meant she could accomplish many things if only there were more of this medicine. What a pity. Chapter 17. The Divine Fruit of Qingyan. 7 days later, Ruobai combined all the task points he had accumulated over the past days into advancing his realm, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The experience required for the next level was 4,000 points, which would take considerable time even with the aid of spirit stones. Calculating the time, it was nearly time to prepare for the journey to Yaowang Valley. Located in the southern celestial domain, Yaowang Valley was quite a distance from Linyu's sect, requiring at least 3 to 4 days of travel. Previously, Ruobai had seldom left the sect, but he planned to go ahead and scout the area. Perhaps discovering methods to improve his alchemy for the Thunder Pill. Others could refine a dozen pills in one furnace, yet he could only produce one at a time. How wonderful it would be if he could achieve the same. Additionally, he had heard that there were methods to refine pills without using a furnace. If he could master this technique, he would be able to create explosions at will. For now, it seemed that his senior brothers would not take action against his master. So Ruobai did not need to worry about that. However, providing 3 meals a day was indeed a troublesome matter. Ruobai pondered whether he should prepare and store some food in his Chinquan ring, which would also help preserve its freshness to eye in the scripture pavilion. Senior sister, I plan to set off next week. Given Ruobai's current ability to earn spirit stones, there was truly no need for him to guard the scripture pavilion. His presence here was entirely due to Yu Yunxi being there. Of course, he harbored no ulterior motives. He genuinely considered her a friend. After all, humans are social creatures, and Ruobai was no exception. Having lived in solitude on the mountain for so long, he naturally wished to converse more with someone he could talk to. He found his interactions with Yu Yunxi quite relaxing, even though she inexplicably awarded him points that left him somewhat perplexed. The day after tomorrow, would you like me to accompany you? Ruobai quickly waved his hands. No need, senior sister. You can stay in the sect to read. If possible, please keep an eye on Tianling Peak for me. A look of distress suddenly appeared on Yu Yunxi's face. But I'm your girlfriend, shouldn't I accompany you? According to the books, it was said that when a man travels far, he might be tempted to stray from his partner. As for why she already considered herself his girlfriend, it was entirely due to the points she had inexplicably awarded him. Hearing this, Ruobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Senior sister, didn't you say I was a good person? Yu Yunxi replied earnestly. The books say that those who seem like good people are more likely to stray. Ruobai helplessly rubbed his forehead. His senior sister was wonderful in many ways, but it seemed the books had influenced her thinking excessively. Senior sister, if I really were to stray, would you break up with me? Yu Yunxi nodded and then shook her head. The books say that in such cases, one should break up, but it also mentions, what does it say? If you're cheated on, then just kill the other person. Upon hearing this, Ruobai nearly broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that his senior sister would truly go to such lengths? Suddenly, he felt that being a boyfriend seemed to be a rather dangerous occupation. Ahem, senior sister, in such a situation, it's better to just break up. There's no need to resort to murder. After all, we're just dating. Not bound as life partners. If we were to become life partners, that would be another matter. Why? Yu Yunxi tilted her head. Don't worry, junior brother. You still have to tell me stories. I won't kill you. Hearing this, Ruobai finally let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated that storytelling could serve as a life-preserving skill at times. Then, with surprising fervor, Yu Yunxi declared, I want to kill the person you stray with. That way, you wouldn't dare to stray. Ruobai was taken aback. His senior sister seemed to possess a hint of a Yandere trait. He pondered whether he should discuss breaking up with Yu Yunxi in advance. Initially, Ruobai thought that perhaps his senior sister was merely acting on impulse, and that after some time, her interest would wane, relieving him from the burden of playing the role of a boyfriend. Yet, to his astonishment, even after so many days, she remained unabashedly enthusiastic about the idea. Senior sister, what if one day I encounter a woman I like? Can I break up with you then? Of course not. Let me think. If the books also say that if the man genuinely likes another woman but is unwilling to let go, then he must take a concubine. Ruobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an option existed? He promptly asked. What if you encounter someone you like more? Yu Yunxi tilted her head in response. Just kill him, and then there won't be anyone else to like. Hearing this, Ruobai was momentarily speechless. Could such actions actually be taken? By the way, junior brother, accompany me to a place. Where to? Beneath a giant tree at the summit of Qingyan Peak. Ruobai glanced around nervously. Senior sister, bringing me here won't lead to any trouble, will it? Isn't it said that this place is off limits? This tree is the Qingyan divine tree, said to have existed longer than the Lingyu sect itself. Many years ago, the esteemed Qingyan master established a rule that no one should approach. Those who defied this would face dire consequences. That it's fine. Master is in seclusion. She won't know we're here. Upon hearing this, Ruobai felt even more anxious. If the Qingyan master discovered that he had come beneath her divine tree and taken away her disciple, she might very well harbor murderous intentions. Senior sister, why have you brought me here? To pick fruit. With a wave of her hand, Yu Yunxi plucked the only 2 fruits from the Qingyan divine tree, since it was called a divine tree. The fruits were naturally extraordinary. Ruobai was dumbfounded. Could these fruits be so casually picked? Once the Qingyan master emerged from her seclusion, he feared he would be finished. This is for you. Consuming it will be beneficial for your cultivation. Ruobai did not take it. Senior sister, won't this be inappropriate? How will we explain it when your master finds out? The fruit hung there. Its absence would undoubtedly be noticed. Master will understand me. Su Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. She might be understood, but what about him? Master is very reasonable. Besides, if I don't tell her, she won't know who ate it, that I can just say I consumed it myself. Su Ruobai could only conclude that the little cotton-padded jacket raised by the Qingyan master seemed to have some loose threads. Seeing Yu Yunqi's firm stance, Su Ruobai no longer refused. The fruit had already been plucked. It was impossible to return it. Senior sister, if the Qingyan master seeks trouble with you later, just say it was my request. That why Yu Yunqi tilted her head. The books say that lying is wrong. All right. Why didn't you mention that when you were saying you would consume it yourself? Chapter 18. Hand in hand, senior sister. Thank you very much. We are all part of the same family. Su Ruobai was at a loss for words. He felt increasingly indebted to his senior sister. Surely, he wouldn't have to repay this debt with his life, would he? However, it seemed like he would be the one benefiting from such an arrangement. Senior sister, should I eat it now? Yu Yunqi nodded. Let's eat here. I'll guard you. Su Ruobai took a bite of the fruit in his hand, only to find that it transformed into a stream of light that entered his mouth. A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted in his abdomen. Compared to the spiritual energy he had experienced from consuming spiritual meat, this energy was far gentler. There is absolutely no need to worry about the possibility of being unable to absorb it. It can only be said that it is truly a divine fruit. Half an hour later, Su Ruobai's aura gradually ascended until it reached the pinnacle of foundational establishment. Su Ruobai also concluded his refinement. A look of joy adorning his face. Senior sister, I have achieved the completion of my foundational establishment. What was originally expected to take a few more months was unexpectedly expedited by a single fruit. Yu Yunqi responded with a soft sound. There is still one more. If you consume it, you will be able to attain the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai glanced at the fruit in his hand, ultimately shaking his head. Senior sister, aren't you going to eat it? No need. I have already consumed this Qingyan divine fruit. The first two were effective, but the second one only had half the effect. And any thereafter are of no use. Su Ruobai pondered for a moment before speaking. Then can I take it back for master to consume? I've heard that master and the Qingyan patriarch do not have a good relationship. She probably hasn't tried this fruit, right? Moreover, if the effect is only half, it would be a waste for me to eat it. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi looked a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be better for you to consume it yourself? Given how your master treats you, you would still offer her such a thing. Su Ruobai chuckled softly. The books say that even a small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Considering the opportunity she granted me to live, no matter how she treats me, it is not excessive. Why Yu Yunqi gazed blankly at the sunny young man before her, and she couldn't help but be affected by his spirit. Smiling in return, well, gratitude deserves a score of 50 points. Huh? Su Ruobai was taken aback. Senior sister, why such a sudden increase? Doesn't that mean I'm about to be promoted to a Dao partner? Yu Yunqi shook her head. A boyfriend is above, and a prospective Dao partner comes next, followed by the Dao partner. Upon hearing that there was an additional stage in between, Su Ruobai felt somewhat amused and exasperated. At this rate, becoming Dao partners seems inevitable, right? By the way, junior brother, write your name on it. Suddenly, Yu Yunqi held a wooden plaque in her hand. Su Ruobai, feeling puzzled, asked, "What is this for?" The books say that couples write their names on small wooden plaques and hang them up to pray for a long-lasting relationship. Su Ruobai had heard of this notion as well, but whether it truly worked was uncertain. However, leaving a plaque with their names here would be tantamount to informing the Qingyan patriarch of his visit. Wouldn't it? Yet, seeing the spark of excitement in Yu Yunqi's eyes, Su Ruobai did not refuse her. He then inscribed his name upon it. His senior sister, though exceptionally intelligent, seemed to have a somewhat juvenile mindset. It was indeed a curious juxtaposition that why Yu Yunqi took back the plaque from Su Ruobai and inscribed her own name upon it. Su Ruobai blinked several times, feeling as if she had etched a few extra characters. After completing this, Yu Yunqi spoke. "Junior brother, would you like to visit my cave dwelling?" "Thought I've been to your cave dwelling before. The books say that one must reciprocate. Reciprocity is indeed correct. But is this really the appropriate context? All right. Then I can only stay for a little while." Yu Yunqi extended her hand, seemingly wanting to hold his. This left Su Ruobai feeling somewhat at a loss. After all, he had never held a woman's hand throughout his life. "Senior sister, Holding hands is something only couples do. I haven't reached that level yet that Yu Yunchi locked her gaze on Su Robai's eyes and said, Junior brother. Do you think I'm easily deceived? No, the hand. Her insistence rendered Su Ruobai utterly bewildered. Should he hold it? Wouldn't that be too intimate? If someone were to see them, wouldn't that tarnish her reputation? If he refrained, would senior sister become upset? After a moment of hesitation, Su Ruobai finally took her hand. Senior sister, if there are outsiders, can we let go? Are you shy? Su Ruobai nearly choked on his own saliva. Something like that. He didn't wish to elaborate, for if he did, senior sister might pull some quotes from her books again. He had previously felt the desire to hold Yu Yunchi's hand, but now that he had, it seemed almost surreal. Her soft, boneless hand. Was it truly something he could grasp? Su Ruobai was uncertain because, in matters such as these, he had no confidence at all. Perhaps it was akin to how he was often looked down upon by others. His master disdained him, and so did the others in the sect. In such an environment, he found it quite difficult. Yet, if one wished to assert themselves, relying on others' perceptions was futile. One must rely on their own abilities. Fortunately, with the help of the system, he believed that one day he would stand proudly before others, declaring that he too had an identity and a name. With this thought, Su Ruobai's gaze grew resolute. Junior brother, why are your palms sweating? The books say that sweating palms might indicate a lack of confidence that what will happen to my happiness in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai instantly faltered. What did she mean by what will happen to her happiness in the future? He truly wished to unravel the workings of his senior sister's mind. Senior sister, I'm just a bit nervous. Nervous? Why are you nervous? It's my first time holding a girl's hand at a... Yu Yunchi asked, somewhat surprised. Junior brother, is this really your first time? Well, that seems to be a bonus point. Realizing she was about to add another point to his score, Su Ruobai hurriedly inquired. Isn't senior sister also a first-timer? I am. Then why aren't you nervous? Why should I be nervous? That made sense. It would indeed be odd for someone like his senior sister, who was so knowledgeable about relationships, to feel nervous that in comparison, he seemed rather naive. Senior sister. What is it? Could you please stop poking my palm? It feels warm. Is that so? Generally, a man's hand tends to be a bit warmer. The books say that another place on a man can also become warm. May I? Absolutely not. Chapter 19. The unconventional senior sister Yu Yunchi's cave dwelling. Finally arriving at the destination, Su Ruobai felt as though several centuries had passed in those few minutes. It was utterly torturous. Senior sister kept asking bizarre questions, leaving him blushing, while she maintained an expressionless demeanor. He truly could not fathom how she managed to deliver such statements without any change in expression. Something about a persistent warmth felt as though she wanted to dissect him to understand his bodily structure. Upon entering Yu Yunchi's room, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Indeed, a young girl's boudoir was fragrant. Although, saying that might sound a bit peculiar, Su Ruobai's gaze quickly fell upon some strange toys laid out on the bed. His eyes widened in shock. Senior sister, what are those, Mr. Horn? What's wrong? Oh my. It really is. Su Ruobai almost thought he had misidentified it. No, how could you say the name of this thing so earnestly, senior sister? How do you even have such items? The books say they fulfill physiological needs. All right. Yet again with the books, some readings truly lead one astray. However, I seem to have no physiological needs myself. Purchasing it has proven useless. Su Ruobai's mouth twitched slightly. Why was their conversation so heavy? He had never heard of senior sister dating anyone, and for a young maiden, possessing such items seemed rather inappropriate. Why, Yu Yunchi boldly stated, I feel I no longer need this. Junior brother, would you like to take it for your research? Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai nearly choked again. Just because she didn't need it, he would. You should keep it, senior sister. You may find it useful someday. Casting a glance at the oddly shaped items on the bed, Su Ruobai quickly diverted his gaze. Truly, what an eye-opener. Why Yu Yunchi tilted her head, maintaining her composed demeanor. The books say that once you have a boyfriend, you no longer need such things. Hearing this, vivid images began to form in Su Ruobai's mind. Fortunately, his resolve remained firm. Otherwise, the readers on the other side of the screen would likely be unable to contain themselves. Su Ruobai sighed helplessly. Senior sister. Do you trust me too much? A lone man and woman alone in a room. Aren't you afraid I might do something? Yu Yunchi crossed her arms protectively over her chest, uttering, Don't come any closer. She spoke with an utterly expressionless face, which left Ruobai feeling somewhat speechless. This hardly resembled fear. Senior sister, are you not plainly attempting to entice me in a crime? Junior brother, how did you guess? To his surprise, Yunchi not only did not deny it, but boldly affirmed it. Such audacity was likely something only she could pull off. Ruobai looked at this teasing senior sister, unsure of how to respond. Should he proceed? That would be beastly, but if he hesitated, he would be even less than a beast. After much contemplation, Ruobai decided that it might be better not to act like a beast. Mainly, he sensed that his senior sister was merely enjoying the moment and did not truly harbor any special feelings for him, that in such a situation, if she were to truly take some action. By the time she realizes it later, it is highly probable that they would not even be able to remain friends. Having finally found someone she could converse with, Ruobai is naturally reluctant to engage in any behavior that could jeopardize their relationship. Ahem, senior sister, the tour seems to be about over. Should I not be heading back? Previously, Ruobai did not think much of it, but now she strongly agrees with the notion that a girl's room should not be entered casually. It feels somewhat akin to stumbling into a den of wolves that, should I just leave? I was hoping to cook for you. Upon hearing this, Ruobai felt a twinge of confusion. Senior sister, you can cook? It seems you cannot, Ruobai. Ruobai, so you do cook? A little, but certainly not as delicious as what you prepare. Junior brother Ruobai was indeed quite curious to sample her culinary skills. Yet it was getting late, and she felt that staying for a meal might lead to staying the night. Given her senior sister's personality, it was certainly within the realm of possibility that no, I must return to prepare a meal for my master. A trace of regret crossed Yunchi's face. Well then, perhaps another time I shall treat you to a meal. Ruobai responded with a resigned hum. Had it not been for that day when Yunchi suddenly approached her regarding borrowing books from several senior brothers, it is unlikely their relationship would have developed so swiftly. After all, it has only been a short while, and they have already grown so close. He had been working in the scripture pavilion for many years. Although the salary for this position was not substantial, it was indeed leisurely. If memory serves, Yunchi only arrived at the scripture pavilion 3 years ago. This means they have known each other for nearly 3 years. For the first 3 years, their interactions were mainly limited to greetings as she perused her books while he organized the texts within the pavilion, with little in the way of communication. His impression of Yunchi had always been that of a cool and aloof senior sister, yet he never anticipated that once they became familiar, she would reveal such a side of herself. Senior sister, I am leaving. However, Yunchi suddenly blocked his path, her arms slightly outstretched. A hug. The books say that in a relationship, there should be more intimate contact to maintain a good bond. Ruobai thought that a simple hug should be acceptable since friends often share small embraces upon parting. This seemed reasonable enough. With that in mind, Ruobai stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Yunchi. Although he intended it to be a friendly embrace, how could he not entertain other thoughts once they were in each other's arms? The fragrance of the young woman made Ruobai's nose tingle. Wait. Considering senior sister's age, she certainly could not be classified as a young girl, could she? Ruobai dared not move excessively, merely holding her gently. Yet, it appeared that Yunchi was not satisfied with that. She leaned in closer, pressing against him. Resting her profile against Ruobai's chest, she murmured, "The books say that if you hug your boyfriend and truly like him, your heart will surely race." Ruobai, caught off guard by Yunchi's sudden action, felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Putting aside everything else, her embrace revealed an unexpected depth to her character. Nonetheless, he was more intrigued by her previous statement. Senior sister, did your heart race? Chapter 20. Why not just touch and find out? Yunchi lifted her head, their gazes meeting. Junior brother, why not just touch and see? Ruobai instinctively glanced down, then hurriedly turned his head away. Ba, what a sin. Ahem, senior sister. I really should be on my way now, and no wonder it is said that heroes struggle against the charms of beautiful women. If this continues, he fears he might never leave. Why Yunchi released her hold. Junior brother, will you not confirm? Ruobai quickly waved his hands. No, senior sister, I am leaving, setting aside the credibility of what the books say. Just based on Yunchi's relatively expressionless demeanor, Ruobai surmised that she likely did not experience any heightened heartbeat, that a small sense of disappointment flickered in his heart, but he soon dismissed it. He inwardly chided himself. After all, she was not truly his girlfriend, so why should he feel anxious? Senior sister, Until tomorrow. With those parting words, Su Ruobai left her cave without looking back. Wai Yunshi gazed at the door. And after he departed, she placed her hand over her chest. It does seem to be beating a bit faster on Tianling Peak. With the guidance of spiritual energy, her realm has gradually begun to recover. Over the past few days, her level has already returned to the 5th stage of qi refinement. The more spiritual energy she accumulates, the quicker her recovery. However, each level demands a vast amount of spiritual energy. Thus, even though recovery is swift, the later stages will require considerable time. Now, what she needs is no longer medicinal herbs for healing, but rather an abundance of spiritual energy. Knock, knock, knock. Master, dinner is ready, Su Ruobai's voice echoed. For the past few days, Su Ruobai had merely placed the food container outside without entering as long as he behaved and did not add any green peppers to his dishes. Night Lingyue was too indifferent to monitor him closely. She had assumed today would be no different, but Su Ruobai seemed reluctant to leave after placing the food container down. Master, may I come in? Night Lingyue furrowed her brows. Why did he suddenly wish to enter? Had he discovered something? If it were merely Su Ruobai who had found out, she would not be concerned. She could easily handle 100 such Su Ruobais with one hand. However, if her other disciples were to learn of this, they would surely not grant her the opportunity to recover. Come in. Su Ruobai stepped into the dimly lit cave, and upon seeing her face, it was evident that Night Lingyue no longer appeared as pale. She seemed to be recovering. When Night Lingyue had asked him for medicine to treat her monthly ailments, Su Ruobai had already surmised that one of the Qingyan divine fruits would undoubtedly be effective for her. Once the door to the cave was securely closed, Su Ruobai produced the Qingyan divine fruit from his possession. Master, this is for you. Upon seeing what he held, a glimmer of fervor sparked in Night Lingyue's eyes. As the head of Lingyu's sect, how could she not recognize this item? She was well acquainted with it, having come from Qingyan Peak and having consumed it before, although it lacked its extraordinary properties now. It still contained immense spiritual energy, making it perfectly suited for Night Lingyue's current condition. However, she found herself puzzled as to how Su Ruobai had come by the Qingyan divine fruit. Could it be that his junior sister? Where did you get this? A senior sister gifted it to me. Hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Night Lingyue's face. It appeared she had recalled something, and then she sighed deeply. However, her expression seemed to lighten considerably. Do you know what this is? The Qingyan divine fruit. Night Lingyue initially thought he might not recognize it. Otherwise, why would he be giving it to her? Yet, a question arose. If he recognized it, why then would he offer it to her? Did this fruit possess some issue? A flicker of wariness shone in Night Lingyue's eyes. Su Ruobai naturally noticed the change in her gaze and felt somewhat exasperated. Vigilance is commendable, but must it reach such an extreme? This was hardly his fault. Once bitten, twice shy. She must have been burned by a few senior brothers in the past. He indeed wanted to test it, but with just one bite, it would be swallowed whole. How could he test it? Su Ruobai had no intention of persuading her. If she wanted to eat, she could do so. After all, the item had been delivered. Had he known it would turn out this way, he might as well have consumed it himself. Master, I must take my leave now. He cupped his hands in farewell and then exited. Night Lingyue stared at the Qingyan divine fruit on the table. Her mind filled with hesitation. Primarily, she could not discern what alterations had been made to it. Yet, the immense spiritual energy was continually drawing her in. If Su Ruobai was indeed on her side, then everything would make sense. But was he truly on her side? Night Lingyue found it increasingly difficult to read her disciple, whom she had never truly regarded. After careful consideration, it seemed that Su Ruobai had never done anything to betray her trust. Very well, let this be a gamble. Night Lingyue bit into the fruit, and her aura began to rise. As she felt the abundant spiritual energy within her body, she hurriedly began to cultivate. Yet, even so, due to the vulnerabilities in her body, much of the spiritual energy could not be retained. Ultimately, she managed to restore herself to the 9th stage of qi refinement. The speed of recovery was simply too slow. Previously, to recover to the 5th stage of qi refinement, she had exhausted a significant portion of the heavenly materials and treasures she had accumulated. To regain the god transformation stage, not only would she require vast amounts of time, but also considerable heavenly materials and treasures. With this thought, the joy of her recent recovery diminished significantly. The Qingyan divine fruit posed no threat, indicating that Su Ruobai likely harbored no malicious intent. Perhaps she could attempt to win him over. However, she wondered what her junior sister's current attitude towards her might be. Why would she send the Qingyan divine fruit through him? Moreover, had she not been in seclusion? On Jiang Peak. In recent days, Ruobai had become quite the frequent visitor at Jiang Peak. The enhancement of one's cultivation has rendered the crafting of the thunderbolts, potent elixirs of the golden core stage, significantly more adept. Li Hao provided him with a deposit, securing all subsequent thunderbolts of golden core potency. Although the reasons behind Li Hao's need for such an abundance of thunderbolts remained a mystery. One does not forego profit when it is within reach. Thus, the discord between the two was seemingly resolved without any overt confrontation. Senior brotherly. Yesterday, I crafted a total of 5 thunderbolts. Li Hao's once pig-like visage had returned to normal, and upon seeing the 5 thunderbolts, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You need not deliver any more tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Ruobai refrained from inquiring about the rationale, and instead remarked, Senior brotherly, regarding your deposit, please keep it for now, as I may require your assistance in the future. Ruobai nodded, and then took his leave. Li Hao calculated that he now possessed over 20 of these thunderbolts. With the impending demonic tide, he was certain he would shine brilliantly. The mere thought of a single thunderbolt capable of obliterating a vast area made him chuckle uncontrollably. Chapter 21. The Master's Weakness Host. Ruobai Race. Human, unremarkable. Realm. Foundation Establishment Perfection, 5,999 6,000. Task points, 120 task, 3 meals a day, 1-3. He was on the cusp of a breakthrough. This meant that with just a slight increase in task points, he could ascend to the golden core stage in the blink of an eye. For others, the journey might be fraught with delays. But he was different. He was a man endowed with a system, a slight advantage indeed. However, a breakthrough did not exempt him from the tribulations of heaven. Should he fail to weather the heavenly tribulation, his efforts would be in vain. The Tianling Mountain was not an ideal place for undergoing tribulations, and if he advanced too swiftly, his senior brothers would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Fortunately, he possessed the concealment technique, allowing him to mask his cultivation level, appearing to outsiders as merely a novice in foundation establishment. Yet, if the heavenly tribulation were to strike, his ascension to the golden core stage would be exposed. Therefore, it was imperative that he refrain from facing the tribulation atop Tianling Mountain. After much contemplation, Ruobai resolved that seeking assistance from Yu Yunxi would be the wisest course of action. Junior brother Su. Come here for a moment. Zhang Yunxi beckoned him over. Senior brother. How is the master faring? Ruobai inquired promptly. Still the same, but I have discovered a weakness in the master at this revelation. Zhang Yunxi's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What weakness? Ruobai abruptly halted mid-sentence. Zhang Yunxi, becoming increasingly impatient, urged, Junior brother, do tell. Senior brother, might it be inappropriate to discuss here? Ruobai gestured subtly, and Zhang Yunxi swiftly grasped his meaning. Your consideration is commendable. With that, Zhang Yunxi set up a soundproof array around them. Now, you may speak freely. The air of secrecy heightened Zhang Yunxi's curiosity regarding the master's weakness. The master does not enjoy eating green peppers. Zhang Yunxi's expression froze. Junior brother, you jest, do you not? Certainly not. Green peppers are quite delicious, yet the master refuses to partake in them. Zhang Yunxi had anticipated a more profound revelation, only to be met with this triviality. He felt a sense of being toyed with, but recognized the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with Ruobai. Keep a close eye on the master's condition, and be wary of your other 2 senior brothers. They attempted to assail me the other day. Ruobai was entirely unaware of this incident, as the mountain had remained tranquil unless he triggered an explosion, with concern etched across his face. He asked, Senior brother, are you unharmed? Zhang Yunxi shook his head. It was merely a minor probe, nothing serious. However, given the current atmosphere, it seems they may be growing restless. Hearing this, Ruobai recognized the precariousness of the situation. He would be departing in roughly half a month, and if they chose to act during that time, even if he passed the trial, his efforts would be for naught. Senior brother, do you possess no means to confront them? Zhang Yunxi shook his head. The challenge lies in the fact that they are 2 in number. If only we knew the extent of the master's hidden strengths, it would be simpler. Perhaps you could inquire about the master's stance. Indeed, it's not merely about their numbers. It seems you have no desire to confront the other 2 senior brothers, correct? Very well, that I shall ask when I bring dinner tonight. Zhang Yunxi nodded. I entrust this matter to you. With that, He took his leave. Ruobai pondered that it was not only the second and third senior brothers who might be restless. The eldest brother likely felt similarly. After all, time was of the essence, and the master could potentially recover. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Regardless, he resolved to focus on breaking through to the golden core stage first, should he succeed in crafting thunderbolts of nascent soul potency. He would possess the means to contend with his senior brothers. Although they were single-use, if he had 1,000 or 10,000, he could surely send them flying. Yet, it was certainly not convenient to seek the elder sister today. He would defer until tomorrow, with 120 task points at hand. Ascending to the golden core stage required merely 1 point. Ruobai contemplated whether to gamble once more. That it had been far too long since he had engaged in a lottery, and his fingers itched with anticipation. Thus, he decided to take a chance. Surely, fortune would favor him this time. 100 task points were wagered, and the wheel began to spin anew. Ruobai braced himself for disappointment. Indeed, the pointer glided past the golden zone and swiftly traversed to the familiar white area. However, it showed no signs of stopping, instead swirling to a halt on the purple section. Goodness, is it truly my lucky day? Clarity of the Sword Heart one. What is this? It seemed to be some form of swordsmanship talent. This was rather commendable, far superior to the usual disappointing lottery outcomes. Ruobai lacked any innate talent for swordsmanship. Even wielding an exquisite spiritual sword, he could only muster a fraction of its potential. However, should he possess swordsmanship talent, the effectiveness of sword techniques could indeed be magnified. This exemplified the distinction between those with talent and those without. There were no specific instructions on usage, leaving him uncertain of its purpose. As evening approached. Knock, knock, knock. Ruobai was diligently preparing dinner in the kitchen when a voice called out, "Junior brother. Are you there?" It was the third senior brother, Li Wuxin. "I am here, senior brother. Please come in." Li Wuxin entered the kitchen and observed Ruobai's bustling activity. "Are you preparing a meal for the master?" "Yes, senior brother. Would you like to sample it?" Li Wuxin waved his hand dismissively. No need. No need. Is that spiritual pig meat?" "Senior brother, I thought to try my hand at making celestial cuisine. Perhaps it would aid the master's recovery." "I did not realize you were so filial, especially since the master seems to have offered you little guidance." Li Wuxin felt a twinge of guilt. However, for the sake of the greater path, it was of little consequence. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Li Wuxin nodded. "Earlier today, did the eldest brother seek you out?" Indeed, when conversing with Zhang Yunqi, Ruobai had sensed that someone was watching them. And it turned out to be true. He continued his preparations, nonchalantly responding, "Yes." He inquired about matters concerning the master. "What did you discuss?" Chapter 22. Alliances. What did you and the eldest brother speak of during the day? At this, Ruobai's expression soured. "I promised the eldest brother I would not disclose it." Realizing he could not pry further without offering something in return, Li Wuxin waved his hand, producing a Dan furnace. "This is a furnace I acquired in my early years. It is at least a superior spiritual tool that can be used for alchemy, and as an offensive weapon that I have no further use for it." "Junior brother, what do you think?" Seeing the furnace, Ruobai's eyes brightened. Why was it that the eldest brother had someone work without offering any benefits? Look at how considerate the third senior brother was. He had previously gifted him a Xuanwu shield, and now he was presenting a Dan furnace. Truly, a wealthy benefactor. Cough, cough. "Senior brother, you know one must honor their commitments, especially when it pertains to minor matters." "Not at all. Regardless of the significance, as long as you speak, this furnace is yours." "Really?" "Indeed." Though he understood the importance of keeping one's word, Ruobai was not so rigid as to forego a valuable opportunity when the eldest brother had not explicitly forbidden him from sharing. He felt no burden in his heart. While that I mentioned to the eldest brother a weakness of the mastered, Li Wuxin's expression mirrored that of Zhang Yunqi's moments prior. "What weakness?" "The master does not enjoy eating green peppers." By now, it seemed that everyone on the mountain would be aware of the master's aversion to green peppers. Li Wuxin stared at Ruobai in disbelief. "Surely, junior brother, you jest. I assure you, I am speaking the truth." "I would stake my oath upon it." Li Wuxin was left utterly bewildered. Was this truly a weakness? Disdain for green peppers does not equate to a mortal threat posed by their consumption. Yet, he is determined to make an oath. Could it truly be the matter he discussed with the senior brother? Or is it that this fellow has no intention of revealing his thoughts to me at all? For a moment, Li Wuxin found himself bewildered, leaning more towards the latter. If this lad were indeed aligned with the senior brother, the situation on their end would likely turn precarious. The crux of the matter is that Li Yuanhe is currently allied with him. Yet their hearts do not beat in unison, each harboring their own schemes. An unsettling feeling loomed over him. Third senior brother, perhaps you should retract this. Li Wuxin waved his hand dismissively. No need. Junior brother, keep it. Just remember to keep an eye on Master S situation. By the way, the senior brother is no virtuous soul. It would be wise to limit your interactions with him. Su Ruobai remarked that these two were merely 50 paces laughing at 100. With neither being particularly virtuous, though Li Wuxin spoke with nonchalance, his face had darkened considerably. The fact remains that he could not act against Su Ruobai at this moment, so he simply turned and departed. Su Ruobai pondered whether he was recklessly flirting with disaster. If Master were to fall, he would likely meet the same fate. Yet, even if he refrained from courting danger, it seemed Master S' downfall would still spell trouble for him. Su Ruobai sliced the spiritual pig meat into thin pieces. He intended to prepare stir-fried meat with chili peppers, but that dish required green peppers. Without them, would it still possess its essence? After much contemplation, he resolved to include a bit of green pepper. Surely, Master, who dislikes green peppers, would still enjoy the meat. Wu Tishi. After laboring for half an hour, he finally completed the meal for the day. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that cooking was indeed a physically demanding task, especially when it came to preparing celestial cuisine. Those who crafted such meals were designated as celestial chefs. Requiring the use of spiritual power and specialized techniques, Su Ruobai had meticulously studied this during his time guarding the scripture pavilion before daring to attempt it himself, judging by its appearance. It should have turned out well, and in a homely style, which set it apart from most celestial chefs who aimed for grandeur befitting the status of cultivators. His dish of stir-fried meat with green peppers, if not tasted carefully, could easily be mistaken for ordinary fare. After packing it into a meal box, Su Ruobai set off at the entrance of Night Lingyue's cave dwelling. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. After placing the food down, Su Ruobai intended to make a hasty retreat. After all, there were green peppers included. Although not in abundance, who could predict whether his picky master would be angered? Come in. Upon hearing those words, Su Ruobai froze. He wished to flee, but there was no escaping now that master had spoken. Surely, considering the favor of the Qingyan divine fruit, she wouldn't hold anything against him. Would she? Su Ruobai entered the room. Night Lingyue appeared to be in much better spirits than when he had seen her at noon, likely due to the effects of the Qingyan divine fruit. Master, did you call for me? Noticing his guilty expression, Night Lingyue couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was this lad perhaps harboring a guilty secret? There is something. After a brief pause, Night Lingyue continued, I won't beat around the bush. Do you understand what your brothers are plotting? Su Ruobai was somewhat bewildered. What did she mean by this sudden inquiry? Normally, such matters would be avoided. I know. Then what are your thoughts? What they do is of no concern to me. Night Lingyue was unsure whether he spoke truthfully, but since she had chosen to win him over, she would have to trust his words. Su Ruobai, I need your assistance. So she wishes to recruit him. Su Ruobai inquired, Master, how can I assist you? Given my current status, aside from cooking, I fear I am of little help. Then swear by the heavenly Tao, affirming your allegiance to me. At her words, Su Ruobai furrowed his brow but said nothing further. I, Su Ruobai, swear by the heavenly Tao that I stand firmly by Master S' side. Should I harbor any thoughts of harming Master, may the heavens strike me down with thunder. Is that sufficient? Hearing Su Ruobai's oath, Night Lingyue finally felt reassured. Oaths in the cultivation world are not made lightly. Unless one possesses means to conceal secrets of the heavens, they are bound to be fulfilled. Night Lingyue then instructed, in that case, pretend to ally with your brothers and gather intelligence on their plans. Ideally, you could spread some false information to buy us some time. 1 foot in Master S camp. And the other among his brothers, playing both sides, it seems. Very well. Night Lingyue produced a spatial ring. Within are ample spirit stones. Once this turmoil passes, you shall be duly rewarded, and I shall further instruct you. In truth, Su Ruobai had no need for such rewards. His actions stemmed purely from respect and gratitude towards Master. Yet, it appeared to her that this was merely a transaction of interests. This somewhat wounded Su Ruobai's feelings. Once this upheaval concluded, he doubted he would wish to remain here if viewed through the lens of mutual benefit. She saved his life, and he saved hers. Surely, that would settle the score. Chapter 23. The daily antics of the senior sister. Su Ruobai accepted the ring. Master, these are for you. He presented all the elixirs he possessed. These items served little purpose for him. If they could assist Master in recovering her strength, then they would have served their purpose. Moreover, he felt it was only right to aid her. Accepting her benefits seemed unnecessary, as if he were purchasing elixirs from her. Knight Lingyue glanced at the sudden multitude of dark elixirs in his hands with curiosity. Did you not have only 2? How come there are so many? Ruobai replied nonchalantly. I forgot. Knight Lingyue eyed him suspiciously, but her doubts were quickly overshadowed by delight. With so many elixirs, her recovery would surely be expedited. However, it soon dawned on Knight Lingyue that Ruobai likely knew these elixirs were effective for her. Otherwise he wouldn't have produced them now. The primary reason for mixing them into the food was to avoid arousing her suspicions. Realizing this, Knight Lingyue felt she might have owed her little disciple a tad too much. Master, you should eat first. I'll take my leave if there is nothing else. Knight Lingyue acknowledged with a hum. Yet she felt a lingering sense that something was amiss with Ruobai. Initially, she sensed his unease, and the feeling only intensified. Wait. Just as Ruobai took a step, her voice halted him. He had no choice but to turn back. Bracing himself, Master, what is it? Knight Lingyue scrutinized him for a moment, clearly sensing his unease. But what exactly was he feeling guilty about? Could it be? Knight Lingyue opened a nearby food container and, upon seeing the vibrant green contents, her expression darkened instantly. Ruobai. Knight Lingyue rose, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Ruobai felt a chill run down his spine. Master, the stir-fried meat with green peppers is delicious. Delicious. Come now, you eat every last green pepper. If even a single piece remains, you shall not escape my wrath today. Ruobai could not help but scoff inwardly. What was it about green peppers that inspired such deep-seated animosity? Reluctantly, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of green pepper from his bowl, and chewed it in front of Knight Lingyue. Her face displayed sheer disbelief. Could anyone truly consume such a thing? Impossible. It must be an illusion. In mere moments, Ruobai finished all the green peppers in the container. Master, are you satisfied now? Green peppers are quite tasty. Perhaps I shall prepare some more for you tomorrow. You dare. Knight Lingyue brandished her spirit sword. Clearly serious about dispatching her newly acquired disciple over green peppers, Ruobai's lips twitched in disbelief. What had green peppers ever done to her? With a sigh of resignation, he lamented how his master was behaving like a child. So finicky. Wasn't it said that picky eaters would suffer stunted growth? Yet, she appeared perfectly fine. All right. But master, those green peppers are merely for flavor. You could always skip them and eat something else. I don't care. They make me nauseous. Ruobai was left speechless. Knight Lingyue huffed, and then took a tentative bite of the meat. Almost immediately, she sensed something was amiss. The spiritual energy exploded in her mouth, leaving her somewhat entranced. Celestial cuisine. Knight Lingyue had initially thought this was an ordinary dish, only to realize that beneath its mundane appearance lay its true identity as celestial food. Seeing the astonishment in her eyes, Ruobai felt a swell of satisfaction. So, what do you think? Delicious. Isn't it? Without the green peppers, it wouldn't have such flavor. When did the Star-Gathering Tower acquire such a master chef? Upon hearing this, Ruobai's expression turned peculiar. Surely, Master didn't believe this celestial cuisine was crafted by the Star-Gathering Tower? Unfazed, he replied. Well, one could say he is a master chef. Ordinary folks seldom get to taste his dishes. It has indeed been quite some time since I last visited Jiuxing Tower, thought Yelenju, contemplating a personal visit there to savor its offerings once the tumult subsides. Master, it is getting late. If I linger too long, my senior brothers will undoubtedly grow suspicious, so I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. As she gazed at Ruobai's departing figure, Yelenju could not help but reflect. She never anticipated that the apprentice she had once undervalued would turn out to be the most loyal. Although his talent may be lacking, his character is beyond reproach. Interacting with him requires none of the usual scheming. Perhaps this is what the master-disciple relationship truly embodies. The next day, Sanjing Pavilion. Sister. Good morning. After yesterday's events, Ruobai felt hesitant to meet Yiyangxi's gaze. Perhaps this is what they refer to as Zaiqunin. Yiyangxi replied with a soft sound, patting the space beside her. Junior brother, come sit here. There were 2 seats at the counter, but due to the limited space, Yiyangxi usually occupied one, leaving Ruobai with no choice but to refrain from sitting there. This, sister, won't it be a bit cramped? Yiyangxi tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Isn't this just perfect? But what if someone walks in and sees us? Are we not allowed to be seen? Well, it seems that my sister does not mind such matters. It is not entirely unacceptable. But, junior brother, you are not repulsed by me, are you? Ruobai guessed she must have learned this from some book. With a helpless sigh, he said, Sister, perhaps you should read something more proper? Youngsi continued to tilt her head, saying, What constitutes a proper book? Can a book even be categorized as such? Not in the case of books, but in the case of people. Ruobai found himself at a loss. With both a master and a senior sister, he felt an overwhelming headache. He then settled into the counter area, which was indeed quite small, allowing him to catch a whiff of the unique, calming fragrance emanating from Youngsi. He tried to shift slightly to maintain a gentlemanly distance, but Youngsi clearly had no intention of allowing that. With a slight movement, she leaned against Ruobai's shoulder. Junior brother, are you keeping your distance because you no longer like me? Surely, you are not interested in another woman outside. Can anyone else care for you like I do? Gigi, seeing her in this manner, caused Ruobai's eyelids to twitch. Sister, if you are going to play the role of a green tea, you must exhibit some expression. Your current blank demeanor feels quite out of place. Oh, I see, there are no illustrations in the book. So I was unsure of what expression to use. Chapter 24. Crossing the tribulation. Ruobai had grown accustomed to his sister's antics. He cleared his throat twice, glancing down at the deformed bosom pressing against him, and remarked, Sister, is it truly necessary to hold so tightly? It would not look good if someone were to see us. And besides, we are merely boyfriend and girlfriend at this stage. Intimacy should have its limits. Such intimate gestures should be reserved for those who are true partners. If someone were to walk in and witness an unknown disciple being embraced by the sect's flower, would that not shatter their heart? Indeed, Youngsi's expression turned contemplative. How about I simply grant you full points instead? Upon hearing this, Ruobai was at a loss for words. His sister's thought process was quite peculiar. Shouldn't she be considering releasing her hold at this moment? Instead, she was suggesting promoting him to a true partner. No, sister. Did you not say that one should not allow the other to attain things too quickly? Otherwise, they will not learn to cherish them. Others take a long time to become true partners. How many days have we had? Why does it feel as though my sister's emotional intelligence is a bit lacking, and her intellect is somewhat off kilter as well? They say that women in love have zero intelligence. Could that be the reason? Yet Ruobai felt this was not quite love. It resembled his sister's unilateral teasing of her junior brother. Naturally, it was likely unintentional on her part. By the way, are you? Could it be that you're incapable? Hearing this, Ruobai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Please do not tell me you gleaned that from a book. Youngsi nodded. The book states that if a woman tries to get close and the man is unresponsive, it could imply either a preference for the same sex or an inability to perform. Junior brother, which do you fall under? Good heavens, the state of society must have been tarnished by such literature. Ruobai replied, utterly speechless. Sister, do you understand the phrase arising from feelings, restrained by propriety? Hidden in the heart. Although we are currently boyfriend and girlfriend, the emotions between men and women ought to be governed by etiquette. Reckless abandon is hardly advisable. With that, Ruobai let out a long sigh. Sister, reading is fine, but one should extract the essence while discarding the dross. Do not learn everything indiscriminately, nor should you learn nothing at all. Youngsi's eyes reflected a thoughtful expression. Noticing her demeanor, Ruobai understood that she had grasped his point. Remarkably, he had never anticipated a day would come when he would find himself lecturing someone else. Who says literature classes are of no use? Look, it has indeed proven beneficial. After a long pause, Youngsi finally spoke. I have learned much. Junior brother, what should I do if I find myself liking you even more now? Her straightforward declaration caught Ruobai off guard, observing the earnest expression on his sister's face. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. Forcing himself to divert his gaze, he began. Sister, I actually have something I would like your assistance with. This time, Youngsi did not misinterpret. She asked, what is it? I am about to break through to the Golden Core stage, but Lingyu Peak is not suitable for crossing the tribulation, so then come to Qingyan Peak. Master is in seclusion, and I will take charge of the mountain. Ruobai nodded. Thank you, sister. Although the topic had shifted, his heart raced faster than before. That it was likely due to sitting so close to his sister. Her fragrance was quite distracting. He picked up a nearby book, intending to divert his attention through reading. However, just a few pages in, he noticed the illustrations seemed somewhat familiar. Sister, why are you still reading these books? A book read 100 times reveals its meaning. Is that phrase applicable to such literature? Su Ruobai was left dumbfounded, hastily tossing the book aside and grabbing another to ensure it was a proper read before attempting to focus. However, after that previous encounter, his thoughts felt even more disordered. Beside him, Yu Yongxi observed the slight flush creeping to Su Ruobai's ears, a smile tugging at her lips. Junior brother is truly adorable. Qingyan Peak. Junior brother. Do not worry about crossing the tribulation. There will be no disturbances. Su Ruobai nodded. After more than an hour of calming himself, he finally managed to steady his emotions, allowing his sister to guide him to Qingyan Peak for the tribulation. Su Ruobai activated his system panel, allocating a few task points to his experienced in the next moment. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. Previously, he had often watched several senior brothers undergo tribulations. But this was his first time experiencing it personally. The dark clouds above exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Su Ruobai drew forth the spirit sword his senior brother had gifted him to fend off the lightning strikes. Yet, as he grasped the sword, he felt an intrinsic connection, as if he were meant to wield this blade. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Undoubtedly, this was the influence of the sword heart clarity. With newfound confidence, he faced the impending heavenly tribulation. Thunder rumbled, lightning morphed into the shape of a sword as it descended towards Su Ruobai. A transformation of the heavenly tribulation. Shouldn't such phenomena only occur during the nascent soul's tribulation? And what a coincidence that it took the form of a sword. Could it be that this anomaly was also a result of the sword heart clarity? Su Ruobai lifted the sword, striking at the descending lightning. Z's electricity coursed through the sword and into his body, yet rather than the expected pain, he felt warmth emanating from his dantian. Above the dantian, a faint current seemed to shimmer. As the tribulation lightning continued to descend, the electricity coalesced, gradually taking on a sword-like shape. Approximately half an hour later, the storm clouds dissipated, and Su Ruobai's aura stabilized at the initial stage of the golden core. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging power within him, a smile breaking across his face. So this is the golden core stage. No wonder it is considered the entry-level realm for cultivators. Wait, where are my clothes? Thankfully, he had packed spare garments in his spatial ring. Otherwise, he would be left in a most embarrassing predicament when his sister arrived. It is clear why one should seek a secluded place for the tribulation. Even cultivators would find it difficult to appear shamelessly before others while unclothed. Chapter 25. The game of desire. Yu Yongxi soon appeared before him. At this moment, Su Ruobai had already tidied his clothes. A faint smile gracing his face. Senior sister, thank you very much. Yu Yongxi waved her hand dismissively. That hardly counts as my doing. Junior brother, you have successfully broken through to the golden core stage. Your performance has been remarkable. Should I not reward you? Su Ruobai inquired. What reward? Yu Yongxi slightly opened her arms, and Su Ruobai quickly grasped her meaning. The reward was indeed quite tempting. However, it seemed somewhat inappropriate, although Su Ruobai wished to regard it as a friendly embrace. He had realized after their last hug that such gestures could become addictive. The sensation of holding his senior sister was not merely a physical satisfaction, but also brought immense psychological fulfillment. Senior sister, perhaps that we should let it be. He initially expected Yu Yongxi to quote some text, but to his surprise, she remained silent and withdrew her hands. Their gazes met, yet the atmosphere suddenly turned oddly silent. Su Ruobai found himself unable to decipher his senior sister's true intentions. Senior sister, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Ruobai extended his hand, but as he lifted it halfway, Yu Yongxi had already vanished from sight, leaving him to ruefully touch his nose. Could it be that senior sister is upset? Su Ruobai sighed, aware that consistently rebuffing others' goodwill was indeed a poor practice. Yet, what could he do if he did not refuse? Although his senior sister seemed oblivious to matters of the heart, he himself was not much better off. He felt affection, yet harbored fear that his feelings might merely be child's play in her eyes. It was akin to yearning for a flicker of flame amidst darkness. He wished to draw closer, yet feared being scorched. Such a state of emotional uncertainty was truly unbearable in an instant. The joy of breaking through to the golden core stage dissipated entirely. He pondered whether he should seek out senior sister to apologize. Perhaps she would understand that he was not as admirable as she imagined. As night fell, within the abode of Yelenju, are you feeling down? Yelenju scrutinized Su Ruobai, her heart filled with curiosity. Had he not seemed well during the day when he brought her food? What had changed so suddenly? Su Ruobai forced a smile. Master, is it that obvious? Yelenju nodded in agreement. In the past, she would have been too indifferent to inquire about such matters. However, now that Su Ruobai was the only one on her side. She felt compelled to show some concern. What if he were to change his mind? Do share. I have some experience and might be able to offer guidance. Su Ruobai shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Master, but it is unnecessary. What could he possibly say? When it came to matters of the heart, he did not believe his master could comprehend. After leaving Yelenju's abode with the meal left behind, Su Ruobai reflected on the time spent with his senior sister. Despite having thought her feelings were merely playful, he realized that spending so long together could not result in a complete absence of emotion. The answer was clear. With this incident, she likely would no longer regard him as her so-called boyfriend. That it felt so contradictory. He wished for her to awaken to her feelings, yet when faced with the prospect of relinquishing his role, he found himself reluctant. Truly, human emotions are complex. Su Ruobai glanced up at the moonlit sky, letting out a deep sigh. Would he have to return to the previous days of solitude? All claims of enjoying loneliness were false. Who would not desire a few friends by their side? Under the moonlight, the shadows on the ground appeared tinged with a touch of melancholy. The path home was not far, yet Su Ruobai felt as though this familiar route had grown unexpectedly lengthy. Before long, Su Ruobai arrived at his abode. Oddly, he noticed the lights were on. Hadn't he turned them off before leaving? Perhaps the weight of his worries had caused him to forget, quickening his pace. He soon stood at the threshold. He had resolved not to practice that night, opting instead for a good night's sleep. Hoping to wake up in a better mood, he pushed open the door and entered the dwelling. Quickly noticing a figure seated by the table as senior sister, his eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them, confirming that he was indeed not dreaming. Upon hearing Su Ruobai's voice, Yangxi immediately stood up and rushed toward him. It appeared she was going to leap into his arms, yet she abruptly halted just before reaching him. Almost forgetting, it was a matter of emotions tempered by propriety, staring at Yangxi, who was now so close. Su Ruobai felt his lips quiver slightly. Senior sister. What brings you here? Yangxi blinked a few times. Of course, I came to reward you. Did you not notice anything? Reward? Su Ruobai's gaze dropped, and he then noticed that she was not dressed in the sex robe. Instead, she wore a black short skirt, and on her legs. She was clad in black stockings. He had previously thought her hands were beautiful, yet now it became clear that he had been superficial. Her legs were equally exquisite. In those stockings, she radiated an irresistible allure. What do you think? Looks good, right? The book says that wearing black stockings is a reward for boyfriends. Su Ruobai gazed at his senior sister, who seemed to glow, and his vision became somewhat blurred. Senior sister. Why? Yangxi tilted her head. Why what? You left so abruptly during the day. I thought you were upset. Yangxi boldly declared. I thought the tactic of feigned indifference might work. But, junior brother, you didn't come to find me all day. It seems the book's advice was not entirely accurate. Hearing this, his initial sense of gratitude faded significantly, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. In truth, the tactic had been exceedingly effective, so much so that it had left him feeling miserable all day, only to realize in the end that he had been overly sentimental. However, he felt no anger. Rather, he was relieved that her intentions had merely been playful. Staring at the captivating figure before him, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Yangxi stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to stroke his hair. Junior brother. Did I make you unhappy? I only wanted to test the effectiveness of the strategy mentioned in the book. Su Ruobai gently shook his head, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes. No, senior sister, I am actually very happy right now. Truly very happy. Junior brother, you still haven't answered whether I look good. Su Ruobai subtly moved her hand away from his head, scrutinizing her once more before responding. You look beautiful. Are you satisfied with this reward? Thank you, senior sister. With the stockings adorning her legs, the once seemingly innocent Yangxi took on a far more alluring demeanor. Su Ruobai felt that this was perhaps a bit too stimulating for a pure-hearted young man. Moreover, in the dead of night, with only the two of them present, and her wearing those enticing stockings, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Su Ruobai feared that if he continued to gaze at her, he might lose control. Senior sister. It seems rather late now. Yangxi tilted her head. Junior brother, do you wish to send me away? Qingyan Peak is curfews. If I miss the time, I won't be able to return. Would you truly leave me homeless? Su Ruobai nearly burst into laughter at her words. Senior sister, when has Qingyan Peak ever had such rules? I was unaware. It was just established as the eldest disciple of Qingyan Peak. I must lead by example. Su Ruobai found himself both amused and exasperated. How could he not discern her underlying intent? She merely wanted to stay the night. Did she have such trust in him? Thus, The question arose, should he once again refuse her goodwill? After some contemplation, Ruobai decided to follow his heart. Undoubtedly, he harbored feelings for his senior sister. There is a saying that proximity fosters affection. Since she was offering him this chance, would it not be foolish to let it slip away? Regardless of the outcome, he needed to seize the opportunity. With that thought, Ruobai's gaze grew resolute. Senior sister, would you like to stay here? I can sleep on the floor. Then it settled. Youngsi seemed to have prepared for this, waving her hand as a bedding appeared on the ground. Would a normal person carry bedding with them? Junior brother, if you prefer the bed, that is also an option. Ruobai chuckled and shook his head. No need, senior sister. This is more than enough. For now, he could still exercise restraint. He was no saint. And sharing a bed might lead to unforeseen consequences. Youngsi replied. Then I shall turn off the lights? All right. Youngsi gently blew, and the room instantly plunged into darkness. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon her fair visage. Junior brother, would you help me remove these? Youngsi gestured to the black stockings on her legs. Following the direction she pointed, Ruobai nearly choked and quickly averted his gaze. Cough, cough. This senior sister can handle it herself. It seemed that she was so afraid of not being able to do something that she constantly tempted him to commit a crime. Subsequently, she hurriedly burrowed into the bedding, silently reciting Amitabha. Senior sister, good night. With that, he turned onto his side, daring not to glance again. One more look and he feared he would explode. While Yunshi observed his side profile, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Good night. The next day, Yunshi opened her eyes and, surprisingly, had slept quite soundly the previous night. Initially, she thought that having an extra person would cause some discomfort, but to her astonishment, she had rested well. Sitting up, she stretched lazily, her body's curves perfectly revealed. Unfortunately, such a feast for the eyes was not witnessed by anyone. The languor on her face had completely dissipated, replaced by a vibrant energy. Glancing at Ruobai, who was still soundly asleep on the floor, a smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth. Be able to sleep through such a perfect opportunity. Truly, you are remarkable, a thought suddenly crossed Yunshi's mind. A quarter of an hour later, why does it feel like I can't breathe? Ruobai opened his eyes to find nothing but darkness before him. No, this can't be right, even if dawn had not yet broken. It shouldn't be this dark. Hissed out, what is that familiar fragrance? Senior sister. It dawned on Ruobai that he seemed to be embraced by something, and that something was none other than his senior sister. Gently, he pushed Yunshi away, only to realize he had been buried somewhere, his face suddenly feeling warm. Noticing she still had her eyes closed, Ruobai sighed in relief, though confusion lingered in his heart. How did I end up here? Wasn't I sleeping on the floor? Surely, I couldn't have sleepwalked into bed. However, Ruobai believed his sleeping posture was quite decent. Typically, one would wake up as they had fallen asleep. In such a moment, should he feign sleep, quietly leave, or wake her? Clearly, the second option adhered to the principles of a gentleman. After all, both feigning sleep and waking her could easily lead to misunderstandings. Having never intended to climb into her bed, it was rather peculiar, especially since it was he who had nestled into her embrace. Ruobai gently took hold of her hand resting on his shoulder. Just as he was about to extricate himself from Yunshi's ample bosom, she abruptly opened her eyes. Junior brother? Oh no, the worst-case scenario had occurred. Ruobai's hand, still clutching Yunshi's, froze mid-air. Senior sister. I can explain. Do you believe me? Yunshi blinked. Explain what? I also have no idea how I ended up on the bed, but rest assured, senior sister, I certainly did nothing. Ruobai dared not swear to that, for he was uncertain whether his hand had inadvertently wandered. Noticing Yunshi had abruptly fallen silent, he feared she was upset, leaving him momentarily flustered. Just as he was about to apologize, Yunshi spoke. Junior brother. It was I who brought you up here. What? Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. I thought you might be uncomfortable sleeping on the floor, so I moved you up. You don't hold it against me. Do you? At this, Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. It made sense. With how well he slept, how could he possibly have climbed into bed on his own? Certainly not. Quickly, he sat up from the bed. It was early morning, and being in the prime of youth, he found it rather overwhelming to be so close to her. Since there was no need for explanations, Ruobai merely wished to flee the scene. Hastily saying, Senior sister, wait here, I will prepare breakfast for you. With that, he vanished from the room. Thankfully, he was no ordinary person now. Otherwise, standing up and rushing out might have revealed something amiss to his senior sister. After his departure, a delightful smile graced Yu Yunqi's lips. She couldn't help but muse about how amusing it was to tease her junior brother. It seemed Su Ruobai would not return anytime soon. So she seized this opportunity to visit her stubborn junior sister. Chapter 27. Senior sister in the cave of Yi Lingwei. At this moment, Yi Lingwei was curled up in bed, clutching her abdomen in pain. Logically, having returned to the foundation establishment stage, her menstrual discomfort should have lessened, yet it had only intensified. Moreover, it had been less than a month since her last episode. If this continued, she would surely perish before her realm could even stabilize. It must be morning by now. Yet where was Su Ruobai? In such a predicament, her first thought was of him. Naturally, whether it was the thought of Su Ruobai or the sweet red sugar water he made for her, remained uncertain. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Yi Lingwei instinctively assumed it was Su Ruobai. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Come in." The door soon swung open. With her eyes still shut, she did not bother to see who it was and simply stated, "Su Ruobai. Go brew me some red sugar water." Ha. Junior sister, you certainly look quite disheveled. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Lingwei's eyes flew open. To her surprise, standing by the bed was not Su Ruobai, but Yu Yunqi. Yi Lingwei furrowed her brows, puzzled by her sister's visit. In the past, their bond was akin to that of sisters, but due to certain events, they had now become estranged. However, recalling that the Qingyan divine fruit had been entrusted to Su Ruobai by Yu Yunqi, Yi Lingwei refrained from starting an argument. With great effort, Yi Lingwei propped herself up and replied, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Yu Yunqi cast her a fleeting glance. "Tsk, you still acknowledge me as your senior sister?" "Humph, considering the Qingyan divine fruit, I shall let this slide for now." This, Yu Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't think that Qingyan divine fruit was meant for you, do you?" Yi Lingwei's brows knitted even tighter. "What do you mean?" "My little boyfriend even remembers to think of his master when he receives something good, which makes me rather envious." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei's eyes widened in shock. Each word was clear, yet when strung together, they left her bewildered. Little boyfriend? It took her a moment to process who she was referring to. The astonishment on her face transformed into incredulity. Even the pain in her abdomen seemed to lessen slightly. "Su Ruobai?" Yu Yunqi lifted her chin slightly. "Yes, what of it? Is it unacceptable?" After a long pause, Yi Lingwei managed to utter a few words. "You did this on purpose?" Yu Yunqi chuckled, seemingly unbothered by Yi Lingwei's glare. "You guess." "And where is he?" "Making noodles for me." This, Yi Lingwei felt an inexplicable discomfort. She couldn't fathom why Su Ruobai would consider Yu Yunqi a true romantic partner. "Senior sister, you don't truly believe that by using this method to steal him away, you can provoke me, do you?" "Apologies, but you'll be disappointed. Do you think I care so much about him?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi's previously carefree demeanor vanished, her voice turning icy. "Yi Lingwei, how could you utter such words? He owes you nothing. If you do not care for him, there are plenty who do." Yi Lingwei found herself momentarily speechless. She had merely been speaking in jest. Observing her senior sister's demeanor, it appeared that her relationship with Su Ruobai was not merely a ploy to irritate her. Yu Yunqi's temperament rarely flared, indicating that whatever anger she displayed was rooted in genuine concern. In other words, Yu Yunqi held Su Ruobai in high regard. Yi Lingwei, you may look down on him, thinking he lacks talent for cultivation, but in my eyes, you are unworthy of being his master. Yi Lingwei wished to retort, yet the truth seemed to align with her words. After all, throughout these days, Yi Lingwei had come to understand that Su Ruobai possessed admirable character. While his talent for cultivation may not rival that of his seniors, he was certainly competent. Indeed, she, as his master, had not fulfilled her duties. "If you do not wish to teach him, you may transfer him to Qingyan Peak." Having already strained to sit up, and while enduring Yu Yunqi's lecturing, Yi Lingwei felt herself growing increasingly faint. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei panicked. He was her only remaining disciple. She couldn't let him go to someone else. I will teach him. You need not concern yourself." Yu Yunqi snorted coldly. "Think it over." With that, she vanished from the room. Yi Lingwei reclined once more, yet her discomfort intensified. It felt as though something was stirring within her mind. Her vision began to blur, her eyelids grew heavy, and eventually, she closed her eyes, slipping into a state of half-consciousness. In the kitchen, the icy demeanor on Yu Yunqi's face had long since vanished. She let out a helpless sigh. With her master gone, she was left to worry about this junior sister. Had it not been for the promise made to her master to take good care of her junior sister, she would have been disinclined to engage in such lengthy discourse with this rather dazed sibling. At that moment, Ruobai's voice echoed from the kitchen. Senior sister, where did you just go? The noodles are ready. Come and eat. Youngsi responded with a soft hum. It smells delightful. Junior brother, are your noodles this delicious? Upon hearing Youngsi's rather suggestive words, Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. Surely, her sister must have spoken without intent, right? Senior sister, you go ahead and eat. I'll take a bowl to my master. Youngsi nodded approvingly. Delicious noodles and filial piety. This merits an extra 20 points for you. Ruobai chuckled. Then I thank you, senior sister. With that, she carried the bowl and walked away. Observing his retreating figure, Youngsi felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. With his girlfriend present, he still seemed intent on visiting Lingwei. Was that a bit too much filial devotion? Ruobai thought. It's not that a girlfriend isn't appealing. It's just that the task at hand must take precedence. Meanwhile, knock knock knock. Master, I've cooked some noodles. May I bring them in? Ruobai stood at the door for a moment, but received no response from within, a sense of unease beginning to bubble up within her. Normally, wouldn't she be invited in? Surely nothing was amiss. This simply would not do. After all, she was her provider. After knocking a few more times, silence still reigned. Ruobai hesitated, pondering whether to push the door open and enter. Yet, if her master were inside, it would seem rather inappropriate to intrude like that. No, it was vital to ensure she received her meals. Thus, she gently pushed the door open, peering inside, where she immediately spotted Lingwei lying on the bed. Isn't she usually in the study? At this hour, still asleep. This was not in line with her master's usual routine. Ruobai tiptoed inside. Master, your noodles are ready. Master, wake up, your noodles are ready. After calling out for quite some time, Lingwei remained motionless on the bed. Ruobai's heart raced, and she hurried to the bedside. Observing Lingwei closely, she noticed a faint flush on her cheeks, while her lips appeared pale. Resembling the countenance of someone unwell, Ruobai reached out, placing the back of her hand against her forehead. Ouch! So hot. Surely, you must be running a fever? Without further thought, she pulled a blanket from the side and draped it over her. Even with a fever, she wouldn't cover herself. How could someone of her age neglect her own care? Suddenly, Lingwei curled up, weakly murmuring a single word. Pain. With a hint of irritation, Ruobai replied. I'll go prepare some ginger soup to dispel the chill. Pain. Can a fever truly cause such discomfort? Could it be that her monthly cycle and fever had coincided? The combination would surely be unbearable. Master, hang in there. It'll be all right soon. Ruobai then took out a pain relief pill and offered it to Lingwei. Master, take this first to alleviate the pain. In her current state. Lingwei obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Still in pain. Was there truly no difference between her master and a child now? The answer was undoubtedly no. Ruobai sighed and crouched in front of her. Where does it hurt? My stomach. As expected, her monthly cycle had arrived. How else could the fever cause stomach pains? Is it very painful? Pain. Tears glistened in the corners of Lingwei's eyes. It seemed the agony had muddled her mind. Perhaps, would you like me to give it a gentle rub? All right. This version of her master was undeniably adorable, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. To Ruobai's surprise, her master genuinely agreed. He understood the boundaries and refrained from slipping his hand beneath the blanket, instead finding a spot to rub gently over it. Is it any better? Still hurts. Lingwei seemed unsatisfied with mere gentle rubbing over the blanket. She grasped Ruobai's hand and guided it beneath the covers. Ruobai was taken aback. Master, is this appropriate? Pain. Ruobai's cold sweat broke out, uncertain whether her master was conscious of her actions. If she were to awaken and remember this moment, even if he survived, his hand would surely be in peril. Rub. Did it feel as if she were playfully seeking his affection? Ruobai averted his gaze from her face, reminding himself to avoid inappropriate thoughts. There's a saying, illness does not shy away from treatment. In this realm, alchemists were akin to doctors. As one who could concoct explosive pills, he was certainly half a doctor. Engaging in some physical contact while treating a patient should be entirely reasonable, right? The main issue was that Lingwei was not affording him the chance to withdraw his hand, pressing it against her stomach. Ruobai had no choice but to gently rub her belly. To his surprise, while her stomach lacked any excess flesh, it still offered a soft, comforting sensation. On a scale of 1 to 10, It would earn a solid 9, but the reason for the deduction was that Ruobai was far too preoccupied with contemplating where he would bury himself once his master regained consciousness to truly appreciate the softness of her belly. Yilingwe's brows relaxed under his ministrations, and her face bore the expression of childlike contentment. This version of her master was exceedingly rare. Perhaps he should capture this moment with a reflective stone? With this thought, Ruobai became excited. Producing the stone and taking a quick snapshot of Yiling, mastered, "It was you who asked me to rub your belly, right? Once you recover, you want to go back on your word. Will you? No, I want to. If you do, you'll become a little puppy. All right, but I want to eat green peppers for lunch. Please don't. Still thinking about avoiding green peppers at a time like this? TSK, how much do you dislike them?" Ruobai grinned as he stowed away the reflective stone. Even if his master sought retribution upon awakening, he would have evidence to defend himself, right? However, Ruobai suspected that if he were to produce that reflective stone, she would likely go to great lengths to erase the evidence. After a few minutes, noticing that Yilingwe had ceased to complain of pain, Ruobai spoke up. "Master, is the pain gone? Would you kindly let go of my hand?" No response. "Master, dear, please release my hand so I can prepare ginger soup." Upon hearing this, Yilingwe's grip loosened slightly. Ruobai hurriedly withdrew his hand. What in the world? Was this truly the proper way to engage with his master? He could only pray that she would not retain any memories of this encounter upon regaining her senses. Otherwise, his fate would surely be sealed. Returning to the kitchen, Ruobai found Yu Yongxi absent, leaving only an empty bowl on the table. Beside it lay a note. "Junior brother, I've gone to the scriptures pavilion. I'll return as soon as I'm done." Ruobai tucked the note away. A gentle smile gracing his face, Tio stand proudly by his senior sister's side. He still had a long journey ahead. He was determined to achieve something significant in the upcoming trial at Yaowang Valley. With this new path in alchemy, even if he couldn't claim the top spot, he should at least gain some recognition. The ginger soup was quickly prepared, and carrying a bowl of it, Ruobai returned to his master's abode. Yilingwe was still lying on the bed, but her complexion had improved significantly since before. "Master, here's your ginger soup." Ruobai placed the back of his hand against her forehead. The temperature had decreased considerably. He couldn't quite grasp why. As a cultivator, she would still fall ill so easily. Surely it must be due to her picky eating habits, especially avoiding green peppers. Ruobai helped Yilingwe sit up. "Master, open your mouth." Yilingwe had her eyes closed, seemingly unaware of his presence. Ruobai frowned, took a deep breath, and gently coaxed. "Master, dear, please open your mouth." Sure enough, the next moment, Yilingwe opened her mouth. The contrast was almost too great to believe. It left him questioning whether the master before him was indeed the same person. He fed her spoonful by spoonful, having to repeat himself each time he asked her to open her mouth. Ruobai felt overwhelmed, but thankfully, he managed to feed her the entire bowl of ginger soup. Finally finished, he wiped the sweat from his brow, standing up, only to notice a bowl of noodles still sitting on the table, causing him to freeze in place. After an hour and a half, Yilingwe gingerly sat up from the bed. Pressing her forehead, her head still felt a bit hazy, akin to the aftermath of overindulgence in alcohol. However, compared to the abdominal pain she had previously experienced, this was a mere trifle. Rubbing her temples, her mind began to reboot. Had her senior sister come to find her? And then Ruobai? Yilingwe's fair face flushed crimson in an instant. In her mind, there was but a singular thought: to find a crevice in the earth and bury herself within it. The mere recollection of taking Ruobai's hand and placing it upon her abdomen sent shivers down her spine. After inhaling deeply a couple of times, she muttered to herself, "I remember nothing. Nothing at all." Only after indulging in this self-hypnosis did her demeanor return to normal. Indeed, her senior sister was quite right. Ruobai owed her nothing, but on the contrary, it seemed she was the one indebted to him. Although she was his mentor, she had never fulfilled the obligations of a teacher, while he had diligently cared for her during her time of despair. This thought brought to mind the image of Ruobai patiently coaxing her to drink ginger soup. How infuriating. When he arrives, she must settle the score with him. At the scripture pavilion, "Sister, I've brought you osmanthus cake." After a busy morning, she had ventured out due to a lack of ingredients, and coincidentally brought some treats for Yu Yunchi as well. Pursuing a girl requires a willingness to spend money, of course, but this expenditure must remain within one's means. It is best to avoid the folly of pretending to be affluent. Ruobai had managed to amass a modest fortune from selling Pai Li balls, and having resolved to pursue his senior sister, he naturally had to put in some effort. The outcome mattered little to him. It was akin to reading a book. One cannot merely focus on the ending. Even if it ended unfavorably, at least the journey was worthwhile. That why Yunshi tilted her head. The book states that excessive flattery without cause indicates treachery. Which category do you fall into, junior brother? Upon hearing this, Ruobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Sister, aren't you my girlfriend? What's wrong with treating you well? After a moment of contemplation, Yunshi unexpectedly declared, so you're just after my body. Ruobai's expression froze. His senior sister's wit was as sharp as ever. However, she didn't seem entirely wrong. From a certain perspective, he indeed harbored a desire for her. The books say that if a boyfriend isn't attracted to his girlfriend's body, it can't be considered love. Therefore, junior brother must surely like me, right? Ruobai had initially pondered how to navigate this conversation, only to find his senior sister effortlessly providing him the perfect escape. Ahem, sister is correct. Yunshi patted the space beside her, motioning for Ruobai to sit. Without hesitation, he complied and took a seat beside her. Junior brother, may I stay at your place tonight? Upon hearing this, Ruobai quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, that's inappropriate. Yesterday was an exceptional circumstance. If word gets out, it would reflect poorly. He was acutely aware that Yunshi's mention of a curfew was a mere ruse. Under normal circumstances, he would have certainly declined her request to stay over. After all, it could significantly impact a young lady's reputation. Yet, last night, in a state of melancholy and yearning for companionship, he had succumbed to the impulse to invite her to stay. Now, however, there was no way he could agree to her request. Primarily, having such a stunning beauty lying beside him, even someone as resolute as he could hardly maintain his composure. All right, but it would feel so much more comfortable sleeping in your bed, especially with your scent lingering there. It's quite fragrant. Her words left Ruobai blushing. Did he really have a scent? He sniffed himself, but detected no aroma. Instead, he could distinctly sense the fragrance emanating from his senior sister. After all, she had spent the night on his bed. Would it not carry her scent as well? Ruobai hastily discarded these peculiar thoughts, nearly spiraling into infatuation. Perhaps next time, when sister comes again. Considering our current circumstances at Tianling Peak are rather unstable. Speaking of which, Ruobai nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. He needed to ascertain when his senior brothers intended to act. In a few days, he would be heading to Yaowang Valley, and he felt uneasy leaving without clarifying their plans. May I ask you a question, sister? Sure. What brings you to the scripture pavilion? Yunshi, puzzled, retorted. Then, junior brother, why are you here? To earn spirit stones. Oh, I see. Are you in dire need of spirit stones? I have some. If you want, I can give them all to you. Observing the earnest expression on her face, Ruobai felt that if he truly needed them, she would indeed part with them. He chuckled helplessly. Sister, I can earn spirit stones on my own. Besides, if I were to take your spirit stones, wouldn't that make me a freeloader? Yunshi tilted her head. What's wrong with freeloading? I would happily provide for you. Her words stirred a small warmth in Ruobai's heart. Sometimes, a casual remark holds far greater emotional weight than a declaration of love. Let us not dwell on that, sister. You still haven't answered me. Yunshi replied. Of course, coming to the scripture pavilion is more convenient for reading. Yet, after all these years, she must have read every book in the pavilion by now. Right? Yunshi nodded. Indeed, I've read them all, some even multiple times. Over the years, no new books have been added, so there's little left to read. Then, sister, why do you still choose to remain here? Yunshi casually opened a book and pointed to a line within. The drunkard's intent lies not in the wine, but in the mountains and waters. Ruobai found himself puzzled. What was the purpose of her pointing this out? A portion of the culture of this world resonates with that of his previous life. A phenomenon he had never quite grasped despite having lived for many years, attributing it merely to a convergence of brilliance. He had studied this line of poetry and understood its general meaning. Was his senior sister implying that her presence in the pavilion was not merely for the sake of books? If not, for what reason? It seemed Yunshi had seen through his thoughts. She leaned slightly closer, whispering in his ear, Fool, I stay here because of you. Chapter 30. The banquet at Hongmen. Ruobai could distinctly feel his heart racing. The casual remarks from his senior sister already held substantial weight. But when it came to such romantic confessions, he felt himself on the brink of surrender. He had initially intended to pursue her, Yet here he was, unwittingly ensnared by her charm. Sister, you aren't just saying sweet nothings to me, are you? However, from the earnest expression on her face, Ruobai already had his answer. His gaze wandered, attempting to evade her piercing stare. Yet, even when he turned away, he could still feel the heat of her gaze upon him. Suddenly, Yunshi asked, "Junior brother, may I kiss you?" Okay, Ruobai instinctively replied in the affirmative, but quickly realized the implications of her request and stammered, "No, that's not datum." Just as the word no escaped his lips, he felt a soft sensation on his cheek. When he glanced over, Yunshi had already withdrawn, her eyes betraying a hint of remorse. But I thought junior brother was saying yes. Ruobai nearly believed she was genuinely remorseful. But then she pointed to her own cheek, saying, "Then may I have you kiss me back?" Ruobai stared at her fair, delicate face, swallowing hard. Wait, who exactly was flirting with whom? It felt as though his senior sister was teasing him. Ruobai felt himself becoming somewhat lightheaded. He hurriedly said, "No need, no need. Sister, I still have to go sell Pai Li pills that I should take my leave now." He declared that he couldn't withstand the situation any longer and needed to strategically retreat. After uttering this, he dashed away like the wind. Once Ruobai had departed, Yunshi bit her lip, a hint of a smile gracing her features. Knock, 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 big brother, are you in? After fleeing the scripture pavilion, Ruobai did not head directly to the plaza. It was time to consult his elder brother about the enemy's movements. After all, his elder brother had previously instructed him to report any developments concerning their master. He had never taken the initiative to seek him out, and if he failed to make his presence known, it might raise suspicions. However, he needed to formulate his explanation carefully, from his elder brother's perspective. He would certainly prefer that their master showed no signs of recovery. If he were to learn that their master was indeed recovering, his elder brother would surely become restless. Conversely, if there was no recovery, the enemy could strike at any moment. Thus, he needed to strike a balance. Before long, the door swung open. Zhang Yunqi inquired, "Junior brother, has there been any news regarding our master?" Ruobai nodded, adopting a mournful expression. "Brother, I feel I can't continue with this. If it goes on like this, I might be in danger." Zhang Yunqi's brow furrowed with concern. "What happened?" "Our master had a fever this morning." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi finally relaxed. If she had a fever, it meant her cultivation had not yet recovered. A fever? Then how could there be any danger? She held a sword to my throat and ordered me to make her ginger soup. Zhang Yunqi initially believed there was nothing of great significance at hand. If it were merely the spirit language sword, he wouldn't be overly concerned. After all, he was at the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly be weaker than a spirit sword lacking a master to wield it? His true apprehension lay in the possibility that his master might possess other hidden tricks. However, if such capabilities did exist, he mused, she would not be cowering in her cave abode, would she? He found himself growing increasingly restless. His two junior brothers were also being rather cunning. Neither of them made a move. If they were unwilling to act, then so be it. As long as he could temporarily confine those two junior brothers and subsequently seize his master's essence, he would no longer have to fear them. Though this plan bore its risks, fortune often favored the bold, and cultivation was inherently a gamble. It would be all right. His master was known for her temper, and given her current physical predicament, it was only natural that her mood would be less than amiable. Once she recovered, she should return to her usual self. Nevertheless, Ruobai still sought to decline. "But master said she wanted you to take care of her. She believes I cannot manage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's heart sank. Me. He had been poised to take action, but now he found his resolve wavering. It was clear that his master did not genuinely wish for him to tend to her. She had long been aware of his collusion with the two junior brothers against her. On the surface, it seemed she was asking him to care for her, but in truth, was it not a trap? There was no doubt that she had means to deal with him. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Cough, cough. "Junior brother, you know I am rather busy and cannot spare the time to care for master. Please take it upon yourself to look after her." Hearing this, Ruobai realized that his words had indeed made an impact. "I must go to Yawang Valley in a few days, and may not be able to care for master. After all, she still needs to eat. Fear not. Simply prepare her meals in advance. Here, I have a little contraption that can preserve food. Take this." Zhang Yunqi deftly produced a small box and handed it to Ruobai. Ruobai blinked a few times. He had contemplated this issue previously and even considered learning about ice-based formations to create a refrigerator for food preservation. Yet, here was his senior brother providing him with one directly. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Yunqi nodded. Off you go. If you find yourself truly pressed for time, you may seek out the other two senior brothers to assist in caring for master. I imagine they would be quite willing. Su Ruobai replied. Then, senior brother, I shall take my leave. For the moment, Zhang Yunqi had managed to stabilize the situation, and there were still the second and third senior brothers. Conveniently, hadn't Zhang Yunqi suggested he reach out to them? It seemed his senior brother was far more cunning than he let on. It was one thing to be afraid himself, but he was also pushing his junior brothers to test the waters. The residences of the second and third senior brothers were not too far apart, so Su Ruobai first headed to the nearer second brother's place, compared to the other two senior brothers. His interactions with the second brother had been rather limited. The first brother was the epitome of refinement, though in reality, he was a shrewd individual. The third brother was more extroverted and lively. But in truth, he was not particularly virtuous either. The second brother, on the other hand, was notably taciturn. Just by looking at him, one might easily conclude he was not a good person. To be honest, Su Ruobai still found it somewhat unbelievable that the serene Tianling Peak had devolved into a battleground akin to a game of three kingdoms among 5 individuals. Fortunately, these 3 conspirators were not united in their intentions. Otherwise, the situation would be as dire as that of a ruler burdened with an incapable heir, making victory nearly impossible. Chapter 31. The 10,000 Sword Technique. Knock, knock, knock. Second brother, are you in? Li Yuanhe's voice quickly echoed from within. What is it? I will be heading to Yaowang Valley in a few days and may not be able to care for master. She initially wanted the first brother to do so, but he said for you to go instead. The door was soon pulled open. Li Yuanhe's expression was dark. The first brother wants me to go? Su Ruobai nodded. That is what he said. In any case, whatever was said would ultimately fall on the first brother's shoulders. Li Yuanhe scoffed coldly. I have no time for that. You should seek out your third brother instead. Bang. With that, Li Yuanhe slammed the door shut. Su Ruobai rubbed his nose and proceeded to find the third brother. He conveyed the same message, but the third brother was far more agreeable. However, the outcome remained the same. He declined the task. He did, however, provide Su Ruobai with a bag of spirit stones to ensure he took good care of Master. One had to admit, among the 3 senior brothers, the third was the most generous. Every encounter with him seemed to end with Su Ruobai leaving with something in hand. For the moment, the 3 senior brothers had been placated. However, one could not rule out unforeseen complications. To be safe, he thought to ask his senior sister to keep an eye on things, lest they suddenly change their minds. Noon. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Upon hearing Su Ruobai's voice, Yi Linghua suddenly felt a twinge of panic. She quickly composed herself, attempting to maintain a stern demeanor. Come in. The one outside was not the only one in a fluster. The one inside was equally unsettled. With Master speaking, it was evident she had regained her clarity. Su Ruobai felt a surge of fear. After all, they were all in the same boat, and it was unlikely she would truly harm him. He pushed the door open and entered the room. Indeed, Master sat at the table, her expression as cool and composed as ever, having returned to her former state. Had it not been for the lingering image stone, Su Ruobai might have doubted whether the compliant master he had seen that morning had merely been a figment of his imagination. Master, how do you feel? Yi Linghua regarded him with a hint of confusion. What do you mean? Master, you had a fever this morning. It was rather severe. Is that so? I don't recall. Hearing her words, Su Ruobai let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed she truly had been delirious, to the point of forgetting that Yi Linghua cast a sidelong glance at the food container in his hand and inquired coolly, what is for lunch? Green peppers. Yi Linghua's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Master, please. I mean, this please is just a habit, Su Ruobai stammered, realizing he had inadvertently slipped into a more familiar tone. This was not the compliant version of Master, and a misstep in phrasing could lead to trouble. Su Ruobai hurriedly continued, Master, just look at yourself. If you were not so picky, how could a cultivator fall ill? The green peppers merely serve as seasoning. Without them, the dish lacks soul. If you truly do not wish to eat green peppers, you may simply have the meat slices instead. His words. Yi Linghua's expression soured. She had never been one to be picky. It was certainly not her fault. The damage to her foundation had weakened her constitution, leading to this unusual behavior. However, the stir-fried meat slices from last time had indeed been quite delicious. As long as the dish did not consist solely of green peppers, she could tolerate it. Fine, I will concede this time. You may have this. Yi Linghua placed a piece of jade slip on the table. Here is a sword technique. Take it back to study. If you have questions, feel free to come ask me. Ruobai had not expected such an unexpected boon. He had been contemplating how to find a sword technique to test the efficacy of the sword heart clarity, and now his master had delivered it to him on a silver platter. Thank you, master. Then I shall take my leave? Yi Lingyue nodded. Go. Once Ruobai had departed, Yi Lingyue's face flushed crimson. The earlier pleas had nearly slipped her composure. That strange sensation surged to her head. And it was only through recalling all the misfortunes she had endured in her life that she managed to suppress it. She scolded herself. This ungrateful disciple, not a shred of decorum, with that. She opened the food container and glanced at the meal inside, her gaze drifting to the chopsticks in her hand. That a thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be if someone were to feed her at this moment. No, she could not let such a devoted disciple slip away. She had taken on only 4 disciples, 3 of whom were rebellious, and the last was planning to run off with her senior sister. This simply could not stand. Yi Lingyue resolved that if Ruobai came again in the evening, she would have to give him a good talking to about the importance of choosing a partner wisely. Lest he be easily deceived, primarily, she could not shake the feeling that her senior sister did not genuinely care for Ruobai. Her sister's playful nature suggested this was merely a passing fancy. And when the time came, Ruobai would be left in tears and confusion. However, the current situation was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river. She could barely ensure her own safety. She needed to find an opportunity to discuss matters with her senior sister. Although she harbored some resentment towards her, if the latter could assist her now, perhaps she would no longer have to worry about the other 3 rebellious disciples. The 10,000 sword technique? It felt somewhat like a common commodity, yet many celestial methods bore rather mundane names. Rarely did one encounter names like flame-shattering, wave-slicing, great wilderness prison skyfinger. The 10,000 sword technique was divided into 5 realms: entry, minor achievement, proficiency, major achievement, and perfection. At the entry level, one could wield a single sword. At minor achievement, 3 swords. At proficiency, 10. At major achievement, 100. And at perfection. It was the true essence of the 10,000 sword technique. Of course, this sword did not refer to a spirit sword, but rather swords formed from spiritual energy. Achieving this required not only an understanding of swords, but also a vast reservoir of spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise, one might struggle to even condense a sword. Ruobai followed the gestures illustrated on the jade slip to form several hand seals. Soon, a sword shape began to materialize before him. However, this appears somewhat reminiscent of the tribulation lightning that descends during the crossing of a calamity, albeit in a more diminutive form. Is it truly this simple? Yet, the swords I have manifested seem to differ somewhat from those recorded in the jade slip. With a flicker of thought, Ruobai quickly conjured another sword. 2, 3, 4. By the time he reached the 6th sword, Ruobai felt he could scarcely endure any longer. Each sword required a continuous supply of spiritual power, and not just a trivial amount. These 6 swords nearly drained him of all his energy. After some contemplation, Ruobai estimated that, given his current realm, 3 swords would be the most suitable if his spiritual energy were ample. The notion of a myriad of swords would be well within reach. There seemed to be no bottleneck. Perhaps this is the essence of a clear sword heart. Chapter 32. Who to save first? As night fell, on Qingyan Peak. Knock, knock, knock. Yunshi found it rather peculiar. Who could be seeking her at this hour? Senior sister, are you there? Ruobai, what brings him here? A smirk crossed her lips. You were reluctant to visit my place. Yet you wish to come here. It seems this junior brother is not as dull as he appears. I am here. Junior brother, I shall open the door for you. Yunshi opened the door, gazing at Ruobai, who held a small box, and inquired with curiosity, Junior brother, what is this? Ruobai grinned widely. Senior sister, I just made some dumplings. Please have a taste. Yunshi accepted the box from him, momentarily taken aback by the flour-dusted face. Dumplings? Yes, they are filled with spirit pig meat, so they can be considered celestial food. You may eat with peace of mind. Today is not a festival, is it? Of course not. I simply wanted to eat some, so I made a couple. Senior sister, the dumplings have been delivered, and I shall take my leave now. With that, Ruobai turned to depart. Yunshi was left in a state of bewilderment. Wait, you really just came to deliver dumplings? Ruobai, snapping back to reality, asked with confusion, what is the matter? Are you not going to come in and sit for a while? Ruobai waved his hand dismissively. No need. Senior sister, isn't there a curfew at Qingyan Peak? If I don't leave now, I might not be able to later. Yu Yunshi was unsure whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Discussing curfew at such a moment, Dai could only be said that he was indeed consistent. Junior brother, you can stay here for the night. Upon hearing this, Ruobai felt compelled to refuse further. Senior sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I still need to deliver dumplings to my master. She hasn't had dinner yet. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi felt a pang of disappointment. Why did it seem to her that in his eyes, she was far less important than his master? She sighed softly. Junior brother, if one day both I and your master fell into a river, whom would you save? Ruobai looked perplexed, failing to grasp that Yu Yunshi was feeling jealous. He merely thought she had read some strange book again. Senior sister, you are both cultivators. You shouldn't need my help, right? What if neither of us had any cultivation, and you could only save one person? Ruobai pondered for a moment before responding, I would save my master first. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Your master looks down on you, yet you remain so filial. Yet Ruobai continued, and then I would fall in love with you. After uttering this, Ruobai felt a bit embarrassed. This response was something he had come across online in his previous life. He never anticipated it would come in handy one day. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi was momentarily stunned. The displeasure in her heart dissipated instantly. She truly had not expected such a response. It seemed this junior brother, while appearing dull on the surface, was quite the hidden romantic. Ahem, senior sister, I must take my leave now. With that, Ruobai hurriedly made his exit. Sweet words were certainly not suited for him to express. Yu Yunshi's lips curled into a gentle smile as she opened the box in her hands. Gazing at the dumplings inside, her eyes sparkled slightly. Dumplings hand-wrapped by her junior brother. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Why do these dumplings taste sweet? On Tianling Peak, Ruobai patted his slightly flushed face. He had been the one to speak sweetly, yet somehow, he ended up feeling shy. However, recalling that his senior sister had remained expressionless after hearing his words, Ruobai realized that perhaps such declarations held little significance for her. Maybe in her mind, there was no definition of love. In essence, pursuing his senior sister was akin to pursuing a stone. Nevertheless, Ruobai was undeterred. He firmly believed in the saying, sincerity can break through stone. Even if it were a stone, he was convinced that as long as he continued with gentle persistence, one day his senior sister would understand his intentions. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ruobai entered the room, leaving the food box behind. Master, I brought dumplings tonight. That if they are insufficient, I have more. Upon hearing this, Yilingwa furrowed her brow. What did that imply? Did it suggest she could eat a lot? Eating was of little consequence. Having restored her foundation stage cultivation, she had no particular demands regarding food. Even without eating, it would not have much impact. However, Ruobai's offerings were celestial food, infused with spiritual energy, beneficial for recovery. Moreover, dining was undoubtedly a way to send false signals to those few disciples, and that was the most crucial aspect. Ahem, Ruobai, I heard you've taken a girlfriend. Ruobai looked utterly bewildered. Huh, master, how did you find out? Just a guess. Ruobai felt puzzled. Although, according to past sayings, it was indeed possible to discern whether someone had a girlfriend or not. However, that was an ability of the older generation. Wasn't his master also single? How could she tell? Yilingwa continued. Would you mind sharing which sex she belongs to? I could offer you some insights. Ruobai doubted the usefulness of her so-called insights. She's just a senior sister. Not much else to say. Senior sister? Yilingwa's face darkened. According to the hierarchy, Yu Yunshi should be his master's junior aunt, right? Asking Ruobai to call her senior sister? Was she trying to appear younger? What do you think of her? She seems quite good. Then if one day your senior sister and I both fell into the water, whom would you save? Wait, are you kidding me? Senior sister asked this question, and now you're asking too. I would save my master first. Upon hearing this, Yilingwa nodded in satisfaction. Humph, senior sister, you're no match for me yet. And what about your senior sister? I would fall in love with her. Suddenly, the room fell into a deep silence. Yilingwa, who had just been smugly smiling, instantly froze upon hearing this. Why did it feel as though she had just been force-fed something unpleasant? She regretted asking such questions that brought discomfort upon herself. I haven't taught you much before, but now that I have the time, I ought to say a few words. Ruobai nodded. Master, please go ahead. When it comes to finding a girlfriend, you must be discerning and not be deceived. Some women may appear meek on the surface, yet they can be quite wicked. Chapter 33. meeting the parents? At this moment, Ruobai felt a strong urge to retort. Are there not women who seem aloof on the surface but possess a sweet side beneath? He responded somewhat dismissively. What you say makes sense. Master Wai Lingwei was unsure if he had truly absorbed her words. She then spoke. Bring your senior sister over tomorrow. I have things to discuss with her. Huh? Ruobai was stunned. Isn't that a bit premature? We haven't even established anything yet. Ruobai was orphaned, and, in the cultivation world, when two individuals became partners, they typically met each other as masters. Inviting her to meet his master was tantamount to introducing her to the parents. Yi Lingwei rolled her eyes, clearly aware that this lad had misunderstood. I just want to have a look. If she is unwilling to come for the time being, that is fine. Upon hearing this, Ruobai nodded, though he felt somewhat anxious. After all, his master and Qing Yanzun were not on good terms, and his senior sister was a disciple of Qing Yanzun. This relationship. All right. By the way, why did you come here so late? I went to deliver dumplings to my senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei felt an urge to slap herself. Why had she asked so many questions? She had just dug herself into a hole. However, did that mean the dumplings were not made for her, but rather for his senior sister? This implied that she could enjoy dumplings only by virtue of her senior sister's influence? Thinking this, Yi Lingwei's gaze towards Ruobai became somewhat dangerous. However, Ruobai remained oblivious, instead stating, Master, please rest early after eating. I shall take my leave now. With that, Ruobai cupped his hands in respect and departed. After Ruobai departed, Yi Lingwei opened the food box, casting an indignant glance at the dumplings inside, and muttered under her breath, Detestable senior sister, she dares to compete with me for these. Subsequently, she picked up a pair of chopsticks, snatched a dumpling, and popped it into her mouth, her fierce demeanor suggesting she was biting into her senior sister instead. Why is this dumpling sour? The next day, your master wishes to see me? Yu Yunqi felt a peculiar sense of unease. What could prompt her junior sister to seek her out so suddenly? A family visit. It likely wasn't a literal family introduction. Perhaps it was merely a pretense. And her junior sister had some matter to discuss. Thus, Yu Yunqi acquiesced, saying, Well then I shall accompany you to Tianling Peak shortly. Ruobai was somewhat surprised by her sister's prompt agreement. However, it made sense, as her senior sister might not have grasped the gravity of the situation. Senior sister, my master might not be very easy to deal with. Not easy to deal with. Yu Yunqi feigned ignorance and then asked, If your master were to bully me, would you stand by my side or hers? Upon hearing this question, Ruobai felt somewhat bewildered. Why has her senior sister been asking such tricky questions lately? What book has she been reading? Without hesitation, Ruobai responded, Of course I would stand by you, senior sister. You need not worry. He understood the distinction between his master and a girlfriend. Why Yu Yunqi nodded in satisfaction. Clearly feeling her interception had been quite successful, Ruobai continued. By the way, senior sister, there is something I must ask of you. What is it? Ruobai then stated, During my time at Yaowang Valley, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on my master. Why Yu Yunqi frowned, saying, Well, if your brothers decide to make a move, I might not be able to stop them. This was, of course, merely a ruse to deceive Ruobai. After all, Yu Yunqi was still Yi Lingwei's senior sister. While her talent might not match Yi Lingwei's, her cultivation was not far behind. Dealing with a few juniors was well within her capabilities. Primarily, she was more curious to see what Ruobai could accomplish for her somewhat unruly junior sister. If her junior sister's rebellious disciples truly intended to act, she certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Ruobai pondered for a moment before saying, Senior sister, if they truly take action and you cannot stop them, then so be it. It must simply be my master's fate. In truth, Yu Yunqi believed her junior sister's fate was rather fortunate. At the very least, she had a good disciple like Ruobai. She couldn't help but exclaim, Junior brother, I find myself a bit envious of your master. After all, she doesn't treat you well. Why not come be my disciple instead? Upon hearing this, Ruobai was taken aback. Could it be that her senior sister had grown weary of romantic relationships and was now more curious about the master-disciple bond? Yu Yunqi continued, Junior brother, don't you think it would be rather amusing to have both a master and a partner? Huh? Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. What an odd notion in his previous life. He had encountered numerous web novels featuring master-disciple romances, and naturally, he had indulged in fantasies of such scenarios. Yet, fantasy was one thing. Ruobai was well aware of what was permissible in sister. Are you jesting with me? Yu Yunshi coughed softly twice and replied, this is what our master has said, not me. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. It is not a mandatory condition. Wei Lingwe, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, could it possibly be because he is your boyfriend, hence it is not compulsory? She was now quite skeptical, wondering if Yu Yunshi was intentionally meddling in her affairs. It seemed her sister had already surmised that the individual referred to by their master was indeed Ruobai. Lingwe held no doubts regarding her sister's honesty. Initially, she had no intentions of taking on disciples. Yet her master insisted she gather 4 pupils that time. Lingwe could not fathom the reason behind this demand. It now appeared to be due to the divination made by her master. Yu Yunshi coughed again, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Just as Lingwe had suspected, Yu Yunshi had long recognized that her other disciples were not exactly virtuous. Naturally, she understood that the person their master spoke of was undoubtedly Ruobai. Thus, she began to observe what peculiar qualities Ruobai possessed that could stir her stubborn sister's affections. In the course of her observations, she found herself ensnared. He appeared rather ordinary, much like most others. Yet inexplicably, there was a unique charm about him that deeply captivated her. Initially, Yu Yunshi could scarcely believe that she felt drawn to such an unremarkable young man. However, as her observations extended over time, it became evident that Ruobai was not as mundane as he seemed. His attributes were unlike those of the other prodigies, akin to her fellow disciples. No matter how high their talents, their disposition ultimately dictated their achievements. Ruobai, in contrast, excelled in various aspects beyond mere cultivation talent. He was handsome, an excellent cook. In truth, he possessed numerous commendable qualities. Of course, this might also be attributed to the adage that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. She found everything about him appealing. Yu Yunshi did not deny this fact, for she had genuinely developed feelings for this young man. Continuing, Yu Yunshi said, sister, one cannot speak in such a manner. If you have feelings, seize the opportunity. I, as your elder sister, am quite generous. As long as you are willing to be humble, I shall not be overly particular. Upon hearing this, Lingwe was taken aback. Sister, are you unwell? Yu Yunshi replied, exasperated. Do you think I desire this? If it weren't for our master's instructions, I would hardly concern myself with you. Yu Yunshi felt somewhat guilty, having been the one to intervene first. Truly, their master was biased. Why did she only divine for her younger sister and not for herself? Wasn't he her own romantic fate entwined with Ruobai as well? Subsequently, Yu Yunshi continued, the 3rd condition is to say, sister, I am sorry 100 times. Huh? Lingwe doubted her own hearing. Sister, what did you just say? I said, the 3rd condition is to say, sister, I am sorry 100 times. After a brief pause, Yu Yunshi added, this is a non-negotiable requirement. Initially, Lingwe believed her sister to be kind-hearted, but it now appeared she still enjoyed teasing her as before. Noticing Lingwe's silence, Yu Yunshi flipped her hand, revealing the reverse fate herb. Smiling at Lingwe, she said, this herb, if sold outside, could fetch a considerable fortune in rare treasures. Now, you only need to utter a few words of apology, and no one would dare to take advantage of such a good fortune. Would they? Seeing her sister's mischievous demeanor, Lingwe felt a surge of irritation. The first 2 conditions were manageable, but this 3rd one was purely a prank at her expense. Taking a deep breath, she softly uttered, sister, I am sorry. Louder, I can't hear you. Sister, I am sorry. Without sincerity, it doesn't count. Outside the door, Ruobai paced anxiously. Upon hearing the door open, he immediately halted and turned towards it. Observing Yu Yunshi with slightly reddened eyes, he grew alarmed. Sister, are you all right? I am fine. Ruobai found it hard to believe her claim of being unscathed. Sister, what did my master say? Yu Yunshi, with a tearful expression, replied, well, she said she doesn't like me and advised me to keep my distance from you, junior brother. Does this mean we can't meet anymore? Upon hearing this, Ruobai's fists clenched tighter. Normally, Yu Yunshi exhibited little expression. For her to display such emotion suggested that their master must have uttered something quite hurtful. All right. Your master seems to be quite intent on causing trouble, doesn't he? Lingwe. Of course not. Sister, rest assured. Things will remain as they were before. You need not heed my master's words. Her disapproval doesn't matter, for I like you, and that is sufficient. But Yu Yunshi nodded. However, I still feel uneasy. This left Ruobai in a predicament, as he had no experience in comforting others. Just as he felt at a loss, Yunchi spoke up, "Junior brother, if you let me have a kiss, I shall feel much better." Chapter 35. Su Ruobai's firm stance in that fleeting moment. Su Ruobai wondered if his sister's previous demeanor was merely an act. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that she would resort to such theatrics. Not kissing her would mean witnessing her discomfort, which was equally distressing for him. To kiss her would deviate from propriety, yet aside from that, it appeared harmless. Moreover, he himself was quite eager to kiss her. Alas, why did he suddenly feel more like a fool than ever? Swallowing hard, he suggested, "Cough, sister, shall we change locations? This place seems a bit inappropriate." Not good. This left him feeling quite troubled. They were at the entrance of their master's abode, where one could easily hear the sounds from outside. Additionally, their master seemed to have regained her strength, possibly possessing the ability to perceive the happenings outside. However, looking at his sister's state, he had no choice but to take a deep breath and muster the courage to quickly plant a peck on her cheek. That should suffice, right? The kiss was over, yet Su Ruobai felt a twinge of regret. It had been too swift, devoid of any sensation. Next time, if given the chance, I should linger a bit longer to truly discern what my sister tastes like. Why did it suddenly feel as though he was not just a fool, but had some hentai traits as well? Yunchi nodded in satisfaction. "Junior brother, you are so obedient. I shall add 20 points to your score." Su Ruobai, feeling rather embarrassed, inquired, "Sister, how many points have you added for me now? Is my score not full yet?" Yunchi pondered for a moment. "It seems so. Then shall we proceed to the bridal chamber today?" At this, Su Ruobai nearly choked. "What do you mean by going to the bridal chamber today?" He helplessly replied, "Sister, what I mean is that points cannot be added arbitrarily." Yunchi tilted her head. "Oh, is that so? Then when do we add them?" Well, Su Ruobai had no idea when to add them. He felt that if Yunchi truly believed that a particular action could enhance her affection, only then should he add points. The current method seemed far too casual, as if they were merely jesting. Unable to find clarity, Su Ruobai decided to change the subject. "Come on, sister, let me escort you back. I will discuss matters with our master." Yunchi agreed. "Just don't get into an argument with your master. She is also doing this for your own good." Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai felt even more that his sister's temperament was far too accommodating. Compared to their master, she was like a celestial being in contrast to an earthly one. Lingwei thought. "So this is what they call a green TBTCH. I understand now. As night fell bang. Yi Lingwei gazed at the overflowing box of green peppers, slamming her palm onto the table in frustration. Glaring at Su Ruobai, she indignantly questioned, "Su Ruobai, what do you mean by this?" Su Ruobai was equally startled by her ire. He had anticipated that their master would be angry upon his arrival. However, she had bullied his sister. As her boyfriend, he felt it was his duty to stand up for her. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "I want to ask you the same. Your sister is such a wonderful person, and you. Yi Lingyue furrowed her brow. What happened to her? Almost made her see our Y.at this. Yi Lingyue nearly choked on her own words. Made her cry? It's a miracle she didn't cry herself. She was supposed to say, sister, I am sorry 100 times, and she ended up saying it dozens more. Do you think she didn't want to cry?" After a moment's thought, Yi Lingwei quickly deduced the sequence of events. It was undoubtedly her insufferable sister who pretended to be pitiful before Su Ruobai, leading to the current predicament. Yi Lingwei scoffed. "Do you believe she was faking it? Faking? How could that be? Why would my sister do such a thing? Isn't it obvious? To torment me." Yi Lingwei felt a pang of frustration, as she had already been irked by her sister's earlier remarks. Now, confronted with these green peppers, her irritation only deepened. "I'm not eating this. Take it away." Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai immediately objected. "No, you must eat." Seeing Su Ruobai's attitude, which was even more resolute than her own, Yi Lingwei's eyes widened in astonishment. "This little rascal, has he gone too far? I won't eat. You must eat. What nonsense is this? This concerns the mission points. I must eat, whether I like it or not." Su Ruobai continued, "If master doesn't eat, then don't expect me to cook for you in the future." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei furrowed her brows once more. You made all of this." She had sensed something was amiss earlier. How could the dishes from Juxing Tower be so ordinary? They should have appeared much more refined if Su Ruobai had indeed prepared them all himself. It would explain everything, surprisingly, aside from the green peppers. Su Ruobai's cooking was quite delectable. If he lacked talent in other areas, perhaps he was indeed well suited to be a husband, to the very least. With her high cultivation, she wouldn't be bullied. Ugh, Yi Lingwei. What are you thinking? Internally cursing her detestable senior sister once more, she blamed her for leading her to such frivolous thoughts. What else could it be? Am I the master? Or are you? Do you wish to learn from your senior brothers? Su Ruobai's face stiffened, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He fell silent for a considerable time before picking up the food box from the table and wordlessly departing. Yi Lingwei was taken aback. She genuinely hadn't anticipated Su Ruobai would leave so decisively, especially after having been so firm just moments ago. Now, Yi Lingwei felt a twinge of panic if Su Ruobai truly stopped bringing her meals. But wait, her cultivation had already recovered. It seemed his absence wouldn't have much of an impact. Yet, after all this time, she had grown accustomed to his deliveries. The mere thought of him not bringing her food in the future made her uneasy. If she could just bear it a little longer, she could eat on her own, right? How infuriating that Yi Lingwei realized she might have indeed gone too far with her words. Su Ruobai's loyalty to her was beyond doubt. And compared to him and his senior brothers, she probably had wounded his feelings. With a deep sigh, Yi Lingwei pondered why it felt like it was no longer Su Ruobai who owed her, but rather she owed him far too much. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yi Lingwei felt a wave of confusion. Who could it be visiting her? In the past, she might have worried it was one of her fellow disciples coming to confront her. But now, if they dared to show up, she wouldn't hesitate to deal with them first. Master, I made you a fresh batch of fried rice. Please make do with it. I know you might not be fond of her since she is a disciple of Qinyan Peak. But senior sister is genuinely quite nice. If you dislike her, I won't bring her along anymore. After a pause, Su Ruobai continued. Also, I was impulsive earlier and may have spoken out of turn. I will be more mindful in the future. Yi Lingwei opened the door, only to find Su Ruobai had already left, leaving behind a food box on the ground, standing there for a long while. She finally bent down to pick it up. Her senior sister was right. Su Ruobai was a genuinely good person, to the point that she felt a slight stir within her. No wonder her senior sister liked him. Yi Lingwei bit her lip, gazing in the direction Su Ruobai had departed, lost in thought. Chapter 36, The Hairpin Incident. 5 days later, at the entrance of Lingyu sect, junior brother, why don't I accompany you? Yu Yunqi grasped Su Ruobai's hand, her expression one of eager anticipation that evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld it. Su Ruobai nearly acquiesced. Over the past few days, Yu Yunqi had broached the subject multiple times. Su Ruobai felt helpless. Senior sister, I wish you could come with me, but it would be too dangerous for Master to be alone in the sect without anyone to look after her. I simply can't trust anyone else, so I must rely on you. With that, Su Ruobai subtly withdrew his hand from Yu Yunqi's grasp. This was not Tianling Peak. One could never know when someone might appear nearby. If they were seen, it would surely make headlines in the sect the following day. Yu Yunqi sighed in disappointment. All right then, just come back early. Rest assured, senior sister, once Master S' injuries are healed, I will take you out for a proper outing. Yu Yunqi then asked, before you leave, could you give me a kiss? Su Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. Why was his senior sister so eager for him to kiss her? Was this something one could easily become addicted to? It seemed so, as he too felt a strong desire to kiss her again. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was rather difficult to refuse her. In his previous life, such intimacy was commonplace between boyfriends and girlfriends. But in this world, such actions were reserved solely for Dao partners. Thus, he had no choice but to strive to ensure his senior sister would become his Dao partner in the future. After glancing around and confirming no one else was in sight, Su Ruobai finally pulled Yu Yunqi into his embrace. Senior sister, I'm going to kiss you now. After asking, he felt somewhat foolish. She had already given her tacit approval, and yet he still sought confirmation. Readers, do not follow his example. With a gentle approach, Su Ruobai leaned in towards his senior sister's delicate face, just as he was about to press his lips against her cheek. Yu Yunqi slightly turned her head, resulting in their lips meeting perfectly. Su Ruobai froze entirely, soft, sweet. He had truly savored the taste of his senior sister now. After a few seconds, he finally registered what had occurred and hurriedly pulled away. Explaining, senior sister, I didn't mean to. Please let me explain. Yu Yunqi tilted her head, but I meant to. The air fell into an awkward silence, and Su Ruobai's heart raced uncontrollably. His face flushed slightly. He cleared his throat and said, Senior sister, I'm leaving now. He then quickly fled, pondering how adept his senior sister was at this. Yawang Valley lay in the southern region of the Tianyan dynasty. A considerable distance from Lingyu sect. To reach it, one would need to travel to the nearby capital to board a flying vessel, If he were to journey on foot, it would likely take him 10 days to half a month to arrive. This journey marked his first venture into the far reaches. Previously, even when tasked by the sect, he had only dealt with minor demons in the vicinity, never venturing beyond the boundaries of Lingyu's sect. Such was the reality. At that time, he had only been at the Qi refinement stage. Now, having entered the foundation establishment stage, the recent events on the mountain had propelled him to the golden core stage after consuming a Qingyan divine fruit. Otherwise, according to sect regulations, those at the foundation establishment stage were required to undertake a task outside their sect's territory. Yet, the thought of potentially achieving something monumental filled Su Ruobai with excitement. Liyun City. This was Su Ruobai's first visit to such a large city. Before even entering, he had spotted a magnificent pavilion floating in the air above the center of Liyun City. This sight inexplicably reminded him of a line from a poem. The white jade capital in the sky. 12 towers and 5 cities. He couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship involved. Such a grand structure must consume an immense amount of spirit stones each moment to remain suspended in the air. Su Ruobai felt a surge of curiosity about what lay above, but it was evident that not everyone could ascend to such a skyward edifice. After a brief moment of admiration, Su Ruobai proceeded into the city. Once inside, he learned that a ticket for the flying vessel cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The price was rather steep, which explained why many cultivators preferred to journey on foot rather than pay for passage. Fortunately, he had earned a fair amount of spirit stones in recent days, so he could afford a few rides. However, the next vessel wouldn't depart until evening, and since it was still early, he decided to explore the city a bit. He had previously promised his senior sister that he would take her out for a fun outing. Having hardly ventured beyond the sect, he needed to prepare a proper itinerary. Conveniently, Su Ruobai found Liyun City quite intriguing. He planned to do a little shopping for gifts to bring back for his senior sister, with the hope of inviting her to join him next time. Perfect. On the other end of Liyun City, 2 young women strolled along the street, one clad in blue and the other in white. The frequent glances from passers-by indicated that the two were of exceptional beauty. The blue-clad woman tugged at the white-clad woman's sleeve, saying, "Senior sister, if we sneak out like this, we'll definitely be punished by Master when we returned." The mention of Master. A flicker of fear crossed the white-clad woman's eyes. Though it vanished almost instantly, Xiao Sun, don't worry that I've already planned this out. We're going to Yaolong Valley to broaden our horizons. Doesn't count as sneaking out to have fun. Xiaoxuan wore a worried expression. Senior sister. You can fool yourself with that line, but Master would never buy it. Her words. Qin Ling's face fell. Xiao Sun, whose side are you on? Do you know how hard it was for me to bring you out for fun? If you don't want to be punished, you should return now. Once the flying vessel arrives, it will be too late to go back. Xiaoxuan quickly shook her head. Senior sister, I'll stay with you. But we can't play for too long. Qin Ling huffed, clearly displeased. I know that you're so young, yet you're more nagging than mastered. Xiaoxuan playfully stuck out her tongue and mumbled. It's still about that time when my senior sister took me to sneak a spirit crane from the elder, only to be scolded by our master afterward. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling felt a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat twice and replied, Last time was indeed my fault. Senior sister, I didn't expect the third elder to be so cunning. Despite raising so many spirit cranes, he still counts them every day. As compensation, let me buy you a hairpin, since you dropped one when we stole the spirit crane, right? You remember that, don't you? Xiaoxuan felt quite touched. Then I shall thank you, senior sister. Qin Ling nodded. Of course, I must remember that. It is the bond between us. As they chatted, Qin Ling soon spotted her target and grabbed Xiaoxuan's hand, leading her forward. Xiaoxuan, I see a beautiful hairpin that should suit you perfectly. The two hurried towards it, just as another hand reached out. Boss, how much is this hairpin? Qin Ling was taken aback, not expecting someone to intercept her desired item. She glared at the man before her. Hey, what do you mean? I saw it first. Su Ruobai was momentarily stunned, having not noticed the 2 women beside him. Observing their garments resembling those of a certain sect, he realized he had little interaction with people from other sects, including his own, hence he could not identify their affiliation. Su Ruobai, who also liked the hairpin, remarked, Dear friend, when it comes to trade, there is no such rule as who saw it first. Seeing that the 2 appeared ready to argue, Xiaoxuan quickly interjected, Senior sister, why don't we choose another? Qin Ling shot her a look. If we choose another, can anything compare to this one? I feel this one is the most suitable. Su Ruobai frowned and suggested, in that case, how about the highest bidder takes it? Already irked, Qinling instantly agreed without any contemplation. However, she saw no reason to hesitate. As the man's attire suggested, he was not particularly wealthy. Boss, how much for this hairpin? 10.10 copper coins. The shopkeeper was extremely flustered. He merely engaged in small business, and if these two cultivators were to fight, he wouldn't know where to seek justice if his stall were destroyed. Su Ruobai wasted no time. I offer 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Huh. Qinling stared at Su Ruobai in disbelief. You're offering a middle-grade spirit stone for something worth 10 copper coins. The only person who would make such a bid is the foolish son of a landlord. For her, a middle-grade spirit stone wasn't an extravagant amount, but she had brought many spirit stones due to the rush of their outing. Moreover, after purchasing 2 tickets for the flying boat, she had already spent over 200. She would certainly need to buy a ticket for the return trip as well, which would cost another 200. Thus, spending so much on a mere hairpin would leave her with little left. And she would be left to travel on a shoestring budget. Su Ruobai continued. So, what do you say? If you can't outbid me, this hairpin is mine. He knew full well that his offer was rather extravagant. But since he was buying something for his senior sister, spending a little more didn't seem excessive. Additionally, he hoped to make the woman in front of him retreat, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. In fact, this tactic proved effective. Hearing Qinling's teeth grind in frustration, she huffed, Fine, I'll let you have it. Don't think that I can't afford it. Su Rai couldn't help but chuckle at her feeble justification. Some people are like that. They boast the loudest despite being the weakest. He had no intention of further engaging with her. Having secured the item for his senior sister, he could not forget about his master either. Although his master treated him rather poorly, he still needed to show filial piety. What would be the most appropriate gift for his master? Su Ruobai pondered. Perhaps he should also buy a hairpin. Rings and necklaces were not particularly convenient gifts. A hairpin seemed most fitting. After scanning the small stall, he quickly found another target. Just as he reached out to grab it, another hand simultaneously seized it. Su Ruobai turned to Qinling beside him, furrowing his brow. What do you mean by that? Qinling was flabbergasted, having thought she could settle for the second best since the most beautiful one was out of reach. She was about to grab it when he snatched it first. Not only did he take it first, but he also questioned her intentions. Infuriated, she retorted, What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to oppose me? Seeing the two about to argue again, Imo Xiaoxuan tugged at Qinling's sleeve. Senior sister, let it go. I have another hairpin, in a way. This isn't over. Qinling exclaimed, her eyes narrowing on Su Ruobai. Do you dare to step outside the city for a duel? Whoever wins takes it. Being in the early stage of the Golden Core, she perceived Su Ruobai as merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Thus she felt no fear. However, to her surprise, Su Ruobai shook his head and replied, I dare not. At this response, Qinling grew even angrier. Had it not been for the city rules prohibiting fighting, she would have already struck him. Are you even a man? Su Ruobai chose not to engage in her taunts. He saw no need to prove his masculinity to her. Instead, he turned to the shopkeeper. How much is this? No need to pay. No need to pay. The spirit stone you just gave is enough to cover my stall for years. The shopkeeper's thoughts were solely focused on packing up and heading home. 1 middle-grade spirit stone could equate to a mundane family's expenses for many years. Su Ruobai nodded, thanked him, and prepared to leave. However, it was evident that Qinling was fuming from his disregard. Stomping her foot, she shouted, You better wait for me. Don't let me catch you again. Beside them, Imo Xiaoxuan felt exasperated with her senior sister, gently tugging at her hand and whispering, Senior sister, calm down. He is already far away. Qinling huffed, I should have brought more spirit stones. This is infuriating. Let us go find another stall. I refuse to believe I can't find a suitable hairpin today. As night fell aboard the flying boat, Su Ruobai leaned against the railing. Not only was the floating pavilion above impressive, but the flying boat itself was also awe-inspiring. This vessel dwarfed the pavilion above by numerous magnitudes. Soaring through the skies, it resembled a colossal fish. Such a flying boat was no mere transport. It was said to have at least 3 formidable cultivators at the void refinement stage on board, capable of serving as a warship when necessary. From this point, it would take approximately 3 days to reach the Medicine King Valley. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Su Ruobai intended to retreat to his quarters to cultivate. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he heard a familiar voice ahead. Wow, senior sister, is this what a flying boat looks like? It's so much more comfortable than flying on a sword. Humph, indeed, Xiaoxuan. If you don't come out to explore, you'll never know how interesting the world outside is. Recognizing the voice immediately, Ruobai thought, is this fate playing tricks on me? How can I encounter her here? He quickly lowered his head and hastened towards his room. It was nighttime, and the dim light made it likely she wouldn't recognize him if he kept a low profile. But, as luck would have it, the path was wide, and she insisted on walking right in front of him. Ruobai stepped left to make way, and she moved right, effectively blocking his path. They repeated this back and forth dance several times, clearly indicating some cosmic misalignment. Finally, Qin Ling spoke. Excuse me, dear friend, could you please stop looking down while walking? How am I supposed to get by? Ruobai twitched his mouth. Did she think he wanted to walk with his head down? Not wanting to argue, he intended to sidestep her. It wasn't that he was afraid. It was merely a nuisance, as he dreaded being recognized and embroiled in another argument. However, just as he attempted to bypass her, Qin Ling suddenly turned and exclaimed, "Stop. I knew something was off. It's you?" Realizing she had recognized him, Ruobai sighed in resignation and turned back. "You must be mistaken," with hands on her hips. Qin Ling retorted angrily, "Mistaken? Humph. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. Then what do you want?" Without regard for their genders, Qin Ling grasped Ruobai's arm and pulled him in a direction. "Come on, let us head to the arena. I want to give you a beating." The flying boat was akin to a small kingdom, complete with its own set of rules. If conflicts arose, they could be resolved at the arena aboard the boat and not through private brawls. Ruobai glanced at her hand, gripping his arm, and frowned. "Aren't you afraid you might lose?" Qin Ling scoffed. "You're just a foundation establishment cultivator. What confidence do you have?" Ruobai, possessing the celestial covering scripture, could discern that Qin Ling was also in the early stage of the golden core. Yet, despite their equivalent realms, he still felt uncertain. Primarily, he possesses no formidable techniques whatsoever. The myriad sword techniques he learned from his master were never truly practiced. They were merely for his personal amusement. However, it presents an opportune moment to test his abilities. Ruobai, maintaining an impassive demeanor, withdrew his arm and stated, "I am willing to engage in combat. But let it be clear, regardless of the outcome, you shall not trouble me again henceforth." Qin Ling acquiesced, secretly resolving to teach him a lesson. After all, grievances are best settled face-to-face rather than postponed. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoxuan felt a pang of concern. Her master was right. Her senior sister wasn't one to be trifled with, which explained why she had asked her to keep an eye on her. Chapter 38. The Unity of Swords and the Thunderous Sword Intent in the Arena. Ruobai discerned the opponent's cultivation level. Despite her youth, she had already reached the Golden Core stage, indicating the backing of a significant sect. Whether he could match her in combat was uncertain, but the real concern lay in the possibility of her summoning reinforcements. However, since she persistently pursued him, he had no choice but to engage her. Before the duel commenced, Ruobai prudently proposed, "Let us swear an oath. After this bout, regardless of victory or defeat, you shall not disturb me again." Qin Ling scoffed, pondering how he could be so averse to trouble. Her mind was solely focused on delivering a thorough beating to relieve her pent-up frustration, and she promptly declared, "I, Qin Ling, swear by the heavens that after this fight, I shall not trouble you again." With the oath established, Ruobai felt a sense of relief. Qin Ling, was it? Out in the world, she should learn to be more discreet. Today, he would take the opportunity to impart a lesson on humility, illustrating that sometimes, one need not bother reasoning with those unworthy of hearing it. As he concentrated, 3 ethereal swords formed a circling halo around him. Observing this familiar technique, Qin Ling was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly wield their sword sect's techniques? Such sword techniques were not easily disseminated. If he had learned them through dubious means, the sword sect would surely pursue him, before her eyes. The 3 spiritual swords coalesced into a single blade, its form significantly more solid, and its aura noticeably sharper. Qin Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. The unity of swords? Am I mistaken? The unity of swords could be regarded as an advanced version of the myriad sword technique. In the sword sect, many could master the myriad sword technique, but the unity of swords was a different matter entirely. As she processed this shocking revelation, she also realized that he was not merely at the foundation establishment stage. His aura was on par with her own, confirming that he too was at the golden core stage. If he were merely at the foundation establishment level, it would be impossible for him to master the unity of swords and defeat her across such a significant gap in cultivation. But if they were of the same level, Qin Ling found herself at a loss. Had she unwittingly encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing? Before long, she discovered an even more astonishing fact. The technique he employed was not the ordinary myriad sword technique, but rather wrong script. The spiritual swords Ruobai conjured were unlike any she had seen before. They crackled with arcs of electricity. Was this not the thunderous sword intent her master had described? The sword path inherently possessed a strong propensity for slaughter, and if paired with the thunderous sword intent, he was undoubtedly a prodigious sword cultivator. Now the concern was that the sword was aimed directly at her. Should it truly fly forth, she would be facing a perilous fate. Recognizing her disadvantage, Qingling hastily exclaimed, "Stop, stop, stop." She now suspected that this young man might have been sent by her master to deliberately temper her spirit, compelling her to return to the sect for further training. Ruobai, perplexed, wondered why she was calling for a halt when it was she who had sought to engage him. What is wrong? Did you not intend to teach me a lesson? Qingling cleared her throat. No fighting, no fighting. Today is rather inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Ruobai paused, quickly realizing the implication of her words. No wonder she had been so brash. It turned out a relative had arrived. Unbeknownst to Qingling, Ruobai misinterpreted her meaning and inquired, "Which elder in your sect is your master's disciple?" Ruobai looked utterly baffled. "What do you mean?" With a knowing expression, Qingling replied, "Humph, stop pretending. You were surely sent by my master, right?" Ruobai was even more confused. What wild assumptions was she making? "What are you talking about? If you're not fighting me, I'll be leaving." "You can't leave." Hearing this, Ruobai thought she was merely postponing the fight, and he readied his spiritual sword as if to strike. This frightened Qingling, who quickly waved her hands. Wait, you must first hear me out. What is there to discuss? We agreed that after this bout, you would not seek to trouble me again. Are you not reconsidering?" "No, I swore an oath. How could I go back on my word?" Ruobai pondered for a moment and conceded. Not everyone had the ability to conceal the heavenly secrets like himself. Her oath did carry some weight. However, she had sworn to fight, and if that fight never occurred, the oath would hold no validity. With narrowed eyes, Ruobai mused, "You're not thinking of avoiding the fight because you fear defeat, are you?" "Quite the cunning scheme." Qingling, bewildered, replied, "You think I'm imagining things? You re the one who seems to be acting oblivious. Was he not a ruse? You're not from the sword sect, are you?" Ruobai was utterly perplexed. "What do you mean? Why would I be from the sword sect? You just performed the unity of swords. How could you not be from the sword sect?" Ruobai shook his head. The sword sect and the Lingyu sect were neighboring sects, and he had heard of the sword sect's reputation. What is the unity of swords? Her question left Qingling momentarily dazed. Could he possibly be an untrained sword cultivator? Yet it made sense. The unity of swords and the thunderous sword intent were techniques even her master did not possess. If such a disciple existed within their sect, they would have certainly been revered already. Suddenly, Qingling recalled that her master had long sought a disciple to inherit her legacy. She also recognized that her and her junior sister's talents in swordsmanship were merely mediocre within the sect. Her master often expressed the desire to find another disciple. If she could present such a talented individual to her master, perhaps she would no longer face reprimand upon her return. Indeed, not only would she avoid scolding, but she might even receive praise from her master, a feat more difficult than ascending to the heavens. With this thought in mind, Qingling regarded Ruobai with newfound fervor, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. This was no longer the demeanor of someone eager to engage in battle. She seemed torn between fighting and not fighting. Did he unwittingly fall into a trap? Hastily, he declared, "If we are not to fight, then I shall take my leave. In such a situation, retreat was the wisest course of action. As he turned to depart, he was unexpectedly seized by her hand. Wait. Ruobai felt a headache coming on. He had anticipated trouble once she recognized him. Turning back, he expressed his impatience. "What do you want? You swore an oath to the heavens. After our bout, you cannot trouble me. In that instant, Ruobai noticed her gaze had shifted, filled with an odd intensity, as if she were gazing upon a treasure. Oh no, she couldn't possibly. Chapter 39. Affectionate senior sister. No, this won't do. I might be handsome, but I refuse to engage in any compromising arrangements. Unless the price is right. Ugh, I am a married man. Even that is off the table." Ruobai shook his arm, attempting to free himself from Qingling's grasp, but she held on tenaciously, realizing he had misunderstood her intentions. Qingling thought to herself, this fellow was truly naive. What was so extraordinary about being merely handsome and possessing some sword talent? I meant no such thing. Before she could clarify, Su Ruobai raised a hand, pointing in another direction. Your master is coming. At this, Qingling paused, instinctively loosening her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruobai broke free from her hold. By the time she regained her senses, he had vanished from sight. Qingling hurriedly pursued him, emerging from the arena to find Mo Xiaoxuan waiting outside. Xiaoxuan, have you seen where he went? Mo Xiaoxuan, puzzled, replied. Senior sister, the fight is over. Why are you still searching for him? Don't be ridiculous. I wanted to introduce him to our master, but he fled. Mo Xiaoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior sister, are you serious? Our master wouldn't be looking for a partner, would she? Qingling couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. What partner? He misunderstood entirely. I meant to introduce him to our master as a disciple, not a disciple. Mo Xiaoxuan was even more perplexed. Just moments ago, they had been at odds, and now she wished to recruit him as a disciple. Qingling scanned the horizon for Su Ruobai's figure, but he was nowhere to be seen. I'll explain later. Where did he run off to? Mo Xiaoxuan pointed in a particular direction. Subsequently, Qingling grasped her hand and hurried towards that direction. Inside the room of the flying boat, Su Ruobai could only helplessly rub his forehead. What on earth is happening? Why has he suddenly become the target of others? He resolved in his heart that it would be best to stay in his room and diligently cultivate for the next few days. Once they arrived at their destination in 3 days, he doubted he would encounter them again. Thereafter, Su Ruobai summoned the system panel. Upon seeing the task progress marked as 2-3, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why hadn't his master eaten dinner yet? At Lingyu's sect, Yi Lingyue sat by the window, retrieving the box that Su Ruobai had left behind before his departure. To be honest, she hadn't expected Su Ruobai to prepare a meal for her even after leaving. Taking out a food container, she noticed it still retained warmth. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, a figure abruptly appeared in her room. Junior sister, are you having dinner? Yi Lingyue turned her head to look at Yu Yunxi. What brings you here? Yu Yunxi unceremoniously settled onto her bed, slightly crossing her legs. Hiske, junior sister, have you become so bold now that you've regained your cultivation? Yi Lingyue snorted softly. I haven't yet accounted for you tarnishing my reputation. Yu Yunxi, fully aware of what Yi Lingyue was referring to, chuckled nonchalantly. Isn't it just a joke? After a moment's pause, she continued. Look, he left without forgetting to prepare a meal for you, and even sent me to keep an eye on you. As his girlfriend, I don't seem to have such treatment. What's wrong with me feeling a bit jealous? Yi Lingyue refrained from arguing with her, feeling quite touched by Su Ruobai's kindness. After a couple of seconds, she finally asked, does Su Ruobai have any talent in alchemy? Why would he want to go to Yaowang Valley for trials? Upon saying this, Yi Lingyue noticed the smile on her senior sister's face seemed to grow even more pronounced. Inquisitively, she asked, What's up? Is there something wrong? Yu Yunxi shook her head. Nothing's wrong. I was just wondering. So you didn't know? Hearing this, Yi Lingyue furrowed her brows. What should I know? Yu Yunxi then said. How about this? Call me dear senior sister, and I will tell you. Why Yi Lingyue's face darkened instantly as she glared at Yu Yunxi. What kind of joke is that? Do you think I'm eager to know? Yu Yunxi remained silent, merely gazing at her with a teasing smile. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Yi Lingyue averted her eyes. Dear senior sister, junior sister, isn't that quite obedient? Upon hearing the word obedient, Yi Lingyue's mind flashed back to the scene where Su Ruobai fed her noodles while calling her obedient, causing her ears to redden slightly. In a moment of irritation, she retorted, Who's obedient? Seeing her like this, Yu Yunxi couldn't help but laugh. This junior sister was as entertaining as ever. Yes, you're not obedient. You're not obedient. Why Yi Lingyue understood that her senior sister was teasing her again and hastily changed the subject. Just tell me, what's going on? Yu Yunxi ceased her laughter, her expression turning serious. That's why I wanted to provoke your jealousy. But who told you to be my junior sister? After a pause, she continued. Initially, he asked me if there was a way to cure you, and I told him that Yaowang Valley might have the reverse fate immortal herb. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue quickly grasped the situation. Biting her lip, feeling somewhat moved. However, even if Yaowang Valley has it, it would be exceedingly difficult to obtain, right? Could it be that he possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy? Yu Yunxi shook her head. On the contrary, he has no talent in alchemy. Why Yi Lingyue's gaze turned puzzled. If he has no talent in alchemy, then what is the point of going? Yu Yunshi proceeded to recount Su Ruobai's wild plans for exploding pills. After hearing this, Yi Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Exploding pills? Is he joking? Yu Yunshi chuckled lightly. I mentioned this to him as well. Guess how he responded? How did he respond? Yi Lingyue asked. Curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yu Yunshi. But Yu Yunshi merely stared back at her, remaining silent. Yi Lingyue's expression darkened, prompting her to call out again, Dear senior sister. Only then did Yu Yunshi speak. He said that one must not forget gratitude. He knows you might not regard him as a disciple, but the debt of saving one's life remains. Even if he is not a disciple, he cannot just stand by, whether he succeeds or fails. It is his matter. As long as he does his best and has a clear conscience, that is sufficient. However, Yi Lingyue felt that this was absurd. Even she, an outsider to alchemy, thought so. Those at Yaowang Valley would likely feel even more strongly about it. There is no, however, Yu Yunshi stated earnestly. Even if the world does not acknowledge him, I will stand by his side. Yi Lingyue lowered her gaze, her fists involuntarily clenching tighter. Indeed, he was doing this for her. What right did she have to find it laughable? Chapter 40. Genius on the left, madman on the right. You need not worry about how he will be ridiculed afterward, since he has decided to do this. He must have considered the consequences. Moreover, his capacity to bear it is not as fragile as you might think. After all, he has endured this for so many years. Nevertheless, just to be safe, I will go check on him in a few days. Genius on the left, madman on the right. Yu Yunshi believed that the path of exploding pills could indeed be viable. Yet, every newly paved road would inevitably face skepticism from outsiders. Most geniuses remain unrecognized by the world. Yu Yunshi was confident that Su Ruobai could walk this path and even flourish. This was not blind faith. She knew he was not someone who could be defeated by mere words. Yi Lingyue pondered for quite some time before saying, Since this matter arose because of me, I should go. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi regarded Yi Lingyue with a strange look. Junior sister, you wouldn't. Before she could finish, Yi Lingyue interrupted her. Don't overthink it. What is wrong with me? As his master, going to encourage him. Yu Yunshi let out a chuckle, too lazy to expose her. Junior sister, I actually think you owe him too much. Since you can never repay it, why not offer yourself instead? Yi Lingyue ignored her, picking up her chopsticks and diving into her meal. Yu Yunshi remarked, I wouldn't mind if you inserted yourself into the situation. But first come, first served. That you'll have to acknowledge me as your elder from now on, and no more calling me senior sister. Call me elder sister instead. What do you think? Yi Lingyue nearly spat out the food in her mouth. Senior sister, I never realized you could be so shameless. I isn't at you who is inserting yourself. Since the master had already made predictions, the Red Lawn Star should be among her 4 disciples. And the current situation was clear. Su Ruobai was that person. The master's divinations had always been accurate. She had never heard of a time when they were not. This meant that Su Ruobai was to be her future husband. If her senior sister knew this yet still dared to insert herself, wouldn't that implied that her senior sister was betraying her? This thought made Yi Lingyue even more furious. Unexpectedly, Yu Yunshi shamelessly declared, Junior sister, you must understand my good intentions. That I'm just worried you might not get along with your future husband and wanted to test the waters for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue exploded in anger. Pointing towards the door, Get out? Just leave. Yu Yunshi awkwardly chuckled twice. I was just joking. I'll leave. Is that all right? Seeing her junior sister like this, she feared that if she stayed any longer, the one she would have to deal with first wouldn't be those rebellious disciples of hers, but rather her own junior sister. However, it seemed apparent that her junior sister had developed feelings. It appeared that enjoying Su Ruobai all to herself might not be feasible after all. 2 days later, aboard the flying boat, woo, woo, the sound of weeping reached Su Ruobai's ears, compelling him to pause his cultivation. Why on earth was someone crying in the adjacent room? It wasn't that the rooms in the flying boat lacked soundproofing. Rather, Su Ruobai's room was of the most basic quality. He thought to himself that since he was by himself and spent all his time cultivating, there was no need to spend extra for a better room. In hindsight, it seemed there was indeed wisdom in spending more for quality. The crying was particularly loud, but perhaps due to the thin wall, it was exceptionally clear. With that sound present, it seemed impossible to continue his cultivation. Yet, why did that voice sound so familiar? It felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Su Ruobai contemplated ignoring it, but ultimately felt a tinge of compassion. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped out and approached the door next door. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief wait, the door opened. Upon seeing the girl inside, her face tear-streaked, Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. "It's you?" He recognized this girl. She was the one who had come with that woman attempting to deceive him. A sense of foreboding filled his heart. Oh no, could this be the celestial version of a honey trap? A series of traps designed to ensnare him. In a hurried glance around, Ruobai noticed that no burly man towering 2 meters high had appeared, which allowed him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Junior, I beg you, save your senior sister." Mo Xiaoxuan knelt down on the spot. Clutching his thigh, Ruobai was momentarily dumbfounded. How had he suddenly become her junior? For a moment, he struggled to discern whether the tearful young woman before him was speaking the truth or merely fabricating a tale. "Your senior sister? The one who was clamoring to teach me a lesson yesterday?" Mo Xiaoxuan nodded and then shook her head. "No, she merely wished to bring a disciple back for the master, with no intention of reprimanding you." Upon hearing this, Ruobai felt somewhat perplexed. "Bring a disciple back for the master? Let go of me. This makes it seem as though I have bullied you." Mo Xiaoxuan wiped her tears, murmured an acknowledgement, and lowered her head, standing before him like a student punished for misbehavior. Mo Xiaoxuan timidly inquired, "You won't run away, will you?" Ruobai replied with a hint of resignation. "As long as your intentions are not malicious, I have no reason to flee." He felt as though he had stumbled into a predicament. Yet he resolved to first ascertain the situation. After all, trust is essential among individuals. Of course, one must remain vigilant. If things went awry, he would swiftly take his leave. Mo Xiaoxuan then spoke. "Your senior sister went to the casino on the flying vessel yesterday. Not only did she lose all her spirit stones and magical treasures, but she also owes 500 medium-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Ruobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. Isn't it common knowledge that one loses more often than not in gambling? What possessed your senior sister to venture into a casino? After the arena, her spirit stones dwindled, and she said she didn't want to travel on a shoestring budget. So she decided to take a gamble. She gambled herself into this predicament. After some contemplation, Ruobai found this story quite believable. He had noticed during the purchase of hairpins that her senior sister seemed to be in need of spirit stones. The sum of 500 medium-grade spirit stones was manageable for him, yet it was still a considerable amount. Moreover, he wasn't entirely certain that what was being said was the absolute truth. He subsequently asked, "What do you mean by bringing a disciple back for the master?" Mo Xiaoxuan replied, "Your senior sister sneaked out, fearing reprimand from the master, and thought to bring back a disciple for the master." Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle at this peculiar turn of events. "Are you members of the sword sect?" Mo Xiaoxuan nodded, but sensing Ruobai's skepticism, she produced a token. "This is our sword sect disciple token." Ruobai accepted it, feeling a distinct sword intent emanating from it. The credibility of her claim increased yet again. After all, such tokens were notoriously difficult to forge. "Who is your master?" "Master Huajian." Upon hearing this name, Ruobai's expression turned peculiar. "Huajian? Isn't that the sword sect's leader? You cannot be jesting with me." Mo Xiaoxuan hastily shook her head, raising her hand with 4 fingers pointing skyward. No, I speak only the truth. I can swear." Seeing her earnestness, Ruobai chose not to doubt further and inquired, "Since your master is Huajian, surely the people on this flying vessel would not dare to trouble your senior sister?" Though the sword sect and the Lingyu sect are neighboring sects, they are not of the same caliber. After all, the sword represents a profound path, and those named by a single character typically signify the origin of that path. In fact, the ancestor of the sword path indeed originated from the sword sect. If they were to learn that she was the chief disciple of the sword sect's leader, they would surely treat her with the utmost respect. Incapable of troubling her over a mere 500 medium-grade spirit stones, Mo Xiaoxuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Your senior sister, she fears being scolded to death by the master, and thus she doesn't allow me to speak of it." Ruobai couldn't help but find this amusing. It was clear that her senior sister's pride was causing her to suffer, much like his own master. "Then why must you recruit me as a disciple? Am I particularly remarkable?" Mo Xiaoxuan nodded and said, "Indeed, your senior sister remarked that you not only possess the ability to merge swords, but also carry the thunder sword intent, a rare talent not seen in a millennium." Hearing this, Ruobai felt she might be exaggerating. "What merging swords? That was merely an experiment I conducted, and by chance, I discovered that 3 swords could indeed combine, resulting in enhanced power. As for the thunder sword intent, I noticed early on that the spirit sword I conjured seemed somewhat unique. Yet does that truly qualify me as a sword immortal prodigy? That seems far-fetched. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, the sword sect is a transcendent grand sect, and the resources available there would far surpass those of the Lingyu sect. Moreover, his somewhat indifferent master did not value him highly, making the sword sect a rather appealing option. Ultimately, however, Ruobai chose to decline. As for this whole disciple recruitment on behalf of your master, I must pass out. I have my own sect, and while I can lend you the spirit stones, your disciple token must remain with me until you repay the debt. Had there been a more promising opportunity previously, Ruobai would have seized it without hesitation. Yet, circumstances had changed. His master was currently in peril, and the responsibility fell upon her shoulders. Most importantly, his senior sister was within the Lingyu sect, and thus could not leave for the time being. Upon hearing Ruobai's willingness to assist, Imo Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Then, which sect do you belong to, Junior? I will return to the sect to retrieve the spirit stones and repay you. Lingyu sect. After stating this, Ruobai handed her a small pouch that he reminded her, tell your senior sister to be more cautious. She mustn't gamble again. With that, Ruobai turned and returned to his room. As for whether she would repay him, he was uncertain. After all, it was merely 500 medium-grade spirit stones. If he truly lost out, then so be it. The sword sect was a grand sect, and it was unlikely that a disciple would simply default on a debt. With the spirit stones in hand, Imo Xiaoxuan hurried to the casino on the flying vessel. The casino had already given a deadline of 5 days. Failure to produce the required amount would result in Qing Ling being sold off to the spirit mines for labor. Once the money was paid, she would be easily redeemed as soon as she emerged. Qing Ling embraced Imo Xiaoxuan tightly. Xiaoxuan, I love you to bits. Senior sister, please don't hug so tightly. It's a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Qing Ling fell silent. In this sweltering weather, how could she utter words as cold as Sub-Zero? When had she discovered her junior sister's sharp tongue? After a moment of inward consolation, Qing Ling spoke. Xiaoxuan, where did you get all these spirit stones? Only then did Qing Ling notice the redness around Imo Xiaoxuan's eyes, clearly indicating that she had been crying. A sudden pang of concern struck her. 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Could it be? Xiaoxuan, have you suffered? Imo Xiaoxuan, bewildered, responded, Senior sister, are you misunderstanding something? Qing Ling blinked rapidly. You didn't go and sell yourself, did you? Before Qing Ling could finish her sentence, Imo Xiaoxuan quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming in indignation, Senior sister, what are you thinking? If I had known, I would have let you be sold to the mines. Upon hearing Imo Xiaoxuan's words, Qing Ling let out a sigh of relief. If something had truly happened to Xiaoxuan, she would have a tough time explaining it to their master. Qing Ling awkwardly rubbed her nose and said, just joking. So, where did you get these spirit stones? Imo Xiaoxuan then explained, the junior brother lent them to me a couple of days ago. Junior brother? Qing Ling queried, perplexed. Which junior brother? The one you mentioned wanting to find for the master. Upon hearing this, Qing Ling froze, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. They had searched for him all day yesterday, and now he had appeared of his own accord, even lending money to resolve her troubles. Was he truly not sent by the master? Qing Ling then asked, where is he? That he seems to be staying in the room next to ours. Upon hearing this, Qing Ling seized Imo Xiaoxuan's hand, eager to seek him out. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Ruobai had a good idea of who it might be. He opened the door to find none other than Qing Ling and Imo Xiaoxuan standing outside. After some hesitation, Qing Ling finally spoke. About today. Thank you. I suppose we have become acquainted through this ordeal. Ruobai waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. Just remember to repay the spirit stones. And don't trouble me further. I still have to cultivate. With that, he attempted to close the door. Seeing this, Qing Ling quickly wedged her hand in the doorway, exclaiming, wait, junior brother, don't. I still want to thank you properly. Ruobai couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had anticipated that things would unfold in this manner. While it was noble to act out of compassion, one must also consider the consequences if the outcomes proved too burdensome. One would do well to think carefully before proceeding to at present. The outcome is entirely within Ruobai's expectations. As long as the other party is not involved in any underhanded schemes, Ruobai is still amenable to it. There is no need for gratitude. Just remember to return the spirit stones when the time comes. Moreover, who is your junior brother? Do not try to ingratiate yourself. Having said this, Su Ruobai attempted to close the door once more, only to be taken aback as the woman before him deftly bypassed him and slipped into the room. No, junior brother. If you do not wish to be called junior brother, I can inform my master. And you may take on the role of my senior brother instead. My master is the head of the sword sect. Are you truly not considering it? With my master's guidance alongside your innate talent as a sword immortal, you might ascend the path of greatness in no time. Chapter 42. Differences in character. Su Ruobai was not easily swayed by grandiose promises. The pretense of wanting to take on disciples is one thing. Returning home to concoct an excuse to avoid reprimands from your master is quite another, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling's face stiffened, and she turned to glare at Mo Xiaoxuan, as if to chastise her for revealing too much. Su Ruobai then spoke again. Do not overthink it. I have no current intentions of leaving the sect. Please leave, as I need to cultivate. Initially, Qin Ling had more to say, but she was caught off guard when Mo Xiaoxuan chimed in. Senior sister, perhaps we should not disturb him further. Let us return for now. With that, Mo Xiaoxuan grasped Qin Ling's hand and led her out. By the time they realized what had transpired, they were already back in their own quarters. Fuming, Qin Ling exclaimed, Xiaoxuan, why are you turning against me? Mo Xiaoxuan lowered her head slightly. Senior sister, he has helped us, and we have been bothering him. It feels that it feels rather impolite. Why did it seem that? In light of her words, Qin Ling came off as the villain. With a sigh, she abandoned her grievances. I understand, but hasn't our master been seeking a disciple to inherit her legacy? With him here, wouldn't our master stop pressuring us to practice swordplay? Mo Xiaoxuan then explained, but he shows no interest in that. If you keep pestering him, he may end up resenting our sword sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling considered the validity of her words. Yet, how could they draw him into the sword sect without approaching him? Mo Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment before leaning in to whisper a few words into Qin Ling's ear. Upon hearing them, Qin Ling's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is what my master told me. How could such a significant matter be kept from me? My master is indeed biased. As night fell, Su Ruobai had initially expected that. Given Qin Ling's personality, she would likely return to pester him. However, as evening approached and she still had not come, he found it somewhat unexpected. Unfortunately, it seemed they had set up soundproofing formations, as Su Ruobai could not hear any conversations from next door. Upon returning to the Lingyu sect, he intended to learn a thing or two about such formations. Safeguarding one's privacy while away from home was indeed paramount. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he thought she would not come seeking him, the sound of knocking echoed through the air. He called out, I will not be going to the sword sect, so give up on that notion. I'm not here to discuss that. The voice from outside was not that of the girl who had been so adamant about joining the sword sect. Rather, it belonged to a smaller, softer-spoken individual. Su Ruobai's voice softened slightly. Where is your senior sister? She did not come. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai opened the door. What brings you here? Mo Xiaoxuan first bowed deeply before saying, my senior sister's personality is like that, so I apologize on her behalf. Seeing this, Su Ruobai couldn't help but marvel at how contrasting the two sisters' temperaments were. He then replied, it's quite all right. As long as your senior sister does not come to bother me again. Mo Xiaoxuan nodded. I don't yet know how to address you. When I go to the Lingyu sect, where should I look for you? Su Ruobai. Hanyu. You can find me at Tianling Peak. Initially, Su Ruobai intended to introduce himself as the fourth disciple of revered Hanyu. However, he reconsidered, realizing that such information might complicate matters. Moreover, it was best not to casually disclose his master's name. If he were to bring her shame, she might be displeased. Can I call you Brother Su? Su Ruobai responded with a non-committal. That seems acceptable. Great. I am Mo Xiaoxuan. You can just call me Xiaoxuan like my senior sister. Mo Xiaoxuan then inquired, Brother Su, may I ask where you learned your sword techniques? Su Ruobai countered, are these sword techniques from your sword sect? Previously, he had been curious as to why she was so familiar with the 10,000 swords technique, and he had surmised it must belong to their sword sect. Mo Xiaoxuan nodded. The 10,000 swords technique is a fundamental skill that every disciple of our sword sect must master. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai grew intrigued about what the authentic 10,000 swords technique might entail. Could you demonstrate it for me? My master only provided me with the technique. I am not well versed in anything else. Mo Xiaoxuan was taken aback by his seemingly humble claim. You managed to reach this level relying solely on a technique without guidance. Brother Su, how long have you practiced this sword technique? About half a month. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiaoxuan's astonishment intensified. Half a month and you've reached this level. Meanwhile, I've been practicing for so long and have only achieved minor success. One could question if I've been living under a rock all these years. Then, Imo Xiaoxuan began to demonstrate the 10,000 swords technique. Unlike Su Ruobai, who conjured 3 spirit swords simultaneously, she summoned them one by one that the swords she manifested were a pale blue, identical to those recorded on the jade slip. However, according to Imo Xiaoxuan, the 10,000 swords technique was considered a basic skill within the sword sect. Given Su Ruobai's innate talent for swordsmanship, it was indeed fitting for him to pursue the sword path. In contrast, the Lingyu sect practiced a more eclectic array of skills, while the sword sect focused solely on swordsmanship. That it seemed that the sword sect would indeed suit him well. Su Ruobai did not dismiss the idea of joining the sword sect. If he were to match up to his senior sister, he would certainly need to enhance his own abilities. Once matters with his master were settled, it would not be a bad idea to further his studies at the sword sect. Perhaps, if he earned the title of Sword Immortal, he would stand proudly alongside his senior sister in front of others. Although Su Ruobai was not particularly concerned with the opinions of outsiders, he did not wish for the one he admired to be subjected to gossip because of him. Thus, he needed to strive for improvement. Brother Su, how do you find my execution of the 10,000 swords technique? Su Ruobai pondered for a moment before responding. The initial motion is rather lengthy, and the solidity of your spiritual energy is somewhat lacking. You must have only learned it a few days ago. Imo Xiaoxuan chuckled awkwardly. Brother Su, I have been practicing this for nearly 9 years. If Qin Ling had been present, she certainly would not have spoken so candidly. Su Ruobai's expression was one of disbelief. Realizing he might have inadvertently sounded boastful, he quickly cleared his throat to change the subject. Your senior sister has exhausted all the spirit stones. Do you still have any left? Imo Xiaoxuan shook her head. None. Su Ruobai then produced a small pouch from his hand. Here are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Use them for now, but do remind your senior sister not to squander them again. Imo Xiaoxuan was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Su Ruobai, her eyes filled with gratitude. She and her senior sister were indeed devoid of spirit stones, and they would have to rely on their own efforts to return home. Her senior sister had just complained to her about this. Imo Xiaoxuan accepted the pouch without hesitation and said earnestly, Brother Su, you are a good person. Su Ruobai couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why was he receiving such commendations? It's merely a small favor. It is nothing of consequence. Their essay saying, matters that can be resolved with money are not worth fretting over. Now that he had confirmed she was from the sword sect, his reservations had lessened considerably. Brother Su, I shall not disturb you any longer. Imo Xiaoxuan bowed once more before taking her leave. She was a very polite young lady, and conversing with her was far more pleasant than with her senior sister. P.S. After transitioning through a few chapters, the next one will begin detailing the trials of the Medicine King Valley. Any suggestions are welcome. Chapter 43. The Peculiar Trials of the Medicine King Valley. 3 days later, Medicine King Valley. Greetings to the 3 elders. I am Wang Irma, hailing from a humble background. My parents passed away when I was young, leaving me with only an 80-year-old grandmother. The lead elder's face darkened upon hearing these familiar words, and he quickly interrupted. Stop. Can you not come up with something original? How many have relied on this same template? This is a pill refinement assessment, not a competition to see who has the saddest backstory. The 3 elders in charge of the assessment exchanged helpless glances. The previous year, a rather sentimental female elder had presided over the evaluation, and due to one contestant's tragic tale, she was reduced to tears, thus bending the rules to admit him into the sect. The outcome has led to each participant in this trial assessment essentially having to first present a tale of woe. While lamenting is to be expected, it is rather monotonous that each story revolves around the tragic theme of being orphaned. Accompanied by an elderly grandmother aged 80, the ears of the 3 elders have practically calloused from hearing such tales. What elixir do you wish to concoct? The tranquil heart pilled no need for further assessment. Next, upon hearing this, the contestant's face brightened with a glimmer of hope. I passed. The elder, however, showed no mercy and retorted. Passed? Nonsense. You should obediently return home to care for your 80-year-old grandmother. Please, elder, my grandmother relies on me to make something of myself at the Medicine King Valley. I implore you for 8. Before he could finish his plea, the elder waved his hand, casting him aside. Then he called out, Next, contestant number 23, 10. Ruobai glanced at the number tag in his hand, which indeed read 2310, and stepped forward. Having observed the proceedings for several hours, he honestly did not anticipate that the trials at the Medicine King Valley would unfold in such a manner. Regardless of one's true abilities, it appeared that one must first share a woeful tale, as if failing to do so would guarantee failure. The elder did not wait for Ruobai to speak, but directly inquired, "Are your parents deceased?" Ruobai hesitated briefly before nodding. Having been taken to the mountains by his master at a young age, with no memories of his parents, he presumed they had perished. Is your family impoverished? Compared to the wealth of many, the meager spirit stones he possessed could indeed be deemed a sign of poverty. So Ruobai nodded once more. "Oh, you also have an 80-year-old grandmother?" Ruobai sensed something amiss. Could it be that these elders were also regarding him as another who had come to lament? He quickly interjected, "Esteemed elders, I am not here to lament like the previous contestants. My name is Ruobai, and I have been refining elixirs for 2.5 years. Today, I present to you my original concoction, the Thunderball." He refrained from explaining why he had stated 2.5 years, as it would be implausible to admit that he had only been refining for half a month. He merely aimed to extend the duration he reported. 2.5 years sounded more plausible, and there were no ulterior motives behind his choice of words. Upon hearing the word original, the eyes of the three elders gleamed with interest. After encountering so many who merely lamented, finally, a genuine contender had arrived, and one with an original elixir at that. This was no trivial matter. Their expectations soared. "Well then, contestant, please commence your demonstration." At that moment, outside the arena, Xiao Sun, look over there. Is that Ruobai? Qing Ling squinted, scrutinizing the center of the arena. There were many participants at the Medicine King Valley trials, hence they had been divided into 4 separate venues. Qing Ling and Xiao Sun had come merely to observe the excitement and were wandering between the 4 arenas. To their surprise, they stumbled upon Ruobai here. Xiao Sun followed the direction Qing Ling pointed. "Oh, it really is Brother Su. What brings him to the Medicine King Valley for the trials?" "Sister, your eyesight is impeccable." Hearing this, Qing Ling bashfully touched her nose. She herself was unsure how she had noticed Ruobai at a mere glance. Perhaps even if he turned to ash, she would still recognize him. The flying boat did not only stop at the Medicine King Valley. It could be understood that the Medicine King Valley was merely one of its many stops. Xiao Sun truly did not expect such a coincidence. Suddenly, Qing Ling exclaimed, "Oh no, sister, he can't possibly be intending to pursue the path of alchemy, can he? This is unacceptable. If he chooses the path of alchemy, how will he inherit Master S teachings? If he doesn't inherit Master S teachings, how can I divert Master S energy? If Master S energy isn't diverted, how can I take it easy?" Xiao Sun was too weary to comment on her sister's dramatic response. Her overreaction stemmed solely from her inability to slack off. One could only say she truly was her sister's keeper. However, Xiao Sun was more concerned about why Brother Su was present here. Could it be that not only does he possess extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but he is equally gifted in alchemy? Her gaze was fixed intently on Ruobai, who was presently refining elixirs. "The herbs laid out must be those used for the revival pill, right?" "Hiss, indeed, they don't seem different. However, perhaps there will be other herbs added later. After all, adding a single ingredient could drastically alter the effects." Not only the elders, but also the onlookers were eagerly anticipating what Ruobai's so-called original elixir would be. Turing grass? No. Why is this ingredient included? Wasn't it said that alchemists most avoid adding Turing grass? The inclusion of this ingredient would surely diminish the efficacy. What on earth is he trying to concoct? Ultimately, until the lid of the alchemical furnace was closed, no one saw any other ingredients being added. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Isn't this simply the revival pill? What original elixir? Could it be that he, like those who lamented before him, was merely seeking to attract attention? I think so. Don't tell me a subpar version of the revival pill is his original elixir. Does it even require Turing grass to produce this? What a character! The tide of opinions swiftly turned against Ruobai, with the 3 elders' expressions darkening, their saying, "The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment." They had anticipated the emergence of an exceptional talent this year, only to find themselves surrounded by mediocrity. A quarter of an hour later, Ruobai opened the furnace and retrieved a pitch-black elixir from within. The 3 elders observed with keen interest. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. and after several seconds, laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha! This is too amusing. What is this pitch-black concoction? Is this truly an elixir? Where did you procure this? Ha! Even my dog would shake its head at this." According to standard procedure, the elixir produced must be tasted by the elders. The elders exchanged glances, clearly deliberating who would take the first bite. The elder who appeared to possess the highest qualifications cleared his throat and turned to Su Ruobai. "Young man, you added taurine grass while refining the revival pill? Was this intentional or an accident?" Su Ruobai paid no heed to the surrounding mockery. "Intentional, intentional. Do you understand what it means to add taurine grass?" "Naturally, I do." The elder's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that this young man had come solely to vex them? The evaluators? Gazing at the elixir before him, he hesitated to consume it. Nonetheless, the placement of the herbs was not fundamentally flawed. It was merely the appearance that was difficult to describe. Oh well, it wouldn't kill him. He then picked up the elixir to place it in his mouth. Observing this, Su Ruobai hastily interjected, "Elder, this is not meant for consumption. You may infuse it with a bit of spiritual energy and then toss it into the sky." Chapter 44. The duties of an alchemist not meant for consumption? The elder stared dumbfounded at the object in his hand. If the elixir is not for eating, what else is it meant for? To be honest, given its appearance, it might not be edible at all. He was curious to see what this young man was truly concocting. Not to mention, at least it appeared to be more innovative than those who merely followed templates to lament. He then infused a hint of spiritual energy into the elixir and tossed it into the sky. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! A tremendous explosion resonated across the sky, akin to a firework display. The air stilled for a few moments after the explosion, and only then did someone speak. "Is this still an elixir?" Dante jest. "This is simply an explosive elixir. No wonder he added taurine grass. He knew it would explode." The elder fell silent upon witnessing the spectacle. Had he ingested that elixir moments before, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Even though he was in the nascent soul stage, if it exploded within him, he could be gravely injured, if not killed. He looked at Su Ruobai with a stern expression. "Young contestant, do you truly believe that an explosive elixir is a matter of pride for an alchemist?" Upon seeing the elder's serious demeanor, Su Ruobai realized that the elder likely did not recognize the significance of his thunderball. From the reactions of the onlookers, Su Ruobai had already grasped the outcome. Was he sad? Certainly, to some degree. It was natural to feel discomfort when one's creation is not acknowledged. However, Su Ruobai had long prepared himself for such eventualities, knowing that what he was attempting was quite absurd. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to concede defeat just yet. Perhaps the elder had not yet grasped the true meaning behind his thunderball. Thus, he spoke up. "Elder, do you not think that we alchemists lack offensive capabilities? Why can't an explosive elixir serve as a means of attack for us alchemists?" Upon hearing this, not only the elder, but also anyone with even a modicum of alchemical knowledge burst into laughter. "Young man, if you desire offensive capabilities, you could simply pursue the path of swordsmanship or something similar. Alchemy exists solely for the purpose of refining elixirs. Once you become an alchemist, you need not fear for your safety. For who would dare to harm you? There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. An alchemist is akin to a healer, a revered figure in any sect. Take Yaowang Valley, for instance. In truth, the overall strength of Yaowang Valley is not particularly formidable, with its highest realm merely reaching the Dongshu stage, lacking even a single cultivator at the Mahayana stage. Yet it stands as a celestial tier sect, a status attributable to its unique position within the realm of cultivation. Do cultivators not require medicinal pills for healing? Do they not need pills when facing tribulations? All of these depend on alchemists, and Yaowang Valley is essentially the ancestral shrine for alchemists across the world. Consequently, whether in the righteous path, the demonic path, or even among transcendent sects, none dare to offend Yaowang Valley lightly." The elder spoke truthfully. The primary duty of an alchemist is indeed alchemy. Rather than participating in some alchemist trial, it would be more fitting to establish a faction called the Explosion Alchemist. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai fell silent, leading the elder to believe he had struck a nerve. Unexpectedly, Su Ruobai suddenly remarked, "A disposable magical artifact with the power of the Golden Core stage. Not for the price of 998, nor 888, but merely 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and you can take it away. Affordable and effective. Welcome to find me in Yaowang City." The three elders' faces darkened. In this day and age, Were they not allowed to conduct trials in peace? Selling misery was one thing, but now there was even someone advertising. Laughter erupted among those nearby. But could a disposable magical artifact of golden core power truly be purchased for such a meager price? Should they look into it? Having left that remark, Ruobai wisely made his exit, feeling that lingering any longer might invite trouble. Indeed, Ruobai had not harbored high hopes of acquiring the reversal life herb through the trial at Yaowang Valley. His primary objective was to enhance the reputation of his thunder pill. Who knows, perhaps this could lead to the establishment of an explosive alchemy path. However, at present, he was the sole practitioner on this path. Yet, as long as the benefits were substantial, many would surely join. There is a saying, when many walk a path, it becomes a road. The same applies to great paths. Once enough individuals join, a road is formed. The trial concluded rather hastily, yet Ruobai had no intention of returning immediately. Having just advertised, leaving now would be tantamount to wasting his effort. Previously, he had borrowed numerous spirit stones from Mo Xiaoxiwen and her companions, nearly exhausting his savings. It was the perfect opportunity to sell some thunder pills and recuperate his losses. Yaowang City is an affiliated city of Yaowang Valley, where Ruobai had been residing a couple of days prior. He had previously set his sights on a jade pendant in a shop within Yaowang City, which could nourish meridians. Ruobai thought it might aid in the recovery of his master. The purpose of his visit to Yaowang Valley was primarily to address his master's injuries. He could not leave empty-handed. Sugadat, you run so fast. Just after entering Yaowang City, Ruobai heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Mo Xiaoxiwen and Qin Lingham. What are you doing here? Mo Xiaoxiwen's face flushed slightly, perhaps from having chased too eagerly. Catching her breath, that we originally intended to visit Yaowang Valley to observe the trials. My senior sister said it would be a good opportunity to gain experience. Gaining experience was a pretext. The true motive was leisure. Ruobai had long since discerned his senior sister's tendencies. At that moment, Qin Ling stood behind Mo Xiaoxiwen, her expression also somewhat shy. Having regained her composure, she reflected on her previous impulsive actions. Ruobai surmised that they had come seeking him after witnessing his participation in the trial. Mo Xiaoxiwen spoke up. Go, you are amazing. Pay no mind to what those from Yaowang Valley say. They are simply lacking vision. Ruobai did not expect Mo Xiaoxiwen to say such a thing, chuckling softly. No need to comfort me. I'm fine. Mo Xiaoxiwen shook her head, her sincerity evident. No, really, I truly believe you are remarkable. Go, just considering the materials for the recovery pill, being able to forge a disposable artifact with explosive power is much more impressive than a blasting talisman, right, senior sister? Qin Ling nodded in agreement. Exactly. Those blasting talismans are outrageously priced. You still have those thunder pills you mentioned? I would like to purchase some. Purchase? Ruobai looked at Qin Ling quizzically. Do you still have spirit stones? Qin Ling's expression stiffened. She almost forgot that she had no spirit stones. Ruobai, aware of her predicament, smiled. How about this? I'm planning to sell thunder pills shortly. If you help me, I'll give you 1/5 of the profits. How does that sound? Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxiwen quickly waved her hands, declining. No need, Go. If there's any way I can assist you, just let me know. There's no need for compensation. That won't do. Fairness is key. If you refuse, I might as well sell them myself. With Ruobai's insistence, Mo Xiaoxiwen relented. Qin Ling blinked a few times and then asked, do I get a share too? Well, as long as you don't cause me any trouble. Qin Ling patted her chest. Rest assured. This task is entrusted to me and Xiaoxiwen. We will ensure you make a fortune. Once I earn some spirit stones, I will buy your thunder pills. Mo Xiaoxiwen nodded in agreement. While her senior sister might not comprehend, she understood that Ruobai's proposal was merely a different way of helping them. Indeed, Go is a very kind-hearted person. In response, Ruobai simply smiled and then produced the thunder pills he had on hand. I need to refine some more. You two can try selling these first. Meet me at Sifong and later. With that, Ruobai took his leave. Mo Xiaoxiwen was correct. He indeed wished to assist them in this manner. For no other reason than the few compliments from Mo Xiaoxiwen, Ruobai felt it worthwhile to do this. Among so many people, having someone who recognized his efforts was a rare treasure. To him, spirit stones were merely external possessions, but trust was something he had only felt from others for the first time. Apart from his senior sister, in his eyes, trust held far greater value than spirit stones. Moreover, he genuinely needed assistance. Since he could only refine thunder pills, it was efficient to let others handle the selling. Ruobai had already planned to stay for about a week and then return to Lingyu's sect. Though it was a pity he couldn't acquire the reversal life herb to bring back. Wait, Ruobai glanced around, feeling as though someone was watching him. Yet, after a thorough survey, he found no one observing him. It seemed he was merely spooking himself to eye in the shadows. Lingyu watched as Ruobai entered the inn. For a moment, she was unsure how to proceed. According to the original plot, Ruobai was supposed to be mocked by the people of Yaowang Valley, leading to feelings of dejection and sorrow. Her entrance at this moment would yield the best effect. However, the issue was that Ruobai appeared unaffected. On the contrary, he was laughing and chatting with two young ladies. Having arrived today, she was unaware of how Ruobai had managed to charm the two girls, as her senior sister's junior, and Ruobai being her senior sister's boyfriend. Lingyu felt it was necessary to supervise Ruobai for her sister's sake. Besides, who knows, Ruobai might indeed be her future husband. However, given the current situation, she could not make an appearance. For now, she could only observe from the shadows, perhaps to ascertain the nature of his relationship with the two young ladies. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Ruobai opened the door. Standing outside were none other than Mo Xiaoxuan and Qin Ling. Mo Xiaoxuan produced a small pouch. Gu, this is the spirit stones we just earned from selling the thunder pills. Beside her, Qin Ling's gaze was fixated on the small pouch, her eyes brimming with desire for the spirit stones. Seeing her like this, Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. How did the disciple of the sword sect seem so money-minded? Curiously, it made one wonder if current masters were failing to teach their disciples properly. His own master was like this, and it seemed Qin Ling and Mo Xiaoxuan's master was as well. Hidden in the shadows, Lingyu sneezed. Who was scolding me? Ruobai accepted the pouch, glancing inside with a hint of confusion. Xiaoxuan, how did you manage to get so many spirit stones? The amount was clearly off. He had only given them 5 or 6 thunder pills, and at 100 each, that totaled merely 600. This pouch seemed to contain over 1,000. Qin Ling scoffed. Are you foolish? Those blasting talismans cost 700 to 800 middle-grade spirit stones each. How could yours sell for just 100? Upon hearing this, Ruobai understood the situation. He had only known that the typical market price for disposable consumable magical artifacts ranged from 200 to 300 and had not specifically researched the price of explosive-type disposable artifacts. Realizing this, he felt he might have suffered a significant loss. By the way, how did you manage to sell them so quickly? It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. Qin Ling, hands on her hips, replied proudly. I displayed the sword sect disciple token, and they flocked to buy them. That made sense. The sword sect was a major sect, and presenting a disciple token would naturally dispel any doubts about their credibility. The disciples of the sword sect harbor only the sword in their hearts, holding other external aids in disdain. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for them to sell such treasures at a meager price. Qiling continued. So, what do you think? Have you considered joining our sword sect? Without a doubt, your business will flourish here. This was indeed true. If one were to mention the Lingyu sect, few would recognize it. But speak of the sword sect, and virtually everyone would be familiar. In light of this, it seemed that the sword sect was quite suitable for him. I will think it over. One cannot speak too definitively. After all, as there remains a possibility of joining the sword sect in the future. Subsequently, Ruobai counted his spirit stones, totaling over 2,000. According to their agreement, he allocated 1/5 of the spirit stones. Take this. Upon seeing the spirit stones, Qiling's eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly reached out to accept them. 1/5 amounted to over 400 mid-grade spirit stones. Ruobai, you are a good person. After saying this, Qiling produced 100 mid-grade spirit stones, declaring, as promised, I will purchase a thunderball. Ruobai looked at her with a peculiar expression. Weren't you just selling it for 400 mid-grade spirit stones? If you're buying. Qiling's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? I just received 200. Are you asking for 400? How could you be more unscrupulous than I? Just a moment ago, I was calling you a good person. Ruobai flipped his hand and produced the freshly crafted thunderball. This was just completed. Once you sell it, you'll have spirit stones. Qiling glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation. He truly was a heartless capitalist. Nevertheless, she accepted the pouch containing the thunderball. Humph, junior sister, let us go. Today, I refuse to believe we cannot make a purchase. Observing Qiling's earnestness, Mo Xiaoxuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This senior sister seemed rather foolish. Xiaoxuan, Why are you laughing? I wasn't laughing at you. Chilling. Chapter 46. Art is Explosion 2.0. As night fell, one cannot deny that Imo Xiaoxuan and Qiling were remarkably efficient. Throughout the afternoon, they had made countless trips, and Su Ruobai's crafting speed could hardly keep pace with their selling. Initially, he had planned to wait until he had produced more before venturing out to sell himself. After all, during the trial, he had advertised, and surely some would recognize him and come to buy. However, ultimately, this endeavor was merely to promote the Thunderball. If they sold faster, it was undoubtedly for the best, rendering his efforts somewhat redundant. All right, enough for today. Su Ruobai wasn't truly a ruthless employer. Night had fallen, and he wouldn't insist they work endlessly. Yet, one must consider that once cultivators reached the foundation establishment stage, they could forego sleep, enabling them to labor day and night. Ahem, such capitalist notions are best kept to a minimum. Su Ruobai distributed the spirit stones to the two, and then handed Qiling a freshly crafted thunderball. Since you've performed well, consider this a reward. Qiling, who had been prepared to purchase it with her spirit stones, felt a flash of irritation. What do you mean? I can afford it now. Su Ruobai shook his head. How many spirit stones do you think a detonating talisman of nascent soul level would require? Qiling pondered for a moment before replying. Vista would likely cost high-grade spirit stones, right? After a pause, she looked at the thunderball in Su Ruobai's hand, quickly grasping his implication, her eyes widening in shock. Are you saying this has the power of the nascent soul? Su Ruobai lifted his chin slightly. He wasn't one to seek vanity, yet witnessing others astonished by his creation filled him with pride. So, do you think you can afford it? Qiling calculated, recalling that she had earned around 1,000 spirit stones that afternoon. Even counting the spirit stones Xiaoxuan had, it was unlikely she could afford it. However, that a one-time magical treasure with the power of the nascent soul it would be impossible not to be tempted. After hesitating for a few seconds, Qiling ultimately extended her hand and accepted the thunderball. Well, but I will owe you for now and pay you back once I have spirit stones, Su Ruobai acknowledged with a nod, not specifying when she should repay him. If you wish to assist again, come find me tomorrow morning. I will not be open for business in the evening. Hearing this, Imo Xiaoxuan inquired, Su Deji, do you have something to do tonight? Su Ruobai nodded. I need to purchase some items. I see. Then my sister, and I shall not disturb you. We will come find you tomorrow. Su Ruobai nodded. And the two women departed. After leaving the inn, Qiling grasped Imo Xiaoxuan's arm. Xiaoxuan, didn't you say you wanted to treat him to a meal? Why not invite him now? Imo Xiaoxuan gently shook her head. If Su Daiji has matters to attend to, I would not want to trouble him. This. Qiling rolled her eyes. How much time could a meal possibly take? Xiaoxuan, do you have feelings for him? You must work hard to bring him to the sword sect. Long-distance relationships rarely end well. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiaoxuan felt her face flush, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Senior sister, if you continue with such jokes. Before Imo Xiaoxuan could finish, Qiling interrupted. All right, no more jokes. Xiaoxuan, having earned so many spirit stones just now, shouldn't we go indulge ourselves? Qiling could hardly contain her excitement. Over the past few days, due to a lack of spirit stones, they had been unable to secure lodging in Yawang City, merely eyeing the delicious food. Now that she finally had money, Qiling was determined to make up for lost opportunities. Xiaoxuan, do you think I could learn Su Ruobai's method of crafting thunderballs? If I could master it, I would never have to worry about spirit stones again. But this seems like a trade secret. No matter how kind Su Ruobai is, he wouldn't divulge such a skill, would he? Imo Xiaoxuan agreed with Qiling's perspective. If she could grasp the method of crafting, it could revolutionize the status of detonating talismans, and the spirit stones earned would be immeasurable. Yes, senior sister, you might ask him tomorrow. Have you heard? The leader of Yawang Valley was furious over today's trial. Haha, you wouldn't believe it. I watched the trial today. It was utterly absurd. Oh, what happened? Tell me. At first, it was all about lamenting their misfortunes. The best they could refine was a chi refinement pill, not even a foundation establishment pill. The most amusing part? One alchemist produced an explosive pill that nearly ended up in the elder's mouth, proudly labeling it original. And oh, right, it was called Thunderball. Absolutely hilarious. A one-time magical treasure called Thunderball appeared in the city today. Cheap and effective. What a coincidence. Not far away. Su Ruobai couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon overhearing this conversation. It appeared that his exploits in Yawang Valley had spread rather swiftly. He had lost count of how many times he had heard similar remarks along the way. He initially thought to seize this opportunity to make a name for himself, yet the outcome was unfolding in such a manner. The demon suppression Great Wall. Is it about to conclude? The endless sea of demons instilled a sense of despair. The conflict between the human race and the demon race could be traced back to ancient times. In recent years, the demons had somehow acquired a unique method, significantly boosting their birth rates, and demons were inherently more formidable than humans. Moreover, with both sides agreeing to a pact, only those at the third realm were allowed on the battlefield. As a result, the human race could not withstand the demon onslaught, retreating time and time again until they found themselves at the demon suppression Great Wall. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they lost the Great Wall as well. The cultivators tasked with guarding the wall had long been prepared for retreat, waiting for the commander of the demon suppression Great Wall to issue the order. On the top of the Great Wall, Commander Li Yundu gazed down at the relentless battle below between humans and demons. A sense of sorrow welling within him. Have the Great Wall, which had withstood for generations, fall under his command was simply unbearable. He did not wish to issue the retreat order, but what alternative was there? Wouldn't that merely lead to further casualties? As Li Yundu was about to draw out the commander's decree to issue the retreat order, boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire demon suppression Great Wall. Li Yundu turned towards the source of the blast, witnessing a large number of demons being obliterated. There stood a young cultivator beside the crater, shouting towards the heavens. Art is explosion. Chapter 47. Great achievement. This explosion was merely the beginning. The young cultivator continued to hurl various spherical objects, each detonation echoing like thunder, signaling the demise of countless demons. The once formidable demon horde was forcefully split open. Although these lower-ranked demons possessed limited intelligence, they could discern what posed a threat to their lives. In an instant, all the demons directed their wrath towards this cultivator. At this moment, Li Yundu could not help but shed a tear of excitement, his voice trembling. Children, we have been saved. Protect that young man. The explosive talisman, being a crucial strategic resource, commands such a high price. The ones previously acquired have long been consumed in the earlier battles. To my astonishment, this young man possesses such a vast quantity. Could he possibly be a scion of a prominent family out on a quest for experience? However, what he has thrown appears not to be talismans, but rather resembles small orbs. Moreover, their range exceeds that of the typical explosive talismans, precisely aligning with the power of the Golden Core stage, entirely compliant with the regulations established between the human and demon races. Indeed, this cultivator is none other than Li Hao, the senior brother from Juyang Peak, whom Su Ruobai speaks of. Unbeknownst to him, the hopes of the human race rest upon his shoulders. He is merely focused on slaying more demon beasts to amass merit points for precious resources. The sheer exhilaration of such widespread destruction is intoxicating. No wonder Su, my junior brother, asserts that art is synonymous with explosions. I paid little heed to his words then, but now I grasp the profound depth behind them. Naturally, Li Hao has sensed that the animosity of the demon beasts has been directed towards him. Instead of fear, he feels a thrill of anticipation at the prospect of their encirclement. Ideally, they would cluster together, allowing a single strike to obliterate them all. If thrown skillfully, one thunderball could easily send 100 demon beasts flying. He has over 30 of them in reserve. This implies that 3,000 demon beasts could perish at his hands. The first-tier demon beasts yield 10 merit points, the second-tier 50, and the third-tier 100. With just one explosion, he could earn several hundred merit points. The thought of impending wealth causes Li Hao's gaze to glimmer with excitement. Come forth and meet your doom. As he hurled bomb after bomb, the once formidable army of demon beasts was thrown into disarray. No need for any protection. The beasts were blown away before they could even approach. The cacophony of explosions served as a death knell to the demon beasts, yet it resounded like a rallying drumbeat to the human cultivators. The previously low spirits were instantly reignited upon glimpsing hope. Fellow cultivators, let us charge forth. Today, we shall ensure these demon beasts leave not a trace behind. 2 hours later, the demon army retreated, and Li Yundu let out a long sigh of relief. Had the defense of the demon suppression wall fallen under his watch, he would have been too ashamed to face his ancestors. His gaze then fell upon the young man at the foot of the wall, who appeared almost like a savior. With a swift movement, he appeared before him. At that moment, Li Hao was still cursing the speed of the demon beast's retreat, wishing he could unleash a few more thunderballs. when suddenly someone appeared before him, nearly causing him to smash the thunderball into their face. Li. Commander Li? Li Yundu exclaimed, grasping his hand with excitement. Young man. No. Hero, what is your name? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he was being hailed as a hero. Li Hao, from the Li family, I presume? Are you from the Li clan of Wanlu Xianqing? Upon hearing this, Li Hao hastily shook his head. No. Then are you of the Li lineage from the Wei Xianzong? Li Hao shook his head again, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Commander Li, I am a disciple of the Lingyu sect Jiang Peak, not of any Li family. Hearing the name Lingyu sect, Li Yundu was momentarily lost in thought, struggling to recall where it originated. Such mystic tier sects are numerous within the realm of cultivation, potentially numbering in the thousands, unless one resides nearby. It is unlikely they would know of it. I see. Then, where did you acquire your explosive talismans? Explosive talismans are not something all talisman practitioners can easily create. They are advanced talismans, challenging to craft and costly in materials, essentially making them rare commodities. Thus, most people cannot afford them. Explosive talismans? Li Hao hesitated for a moment, but quickly clarified. Commander Li, what I have are not explosive talismans. They are called thunderballs. With that, Li Hao offered the few remaining orbs in his hand to Li Yundu. Li Yundu examined the small orb, lost in contemplation. This that carries a hint of medicinal fragrance. It smells somewhat like a healing elixir. Can this thing really explode? Li Hao nodded. Commander Li, you can infuse a bit of spiritual energy and then toss it. Li Yundu followed his instructions and attempted it. Bang! A familiar thunderous sound erupted. Even Li Yundu, accustomed to grand spectacles, was left astounded. This small orb truly possesses explosive capabilities. Have you any more of these? Where did they come from? I purchased them from a junior brother of mine. Junior brother? Does he have any left? How many spirit stones did you spend? I will pay double. Li Hao recognized that the other party was keen on acquiring these orbs. Indeed, such simple yet effective tools are invaluable on the battlefield. I believe he has some left. I spent 100 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire them. I am unsure of his source. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Li Yundu was once again taken aback. Are you quite close with this junior brother of yours? Li Hao cleared his throat. Not particularly. We merely have a transactional relationship. He sells these at the sect at this. Li Yundu grew even more puzzled. Initially, he assumed they shared a deep bond, perhaps resulting in a preferential price. Yet, the price for these orbs is fixed at 100. Not to mention, he would pay 500 or even 1,000. With these thunderballs in hand, the situation would not have escalated to the demon suppression wall. Rather, it is possible they could even reclaim lost territory. The thought ignited a fervor in Li Yundu's eyes. The Lingyu sect, you say? What is the name of your junior brother? Ruobai, Chapter 48. Senior sister, what brings you here? Half a day later, Brother Li, I did not expect you to truly hold the line. This is a significant achievement, Li Yundu chuckled. Elder Wu, you must admit, with favorable circumstances and the right people, it is evident that human connections are paramount. Today, I encountered a benefactor. Wu Hai, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Benefactor? Li Yundu lifted a cup from the table and took a hearty gulp. In a few days, you will understand. I am about to undertake a grand endeavor. Wu Hai's curiosity piqued. Brother Li, do not keep me in suspense. Do share. Subsequently, Li Yundu recounted how he defended the demon suppression wall and the origin of the thunderballs. After listening, Wu Hai appeared somewhat dazed. Thunderballs? Li Yundu inquired. What is it? Elder Wu, are you familiar with this item? Have I fallen behind the times? I had never heard of it before. Wu Hai's expression grew peculiar. You are aware of the trial at Yawang Valley a few days ago, right? Wu Hai, an elder of the Yawang Valley, was responsible for transporting elixirs to the border, and through their interactions, he had grown familiar with Li Yundu. Li Yundu nodded. Naturally, I am aware. Wu Hai continued. This trial at Yawang Valley has been quite a headache for me. Filled with participants who only lament their circumstances, with not a single one possessing genuine skills. Li Yundu, puzzled, asked, what does this have to do with the thunderballs? I heard from others that there was a contestant named Ruobai who claimed to have created a new elixir called the thunderball. In alchemy, the greatest taboo is the explosion of pills. Is this not amusing? However, I doubt it is the same entity you mentioned. Suddenly, Li Yundu sprang to his feet. Ruobai? What of it? He is precisely the person I seek. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the implications. This is an immense opportunity, and yet the Yaowang Valley has failed to seize it. Elder Wu, you must return to Yaowang Valley at once and ascertain whether Su Ruobai remains there. This is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the future of our human race. Wu Hai, now agitated, cupped his hands in farewell and hurriedly departed. Previously, he had regarded the thunderballs merely as a novelty, never anticipating such deeper significance. If these explosive pills can indeed achieve such power, alchemists could rise to prominence, wielding both offensive and restorative capabilities, truly invincible. Yuwang City, senior sister. When shall we return? Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mo Xiaoxuan with an odd expression. Shall we depart now? That might be a tad too early, no? Qin Ling could hardly be bothered to expose her. During their earlier excursion, she had incessantly urged a return. Yet since encountering Su Ruobai, the thought of going back had vanished from her mind. Now, she even finds the prospect of leaving too soon, likely because Su Ruobai still lingers in the city. Qin Ling feigned ignorance and replied, "That would not do. If we return late, Master will surely reprimand me. Master would hesitate to chastise you. So we must leave early." Mo Xiaoxuan's expression soured instantly. Qin Ling stifled a laugh. Their roles had completely reversed. In truth, she, too, was reluctant to return, reveling in the daily influx of spirit stones, watching her pouch swell with wealth, an exhilarating experience, though the monthly stipend for disciples of the sword sect is considerable. It pales in comparison to the rapid accumulation of wealth from labor. The transient joy of labor brings fleeting delight, yet continuous toil promises unending pleasure. Sister, perhaps you could first inquire when Brother Su intends to leave. Then let us depart. The four directions in. Su Ruobai furrowed his brow as he gazed out the window. He was acutely aware that someone was observing him. It was certainly not a mere figment of his imagination. Possessing the divine concealment technique, he was confident that no one in this world could rival his ability to detect prying eyes. Initially, he had thought the heightened attention was simply due to others recognizing him as a source of amusement during the trials. However, in recent days, he had sensed a persistent gaze upon him, which posed a significant issue. While he could feel the scrutiny, he could not ascertain the location of the observer, indicating that their cultivation level surpassed his own. Whether their intent was to seek wealth or to harm him, Su Ruobai leaned towards the former. Aside from Qin Ling, he had not offended anyone else, and their previous discord had long since been resolved. As for the latter possibility, it was difficult to ascertain. Nonetheless, Su Ruobai was certain that it was upon arriving in Yaowang City that he had caught someone's attention. The only notable action he had undertaken there was the sale of thunderbolts, suggesting that he might have attracted someone's interest in his wares. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Su, are you there? I am here. The door is unlocked. Come in. Mo Xiaoxuan entered the room that Su Ruobai, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Where is your senior sister?" She had some matters to attend to and couldn't make it. Su Ruobai did not dwell on it and gestured for her to take a seat on a chair he pulled out. "Xiaoxuan, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" I wanted to ask when you plan to leave. Brother Su Ruobai calculated, realizing that a week had already passed. That I forgot to mention, I plan to return tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Then may I visit you at Lingyu's sect?" Having earned some spirit stones over the past few days, Qin Ling had already settled her debts, meaning Mo Xiaoxuan no longer had an excuse to seek him out. Su Ruobai nodded. "Of course, we are friends. After all." Mo Xiaoxuan lowered her head slightly, murmuring, "Friends? Is that not the case? Is it not?" Mo Xiaoxuan affirmed with a soft sound, a smile gracing her face. Then, "Brother Su, please do not resent me for bothering you in the future." "Not at all. Feel free to come find me." By the way, Brother Su, I haven't asked why you are participating in the trials at Yaowang Valley. Su Ruobai had no intention of concealing the truth from her. I initially intended to undergo the trials and then search for the reversal life herb in Yaowang Valley. Regrettably, I couldn't even meet the threshold to enter the valley, making my quest for the herb a mere jest. After pondering for a moment, Mo Xiaoxuan spoke up. "It seems that our sword sect might have it as well. How about I ask my master for you?" Hearing this, Su Ruobai was reminded that the sword sect was indeed a significant faction, potentially possessing such divine items. However, such treasures surely would not be given freely, unless he could become a disciple of the sect leader. Should he obtain the reversal life herb, his master's cultivation would undoubtedly be restored, and if that were to happen, he would no longer need to remain by her side. Knock, knock, knock. Su Ruobai glanced at Imo Xiaoxiwen. Is your senior sister here? Imo Xiaoxiwen appeared puzzled. Did she not say she wouldn't come? Just push the door open. As the door swung open, upon seeing the figure outside, Su Ruobai was utterly dumbfounded. Sister, what brings you here? Chapter 49. The unseen aura of Yu Yunxi's sister. Please allow me to explain that Su Ruobai genuinely did not anticipate that Yu Yunxi would appear at this hour. In the dead of night, with just the two of them in the inn, he felt as though he could not wash away the suspicion even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Yu Yunxi ignored Su Ruobai and instead fixed her gaze upon Imo Xiaoxiwen. The invisible pressure emanating from her made Imo Xiaoxiwen break into a cold sweat. Hello. Yu Yunxi smiled and said, Who are you? What are you doing in my junior brother's room? The nature of her smile sent a shiver down both Imo Xiaoxiwen's and Su Ruobai's spines, as they sensed a hint of danger. Was this truly the sister he knew? Given the current circumstances, it seemed entirely reasonable that she might have turned dark. Su Ruobai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cleared his throat, and said, Sister, she is just a friend of mine. There is nothing more to it. Please do not overthink it. Yu Yunxi cast him a sidelong glance, a look that seemed to convey, a woman is speaking. A man should not interrupt. Su Ruobai fell silent, inwardly lamenting, Xiaoxiwen, brothers who can no longer assist you. Imo Xiaoxiwen took a deep breath, summoning her courage to meet Yu Yunxi's gaze. My name is Imo Xiaoxiwen. You are Brother Su's senior sister, so I can call you sister, right? Yu Yunxi raised her chin slightly. You may call me sister, but I am not merely his senior sister. I am also his girlfriend. At this, Imo Xiaoxiwen's face stiffened, her previously bolstered courage evaporating instantly. I see. Just now, Brother Su and I were merely discussing a few matters, nothing else. Since you are here, I shall take my leave and not disturb you. With that, Imo Xiaoxiwen hurriedly exited the room, leaving only Yu Yunxi and Su Ruobai behind. Yu Yunxi finally turned her attention to Su Ruobai, yet remained silent. Sometimes, silence can convey a far greater impact than words. Although Su Ruobai reassured himself that he had done nothing wrong, who could remain calm in such a situation? After a long pause, Yu Yunxi finally spoke. Returning to the sect tomorrow, Su Ruobai nodded. Sister, why did you come all this way? I was concerned you might be disheartened and come to check on you. But I didn't expect, Su Ruobai hastily explained. Sister, my relationship with Imo Shimi is entirely innocent. We are merely friends. Yu Yunxi was well aware of the truth, having observed Su Ruobai for some time. She knew exactly what had transpired between them. This Yu Yunxi was not the same as the one he knew. She was, in fact, the night spirit moon, who had been secretly watching Su Ruobai. The decision to disguise herself as his senior sister had been made to prevent Su Ruobai from deducing the truth about her restored cultivation. If the plan was to proceed, she could not afford to expose herself. Thus, Night Spirit Moon had reluctantly exchanged identities with her senior sister for the time being. That if you had truly done something, do you think you could still stand here so calmly? Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai broke into a cold sweat, realizing that it was likely his senior sister who had been watching him these past few days. Previously, she had mentioned that if she were to be betrayed, she would not hesitate to kill the time. He thought it was a jest, but now the implications were chilling. Rest assured, Sister Dai, Su Ruobai, swear by the heavens that I will never. Wait, stop. Before he could finish, Night Spirit Moon quickly covered his mouth, stopping him from making a vow. She was not foolish and understood that Su Ruobai was about to make a promise. Although Night Spirit Moon felt that she did not truly harbor feelings for Su Ruobai at present, merely appreciating his kindness, there was no telling how things might evolve in the future as prophesied by her master. However, if she allowed Su Ruobai to swear, it would likely sever any future possibilities. Night Spirit Moon was inclined to heed her master's words, as her master had indicated that Su Ruobai was meant to be her future husband. Thus, it was only natural that she explore that path. She then spoke. Vows should not be made lightly. Junior brother, did I trust you? With that, Night Spirit Moon finally released her hand, and the stern expression on her face softened. Su Ruobai responded with an anemone, feeling a slight sense of relief. After a while, Su Ruobai lowered his head. Sister, I have disappointed you. Night Spirit Moon looked at him in confusion, wondering why he would suddenly say such a thing. Hadn't she just assured him of her trust? I failed the trials. It's rather embarrassing. Night Spirit Moon detected the evident dejection in Su Ruobai's voice. She had thought he was indifferent to such matters, but it seemed he had only been putting on a brave face in front of others. That a strange ache blossomed in her heart, now that she was in the guise of a sister. It was evident that he felt comfortable revealing his vulnerabilities to her. which suggested he held genuine affection for her. With an impulsive gesture, Night Spirit Moon reached out and ruffled his hair. "It's all right. Junior brother, there's no need to blame yourself. You've done well enough." Su Ruobai nodded, and though her words might seem like mere platitudes to others, to him, they were akin to a flicker of light in the darkness, fragile, yet capable of warming the heart. Knowing this would be the outcome, why did I still choose to come? Sister, the senior brother had previously contemplated taking action against me that I managed to deceive him temporarily, persuading him to abandon his plans for now. Yet, I suspect it won't be long before he resorts to desperate measures if we don't find a way to restore our master's cultivation. Won't she be in peril? Night Spirit Moon had heard her senior sister say these words before, but hearing Su Ruobai utter them with his own lips evoked an entirely different sentiment within her. After a prolonged silence, Night Spirit Moon finally spoke again. "But have you considered what your master might do after regaining her powers and dealing with those senior brothers? Is it worth it?" In response, Su Ruobai offered a bitter smile. "What is worth or not worth is of no consequence. What matters is whether one can act without remorse as for how my master treats me. That is her affair. Senior sister, I maintain my stance. My master has shown me kindness, and even if I am not her disciple, I must repay that kindness." Night Spirit Moon pressed her lips together, feeling her eyes moisten inexplicably. Her senior sister was right. Su Ruobai was an exceptionally good person, good enough to evoke a sense of pity. Seeing him in such a state, Night Spirit Moon instinctively reached out, wanting to embrace him. Yet, it felt somewhat inappropriate, for she was indeed his master. No, that was incorrect. She was his girlfriend now. With this thought, Night Spirit Moon cast aside her reservations and enveloped Su Ruobai in her arms. Chapter 50. Shrinking. As Su Ruobai felt the warmth of his senior sister's embrace, a deeper warmth blossomed within him. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that perhaps his senior sister's bosom felt slightly diminished. Surely, it must be an illusion. They had only Qin Ling was instantly caught in a mix of emotions, feeling both amused and exasperated. She initially thought that the distress on Xiao Sun's face was due to a failed confession, only to discover that it was a case of unrequited love, which seemed even more tragic than rejection itself. She consoled her, saying, "Xiao Sun, as I always say, there are countless fish in the sea. Since Sugu already has someone he cares for, you ought to let go of your feelings for him." That Mo Xiao Sun, with a sulky expression, retorted, "I am not pining for him. Sugu and I are merely friends." "Sister, if you keep saying such things, I won't talk to you anymore." Qin Ling merely rolled her eyes, choosing not to expose her. Such denial could only deceive herself. However, it puzzled her how Xiao Sun had suddenly developed feelings for Su Ruobai. Sure, Su Ruobai was handsome, possessed exceptional swordsmanship, earned spirit stones, and was friendly enough, but, upon further contemplation, it seemed Su Ruobai was indeed quite perfect, making it understandable why Xiao Sun's heart was ensnared. Just the fact that he could earn spirit stones was enough to surpass most cultivators. "Xiao Sun, didn't you mention that the sword sect would be recruiting disciples from various sects? If you bring Su Ruobai to the sword sect, being close to him might give you a chance," she suggested. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Sun pondered for a moment before weakly murmuring, "Is that really okay?" Though she voiced her reservations, her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Qin Ling inwardly scoffed, wondering if she was helping her master find a disciple or aiding Xiao Sun in her quest for a partner. Yet, it seemed these two objectives were not mutually exclusive. What was wrong with it? With Su Ruobai's exceptional swordsmanship, it was a waste for him to remain in Lingyu's sect. Had he been in the sword sect, he would undoubtedly have been renowned across the realms by now. Mo Xiao Sun nodded, and after her sister's encouragement, her spirits lifted considerably. She felt a twinge of regret for having left so abruptly. However, the memory of the woman she encountered the previous evening lingered in her mind. Though she was reluctant to admit it, that woman was undeniably stunning, with a figure she felt she could never compete with. It felt as though she had been utterly outclassed by Su Ji's sister. Mo Xiao Sun lowered her head slightly, a bit flustered, but not excessively so. Then, raising her gaze to her sister's chest, she thought that in comparison, her mood improved significantly. "Qin Ling, in the Demon Emperor Palace of the Demon Race, Master, we have found out, in the innermost chamber, a girl with small horns atop her head sat on a throne, her legs dangling like lotus roots in midair, yet her golden eyes radiated an unexpected aura of authority. Her ethereal voice echoed throughout the grand hall. 'Speak.' Master, that a human has devised a new type of disposable explosive artifact called the Thunderball, which is not the same as an explosion talisman. Upon hearing this, Long Li's delicate face furrowed with concern. Not an explosion talisman? Indeed, Master. Shall we send demons to eliminate him, as his Thunderball has yet to spread? We could resolve this matter preemptively. Long Li contemplated for a moment. Then her ethereal voice resonated once more. See if you can capture him. If not, eliminate him. Understood, Master. The great demon kneeling in the center of the hall vanished. Long Li then flipped her hand, and a book without a cover appeared in an instant. There is a saying among humans that within books lies a treasure trove, and cough, nearly digressed again. Within books lies a treasure trove. Within books lies beauty. The demon race's continued victories in recent years were largely due to this very book. It contained a method for refining pills that significantly accelerated the demon race's reproductive rate. Moreover, the refining process was simple and did not require specialized alchemists. Even the most clumsy of demons could learn it, provided they possessed a certain level of intelligence. Thanks to this elixir, the demon race could successfully implement their Sea of Demon strategy. One could say that this book was a major contributor to the demon race's numerous territorial conquests. Therefore, whenever Long Li had a moment to spare, she would peruse it, hoping to glean new insights. It was a pity that when she ventured into human territory, she only managed to bring back the single volume. Had the seller not claimed it was a rare and valuable edition, she might not have acquired it at all. Long Li flipped through the pages once more, but sadly, most of the content pertained to human reproduction, which did not pique her interest. The only pill mentioned was the aphrodisiac. With no other refining methods provided, Ruobai. Why does this sound increasingly familiar? Long Li considered this book to be a valuable asset and decided she must seize an opportunity to venture back into human territory to gather more useful texts. Hoping that one day, the demon race could evolve to be like humans, with every demon capable of enlightenment and adhering to the order she had established. This was the vision she yearned for. Chapter 52. A kiss that makes one blush. Who wouldn't like that? The following day, the first rays of morning light fell upon Ruobai's face, causing him to furrow his brow before finally opening his eyes. Sitting up, he glanced at the bed, where Yilingwe was tilting her head, gazing at him. Sister. You're awake so early. Yilingwe was momentarily taken aback, clearly not comprehending that Ruobai was addressing her. Oh, what is the matter? How could Yilingwe dare to sleep? She had spent the entire night lying sideways, watching Ruobai below, and before she knew it, dawn had arrived, making time seem to pass too swiftly. Ruobai squinted at his sister, feeling a flutter of doubt in his heart. Was she always like this? Reflecting on the previous day, he realized that Yilingwe had also seemed off at the time. He had not thought much of it, having been captured by her, but now that he was calm, this version of his sister felt rather dissonant. According to her usual character, she would likely have chimed in with some literary reference after a couple of exchanges. Moreover, she wouldn't display such a sentimental expression. Typically, she would remain expressionless while delivering some playful banter. But the pressing question was, if this wasn't his sister, then who could it possibly be? To confirm his suspicions, Ruobai cautiously ventured, Sister, may I steal a kiss? Upon hearing this, Yilingwe, who had been a tad dazed, suddenly became alert. What was this? Yesterday evening there had been ample opportunity, yet he hadn't acted on his desires. And now, so early in the morning, he was suddenly asking to kiss her. Should she deem him a beast or a gentleman? However, had they kissed before? If she rejected him, would it expose her vulnerability? No, she definitely wouldn't want to be kissed. It was merely a matter of avoiding exposure and maintaining the original plan. Ruobai's eyes sparkled with confusion. Could it truly be his sister? If not, why would she allow him to take advantage? After all, who would impersonate their sister for no reason? Besides, only their master knew of their relationship. Surely this person before him wasn't the master in disguise. Right? With that thought, Ruobai's doubts began to dissipate. Noticing Ruobai's prolonged silence, Yilingwe grew increasingly puzzled. Wasn't he going to kiss her? Did he need to gather his feelings first? Was he truly that innocent? Just so we're clear, I absolutely am not expecting anything. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ruobai leaned in. Having voiced his intention, he certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. As his lips neared the sister's face, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had she closed her eyes? This was completely uncharacteristic of her. Normally, in such a situation, she would seize the chance to tease him. Previously, whether he had kissed her or vice versa, She had never displayed such timidity. Realizing this, Su Ruobai halted abruptly, gazing at the face that resembled his sister's so closely, yet he felt utterly perplexed. Was she truly his sister? It wasn't he that he wanted to doubt her. It was simply that she was too different from his previous impressions of her. Wai Lingyue waited with her eyes closed for what felt like an eternity, only to find the anticipated movement had ceased. Thus, she cautiously opened one eye to steal a glance. Su Ruobai was mere inches away, staring intently at her. What was he doing? Was he admiring her before the kiss? How romantic. However, Yi Lingyue quickly sensed something was off. Su Ruobai's gaze was laced with suspicion. Had she inadvertently revealed a flaw? Her mind raced, and a hypothesis formed. Given her sister's personality, she would typically take the initiative in such situations. The way she was behaving now clearly did not align with her usual demeanor. Could it be that she had to take the initiative to kiss him? No, this was absurd. She had always despised crossing boundaries with her disciples. Why was she now considering such a thing? Regardless, she had to prioritize the plan. She was the sister now, not the master. With that thought, Yi Lingyue wrapped her arms around Su Ruobai's neck and leaned in slightly, pressing her lips against his. After this sequence of events, Su Ruobai's eyes widened in surprise, and his doubts were once again dispelled. This truly resembles the demeanor of a senior sister. Perhaps she has perused some peculiar book, which led her to mimic the act of closing her eyes as described therein. However, why does it feel somewhat different from the last time? I surmise that she has switched to a new shade of rouge, hence the slightly altered flavor. Initially, Su Ruobai merely intended to kiss her cheek. But unexpectedly, he found himself kissing her lips as well. Previously, he had only brushed his lips lightly against hers. Yet this time, she seemed to take the initiative, even extending her tongue. Su Ruobai could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his face. He had thought to keep things moderate, yet this senior sister clung tightly to his neck, effectively sealing his lips and leaving him no opportunity to speak. After a considerable while, Yi Lingyue finally recalled what she was doing. Although this was not her first experience kissing another, it was indeed her first with someone of the opposite gender. As for why it wasn't her first kiss ever, that was solely due to her insufferable senior sister, who, when they were younger, pointed to a book and claimed that kissing would be quite entertaining, only for the outcome to be utterly devoid of sensation. Yet, when she kissed Su Ruobai just moments ago, the feeling was incomparable to her previous encounters with her senior sister. Her mind felt somewhat blank, which was why she had continued to embrace Su Ruobai without releasing him, reflecting on what had just transpired. Yi Lingyue felt a wave of inexplicable dizziness at that moment. A singular thought occupied her mind: to escape and cool down a bit, for otherwise, maintaining a serene expression would undoubtedly prove challenging. She discreetly released her lips and spoke. Junior brother. Him, senior sister, I will step out to fetch you some breakfast, and I shall return after we have eaten. Little did she expect Su Ruobai to be even more flustered. Before she could utter another word, he declared this and hurriedly fled the scene. Wai Lingyue could no longer contain the flush on her face, which spread to her entire neck. She began to suspect that her senior sister had intentionally compelled her to adopt her persona. What had originally been a plan to comfort Su Ruobai had unexpectedly escalated into this situation. Moreover, why had she inexplicably extended her tongue while kissing him? Could it be an instinctive response of the body? The thought of this made Yi Lingyue's cheeks redden further, her heart racing as though she had pressed the fast-forward button. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Yi Lingyue had managed to calm her emotions when a knock on the door echoed. Subsequently, Su Ruobai re-entered the room. Senior sister, I brought buns to tea. That moment, Su Ruobai's gaze flickered, and his face bore a hint of redness, indicating that the kiss had also unsettled his heart. Wai Lingyue stared blankly at Su Ruobai, and for some inexplicable reason, she found his slightly flushed face endearing. No wonder her senior sister was so fond of him. Who wouldn't he be charmed by a boyfriend who blushes at a simple kiss? After breakfast, the two set off for the boat station in Yawang City. The tickets for the flying boats were categorized into several tiers. The basic ticket Su Ruobai had previously purchased offered only the most rudimentary accommodations. If he were traveling alone, it would not matter if he had no place to stay. However, with a senior sister accompanying him, it was essential to demonstrate some financial capability. Fortunately, he had managed to earn some spirit stones over the past few days. Otherwise, he would have been ill-prepared for his senior sister's surprise inspection. 2 medium tickets. Please. Displaying financial prowess was necessary, but pretending to be affluent was undoubtedly a grave mistake. 2 tickets? Yi Lingyue blinked, her mind heating up as she exclaimed, "Junior brother, one ticket should suffice, right?" Immediately regretting her words, she thought that sharing a room would leave her anxious at night. Ruobai felt that this might not be appropriate. The previous night had been a matter of circumstance, as it was too late to find another room at the inn, which was why he had allowed his senior sister to stay in his room. Now, the situation was evidently different. Would it be proper to share a room again? Just then, the young man in charge of ticket sales interjected, "You two lovebirds need not argue. There is only one medium ticket left. If you don't buy it now, it will be gone." Upon hearing this, Ruobai wasted no time and promptly paid for the ticket. The influx of visitors to Yawang City in recent days made it quite normal to be without tickets. "Senior sister, I can only ask you to endure for a few days." Wai Lingyue felt a sense of foreboding. 3 days, 3 nights of a man and woman cohabitating in a room. Could Ruobai truly restrain himself? Even a sage would find it difficult, but since it was her suggestion, there was no turning back. As the two turned to leave, a voice called out from behind, "3 medium tickets, please." "All right, that will be 900 mid-grade spirit stones." Ruobai's lips twitched. He couldn't help but admire the ticket seller's keen perception. He grasped Yi Linghue's hand. Quickening his pace, Yi Lingyue glanced down at their intertwined fingers. Well, thus she was now in the role of a senior sister, having already kissed him. Holding hands was still acceptable. Ruobai led her directly to the room on the flying boat, observing the spacious bed within. He couldn't help but marvel at how stark the contrast was between the medium and low-tier tickets. What on earth were the upper-tier accommodations like? "By the way, senior sister, I also brought back a gift from Master. Do you think this is suitable?" Upon hearing this, Yi Linghue's curiosity ignited. She had to admit that Ruobai was genuinely filial. Despite her usual indifference toward him, he still remembered her as his master during such moments. Which warmed her heart. Ruobai revealed a wooden hairpin, which lay innocuously in his palm, devoid of any magical aura, likely just an ordinary accessory that, of course, whether it was a magical artifact or not didn't concern Yi Lingyue. As the saying goes, it's the thought that counts. She genuinely appreciated the hairpin. It's quite fitting. "Junior brother, you truly are thoughtful." Ruobai bashfully scratched his nose, yet he found it curious that such moments didn't seem to garner any extra points in his favor. "Senior sister, I also prepared something for you. Please see if you like it." Ruobai tucked away the wooden hairpin and produced a jade hairpin, intricately carved in the shape of a phoenix, which looked rather exquisite. Yi Linghue's expression froze. What did this mean? He gifted his senior sister such a beautiful hairpin, while she received merely a wooden one. Initially, she had thought it was rather considerate of Ruobai to think of gifting her a hairpin. But upon seeing this, her enthusiasm waned. Ruobai naturally noticed her evident change in demeanor, and a pang of unease struck his heart. "Senior sister, there's something wrong with this hairpin." Only then did Yi Lingyue realize she had lost her composure. She quickly adjusted her expression and replied, "No, junior brother, you truly have an eye for quality." However, to Ruobai, her response seemed more like a self-reassurance. The flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze, and his grip on the hairpin tightened slightly. "Senior sister, it's my first time picking out such a gift. Perhaps I chose hastily. How about did I buy another one next time?" Yi Lingyue pursed her lips, feeling a twinge of regret. He could remember to bring a gift for her rather unremarkable master. Yet she dared to display her displeasure. Yi Lingyue, you truly are ungrateful. Quickly, she accepted the hairpin from Ruobai, finding a convenient excuse. "No, junior brother, I really like it's just that you sent your master a hairpin too. And I'm feeling a bit jealous." Huh, Ruobai hadn't anticipated this. His senior sister had seemed jealous before, but back then, she hadn't shown any expression. Now, however, she bore a hint of fluster on her face, which was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, Ruobai didn't dwell on it too much and cautiously suggested, "If that's the case, how about I don't give it to her?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue nearly choked. Indeed, to Ruobai, his senior sister seemed far more significant than she, his master. That was truly painful to hear. Since the purchase had already been made, she might as well give it away. Ruobai sighed and said, "Oh, I see." His heart felt quite perplexed by his senior sister. Her changes were so drastic that he struggled to keep up. Deep down, he truly doubted whether the person before him was indeed his senior sister. Yet after several confirmations, everything seemed fine. Following their earlier exchange, the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward. Yi Lingyue broke the silence. "Junior brother, could you help me put on the hairpin?" Eh, senior sister, I don't know how to style hair. Ruobai, who merely gathered his hair with a simple hair tie, had no experience in styling girls' hair. No worries, I'll teach you. Alright, but if I mess it up, don't blame me. Image him 0.5 minutes later, as he gazed into the mirror at the lovely visage of his senior sister alongside his own. Ruobai felt as if he were in a dream. How could such a beautiful woman be his girlfriend? Unable to restrain her admiration, she exclaimed, "Senior sister, you are truly stunning." Yet, Yilingwe was aware that the compliment was directed towards her senior sister, not herself, which left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable, though she ultimately dared not reveal her feelings. With an impulsive remark, she quipped, "Stunning? Then would you care for a kiss?" At this, Ruobai swallowed hard, his heart stirred with emotion. He pondered whether it was permissible to kiss her, but before he could conclude, the senior sister had already pressed her crimson lips against his such initiative. Indeed, she is a senior sister. Wai Lingwe thought to herself that this was not their first encounter of such nature. More importantly, it was crucial to soothe Ruobai's heart. After all, she was now his girlfriend. However, despite it not being their first kiss, the sensation still left her somewhat lightheaded. That it was perplexing, considering she was in the transformation stage. Yet she found herself unable to resist. Chapter 54. Sect Leader of the Sword Sect. Hualilu, having returned to the Sword Sect for half a day, Qin Ling felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Hua Jian, the sect leader, was a figure of significant authority. The Sword Sect was not comparable to the Lingyu sect. Being a profound tier sect, the sect leader was perpetually occupied with countless affairs, often returning only by nightfall. Now that dusk was gradually descending, it signified that her master would soon return. After sneaking away for half a month, her master would undoubtedly scold her without mercy. Just the thought of it was terrifying. "Shao Sun, you must help me defend myself, or else no one will assist you in luring Su Dage over from the Lingyu sect." Perhaps due to Qin Ling's frequent mentions of Su Dage, Shao Sun no longer reacted with anger as she had initially. "Fine. But if I speak on behalf of senior sister, it would not absolve you from punishment." Qin Ling nodded. Having someone share the burden of blame was certainly better than shouldering it alone. After approximately half an hour, footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Ling's heart leapt into her throat. She knew her master had returned. Thus, she opened the door and stepped out, wearing a charming smile as she greeted. "Master, you've returned." Hualilu, with a stern expression, said gravely, "Speak. What excuse do you have this time?" Feeling guilty, Qin Ling coughed lightly. "Master Dai genuinely went to attend to important matters this time." Hualilu shot her a disdainful glance and replied coolly, "Heh, as if I do not know you. When have you ever gone out for anything other than your own amusement?" The phrase "unworthy of steel" could easily be applied to Qin Ling. Yet, she showed no interest in cultivating. If it were merely mischief, it would be one thing, but this girl constantly found herself in trouble. Just last time, the third elder came to complain that Qin Ling had stolen his spiritual crane to eat, nearly driving him to despair. Such incidents were frequent with her, and each time she was lectured, it went in one ear and out the other, from her master's gaze. Qin Ling felt deeply offended. After all, she considered herself quite obedient, though uttering those words would likely be met with disbelief. "Master Dai truly did not deceive you. I have found a disciple with extraordinary talent in the sword path. Not only will he inherit your legacy, but his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours." Upon hearing Qin Ling's words, Hualilu's heart stirred with skepticism. Could this be yet another novel excuse? "What makes you say that?" "Master, you have no idea. This individual is just in his 20s, yet he has already mastered the fusion of swords and possesses the Thunder Sword intent. Isn't he destined to become a great sword immortal?" At this, Hualilu's eyes filled with greater suspicion. "Qin Ling, you should know the consequences of deceiving your master, right?" Seeing her master still skeptical and looking ready to reprimand her, Qin Ling quickly called out, "Shao Sun, come out and confirm if it's true." Shao Sun emerged from within, and Hualilu turned to her with an inquisitive gaze. "Master, what senior sister said is indeed true." Upon hearing Shao Sun affirm it, Hualilu felt a slight shift in her belief. In his 20s? Qin Ling nodded. Hualilu pondered for a few moments before saying, "Perhaps he is already a disciple of some hidden sword immortal." "Do not bring me any more trouble." "Not at all. He is a disciple from the neighboring Lingyu sect, and he mentioned that he only began practicing the 10,000 sword technique half a month ago." "Half a month ago?" Even Hua Lilu was taken aback. If he had merely mastered the fusion of swords along with the thunder sword intent, it would be a sign of some talent. But having only practiced for half a month to reach such heights, that was no mere talent. That was monstrous. Of course, Hua Lilu was merely astonished. She valued a disciple's character above all. For instance, both Qin Ling and Mo Shaosun were not particularly gifted in swordsmanship, being quite ordinary within the sword sect. Yet, she still took them as disciples because of their commendable character. Well, only Mo Shaosun truly possessed such character. As for Qin Ling, she was a handful. Master, what do you think? Didn't you mention that the sect would recruit new disciples soon? A future sword immortal. Master, are you not tempted? Indeed, Hua Lilu felt a flicker of desire. She had held the position of sect leader for countless years and had long wished to find someone to inherit her mantle, allowing her to retire. If this individual had commendable talent and character, she could certainly consider him. Regardless, even if he were not to be her disciple, given his talent, it would not be an exaggeration to say he would be more than qualified to join the sword sect. It was likely that other elders would vie for such a prodigy upon learning of his existence. Lingyu sect, what is his name? Seeing her master genuinely intrigued, Qin Ling felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed she might evade punishment today. She replied, Su Ruobai. I believe he said to find him at Tianling Peak, right? Qin Ling looked towards Mo Shaosun, who nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu's expression became somewhat peculiar. Tianling Peak, isn't that the peak of the Lingyu sect's leader? Shouldn't those residing there be Knight Lingyue's disciples? Given their proximity, Hua Lilu was somewhat familiar with her neighbors, the leader of Tianling Peak. Knight Lingyue had 3 disciples, Zhang Yunqi, Li Yuanhe, and Li Wuxing. How did this Su Ruobai come from? Could he possibly be a mere servant at Tianling Peak? Yet, that seemed unrealistic. No one would treat him as such given his swordsmanship talent. Hua Lilu narrowed her eyes, pondering if perhaps Qin Ling and Shaosun had encountered a fraud. Qin Ling, recount your interactions with Su Ruobai. Qin Ling blinked a few times before responding. Well, master, why don't you let Shaosun speak? She has spent more time with him. This. Hua Lilu's expression grew even more peculiar. Something about this situation felt off. She then turned her gaze towards Mo Shaosun. Though somewhat embarrassed, Mo Shaosun hesitated for a few seconds before recounting everything in detail regarding Su Ruobai. Chapter 55. The Erosion of Consciousness. Master of the 10,000 Prisons. After listening, Hua Lilu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Are there still such kind-hearted individuals in the current cultivation world? Moreover, why did Shaosun's face bear a hint of amusement while recounting? Could it be that this potential disciple had already been swayed before the recruitment was even confirmed? Realizing that the individual possessed a commendable character, she decided to send someone to investigate further, postponing the matter of accepting a disciple for now. Mo Shaosun nodded, a hint of joy illuminating her face. By the way, master, does the sect have any reverse fate immortal herbs? There should still be some. Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Mo Shaosun's eyes brightened further. Master, Su Dage mentioned he needs the reverse fate immortal herb. So, Hua Lilu could not help but understand her implication. Initially harboring some fondness for Su Ruobai, she now suspected that his interest might solely stem from a desire for the herb. I will consider it. Qin Ling, hearing her master suddenly call her name. Qin Ling felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Master, what is it? Go reflect on your actions at the back mountain. You are not to emerge for half a month. Master, please don't. I have already found you a disciple. How can you treat me like this? Qin Ling had thought she could escape punishment, but unexpectedly her master acted as if she were discarding her now that the burden had been lifted. Hua Lilu huffed, will you go willingly, or shall I escort you? Qin Ling stood in shock. Master, doesn't Shaosun have to go as well? Hua Lilu replied, it is clear that you dragged her along. Do you think I am unaware? Qin Ling wore an expression of despair. Why was there such a disparity in treatment between disciples? Su Ruobai thought to himself, I can deeply relate to this. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Lingyu sect, junior brother, I think I should head back to the peak now. Su Ruobai nodded, glancing at senior sister before surveying the surroundings, noticing no one was around. He spoke, senior sister, may I have one more hug? Night Spirit Moon also sensed her surroundings, and, after confirming that no one was present, took the initiative to embrace him. Over the past few days, in order to avoid raising any suspicions with Su Ruobai, Night Spirit Moon had no choice but to be a bit more proactive, frequently engaging in affectionate gestures such as hugs and kisses. Thus, after their parting embrace, she was already capable of maintaining her composure without a blush or a racing heart. However, returning to the sect stirred a hint of melancholy within her, for she was Night Spirit Moon, not Yunshi. Deceiving Ruobai left her feeling somewhat uneasy. 3 days had passed, and she decided to regard it as a fleeting dream, having relished the role of a senior sister during that time. She felt guilty not only towards Ruobai, but also towards her senior sister. She understood that Ruobai held great affection for her senior sister, and it was evident that she could no longer play the role of an intruder. This embrace would serve as a conclusion to the ephemeral dream of the past few days. Night Spirit Moon reached out her hand, willingly enveloping Ruobai in her arms, pressing her face against his chest. She felt an inexplicable warmth in her eyes. She had to admit that she had developed some feelings for him, yet there were no buts. Junior brother, that I must take my leave. Night Spirit Moon withdrew from his embrace, turned her back, waved her hand nonchalantly, and then stepped into the sect. Ruobai couldn't help but exclaim, one should look at a scholar differently after 3 days apart. And indeed, his senior sister had transformed as well. Of course, the senior sister who enjoyed kissing was quite adorable. With this thought, a smile crept on his Ruobai's face. After these days of interaction, his fondness for his senior sister had surely increased a little. Hadn't it? As for his time with her, it seemed to have come to a temporary pause. What irked Ruobai was that his master had been neglecting her meals these past few days, resulting in no task points being credited to him. He had tirelessly prepared meals for her all this time. Naturally, he felt a tinge of complaint in his heart. His master's refusal to eat should be attributed to her recovering some of her cultivation, thus rendering her less reliant on food. But at what was to become of his tasks now? Ruobai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. His current master was no longer the obedient one who would listen to him at the slightest command. Side at Tianling Peak. Yunshi looked at the returning Night Spirit Moon with an odd expression. Junior sister, why do you seem a bit guilty? Night Spirit Moon forced a smile, her gaze somewhat evasive. I don't think so. Ruobai will be back soon. Senior sister, you should head back. Yet, Yunshi did not leave. Instead, she took a few steps closer to her. This startled Night Spirit Moon. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yunshi sniffed, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Junior sister, what does it feel like to embrace my boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Night Spirit Moon's ears flushed uncontrollably. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Stop joking. She then pushed Yunshi away. You should go back now. Ruobai will return shortly. I'll come find you later. She forcefully ushered Yunshi out and shut the door. Internally, she cursed. How does this senior sister have such an uncanny sense of smell? However, she reassured herself that no matter how perceptive her senior sister was, she would never discover that she had kissed Ruobai. That was this a matter of her betraying her senior sister? Or the other way around? A quarter of an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ruobai entered the room, cupped his hands, and called out, Master. Stealing a glance at Night Spirit Moon, he noted that she appeared well. It seemed she had indeed recovered quite a bit. Night Spirit Moon casually inquired, how was your trip to the Medicine King Valley? Ruobai lowered his head and replied, Rest assured. Master, I did not reveal your name. I would not bring you shame. Hearing this, Night Spirit Moon was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Ruobai's thoughtfulness was somewhat heart-wrenching. He then continued, Master, you haven't been eating well these days, have you? Night Spirit Moon felt a flicker of confusion at how he knew this. Did he leave some special formation on the food box? I have eaten. Ruobai furrowed his brow, not quite understanding why his master would lie to him, but he did not intend to expose her. Then, Master, what about lunch? You will prepare it. Ruobai nodded, realizing that if his master refused to eat, it would indeed become a bit tricky. Well then, that I shall not disturb you any longer. After saying this, Ruobai cupped his hands and left his master's cave. With only 120 task points, Ruobai pondered whether he should draw again. He had received something good last time, and perhaps luck would favor him again. After all, to break through to the Golden Core stage, he would need tens of thousands of experience points, and this amount of task points was hardly sufficient. That it would be better to take another gamble. With this thought, Ruobai invested his task points into the spinning wheel. Clank, clank. Soon the wheel came to a halt. Well, it was white again. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Mind control erosion plus. Reduces controlled time by 60, not a pill. Mind control erosion, if he remembered correctly. This skill seemed to be a passive ability of Yang Jian. Immunity to 60 of control time, and there were no restrictions regarding the presence of a hero. Wasn't this skill quite powerful? Why was it classified in the white draw area? Could it be that the system also believed Yang Jian needed a buff? Developers, please hurry and enhance Yang Jian. P.S. Thank you to the readers for your support. Today I accidentally posted an extra chapter due to my mischievous hand, my troublesome right hand. Why won't you listen? Woe is me, please send electricity to me quickly, or I shall be utterly despondent. Chapter 56. Boiling a frog in warm water. Ruobai deemed the 60 immunity to controlled time to be a very practical skill. However, he wondered whether this immunity applied to all forms of control spells. With a flick of his hand, a pill appeared in his palm. Indeed, it was the one he had drawn from the system. This pill was even more lackluster than a mediocre one. Its description stated that upon consumption, one would fall to the ground and be unable to rise for 1 minute. It simply rendered the user immobile, lying on the ground for a minute. Fortunately, the effects of this series of pills could be stacked. For instance, 1 pill would last a minute, while 10 would amount to 10 minutes. In combat, it would be rather difficult to utilize, as who would willingly consume a pill handed to them by an opponent? Moreover, it looked rather unsightly, but it was quite suitable for testing the newly acquired skill. After returning to his cave, Ruobai consumed the pill and immediately collapsed to the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, he counted the seconds in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until at the 24th second, his body regained mobility. If even a system item could be immune to this, then he surmised that he should be able to resist other control spells as well. Of course, he would need to test it personally. He also wondered if his senior sister possessed similar spells and resolved to ask her about it at a later time, in the scripture pavilion, after tidying up his cave. Ruobai made his way to the scripture pavilion. As expected, he was bound to find his senior sister there. However, upon catching sight of Yu Yunxi, he felt something was amiss. It seemed as if she had taken on the essence of his senior sister once more. How could she still appear to be so vibrant? Senior sister. Yu Yunxi set down the book in her hands and beckoned to Ruobai. Junior brother, come sit. Ruobai did not hesitate and settled beside her. Have you visited your master? Ruobai nodded and replied. Master seems to be recovering well. If allowed a bit more time, she may fully regain her strength. While speaking, Ruobai observed Yu Yunxi, as if he had noticed something, and then inquired, Senior sister, where is the hairpin I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? A couple of days prior, Ruobai had presented the hairpin he had prepared for Yu Yunxi, and he distinctly remembered seeing her wear it that morning. Why Yu Yunxi's expression remained unchanged as she replied nonchalantly. I took it off and left it in my cave. Ruobai responded with an "oh," but continued to scrutinize Yu Yunxi, feeling that something was off, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Noticing Ruobai's unwavering gaze, Yu Yunxi tilted her head and asked, Junior brother, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face, or are you wanting to kiss me? At her words, Ruobai nearly choked, hurriedly averting his gaze. No, senior sister is so beautiful, it's only natural to steal a few glances. After all, in recent days, he had kissed his senior sister more than a few times. If he were to keep saying he wanted to kiss her, it would make him seem overly eager. Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attraction. Yet he had to remain uncertain whether it was merely his imagination. He felt as though his earlobe had been gently nibbled just moments ago. Ruobai immediately froze, recognizing that this was indeed the sensation he had been grappling with. In recent days, his senior sister's formidable presence seemed to have dissipated, and this current iteration of her was the one he had always envisioned. Senior sister. The events of the past few days had crossed a line, and he felt it prudent to maintain his composure. Crossed a line. Yu Yunxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Junior sister, you wouldn't have done something in my name behind my back, would you? Junior brother, the books say that when one harbors feelings for another, it can be intoxicating. Why should one remain calm? Ruobai found wisdom in her words. Deep down, he too yearned for affectionate gestures with his senior sister, to partake in the intimate activities reserved for couples. Yet, he felt inadequate, as if he could offer her nothing substantial, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity. To love someone is a personal matter, something no one can obstruct. However, being with the one you cherish entails a greater sense of responsibility. Junior brother, be good. Just give me a kiss. Otherwise, your senior sister might feel sad. Ruobai could not glean any sorrow from her words. On the contrary, he felt as though he were being playfully teased. Yet, her earnest expression left him at a loss. He could only respond, "Then I suppose I can grant you just one kiss." One mustn't disregard the etiquette mentioned in the books, given her insistence. Ruobai could hardly dampen the mood. Just days ago, while aboard the flying boat, he had expressed similar sentiments to the senior sister, but at that time, she had been unyielding, offering no room for response. Now, however, it felt akin to being slowly immersed in warm water, ensnaring him until escape seemed impossible. Ruobai found no aversion to this. Rather, he recognized that his affection for his senior sister was deepening. It was precisely for this reason that he wished to refrain from causing her any harm. His reluctance to engage in her affectionate advances stemmed not from a sense of decorum. As someone who had traversed from the modern world, he was unencumbered by such formalities. Affectionate gestures between couples were commonplace, were they not? In truth, Ruobai feared that if one day she regretted their relationship, at least she could walk away unscathed for himself. He would likely be heartbroken. Junior brother Yu Yunshi leaned in close, the distance between their lips now tantalizingly brief, yet she did not simply seize the moment. Instead, she gazed intently into Ruobai's eyes, her own shimmering orb seemingly piercing through the depths of his thoughts. The scene felt suspended in time. Yu Yunshi understood that someone with Ruobai's disposition would find it challenging to truly open up. A lack of security in love often stemmed from deep-seated insecurities, likely rooted in one's upbringing. Ruobai was a clear example of this. Such individuals may appear strong, yet internally, they are fragile. Often plagued by self-doubt, questioning if their actions are right or sufficient. They long for love, yet feel unworthy of it. Typically, they erect walls to shield their hearts, and her task was to help Ruobai gradually recognize his own feelings, allowing her to genuinely enter his heart. Chapter 57. Junior brother, can you feel it? Senior sister Ruobai averted his gaze, slightly overwhelmed by the intensity of Yu Yunshi's stare. Yet, she cupped his face in her hands, steadying it. Junior brother, the books say that not only embracing each other, but also locking eyes with someone you adore can accelerate your heartbeat. She spoke. Yu Yunshi gently pressed her right hand against his chest. It's beating quite fast. You must really like me. Ruobai felt that it was no mere acceleration of his heartbeat. Were it not for her presence, he might very well have jumped up on the spot. In the next moment, Yu Yunshi seized Ruobai's hand and placed it against her own chest, looking at him earnestly. Junior brother, can you feel it? Ruobai's eyes widened, his gaze fixated on the place where their hands met. Feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Last time, she at least asked if he wanted to touch. This time, she had taken his hand and made him feel directly. It's all right. Take your time, junior brother. There's no rush. Ruobai dared not move his hand, even refraining from applying any pressure, fearful of overstepping boundaries. Yet the current situation felt more than a mere overreach. Nevertheless, it seemed that Yu Yunshi, wanting to ensure he felt it clearly, increased her grip slightly. Thumped. It indeed seemed to be racing a bit. Ruobai swallowed hard and replied, Senior sister, that's enough. How so? It should be a bit faster. Should? Do you want to feel it more carefully? Upon hearing this, Ruobai hurriedly interjected, No need. I already know why Yu Yunshi released his hand. And seeing this, Ruobai quickly withdrew his hand, if the books were to be believed. Did that mean his senior sister truly harbored feelings for him? Ruobai felt a warmth envelop his mind, stammering, Senior sister, I have something to discuss. Yu Yunshi grasped his hand. No, we haven't kissed yet. But, junior brother, you promised me. Didn't you say that a promise must be kept? Ruobai felt as though he might combust. It wasn't just his heartbeat that was accelerating. Even his blood and spiritual energy flowed faster. Does romantic involvement actually enhance cultivation? No wonder there was talk of dual cultivation. All right, then, senior sister, please hurry. Ruobai felt as though he might be completely overwhelmed. This senior sister was far too adept. Although she wasn't as unyielding as before, she was still difficult to resist. Yu Yunshi leaned in closer to Ruobai's face, cradling it in her hands. Junior brother, your face is so red. How could it not be? Ruobai could easily imagine the hue of his face. Without further delay, Yu Yunshi leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. Unlike their previous encounter, she did not probe with her tongue. merely nibbling gently on his lower lip, her gaze unwavering, fixed intently on Ruobai. For a moment, he was utterly entranced. Such beautiful eyes, such soft lips. Time slipped away, and only when Ruobai finally regained his senses did he hastily pull away. Senior sister, isn't that enough? Yu Yunqi's expression soured slightly. You haven't finished that kiss, junior brother. How could you do this? Huh. It's not finished. Fine, fine. One kiss a day. Is that it? Ruobai thought that if he didn't take the initiative to withdraw, she might very well continue kissing him all day. Next time. Senior sister, I actually came to you for something important. Why Yu Yunqi tilted her head. Isn't kissing your girlfriend important? Ruobai found himself unable to counter her logic. He feared that if this playful teasing continued, he might truly be overwhelmed. His original intention was to seek her assistance in testing his newly acquired passive ability, yet it had unexpectedly evolved into this. However, reflecting on it, did being kissed to the point of blankness count as mental manipulation? Did it imply that without this passive skill, he might have taken twice as long to react? Considering this, her control skills were indeed impressive, even managing to ensnare someone as resilient as himself for such a duration. Taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Ruobai finally spoke. Senior sister, I've discovered I possess a unique physical constitution and would like to test it. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi ceased her playful banter and inquired, what kind of constitution? Senior sister, do you have any knowledge of illusions or similar spells? I know a few simple ones. That why Yu Yunqi's love for reading was genuine. In her spare time, she had often indulged in various texts, learning a couple of spells, including illusions. Then, senior sister, could you try one on me? I have a spirit technique that can induce a brief state of unconsciousness in the target. Junior brother, may I attempt it? Ruobai nodded. In the next instant, Yu Yunqi's eyes gleamed with a faint light. Ruobai felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, plunging him into a void of awareness. He had no idea how long it took before his vision returned. Junior brother, how come you regained consciousness so quickly? Upon hearing this, Ruobai recognized that his passive ability had activated. It appeared he had a degree of immunity to such techniques, which was quite fortunate. Of course, if he were ever in a life-or-death situation, even a mere 0.1 second control could prove fatal. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, spells typically lacked cooldowns if under the impact of a divine force. Anyone with a relatively strong consciousness could be overwhelmed to the point of fainting. However, with merely a 60 immunity, it could hardly be deemed of any use. Senior sister, I possess a unique constitution that allows me to be relatively immune to certain similar spells. Yu Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. I have indeed encountered such a constitution in books. It seems to be referred to as immunity to all laws. However, yours is somewhat weaker, merely capable of diminishing the effects of the opponent's abilities rather than providing true immunity. Ruobai acknowledged this with a hum. Nonetheless, he felt quite satisfied with acquiring such a skill in exchange for a mere 100 task points. Junior brother, would you like to try something else? Sure. Half an hour later, Ruobai lay exhausted on the counter. Although he could indeed resist a portion of the control, the mental strain still persisted. At that moment, his only desire was to rest his head and take a brief nap. Junior brother, isn't it uncomfortable to sleep on the table? Ruobai, eyes closed and voice weak, replied, It's fine. Senior sister, I just want to doze for a bit. Soon after, however, he felt a sensation of weightlessness, and then found himself leaning against something soft. Yu Yunqi observed Ruobai's profile, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly asked, Is this position more comfortable for you? Ruobai, too fatigued to open his eyes, merely hummed in agreement before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 58. The heights of the peak, shrouding heaven and earth fragrant and soft. This slumber is truly delightful. Ruobai slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by an unexpected dimness. Had night fallen? After blinking a few times, he finally grasped his surroundings. The saying goes, the heights of the peak shroud heaven and earth. It appeared he had inadvertently rested his head upon senior sister's lap. From this angle, he could see nothing of her face, only realizing that she was indeed quite exceptional. Wait, hadn't he been lying on the table? How had he ended up here? Upon closing his eyes, Yu Yunqi spoke softly. Awake? Ruobai hastily sat up, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his tone as he called out, Senior sister, how long was I asleep? 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Ruobai's heart sank. 2 hours meant it was already afternoon. What about lunch? It should be fine, right? After all, Master hadn't eaten breakfast either, and today's tasks were unfulfilled, but he had promised Master to prepare lunch for her in the morning. Surely, she wouldn't be angry. Would she? Junior brother, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Nothing. By the way, senior sister, didn't I mention the other day about finding time to visit Liyun City? When do you think would be suitable? Liyun City. She pondered internally. Realizing how much her junior had kept from her, was she not afraid of being found out? Perhaps in a few days. After all, you've only just returned. Ruobai nodded. You're right, senior sister. It's getting late, so may I take my leave? She responded with an affirmative hum. Go ahead. By the way, junior brother, I have a craving for dumplings. Could you make some for me tomorrow? No need to wait until tomorrow. Senior sister. I'll head out now to buy the ingredients and deliver them to you tonight. Ruobai waved his hand and added, then I'll take my leave. With that, Ruobai departed from the scripture pavilion. She had no intention of lingering, vanishing in a flash from the pavilion. Tianling Peak. Yi Lingwei sat in her room, her expression dark as she glared at the door. What time was it? Why hadn't Ruobai arrived with her meal yet? Surely he hadn't forgotten. Just then, the air in the room rippled, and Yunshi's figure materialized. Senior sister? Yi Lingwei snapped. What brings you here? Yunshi extended her hand. The hairpin. Yi Lingwei's face stiffened, hesitating for several seconds before finally retrieving the hairpin. As Yunshi reached for the jade hairpin in Yi Lingwei's hand, she found her reluctant to relinquish it, which piqued Yunshi's curiosity. Junior sister, this was a gift from junior brother, wasn't it? If you desire it, I can certainly let you have it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei immediately released her grip, turning her face away, feigning indifference as she replied, who wants it? I certainly don't. Why Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that her junior sister's feelings for Ruobai had deepened further after their expedition to Yawang Valley. It was hardly surprising. After all, with Ruobai's character, anyone who interacted with him frequently would likely find it difficult not to develop affection. Junior sister, what have you been up to these past few days? Share with me. Otherwise, if junior brother inquires, you might reveal some inconsistencies. What have I been up to? Is that something I can disclose? Yi Lingwei felt a bit anxious, knowing she couldn't reveal the full truth. Only a truncated version. 15 minutes later. Huh? Is that all? Yi Lingwei nodded nervously. What else could it be? Yunshi chose not to press further, instead stating, just now, junior brother asked me when we would be going to Liyun City. Why didn't you mention this to me? Hearing this, Yi Lingwei's expression stiffened. I forgot. Why Yunshi fixed her gaze on her, then asked, junior sister, are you smitten? Yi Lingwei vehemently denied. How could that be? Senior sister. You joking? Yunshi shook her head gently. Junior sister, in this world, aside from master, I know you better than anyone. You think your feelings can escape my notice? Yi Lingwei lowered her head, no longer putting up a front, her tone tinged with resignation. What if I am? Senior sister, he likes you, not me. Upon hearing this, Yunshi comprehended Yi Lingwei's sentiments. Junior sister, are you certain you wish to give up? Yi Lingwei affirmed. I owe Ruobai too much. Senior sister, I wish you both happiness. Yunshi regarded Yi Lingwei for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, then smiled. Junior sister, don't regret it. With that, she vanished from Yi Lingwei's room. Yi Lingwei sighed in resignation, blaming her senior sister for leading her thoughts in this direction. Initially, their relationship had been quite satisfactory as mere mentor and mentee. Nightfall. Knock, knock, knock. Master, dinner time. Come in. Ruobai entered the room, placing the food box on the table. He then produced a wooden hairpin. I forgot to give this to you this morning. Master, it's a small token from Liyun City. I assure you, it's entirely ordinary. Yi Lingwei accepted the hairpin, well aware of its significance. It's beautiful. Thank you. Ruobai's expression was somewhat peculiar. Not only had Master readily accepted the hairpin he offered, but she had also expressed gratitude. Was this truly the Master he knew? Master, I've made dumplings for tonight. If you'd like something else tomorrow, please let me know. Anything but green peppers will suffice. Now, you may go. Ruobai bowed slightly before exiting. Yi Lingwei opened the food box, gazing at the dumplings, her eyes inexplicably growing warm. Usually, Ruobai prepared her meals. The sight of dumplings surely stemmed from senior sister's influence. As she indulged in the dumplings, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. Memories of recent days flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern, Moments of laughter interspersed with sorrow. Wai Lingyue began to question whether she had lost her mind. Master, didn't you say that the red lawn star would shine upon me through him? But why has it turned out like this? Master, can you tell me what I should do? P.S. 3 chapters released again. Utterly exhausted. Chapter 59. The date the next day. At the entrance of the sect, Ruobai had arrived early, waiting expectantly. The reason for his presence here traced back to the previous night. He found it somewhat perplexing. Senior sister had mentioned visiting Liyun City after some time in the afternoon, yet when he delivered dumplings to her last night, she had insisted on going today. Given that it was his first date with senior sister, Ruobai had taken special care to prepare himself. He styled his hair using techniques he had learned from her, their essay saying that one's appearance is largely influenced by their hairstyle. Ruobai, already fairly handsome, found that with a little effort, his looks soared, nearly rivaling the readers before their screens. After waiting for quite a while, he finally spotted senior sister approaching. Waving, he called out, "Senior sister." "Good morning." Yu Yunshi responded with a soft quickly closing the distance to Ruobai's side, inquiring, "So, today is it a date?" "Of course." Yu Yunshi extended her hand, hovering before Ruobai. Understanding her intent, he naturally reached out and clasped her hand. Senior sister, let us set off. Li Yuncheng. Ruobai had meticulously planned how this date would unfold prior to his arrival in Liyuncheng. The first step was to visit the grandest tea house in the city. However, the purpose of going to the tea house was not merely to savor tea, but to listen to storytelling. His senior sister adored both reading and listening to tales, and he had previously relished narrating stories to her, which he deemed a way to cater to her preferences. Nevertheless, he sensed that she seemed preoccupied, her thoughts not wholly engaged in the storytelling. Senior sister, Ruobai called softly. Yu Yunshi did not respond. Senior sister, upon calling a second time, she finally turned her gaze towards him. "What is it? Is the storyteller not captivating?" Yu Yunshi slightly shook her head. "No, it's quite good." "Then why do you seem so distracted?" "Am I?" Ruobai inexplicably felt as though his senior sister had transformed into a different person. In truth, he was not mistaken. The Yu Yunshi before him was not Yu Yunshi at all, but his master, Yiling Yui. As for why she was present here, that story traced back to the previous night. "Hey, junior sister, why are your eyes so red?" The once lively Yilingwe was startled by this unexpected inquiry. Senior sister, why are you here again?" Yu Yunshi sighed. "Junior sister, I need your assistance with something." "What is it?" "Earlier, when my junior brother brought me dumplings, he invited me to Liyuncheng tomorrow." Hearing this, Yilingwe felt a pang of sadness that it was she who had agreed to accompany him. Yet it was her senior sister who would be going instead. This was already disheartening. Could it be that her senior sister was doing this on purpose? Yilingwe retorted irritably. "Then you should go. Why are you telling me?" Yu Yunshi responded with resignation. "Junior sister, tomorrow is my first date with my junior brother, but I'm feeling unwell. You know how it is for women during these days." So, upon hearing this, Yilingwe paused. "You want me to take your place?" Yu Yunshi nodded. Yilingwe scrutinized her senior sister's eyes, honestly perplexed by her intentions. Her senior sister's cultivation was no less than her own. How could she claim to be unwell? Though Yilingwe felt a flicker of temptation, she ultimately declined. "I won't go." She had already resolved to play the role of her master well. If this continued, she would only become further ensnared. "Junior sister, I implore you, please help me. I have already arranged this with my junior brother. If you don't go, he will be left waiting alone at the sect's entrance tomorrow." Yilingwe intended to say more, but Yu Yunshi interjected, "I'm counting on you. Junior sister, I must take my leave now." With that, Yu Yunshi vanished from sight. Yilingwe was left in a stupor. Her senior sister must have done this intentionally, right? Regardless, it was still Ruobai whom she had agreed to meet, thus fulfilling the promise. Yilingwe's thoughts wandered. A sudden loud clap from the storyteller jolted her back to the present. The storyteller had struck the table emphatically at a pivotal moment. Simultaneously, Yilingwe noted the questioning look in Ruobai's eyes directed at her. She quickly composed herself. Indeed, if she was to assume her senior sister's identity, she was now Yu Yunshi, Ruobai's girlfriend. She needed to shed any psychological burdens and not overthink it. "You won't believe it, but what do you think the cat demon that only appears when the moon is half full is called?" The storyteller inquired. Yilingwe turned to Ruobai and asked, "Junior brother, do you know?" Ruobai was oblivious, too engrossed in observing his senior sister to have paid attention to the storyteller. so he casually answered. Moon half cat. It's called the shadow cat. Su Ruobai was momentarily speechless. What connection did the two names share? Moon half cat sounded far more alluring than Oh, senior sister, how did you know? The habits of these demon clans are all documented. When you have time, you should take a look. Junior brother Su Ruobai responded with an O, inwardly marveling at how well-read his senior sister was. Yi Lingwei gazed at Su Ruobai's profile. She felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps this was the last opportunity to experience the identity of her senior sister. If she did not seize it, it would be challenging to be this close to Su Ruobai again in the future. She adjusted her seat, leaning closely against him, intertwining her fingers with his. Junior brother, do you have any plans for later? Seeing his senior sister return to her usual self, Su Ruobai sighed in relief, having worried that she was displeased with his arrangements. Yes, this afternoon we can stroll through the market. If you see anything you like, we can buy it. Then we can head to the temple fair in the evening. What do you think of this plan, senior sister? Yi Lingwei nodded. Sounds good. So, when shall we return? We can head back after the fair. There should still be time. I don't think Qianyuan Peak has imposed a curfew yet. Right? Hearing this, Yi Lingwei was somewhat puzzled. When had Qianyuan Peak adopted such rules? Is that so? Junior brother, staying here overnight isn't bad either. Su Ruobai quickly waved his hands. That's not appropriate. I already told my master I would return to cook dinner for her tonight. Yi Lingwei squinted. She had already swapped identities with her senior sister the night before. Thus, the master Su Ruobai referred to was actually his senior sister, as for why she wanted him to return tonight. Yi Lingwei could guess it with her eyes closed. That wretched senior sister. Not only did she make me step in, but she also orchestrated so much. The two held hands as they listened to the storytelling. Of course, neither of their minds were truly focused on the tale. As the saying goes, the drunkard's intention is not in the wine, but in the mountains and rivers on the street, senior sister. Do you think? Master does not trust me at all? Yi Lingwei's heart skipped a beat. Why do you say that? Su Ruobai sighed. A while ago, when I prepared dinner for master at Yawang Valley. She didn't eat it and returned the empty food box to me. She must have thrown it away. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei was taken aback. She indeed had not eaten it, but she hadn't discarded it either. She had entrusted the food boxes Su Ruobai had given her to her senior sister to eat, ensuring that Su Ruobai would not notice any issues upon his return. Although she was uncertain how Su Ruobai knew she had not eaten, it was clear he had misunderstood. I even specifically made her dinner before leaving, and she didn't eat that either. Senior sister, that I always thought it didn't matter how master treated me, as long as I did my best. But that it still stings a bit. Senior sister, am I ill? Chapter 60. Under the Qianyuan tree, Yi Lingwei felt an uncomfortable sensation within her heart that it was akin to the pain she felt upon discovering that her 3 disciples, whom she had treated with kindness, had betrayed her. The anguish was indescribable. This feeling of betrayal was certainly unbearable. Yi Lingwei tightened her grip on Su Ruobai's hand. Regardless of the circumstances, she had not eaten the meals he prepared for her. Though it was a misunderstanding, the fault lay with her. Suddenly, Su Ruobai burst into a relieved smile. Senior sister, forgive me for my folly. Today was supposed to be our date, yet I brought this up. Yi Lingwei pressed her lips together, feeling a surge of emotion at his feigned strength. She believed herself to be a resilient person, yet she often found herself vulnerable in Su Ruobai's presence. Reflecting on her previous doubts, Yi Lingwei felt utterly remorseful. Indeed, despite her repeated suspicions and lack of trust, he had never given up on her as his master. Her senior sister was right. She owed him far too much. It was likely that no amount of repayment could suffice, and she feared he might not even regard her as worthy. It's all right, junior brother. If you're feeling troubled, speaking about it will ease the burden. There's no need to keep it bottled up. After all, I am your senior sister, aren't I? Su Ruobai replied. Senior sister, thank you. Even though her demeanor fluctuated, her kindness towards him remained unwavering. To Yi Lingwei inquired. Junior brother, have you ever considered giving up? Su Ruobai forced a bitter smile. Senior sister, I fear you might laugh at me. I am no saint. Neither my senior brother nor my master possess a cultivation level that I could ever hope to rival. One misstep could lead to my demise. I am afraid of death, truly terrified that I do not harbor grand ambitions. I merely wish to live a simple life. However, I know that if I were to witness my master being harmed by several senior brothers, I would regret it for a lifetime. Cultivators speak of karma and following their heart's desires. Since I was brought to the mountain by my master, this is my karma. and my responsibility. I cannot be like those senior brothers, who can easily harm her without a second thought. I know my master must suspect me, because her heart has been deeply wounded by those senior brothers. And I understand this, which is why I cannot give up. Senior sister, do you think I am foolish? Foolish? Who is foolish? Yi Lingwe felt that the greatest fool was none other than herself, with such an exceptional disciple at her side. She chose instead to value those few ungrateful wretches. Before meeting Su Ruobai, Yi Lingwe could hardly fathom that there could exist such a remarkable person in this world, even when she doubted him. He would provide her with good reasons to believe otherwise. Junior brother, rest assured, senior sister will always stand by your side. Yi Lingwe silently vowed in her heart, and so will our master. Su Ruobai himself was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to speak so much. Perhaps it was because she was his senior sister. He found himself unable to resist the urge to confide in her. However, after sharing his thoughts with her, he did feel considerably lighter, taking a couple of deep breaths to adjust his emotions. He inquired, "Senior sister, is there anything you wish to purchase?" They had strolled through the market for quite some time, yet she had not expressed any desire to buy anything. He couldn't shake the feeling that today's outing was somewhat of a failure. Typically, a date should bring joy to one's partner, yet the atmosphere had turned rather somber. Yi Lingwe gently shook her head. "Just wandering like this is quite pleasant." Su Ruobai nodded, understanding that his senior sister preferred reading over material possessions. It seemed she might even appreciate a more tranquil environment than I. In truth, he mused, a date in the library would have been preferable to a stroll through the bustling city of Laiyan. As night fell, the pavilion in the sky appeared even more enchanting. The soft, orange glow cast a dreamy aura, and Su Ruobai longed to take his senior sister up to see it. But alas, he lacked the ability. "Junior brother, let us return," Yi Lingwe suggested. Su Ruobai looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? We haven't finished exploring the fair yet. Do we have to go back now?" Yi Lingwe shook her head slightly. "Wandering through the fair has lost its charm. It's merely about purchasing trivial mundane items." Su Ruobai agreed that meandering aimlessly was rather dull, yet it was their first date. Should it really end so hastily? Just then, Yi Lingwe continued, "Junior brother, for the final leg of our date, accompany me to Qingyan Peak." Alright, then to Qingyan Peak. Beneath the divine tree of Qingyan, Su Ruobai had expected his senior sister to lead him into her room again. But instead, they stood beneath the great tree, which reminded him vividly of the peculiar trinkets he had seen in her chamber last time. Looking at the majestic tree, he curiously asked, "Senior sister, why have you brought me here?" Yi Lingwe produced a small wooden plaque from her hand. "Let us carve our names onto this." Upon seeing the familiar plaque, Su Ruobai's expression turned peculiar. "Senior sister, didn't we hang one last time? Why another?" At his words, Yi Lingwe paused, realizing that she had indeed brought him here before. The mutual affection shared was truly enviable. "Junior brother, didn't you say this was your first date?" "Yes, this is also my first date. Since it's our inaugural experience, it ought to be commemorated, don't you think?" Su Ruobai nodded, accepting the plaque from her and inscribing their names upon it. Yi Lingwe then took the plaque back and etched a few characters on the reverse side. Although he couldn't see it, he assumed it was her name. After completing this, Yi Lingwe hung the plaque on the divine tree of Qingyan. "Junior brother, do you understand why we hang our plaques on this tree?" Senior sister had mentioned that couples would hang plaques inscribed with their names upon this tree to pray for everlasting love. Yi Lingwe nodded. "There is indeed such a significance. I once made a vow with a close senior sister that if we ever liked someone, we would hang a plaque with both our names on this tree." Su Ruobai looked puzzled. "Senior sister, aren't you the eldest senior sister of Qingyan Peak? How could you have another senior sister?" Yi Lingwe did not respond, but instead removed a jade pendant from around her neck. "This is for you." Before Su Ruobai could utter a word, she grasped his hand and placed the pendant into his palm. After doing so, a look of relief flickered in her eyes. Su Ruobai felt a bit embarrassed. "Senior sister, I didn't prepare a gift for you." This Yi Lingwe replied lightly. "It's nothing, just accept it." "Didn't you give me a hairpin before? Consider this a return gift." Su Ruobai nodded, then glanced down at the jade pendant in his hand, noticing it still bore a trace of warmth. Oddly, he had never seen his senior sister wear a jade pendant before. "Senior sister, this isn't just an ordinary jade pendant, is it?" Su Ruobai sensed the spiritual energy coursing through it, indicating it was at least a magical artifact. Yi Lingwe confirmed, "It's merely an ordinary magical artifact, entrusted to me by my parents before they passed." They told me that if I ever found someone I liked, I should give this pendant to him. I had thought it would remain with me for a lifetime. Ruobai chuckled awkwardly, surprised at how straightforward his senior sister had suddenly become. This was quite unlike her usual demeanor. Senior sister. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to give it to me now? Yi Lingwei shook her head. If I don't give it to you now, I may never have another chance. Of course, she didn't voice this thought, but instead embraced Ruobai. Resting her head against his chest, oh, you like me. Ruobai was taken aback, finding it strange that she had suddenly called his name directly. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. He gently returned the embrace, softly replying, "Of course I like you." Though he knew he was merely deceiving himself, Yi Lingwei felt a sense of fulfillment as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Ruobai, I like you too. Yes. The gentle night breeze rustled softly, and the two remained in each other's embrace, as if time had frozen in that moment. After a while, Yi Lingwei took a deep breath in Ruobai's arms and reluctantly pulled away, wishing to savor just a bit more of the day, but knowing that such moments were not truly hers to keep. I was quite satisfied with today's date, junior brother. Thank you. It's getting late. You should return now. Ruobai scratched his head. Then I'll head back first. Yi Lingwei nodded, watching him depart. Another cold breeze swept through. She sighed softly. Ruobai, I like you too. Junior sister, this I must keep as a memento. Suddenly, Yunchi emerged from behind the divine tree, holding a small stone in her hand. Yi Lingwei recognized it immediately. It was a memory stone. The previously melancholic atmosphere shifted dramatically. Senior sister. When did you develop such a mischievous hobby? Yi Lingwei glared at Yunchi, clearly taken aback by her senior sister's clandestine observation. Not only had she eavesdropped, but she had also recorded it with the memory stone. The thought of her recent actions being witnessed made her scalp tingle. Oh no, I was merely waiting for you to return and unexpectedly stumbled upon such a delightful scene. Junior sister, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to monopolize my boyfriend, don't you think? Yi Lingwei was taken aback by her senior sister's audacity, yet in the presence of the true party involved, she felt a bit embarrassed. You requested that I take your place. I couldn't possibly show any flaws. Could I? After a moment of contemplation, Yunchi conceded, that's a fair point. With that, she tossed the memory stone to Yi Lingwei. Head back. Junior brother will be looking for you soon. You had promised him dinner tonight. Yi Lingwei stared at the memory stone in her hands, somewhat dazed. She had been pondering how to destroy the evidence of her senior sister's antics. Yet here it was, handed to her so easily. Senior sister. Were you doing this intentionally? Yunchi turned away, gazing at the divine tree. Junior sister, let me ask you once more. Have you truly made up your mind to give up? I don't mind, as I would gladly take junior brother for myself. But who could blame me when you are my junior sister? Yi Lingwei fixed her gaze on Yunchi. Senior sister, thank you. But Yunchi raised her hand to interrupt. No need to rush your answer. Think it over carefully before responding. This opportunity only comes once. Then, with a serious expression, she continued, Junior sister, you must understand that I am assisting you only because I intervened first. And this is also a request from our master to look after you. If it weren't for that, do you think I would be so generous as to let junior brother go? Once or twice, I could accept your refusals, but it cannot go on forever. Junior sister, if you do not consider this carefully, do not blame your senior sister for abandoning you later. With that, Yunchi's demeanor shifted back to one of lightheartedness. Junior sister, take your time to think it through. I believe you will come to the right conclusion. Yi Lingwei bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words, before disappearing from the scene. Tianling Peak, junior brother. Why didn't you come to find me when you returned? Zhang Qiun leaned against the kitchen door, looking at Ruobai this moment. Ruobai was preoccupied with preparing dinner and had not even considered that his senior brother would come to find him at this hour. While things have been a bit hectic these past couple of days, I had originally planned to seek out my senior brother tomorrow. Zhang Qian nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, how was your trip to Yaowang Valley? Ruobai could only manage a wry smile. I didn't even pass the preliminary selection. Subsequently, Zhang Qian asked, have you visited our master these past few days, junior brother? It seemed this was the true purpose of his senior brother's visit. Ruobai nodded. I did. How is he? Still the same as before. However, master is quite wary of me. The meal I prepared for her previously went untouched. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian furrowed his brow. Untouched? Ruobai, noticing the change in Zhang Qian's expression, felt a pang of anxiety. Had he inadvertently said something wrong? His mind raced, quickly identifying the crux of the issue. His intent had been to suggest that Master was on high alert and would not grant him the opportunity to act. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. If Master's cultivation had not recovered, she would not have the luxury of refusing food. By saying this, his senior brother would undoubtedly conclude that Master's powers were indeed regaining strength. Ruobai silently cursed his misstep. Junior brother, won't Master be hungry if she hasn't eaten for so many days? Upon hearing Zhang Qian's question, Ruobai realized that his astute senior brother had grasped the implication of his earlier statement. Perhaps Master had other provisions stored away. With no alternative, having already spoken, Ruobai could only attempt to rectify the situation. Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Junior brother, pay close attention to Master's condition. I must take my leave. After uttering this, Zhang Qian hurriedly departed. Ruobai was left uncertain whether his words had been of any consequence. Yet, it was evident that his senior brother was flustered, likely contemplating whether to take action. After all, if Master truly regained her strength, Zhang Qian would be fully aware that he would be unable to handle the consequences. Therefore, if it were confirmed that Master was indeed recovering, even if she had some unique means of dealing with them, Zhang Qian would likely choose to take the risk. Once dinner was ready, Ruobai made his way directly to Yi Lingyue's cave, dwelling with the food box. Knock, knock, knock. Master, dinner is ready. Come in. Ruobai entered the cave, placing the food box down before speaking. Master, senior brother, may be planning to take action. Given the gravity of the situation, Ruobai felt it prudent to inform his master. P.S. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted after a long day and feel like a dead dog. Chapter 62. Falling ill again. Yi Lingyue looked at Ruobai with an unusual expression. What has happened? Ruobai, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, It is all my fault. Senior brother came to find me just now. 5 minutes later. It is all my fault. I beseech you to punish me. Master. Ruobai lowered his head slightly, adopting an appearance of sincere contrition. How he wished to embrace him. For some inexplicable reason, this thought emerged in Yi Lingyue's heart. She shook her head slightly, hastily banishing this strange notion from her mind. How absurd. After all, she was his master. Since you know I would punish you, why did you feel the need to inform me of this matter? You could have chosen to remain silent, couldn't you? Upon hearing Yi Lingyue's question, Ruobai momentarily felt dazed, sensing that her tone bore a resemblance to that of his senior sister earlier that afternoon in Liyun City. However, Ruobai quickly understood the reason behind it. Master surely doubted him. Hence her inquiry. Clenching his fists in helplessness, after a considerable pause, Ruobai finally spoke. Master Daosada, why don't you have your meal? I won't disturb you any longer. He clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave her chamber. Ruobai had initially intended to assert that he had spoken truthfully, but what good would that do? If she did not believe him, then no amount of explanation would suffice. That Yi Lingyue raised her hand, wishing to retain him, yet her lips merely parted slightly, ultimately refraining from voicing the request to keep him. Why did she feel a sense of discomfort? Had Ruobai misunderstood something again? She had merely asked a casual question. Could he possibly think she was doubting him? With this thought, Yi Lingyue abruptly stood. From her perspective, she was well aware that she had no intention of doubting him. However, from Ruobai's viewpoint, it was likely he would perceive her as skeptical. After all, her doubts had not been a one-time occurrence. In his mind, suspicion had become an accepted norm. Earlier that afternoon, Ruobai had mentioned his lack of trust in her, a remark that should have raised her awareness. Now, it seemed she had misspoken. Ruobai must be feeling quite hurt. He had come to her with good intentions, warning her that Zhang Qian might take action against her, and he had even voluntarily accepted blame for the situation. Why had it come to this? Yi Lingyue yearned to seek out Ruobai to clarify the misunderstanding, but how could she articulate such matters clearly? She felt a wave of trepidation. Human tolerance surely had its limits. If she continued to harbor doubts about him, could he truly endure this? What if Ruobai chose to disregard her in the future? To him, ignoring her might even serve as a form of relief. Yet, her heart ached. Even though she was now a cultivator at the transformation stage, why did she feel this way? Why? The following morning, knock, knock, knock. Master, dinner is ready. After waiting for a considerable time, no response came from within. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Ruobai wondered if Master was unwell again. Gently pushing open the door, He indeed found her curled up in bed. Ruobai hastened to the table, placing the food box down, then turned his gaze to Yilingwe. Her eyes were slightly swollen, unmistakably indicating that she had been crying. Master cried. The last time she had been in distress, she had not shed a tear. Could this mean she was in a more severe state now? Master, I am sorry. With that, Ruobai reached out to touch her forehead. The temperature felt normal. It seemed she did not have a fever this time. Just as he intended to retract his hand, it was unexpectedly grasped by another. Without needing to guess, Ruobai knew whose hand it was. Suddenly, Yilingwe opened her eyes to look at him, startling Ruobai into a cold sweat. Master, I merely wanted to check your temperature. Nothing more. Yilingwe blinked a few times. My belly that hurts. Ruobai nearly thought his fate was sealed. It seemed, however, that there was still hope for salvation. Unless he was mistaken, Master was not reverting to her obedient mode again, was she? Otherwise, given her temperament, she would surely retaliate if she knew he had touched her. His tone softened. It hurts. I'll prepare some brown sugar water for you. But Yilingwe showed no intention of releasing his hand, gazing at him with an expression of pitiful longing. It hurts. Rub it. With that, she pulled Ruobai's hand toward her abdomen. Ruobai was left dumbfounded. Not again. The last time he had massaged his master's belly, it had been a nerve-wracking experience. To do so once more would surely be perilous. However, seeing the redness around her eyes, Ruobai felt a pang of compassion. If it had caused her to cry out in pain, surely the discomfort was beyond imagination. All right, just a little rub, and it won't hurt anymore. Ruobai reluctantly began to massage her. Is it better? Then I will go prepare some brown sugar water for you. No, it hurts. Very well. It appeared Master would not relinquish his hand anytime soon. With no alternative, Ruobai resigned himself to dutifully rubbing her belly. Soft and warm. It felt rather pleasant. Was this how a woman's belly felt? Ruobai had touched his own abdomen before, and perhaps due to his abdominal muscles, it felt firm, lacking this soft sensation. He couldn't help but wonder how his senior sisters would feel. Ruobai realized he was gradually veering off course. Looking at his now docile master, he sighed. Master, if only you could trust me like this, even when you are fully aware. Ruobai found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He recalled how he had captured her obedient demeanor on the recording stone during her last episode. Suddenly, Yilingwe spoke. Cold. Cold? Ruobai used his other hand to pull up a nearby blanket and cover her with it. Are you still cold? Cold. Hug me. Upon hearing the word hug, Ruobai's eyes widened in shock. This was unacceptable. Master, that simply cannot be. He could warm her up with his hands just fine. He was no saint. If merely massaging her belly had set his mind wandering, what would happen if he embraced her? Yilingwe pouted. But I'm so cold. Ruobai continued to rub her belly, soothingly saying, be good, just cover yourself with the blanket for a while, and you won't feel cold anymore. Chapter 63. Dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the gentle plea of good proved to be quite effective, and thus, the master ceased her commotion. After massaging her for a while, Ruobai finally spoke. Master, please let go for now. I shall prepare some brown sugar water for you. It hurts. I will return shortly. It won't take long. Reluctantly, Yilingwe loosened her grip, gazing longingly at Ruobai as he withdrew his hand and hastily rose to his feet. Master, please remain under the covers and refrain from moving too much. With those words, Ruobai hurriedly exited the room. Such a master is truly adorable, embodying the essence of contrasting charm. Ruobai rubbed his temples, pondering whether Master's irregular monthly cycle had become rather severe. Typically, a woman experiences her cycle just once a month, yet it felt as though there had been far too many occurrences in such a short span. Within the cave dwelling, after Ruobai departed, Yilingwe lay quietly beneath the covers, awaiting his return. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted by a sudden presence in the room. Junior sister, I heard you were unwell? Yilingwe's expression stiffened as she turned her head to behold the figure of Yu Yunqi, who wore a mocking smile. Junior sister, it's quite rare to see you ill at the nascent soul stage. At this comment, Yilingwe sat up in indignation, glaring at Yu Yunqi. And what about you? Is it not the same for you? How could anyone at the nascent soul stage be unwell? Pray tell. Yu Yunqi settled beside her on the bed, gently grasping Yilingwe's hand. Junior sister, would you like me to massage your stomach? I assure you it would be far more effective than what your junior brother can provide. At her words, Yilingwe felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the floor. Indeed, She had no physical ailments. The redness around her eyes was merely a consequence of her distress from the previous night. This morning, she merely wished to rest in bed and had not noticed Ruobai's arrival until it was too late, when he had already placed his hand on her forehead. Instinctively, she grasped his hand. And upon seeing the fear in his eyes, she decided to play along. "Sister, could you please leave?" Yunshi merely chuckled, her smile unperturbed. "You take such liberties with my boyfriend, yet wish for me to leave?" "Junior sister, you truly wound my heart." Wai Lingyue pouted, silently cursing. "You think just because you are the main consort, you can bully me at will." "Leave." Yunshi shrugged in response. "Junior sister, be careful not to reveal any weaknesses." Having said that, she vanished from sight, leaving Yi Lingyue fuming. That infuriating senior sister was as insufferable as ever. Upon hearing footsteps outside, Yi Lingyue hurriedly lay back beneath the covers when Ruobai entered the room. She had already returned to her previous demeanor. "Master, come, drink some brown sugar water." Initially, Yi Lingyue had managed to suppress her emotions, maintaining an outward semblance of normalcy, but the interruption from her senior sister had nearly unraveled her composure. Hearing Ruobai's gentle voice, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. This change did not escape Ruobai's notice, leaving him perplexed. "Why is your face so red all of a sudden?" "It's quite endearing," he reached out, placing his hand gently on her forehead, and his brows furrowed in concern. "Why are you so hot? Surely you aren't running a fever again." With a swift motion, he produced a small porcelain vial from his palm, pouring out a pill. "Here, master, take this medicine. It will reduce your fever and is harmless. Fortunately, I had some on hand. I didn't expect to need it after all." His words. Yi Lingyue was momentarily taken aback. The last time Ruobai had not possessed such items. Had he prepared them afterward? Surely, it was for her sake. A wave of warmth washed over her as she realized Ruobai was a considerate and gentle soul. He helped her sit up. "Good, master. Open your mouth." Yi Lingyue complied, and Ruobai placed the pill on her tongue. "Drink some brown sugar water to wash it down." After a considerable time had passed, the flush on Yi Lingyue's face gradually dissipated. Ruobai assumed the medicine was taking effect and inquired, "Master, do you feel any better?" "Yes." "Do you have an appetite?" "I do." "Can you eat by yourself?" "Not really." "Very well. It seems I must personally feed you." Thus, he picked up the food box from the table, seated himself beside her, and began to feed her mouthfuls of rice and vegetables. Ruobai sighed and remarked, "Master, you must take care of yourself when alone. You cannot rely on others so much." "And what about you?" Ruobai let out a bitter laugh. "One must always face the consequences of their own mistakes." Yi Lingyue was somewhat perplexed by his words, sensing an ominous premonition, yet in her current state, she felt it unwise to inquire further. Before long, the entire food box was emptied, and Ruobai found it curious that aside from green peppers, Master seemed to eat everything else. "Master, are you full now?" "Yes." Ruobai then assisted Yi Lingyue back down to rest. "Sleep now. A good nap will do you wonders." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingyue grasped his hand. "Don't go." Ruobai found it difficult to comprehend why, in this state, Master exhibited such dependence on him, especially when she had shown him none when fully conscious. "Very well. I shan't leave. In this moment, Master resembled a child, needing to be coaxed to sleep, rendering her far more endearing than when she was awake. Ruobai knelt by the bedside, speaking softly. "Sleep now, Master." Time passed, and once he noticed her breathing had steadied, Ruobai gently withdrew his hand, tucked the covers around her, and stood to leave. He cast one last glance at Yi Lingyue, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and exited. After Ruobai departed, Yi Lingyue sat up and touched her slightly heated face. The worry that Ruobai might disregard her had plagued her throughout the night, yet in truth, she had been overthinking. However, she could not fathom the meaning behind Ruobai's previous statement. Her brow furrowed in concern. Surely he wouldn't do anything foolish. The way he had spoken made it seem as if he were entrusting her with something important. No, she must keep a close watch on him in the days to come. Yet the pressing issue lay in her own growing reliance on Ruobai. Although she professed that she was content to remain as master and disciple, her heart seemed far from satisfied. Alas. Chapter 64. Scheming on the other side of Tianling Peak. In the kitchen, Yunshi sat at the table, enjoying a bowl of noodles. Initially, she had merely intended to visit her boyfriend as a girlfriend, perhaps to share breakfast. However, Upon hearing Su Ruobai mention that his junior sister was ill, she had no choice but to express her concern to her surprise. After visiting, it appeared that Yi Lingyue's ailment was merely an act. Yu Yunxi could only inwardly lament the master's remarkable foresight at that moment. Su Ruobai re-entered the kitchen. Sister, how was it? Was the noodles delicious? Yu Yunxi nodded, patting her stomach with satisfaction as she gazed at Su Ruobai. Junior brother, that you've made me quite full, that you must take responsibility. Hearing this, Su Ruobai's lips twitched in irritation. Sister, if you're full, then you're full. What do you mean by saying I've made you full? If others were to overhear, it could lead to misunderstandings. That's why Yu Yunxi tilted her head, asking, Junior brother, when shall we become partners in the Tao? You've long since filled your quota at this. Su Ruobai fell silent for a moment before finally responding. Sister, I'm afraid that it won't be happening anytime soon. That's why Yu Yunxi immediately clung to his arm. Junior brother, that you haven't changed your heart, have you? Su Ruobai quickly waved his hands in denial. That of course not. It's about the master. He then recounted the events of the previous day when Zhang Yunxi had sought him out. After listening, Yu Yunxi exhaled in relief. I was worried you had lost your heart. But how does this relate to your departure? Su Ruobai sighed, explaining, did you not offer me advice before, to feign stealing the master's essence, thereby diverting the attention of the senior brothers from her? Yu Yunxi nodded. However, executing such a plan may prove quite challenging. She was correct. Su Ruobai had pondered this dilemma throughout the night. The crux of the matter lay in convincing his senior brothers that he had indeed taken the master's essence. Should they discover his intention to claim it, they would undoubtedly intervene, and before he could even set his plan in motion, he might find himself eliminated by them. I must devise a strategy. If you truly succeed and leave Lingyu sect afterward, then what about me? Su Ruobai lowered his gaze slightly. Sister, I lack the ability to take you with me. Though it may be selfish, I must ask. Could you wait for me? After an extended silence without any response from Yu Yunxi, Su Ruobai felt a pang of anxiety. That it was only when a pair of hands cradled his face that he felt a sense of reassurance. Yu Yunxi gazed at him with utmost seriousness, uttering, Junior brother, if we follow your reasoning, does that mean we will not see each other for an extended period? Is that so? A contemplative expression graced Yu Yunxi's face. And after a prolonged pause, she astonishingly remarked, then won't it be a long time before I can kiss you? No, I must first indulge myself. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai's eyes widened in disbelief, just as he was about to respond. His senior sister leaned in and gently bit his lip, leaving him no time to react. Her eyes were enchanting, with a gentle smile reflected in her crescent-shaped gaze. Su Ruobai could see his own reflection within them. Although she did not answer him, Su Ruobai's heart had already found its answer. Su Ruobai stood at the entrance of Zhang Yunxi's cave dwelling, inhaled deeply, and then knocked on the door. Knock, 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 senior brother. Are you in? The door swung open shortly, revealing a puzzled Zhang Yunxi, who looked at Su Ruobai and asked, Junior brother, has something gone awry with our master? Su Ruobai nodded, stating, Senior brother, I am laying my cards on the table. Hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Zhang Yunxi's face. Laying what cards? Su Ruobai continued. Senior brother, you need not pretend. I am aware that you and several other senior brothers harbor intentions towards our master. Correct? Zhang Yunxi narrowed his eyes, clearly taken aback by Su Ruobai's words. What do you mean? Su Ruobai smiled. Senior brother, I believe we can collaborate. Zhang Yunxi scrutinized Su Ruobai's eyes, seemingly attempting to see through him. After a considerable pause, he finally said, Come in, and we shall discuss this. Subsequently, Zhang Yunxi led Su Ruobai into the cave dwelling. Pouring a cup of tea, he presented it to Su Ruobai and gestured for him to proceed. Junior brother, that you are not jesting, are you? Certainly not. Senior brother, how do you think I have fared on the mountain over the years? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi instantly comprehended his meaning. Su Ruobai continued, She brought me up the mountain, but has never fulfilled her responsibilities as a master. For so many years, I have walked this path all on my own. Zhang Yunxi inquired. But even so, junior brother, you need not go to such lengths, do you? Su Ruobai slightly shook his head. Senior brother, do you know what I find most intolerable? I do not. Su Ruobai recounted. That day, I spoke with senior brother Li Hao from Juyang Peak, introducing myself as the fourth disciple of Tianling Peak. Guess what he replied? Zhang Yunxi frowned. Junior brother, please speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution, he said. Tianling Peak has only 3 disciples. How could there be a Su Ruobai? Zhang Yunqi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Junior brother, it seems you have truly suffered that I in truth. Zhang Yunqi had suspected Su Ruobai was not a virtuous individual, considering their master held him in disdain, that if resentment were a measure. None of the four disciples could compare to Su Ruobai. However, he added, Junior brother, you must also know that our master possesses her unique trump card. How can we discuss cooperation? Su Ruobai shook his head. Senior brother, I do not care for our master's innate charm. I merely seek to vent my frustrations. Zhang Yunqi believed the former statement, but was skeptical of the latter. The allure of her innate charm was too great for someone like Su Ruobai, who lacked significant cultivation talent to him. It was akin to a chance to alter one's fate. Nonetheless, Zhang Yunqi was not overly concerned about Su Ruobai's motivations for seeking collaboration to him. Su Ruobai was merely a nascent foundation cultivator, incapable of causing a significant upheaval. On the contrary, Su Ruobai's recent proximity to their master might yield valuable information. Moreover, his sudden approach for collaboration must have a deeper reason behind it, Su Ruobai added. Senior brother, I understand you may not trust me. Why not take an oath? Chapter 65. The Conspiracy of the Four Brothers. I, Su Ruobai, swear before the heavens that I shall not contest with my senior brother and will only seek to relieve my grievances. Should I breach this oath, may I be struck by divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's doubts were dispelled. After all, he did not believe Su Ruobai possessed any means to conceal the heavenly secrets. Since Su Ruobai had made such a declaration, it was evident he stood on Zhang Yunqi's side. With a smile, Zhang Yunqi remarked, Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. I still have faith in you. At this moment, his smile lacked the warmth it once held, prompting Su Ruobai to internally scoff. Only after I swore did he express his trust. Truly an old curmudgeon. Zhang Yunqi continued, Junior brother, your sudden approach for collaboration must indicate some unforeseen change. Su Ruobai nodded slightly. Senior brother, your foresight is commendable. Our master's cultivation has unexpectedly returned to the foundation stage. At this rate, she will soon recover. Zhang Yunqi had already suspected this after hearing Su Ruobai mention that their master had not consumed the meals he prepared. He had intended to investigate further, but now, with Su Ruobai's confirmation, he could ascertain the truth. Senior brother, delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. We have but this one opportunity. If we miss it, we may all face dire repercussions. Zhang Yunqi was well aware of this principle. Do you have a plan? Our master must have some countermeasures in place against us, and your other two senior brothers are equally vigilant. Zhang Yunqi did not wish to expend effort only to benefit others. Su Ruobai replied, Senior brother, I do not concern myself with your disputes with the other two, that I merely seek to vent my frustrations. My plan is to temporarily ally with a few senior brothers to subdue our master. How you choose to divide the spoils thereafter is none of my concern. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi furrowed his brow. Given the current circumstances, temporarily collaborating with the other junior brothers was indeed the best option. Continuously being cautious was not viable. It would be better to control their master first, and then strategize. That HMM.IT is a sound idea. The other two junior brothers have only just advanced to the nascent soul stage. Unless a cultivator of the transcendent stage intervenes, I will be invincible. Zhang Yunqi spoke this calmly, but Su Ruobai could discern the confidence in his tone. That it seemed his senior brother had some hidden trump cards. Su Ruobai had initially considered eliminating the other senior brothers, but now it appeared that with his golden core cultivation, that would be a daunting task. Junior brother, go fetch your two senior brothers as well. Su Ruobai nodded, realizing that the ease with which he had persuaded Zhang Yunqi stemmed from the fact that he posed no threat to him, though he was loath to admit it. This was indeed the case. If the fabled golden finger were in the hands of someone like Zhang Yunqi, he would have likely attained ascension long ago. That Su Ruobai had forged several thunderballs of nascent soul potency. But the crafting of such powerful artifacts had become increasingly challenging. Even he, a prodigy in alchemy, had failed several times. Given that these few thunderballs of nascent soul potency would likely have minimal effect against the senior brothers, it was a pity. If only his cultivation were higher and he possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage, he could attempt to forge even more powerful thunderballs. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his own limitations. While the plan to feign the acquisition of Yin Yuan appeared feasible, Su Ruobai doubted whether the senior brothers would allow their master to be spared after such an act. Although their master might possess life-saving measures, he remained somewhat apprehensive. However, If he truly managed to seize their master's Yin Yuan, he should be able to ascend quickly to the nascent soul stage, right? Would that grant him sufficient strength for a confrontation? Pondering this, Ruobai ultimately dismissed the thought. If he proceeded in such a manner, how would he differ from the other senior brothers? Half an hour later. Collaboration. Li Wuxin looked at Ruobai and Zhang Yunqi. A glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. Surely, you are not jesting? Ruobai then elaborated. Our master's cultivation is recovering and will not be long before she regains her strength, that I have no interest in her physique. I merely seek to relieve my grievances. To everyone's surprise, the usually reticent second senior brother, Li Yuanhe, spoke up as well. I too have no interest in our master's physique. However, Ruobai quickly realized that this was likely due to Li Yuanhe's lingering resentment from being punished by their master. Among the four, two had already expressed disinterest in their master's physique. Only Zhang Yunqi and Li Wuxin remained at this moment. All three turned their gaze toward Li Wuxin, aware that he stood little chance against Zhang Yunqi alone. Li Wuxin reluctantly shrugged. Very well, I can also concede, but there must be some benefits, right? Zhang Yunqi gestured dismissively. Junior brother, what do you think of this? In his palm appeared a small seal. Upon seeing it, Li Wuxin's eyes glimmered with eagerness. Xiantian seal. Senior brother, where did you obtain this? Zhang Yunqi casually tossed the Xiantian seal into Li Wuxin's hands. That is of no concern. Tell me, is this benefit sufficient? Li Wuxin nodded eagerly. Naturally, this will suffice that in that case. Shall I also take a grand oath? Subsequently, Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe both pledged their solemn vows to grant Zhang Yunqi the first right of use bestowed by their master. Ruobai inwardly scoffed, finding the conspiring demeanor of these senior brothers rather ridiculous. They bore little semblance to righteous cultivators. Once their oaths were concluded, Zhang Yunqi turned his gaze towards Ruobai. Junior brother, do you not have any thoughts on the matter? Since several senior brothers are present, do share your insights. In response, Ruobai nodded. As you all are aware, I have been responsible for our master's sustenance these days. After spending so much time, our master still harbors some doubts about me. But for now, she seems to believe I am on her side. Pausing for emphasis, Ruobai continued, I intend to host a banquet for our master. To gauge her true intentions, thus facilitating our plans. The others concurred, recognizing the merit in this approach. After all, directly storming into their master's lair would be perilous. Who knew what defenses she might possess? Moreover, with her regaining some of her powers, her arsenal of techniques had likely increased. However, junior brother, have you considered that our master would never willingly leave her abode? Even if she trusts you, it is improbable she would trust you to such an extent. Senior brother, I have my methods. Just follow my lead. Chapter 66. In the cave dwelling of Yi Lingwei. Knock, knock, knock. Master, to dinner is ready. Come in. Such exchanges had become a routine, and the thought of departing from this place where he had spent so many years filled Ruobai with a sense of reluctance. Upon entering the cave, he found Yi Lingwei seated by the window, her complexion appearing quite well, suggesting her health had improved. Yet, he wondered when her affliction would strike again, the next time she cried out in pain. He might not be able to care for her as he had before. Master, how are you feeling? Yi Lingwei, well aware of his inquiry, feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Having cared for her the previous day. Ruobai worried she might remember, but it seemed she remained oblivious as before. That a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could it be that the compliant version of their master and the current one were indeed two separate entities? Lacking shared memories, the complexities of a girl's physiology were truly enigmatic in no matter. Master, do you recall what day it is today? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei appeared momentarily perplexed. What day? Could it possibly be your birthday? Yet that could not be correct. She remembered he had no knowledge of his birth date when he was brought to the mountain. Not know. Ruobai smiled gently. Master, today marks the 14th anniversary of your bringing me to the mountain. Only then did Yi Lingwei grasp the significance. Had it truly been 14 years? She vaguely recalled the time she found him, when he was but a child, and now he had grown taller than her by half a head. The grace bestowed upon him by his master had always been etched in Ruobai's heart, and he felt he had little to offer in return. Thus, he wished to invite her to dinner that evening. Dinner? Indeed, that I've prepared quite a feast. So that would you be able to come to my place tonight? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingwei replied. Very well, I understand. Ruobai was momentarily taken aback by her prompt agreement. He had expected her to express skepticism, requiring him to appeal to her emotions. Yet she had consented so readily. Observing her expression of confusion, she queried, "What is it?" Ruobai quickly shook his head. "It's nothing, master. I shall return to prepare. Please do come over early." Wai Lingwei acknowledged with a hum, and Ruobai departed. In truth, she was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Ruobai's filial piety was commendable, yet it seemed excessively so. It was not precisely what she desired. Of course, Yi Lingwei had no intention of imposing her will. Since her destiny was intertwined with his, she would allow things to unfold naturally. However, now was not the time for such musings. She was to dine at Ruobai's tonight. It would be a first. She needed to consider what to wear. Wai Lingwei rose, inspecting herself in the bronze mirror. Clad in plain white, she felt it was perhaps too simple. Yes, a change was in order as night fell. In the kitchen, Ruobai had been bustling for an entire afternoon, and the table was now laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Regrettably, it seemed this meal might not be enjoyed in its entirety. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Ruobai hurried to greet the visitor. Indeed, it was his master, yet why was she dressed so festively? Yi Lingwei had forsaken her usual simplicity for a resplendent red garment. Her face bore a hint of makeup, enhancing her already striking features. Ruobai mused. Even without any inherent charm, surely some would harbor ulterior motives. Noticing Ruobai's awestruck expression, Yi Lingwei felt a surge of delight within. Though her exterior remained aloof. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Ruobai hastily shook his head. "No, nothing, master. Please come in. My space is rather cramped. I hope you won't mind." Wai Lingwei acquiesced, pondering why he never complimented himself, for when she donned the title of sister, she always heard him praise her beauty. Naturally, this was merely internal grumbling, and she followed him into the kitchen. Soon enough, she beheld the lavish spread on the table and thought it quite commendable. No bell peppers. This disciple was indeed considerate. "Please, master, have a seat. Others will be joining us shortly." This, Yi Lingwei's expression soured. She had presumed the visitors would be her sister. She had dressed up for an intimate dinner with Ruobai, only to learn that her sister was coming. Did this not reduce her to mere embellishment? "Cursed sister, I hope you do not show up." Ruobai, having noticed the shift in her demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, there was no turning back. The die had been cast. Soon, footsteps approached from outside, and Yi Lingwei's gaze turned toward the door, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Zhang Yunqi, Li Wuxin, Li Yuanhe, were not these her three esteemed disciples? Ruobai then spoke. "All right, everyone is here. Please take your seats." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei was completely bewildered. What was happening? Ruobai had invited his senior brothers. Did he not understand their relationship? Her mind struggled to comprehend. Zhang Yunqi spoke up. "Master, we have been too busy these days and failed to visit you. It is my oversight. It was fortuitous that junior brother invited you over. Tonight, we wish to have a good chat with you." Yi Lingwei regarded her so-called senior disciple with a frosty glare. Her expression, "I see. There is nothing to discuss. Be wise and leave at once. When my powers are restored, you will be the first to face my wrath." This, Zhang Yunqi chuckled. "Master, it seems you are still unaware of the situation. Can't you see this is a trap set by junior brother? Surely, you do not believe him?" Yi Lingwei furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting towards Ruobai. He averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. What did this imply? Junior brother claims he could coax you out. Initially, I was skeptical, yet it appears he truly possesses such capability. Master, you ought to be more discerning in the future. Wai Lingwei's eyes fixed on Ruobai, seemingly demanding an explanation. Yet he continually averted his gaze, causing her to grow increasingly anxious. This could not be. Could it? Had Ruobai. Chapter 67. This is the essence of resilience. At that moment, Zhang Yunqi interjected. "Junior brother, you should have an earnest conversation with Master." Ruobai, exasperated, threw up his hands. "Master, as you can see, there is no need for further explanation." Wai Lingwei looked at Ruobai, her disbelief palpable. Do you realize what you are saying?" A rare glimmer of playful mischief danced in Ruobai's eyes. "Master, you are adorably naive. Do you truly believe that my care for you over these few days makes me a good person?" In the next instant, his smile vanished, replaced by a countenance of bitterness and madness. Slamming his hands on the table, his aura shifted palpably. He confronted Yi Lingwei. "Master, do you understand how I have endured these years? No one acknowledged me. No one respected me. Not even you ever recognized me as your disciple, if that is the case. Why did you bring me to the mountain and take me as your apprentice? I have long since had enough. Yi Lingyue's countenance stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Is it merely that? She had eagerly anticipated sharing a meal with Su Ruobai, only to learn that his previously filial demeanor had been nothing but a facade. How could she accept such a reality? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Is it merely that? What do you mean by merely that? Su Ruobai slammed the table once more, causing the dishes atop it to tremble. Heh. After all this time pretending, do you have any idea how exhausted I am? Cooking for you every day while enduring your disdainful glares and endless complaints. Who do you think you are? With that, Su Ruobai turned to Zhang Yunqi and said, Senior brother, hesitate no longer. Make your move. Zhang Yunqi exchanged glances with his two junior brothers, then produced his magical artifact. Master, if you have any trump cards, now is the time to reveal them. Yi Lingyue clenched her fists tightly, her complexion paling as she glared at Su Ruobai in fury. The trust she had painstakingly built was shattered, revealing it to be merely his scheme. A wave of tears threatened to spill. Her affection had led her to this misguided conclusion. With her cultivation at the transformation stage, dispatching them would be a mere instant, yet her heart resisted taking action against him. Even though she knew he had deceived her, she still clung to the hope that this was all a falsehood. Yi Lingyue's lips trembled slightly as she asked, Su Ruobai, I shall inquire once more. Are you certain you wish to stand with these brothers? Seeing the look in his master's eyes, filled with an urge to devour him alive, Su Ruobai felt a twinge of apprehension. However, as a competent actor, he could not falter at such a moment. With a cold smile, he replied, Master, how foolish can you be? Even now, you still harbor expectations of me. It is utterly laughable. Brothers, delay spells disaster. Act swiftly. The three nodded in agreement, positioning themselves around Yi Lingyue, forming a binding formation. Instantly, a barrier arose, ensnaring her within its confines. Zhang Yunqi gazed at the trapped Yi Lingyue with a grin, saying, Master, do not be angered. You know I am devoted to the path, with your innate charm lying idle. It would be a waste to let it go to outsiders. Assist me in ascending to greatness, and you shall share in the merit. Yi Lingyue regarded him coldly. Remaining silent, it was but a minor formation. If she wished, breaking free would be a mere thought away. Noticing her disregard, Zhang Yunqi called out to Su Ruobai, Junior brother, bind the master with the immortal binding rope. I see she cannot wait any longer. Su Ruobai nodded, tossing a rope to ensnare Yi Lingyue. However, without pausing, he flipped his hand, producing several small black spheres, which he hurled at the feet of the three. To his surprise, Zhang Yunqi managed to conjure a shield of spiritual energy with one hand. Deflecting the spheres, with a cold chuckle, Zhang Yunqi remarked, Ah, junior brother, your calculations are commendable. You don't truly believe the binding formation can prevent me from splitting my focus, do you? In the next instant, a loud bang erupted as the scattered black spheres detonated. However, their power seemed minimal, leaving only a tiny hole in the floor. This caused Zhang Yunqi to chuckle. Junior brother, if you're going to ambush, at least prepare something with a bit more force. This is akin to a mere tickled at that moment. Su Ruobai revealed a villainous grin. Oh, is it? Just as Zhang Yunqi puzzled over his newfound confidence, an unusual scent flooded his nostrils in the blink of an eye. His body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Not only him, but all present were similarly incapacitated, including Su Ruobai. Though immobilized, Zhang Yunqi's mind remained sharp, quickly discerning that a faint mist enveloped the air. Realizing that Su Ruobai had poisoned them, he recalled that he had taken ample antidotes prior to arriving, yet this toxin still overwhelmed him. What was this substance? Simultaneously, Zhang Yunqi noticed Su Ruobai lying on the ground as well. Could he be foolish enough to have affected himself? Despite not knowing the nature of the poison, given his superior cultivation, he would surely recover first, and when he did, he would send this traitorous brat to meet his demise. As time ticked by, the five individuals sprawled on the ground, save for Su Ruobai, remained bewildered that Yi Lingyue had initially planned to feign weakness, allowing her disciples to bask in their perceived victory before extinguishing their hopes. She had calculated every step, intending to eliminate the three before exacting her punishment on Su Ruobai for his deception, believing even her seniority could not shield him from her wrath. Yet, She had never anticipated falling victim to her own scheme. Confused, she pondered the nature of the toxin. After all, she was at the transformation stage and utterly immobilized. Like Zhang Yunqi, she believed her superior cultivation would ensure her recovery speed was the fastest. Or so she thought. 16 minutes later, to everyone's astonishment, the first to rise was Ruobai. Yet, it made sense. Having poisoned them, he would certainly leave himself some leeway, brushing off the dust from his garments. He wore an expression befitting a true villain. Did you expect I would be the last to stand? Behold the power of resilience. Indeed, the mist wafting through the room was his handiwork. A product of merging a specific toxin with his explosive spheres, Ruobai had previously contemplated the singular use of the explosive spheres and wondered why they could not incorporate additional attributes. Much like poison pills, however, finding a toxin potent enough to incapacitate someone at the nascent soul stage proved difficult, as the market offered little that could even harm those at the golden core stage. Even simple sedatives would be rendered ineffective if the target had preemptively consumed antidotes. Thus, the only option Ruobai could conceive was the poison obtained through the system's lottery. Fortunately, the pills provided by the system did not require oral consumption to be effective, as they could also work via the respiratory route. Thus, he had fused 40 of these pills into his concoction. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal would be subdued for 40 minutes. With his ability to reverse the situation, he reduced that duration to just 16 minutes. The remaining 24 minutes would be ample time to accomplish his goals, a duration that would seem excessive even to the readers watching from afar. Clearing his throat, he returned to the matter at hand. With his adversaries incapacitated, Ruobai seized the opportunity to summon his spirit sword, striking at Zhang Yunqi. To his astonishment, a layer of spiritual light manifested around Zhang Yunqi. And with a resonant hum, Ruobai's blade shattered upon impact. This sword had been a gift from his second brother, Li Yuanhe, and was indeed a magical artifact. How could it be so easily broken? This was absurd. Even though they lay defeated, they still possessed a protective light that automatically shielded them. Yet, if Zhang Yunqi could maintain such confidence at the nascent soul stage, it was clear that a basic attack would be futile. If he could eliminate his senior brothers, it would be ideal, but he feared that even after 20 minutes, he might struggle to breach their defenses, only to be countered and perish, much like the last fool who had attempted such a thing. Time was not on his side. Gently, he kicked Zhang Yunqi twice, testing the waters. It seemed the protective light only activated when in danger. That made things simpler. With a grin, Ruobai remarked, "Senior brother, you are quite the strategist. Did you ever consider today you would be sewing my wedding gown?" With that, he produced several small, dark spheres, stuffing one into each of his 3 senior brothers' mouths. "Here, savor this delightful treat. Whether you survive depends on your own abilities." Once this was accomplished, he approached Yi Lingwei, crouching down to lift her chin with a sly smile. "Tsk, master, do not glare at me so, in such festive red. I thought you were here to marry me." Such a lovely face deserves more than a single US. In truth. Ruobai felt a chill run down his spine as he uttered those words. However, as a competent villain, he could not forego the opportunity for a bit of taunting. With Yi Lingwei unable to move or speak, her furious gaze fixed upon him seemed to convey a silent challenge. "You dare, traitor?" Ruobai wrapped his arms around her legs, lifting her effortlessly. "Farewell, my 3 senior brothers." With that, he carried Yi Lingwei away from the kitchen, swiftly ascending from Tianling Peak. After flying for approximately 2 minutes, and having nearly exited the blast zone, Ruobai uttered a low command. "Explode." A deafening roar erupted behind him, and he could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. Yet, a true man never looks back at an explosion. Nevertheless, Ruobai harbored an instinctual belief that, given the personalities of his senior brothers, they surely possessed life-saving treasures. Whether they could be killed by the blast remained uncertain. Of course, even if they survived, they would undoubtedly sustain some injuries. Ruobai did not expect these seasoned seniors to be so easily vanquished by a mere golden core cultivator like himself. Initially, Ruobai had intended to feign the acquisition of his master's yin essence and then make a hasty escape. However, upon gazing at his master's visage, he realized that even if he did manage to seize the yin essence, his senior brothers would likely not spare their master, thus exposing his ruse. Therefore, abducting his master in front of them was the most prudent plan, allowing them to believe he had taken her away. while in truth, he had concealed her. This was a stratagem of deception. On Qingyan Peak, Yelenju, nestled in Su Ruobai's arms, glared at his jaw. A gentle breeze caressed them, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead. At that moment, Su Ruobai's previously arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unusual calmness. As she scrutinized him, her inner fury inexplicably dissipated somewhat, despite the fact that both she and the other disciples coveted their innate charm. She could not fathom why she felt no animosity towards him. Perhaps it was simply a flaw in herself. Observing their surroundings, her mind began to cool, but a thought emerged. Su Ruobai, could he be acting? After all, if he truly harbored such resentment towards her, he need not have administered the healing elixir or shared the Qingyan divine fruit he had obtained from his senior sister. Furthermore, during his earlier disguise as her senior sister, she had overheard Su Ruobai's genuine sentiments. Surely he could not be acting in front of her as well. Thus, it followed that what Su Ruobai was doing now might not align with her earlier assumptions. Unlike her previous doubts, this time, Yelenju chose to trust him. Of course, it was also possible that Su Ruobai had betrayed her due to her persistent suspicions. Yet even so, that would only mean she owed him. If he desired something, he could take it. Moreover, when Su Ruobai cared for her yesterday, he could have taken advantage of her vulnerability, but he did not. Instead, he treated her with gentle attentiveness, which spoke volumes. With this thought, the anger in Yelenju's eyes vanished entirely, and she fixated on Su Ruobai's face. Eager to discern his true intentions, the soft feminine voice drifted over. "Are you coming?" Upon hearing that voice, Yelenju immediately recognized its owner. "Senior sister? Why has Su Ruobai brought me to find her? What is this situation?" "Senior sister, I just need to speak with the master one last time." Go ahead. Su Ruobai gently placed Yelenju in Yangxi's room, laying her softly on the bed. Indeed, Su Ruobai's plan was to temporarily conceal his master with his senior sister, given the long-standing discord between Qingyan Peak and Tianling Peak, and the presence of the esteemed Qingyan Zunjia. His senior brothers would undoubtedly be unable to track her down here. Moreover, they would likely assume that he had taken their master out of the sect in pursuit of him, making it even less likely for them to suspect that she had been delivered to Qingyan Peak. Gazing at Yelenju resting on the bed, Su Ruobai sighed deeply before kneeling beside her. "Master, today's events were unavoidable. If you do not trust me, I have no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. I possess no talent for cultivation, nor do I harbor grand aspirations. It is understandable that you look down upon me. I bear no resentment. Encountering you during my time of desperation was a stroke of fortune. Ascending the mountain with you was equally fortuitous, and becoming your disciple has been my greatest blessing. Master, I have never regretted being your disciple, yet alas, I am powerless and can only protect you in this manner. This place is very safe. You may rest here without worry. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with my senior sister. She is very kind, and I implore you to trust me one last time." Su Ruobai earnestly bowed several times, the soft thuds echoing clearly in the quiet room. Having completed this, he rose, his head slightly bowed, and clasped his hands. "Master, I have fulfilled my duty thus far. With a clear conscience, the path ahead shall depend solely on you. Master, I take my leave." With that, Su Ruobai exited the room. Chapter 69. The Great Battle. Su Ruobai departed, leaving Yelenju alone on the bed, her eyes brimming with anxiousness. What kind of wicked poison was this, that a mere transformation stage cultivator like herself had been controlled for so long? She desperately wished to grasp Su Ruobai's hand and plead with him not to leave. But her body was utterly immobile. A moment later, the door creaked open and Yelenju's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking Su Ruobai had returned. But alas, it was her senior sister who entered. Yangxi sat by the bed, her expression a complex mix, and with a resigned sigh, she picked up a small note from the bedside table. "This is left by your junior brother. Take a look." She placed the note before Yelenju, which read, "Method for making brown sugar water. Junior sister, you still wish to let go?" Yangxi gazed at Yelenju, who lay on the bed. She need not await a response, for she had already discerned the answer from her eyes. Tears had long pooled at the corners of Yelenju's eyes, her gaze pleading, as if to implore, "Hurry and find Su Ruobai." Prior to this, she had already suspected that Su Ruobai might be acting. Yet, even knowing the outcome, upon reading the method for the brown sugar water, she could not restrain her tears. Su Ruobai was a good person, an exceptionally good person. Missing out on someone so wonderful could mean never encountering another like him in this lifetime. If Su Ruobai truly escaped, where would she ever find him again? Yi Yongxi, understanding Yelenju's sentiments, reached out to gently wipe away her tears, speaking softly. All right now, junior sister, if you keep crying, it won't look good. You will need to find Su Ruobai soon. She had not anticipated that her junior brother possessed the means to conceal his whereabouts. Even I could not sense where he was now. She was astonished that Su Ruobai could go to such lengths for Yiling, and no wonder the Red Luan Star would respond to him. Thankfully, she had intervened early. Otherwise, with Yelenju's petty nature, it would have been impossible for her to secure her own interests. Hearing Yi Yongxi's words, Yelenju initially felt perplexed. How could she find Su Ruobai if he had the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets? But suddenly recalling that she had given him her jade pendant, she realized that as long as Su Ruobai wore it, finding him would be no issue. Su Ruobai, just wait. I will come to find you. Without you, how can I live? Tianling Peak. After Su Ruobai's explosive strike, the entire Tianling Peak had been reduced in height, a testament to the devastating power of his nascent soul explosive ball. Had it not been for Zhang Yunqi and the other two senior brothers setting up a formation around them, such a commotion would have surely alerted the entire sect. Even so, a figure soon emerged from the crater. Zhang Yunqi coughed up blood, his once elegant demeanor now a shadow of its former self. His eyes clouded with darkness, he quickly retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, stabilizing his aura almost immediately. Brothers, stop playing dead. Get up. From the mounds of earth, two figures soon emerged, Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe. Had Su Ruobai witnessed this scene, he would have likely been left speechless. He had assumed that his second and third senior brothers had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, and that his explosive ball would have surely taken at least two of them down. Yet here they stood, albeit somewhat disheveled and nursing minor injuries. That it could only be said that these three were not merely seasoned veterans, but rather, they were tenacious survivors. Fortunately, Su Ruobai had not been arrogant enough to believe he could eliminate them. Otherwise, he would have landed himself in dire straits. Li Wuxin inquired, Senior brother, what shall we do next? To be honest, Li Wuxin had not anticipated such an outcome, yet it mattered little now. The Xianyuan seal was already in his possession, and there was no reason to return it to his senior brother. Zhang Yunqi must have felt like he lost both the woman and the troops, his heart likely ablaze with rage. Given the circumstances, what could they do? Could they retrieve their master or capture Su Ruobai? For now, it would be prudent to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. Zhang Yunqi harbored a desire to rip Su Ruobai to shreds. Yet it was clear that Su Ruobai could easily invoke oaths, indicating that he possessed methods to obscure heavenly secrets. If he could conceal the heavenly secrets, how could they possibly locate him? After plotting for so long, they had ultimately been outmaneuvered by Su Ruobai. After all their scheming, they had ended up with nothing. Yet, there was no turning back. If they did not leave now, once their master regained her strength, escaping would be a mere fantasy. Moreover, if news of their treachery were to spread, the entire righteous path would suffer. Thus, their only choice was to flee. Li Wuxin nodded, now that they had reached the nascent soul stage. Remaining in Lingyu's sect held little benefit, and it was indeed time to depart. Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe were about to depart. A faint spiritual barrier rose up, obstructing their path. Li Wuxin furrowed his brow and turned to Zhang Yunqi, inquiring, Senior brother, what do you mean by this? Zhang Yunqi let out a cold laugh. I said I would escape, but I never claimed you could as well. Upon hearing this, Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe immediately understood his implication. Senior brother, we are both at the early stage of the nascent soul. Even if you ascended before us by many years, it does not grant you the right to kill us at will. Oh, is that so? In the next moment, black patterns emerged on Zhang Yunqi's face, his previously early-stage nascent soul aura suddenly surging to the peak of that realm. Witnessing these markings, terror manifested on the faces of Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe. Senior brother, have you succumbed to darkness? Zhang Yunqi chuckled. This was initially a trump card reserved for dealing with our master, but it seems it will now be used against you. With that, he summoned his spiritual sword, which was enveloped in black mist, imparting an oppressive sensation. Although both were at the early stage of the nascent soul, they had no fear of Zhang Yunqi. Yet now, his aura was akin to that of a peak nascent soul, leaving them at a loss as to how to confront him. Would they simply charge at him head first? Without a moment's hesitation, The two hastily broke through the spiritual barrier and fled in opposite directions. At their level, even fleeing separately would not yield much advantage. Zhang Yunqi hurled the mist-wreathed sword at Li Yuan'e, while he himself pursued Li Wuxing. Within mere breaths, the two found themselves drawn back into the deep pit. Of course, they had already lost their vitality, their bodies discarded by Zhang Yunqi like dead dogs into the abyss. Subsequently, Zhang Yunqi waved his hand, and another corpse appeared on the ground, remarkably resembling his own. Having completed this grim task, Zhang Yunqi prepared to depart, leaving any thoughts of Su Ruobai for a later opportunity, determined to make that brat understand the true meaning of hell on earth. He summoned his flying sword, concealing his aura as he ascended into the sky. Yet, just as he soared for a few moments, a sword materialized before him. Spirit Language Sword. Master, Chapter 70. Zhang Yunqi, perished rebellious disciple. Where do you think you are going? Zhang Yunqi found himself momentarily bewildered at the sight of the figure clad in red before him. Hadn't his master been captured by his junior brother? Why was she here now? Heh, master, you dare return. Have you come to deliver your innate charm body back to me? Zhang Yunqi raised his sword, striking toward Yi Lingyue. With a resounding clash, the spirit language sword effortlessly intercepted his attack. The coldness in Yi Lingyue's eyes sent a chill down Zhang Yunqi's spine. Wait, you have regained your cultivation? If she had not restored her strength, how could she possibly withstand his blow as an invincible presence at the early stage of the nascent soul? No wonder she had appeared so confident in the kitchen earlier. She must have regained her power long ago. Zhang Yunqi realized that Su Ruobai couldn't possibly have summoned her. It was his master who intended to ensnare him completely. As this thought struck him, his expression darkened. Heh, your junior brother has already perished by your hand, hasn't he? Yi Lingyue frowned, unsure of what delusions this rebellious disciple had conjured. This has nothing to do with you. Rebellious disciple, prepare to die. With that, she ceased to indulge him in further conversation, having discerned that her once great disciple had indeed succumbed to darkness, whether it was his wish to rebel against his master or his descent into darkness. Either was a capital offense within the realm of cultivation. She had initially pondered how to explain the events that transpired in Tianling to the outside world. After all, the secret of her innate charm body must not be divulged. If she were to claim that her disciples sought to rebel, it would inevitably raise suspicions. However, now that Zhang Yunqi had embraced darkness, she could simply state that a disciple had gone rogue, justifying her actions without fear of scrutiny. Without further hesitation, Yi Lingyue summoned the Spirit Rain Sword, launching it toward Zhang Yunqi's weapon. The force was tremendous, sending Zhang Yunqi hurtling backward, crashing into the pit. The injuries he had just managed to suppress flared anew, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain within, he bellowed, "Fine, master, you leave me no choice." In the next instant, the black patterns on his face multiplied, and within a breath, his entire visage was engulfed in darkness, sprouting two small horns atop his head. Gone was the once graceful figure. Only a grotesque and hideous countenance remained. Observing this, Yi Lingyue chuckled derisively. A demon? I never imagined I would cultivate such a creature. Indeed, after witnessing the so-called disciples, Yi Lingyue found herself appreciating Su Ruobai all the more. He was not merely better, but incomparably superior, one from the heavens, the other from the depths. Her gaze toward Zhang Yunqi grew even colder. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunqi's power escalated, hinting at an aura approaching the god transformation stage. It was no wonder that the allure of demonic power was intoxicating. How could one resist the temptation of such swiftly acquired strength? Master, today I shall show you whether your disciple is worthy of graduation. With that proclamation, Zhang Yunqi produced a bone chain, and as it emerged, the once illuminated night sky appeared tinged with blood that strangely complemented the red garb of Yi Lingyue. Her expression turned serious, as she had not anticipated her rebellious disciple possessed such formidable means. She was in a hurry to locate Su Ruobai. A life-bound treasure? Yi Lingyue discerned the nature of the bone chain at a glance, her eyes flashing with anger. How many lives have you taken in secret? Such malevolent items were typically forged from human lives, and the degree of malevolence emanating from this bone chain indicated a significant toll. Merely a means to ascend the path. What does it matter how many have perished? With that, he violently hurled the bone chain toward Yi Lingyue, the malevolent aura surging toward her while Yi Lingyue commanded the spirit language sword to strike. But to her astonishment, The vile energy began to impair her connection with the sword, dulling her movements. Once more, a resounding clash echoed as the bone chain ensnared the spirit-language sword, the malevolent energy spreading like wildfire, threatening to engulf her. Realizing the peril, Yi Lingwei swiftly relinquished her grip. The consequences of being tainted by such intense malice were unimaginable. In that moment, she understood the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yunqi's malevolent energy was exceedingly effective against her, and she had no means to counteract it. A single misstep could lead to dire repercussions. Suddenly, a bell tolled throughout the heavens. The night sky, once stained with blood, was instantly purified. The malevolent aura dissipated in an instant, and Zhang Yunqi spat another mouthful of blood. His eyes widening in horror. The Buddhist artifact. Who is it? His aura diminished slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingwei did not hesitate. In truth, there lingers a profound sense of reluctance within my heart, not solely due to the presence of my senior sister at Lingyu's sect, but also because it is the place where I have resided for 14 years. Alas, it has barely been a short while since my departure, and I already find myself yearning for my senior sister. The thought of not seeing her for an extended time fills Su Ruobai with a certain discomfort. Does time truly erode a person's emotions? Su Ruobai is uncertain. In my previous life, I encountered numerous narratives akin to this one. Tales of ineffectual husbands. No, that was incorrect. It is not that Su Ruobai lacks faith in his senior sister. Rather, he has witnessed too many instances of long-distance relationships failing to yield favorable outcomes. Moreover, in a long-distance relationship, one at least has the means to communicate via phone, yet he possesses no means of contacting his senior sister whatsoever. Therefore, to avert the most adverse outcome, he must swiftly enhance his cultivation. Only by reaching the stage of transformation can he reclaim the ability to return to Lingyu's sect. However, while he is busily cultivating, do his several senior brothers not engage in their own training? Their realms must surely be advancing as well, right? Given his innate talent, even with the system's assistance, it would be exceedingly challenging to surpass their natural endowments, unless, of course, he encounters sufficient fortuity, regardless of whether he can catch up or not. It is imperative to strive for his senior sister's sake. Calculating the time, if his senior brothers are still alive, they should be awakening around this moment. TSK, such an explosion. One can only imagine that Tianling Peak has been obliterated. Su Ruobai can already envision the furious expression of his eldest senior brother. His heart does not swell with joy. He finds no pleasure in the misfortune of others. Rather, he laments the capriciousness of fate. Having thought he could lead an unremarkable existence atop Tianling Peak for a lifetime, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? As his thoughts meander, Luyun City comes into view. Once he boards the flying vessel, his senior brothers will surely be unable to pursue him. Why does his chest feel warm? Su Ruobai glances down, noticing a gleam of crimson light emanating from beneath his garments. The jade pendant given by his senior sister? He retrieves the pendant from his chest, having carried it with him ever since senior sister entrusted it to him. She had informed him that it was a low-tier magical artifact, yet did not specify its precise function. A sense of confusion washes over Su Ruobai. Surely this glowing and warm item cannot be on the verge of exploding. After a considerable wait, the pendant shows no signs of detonating. Indeed, how could a pendant gifted by senior sister possibly explode? The radiance and warmth must indicate its operation. Though its purpose remains a mystery, Su Ruobai resolves to board the flying vessel in Luyun City first. In the distance, he can already see the floating pavilions of Luyun City, prompting him to quicken his pace, fully aware of the adage that delay begets change. Suddenly, a blue light descends from the heavens, enveloping him. Su Ruobai is momentarily stunned. What is this phenomenon? Could it be a contingency left by his elder brothers? He extends his hand, attempting to pass through the blue light, which appears transparent, yet feels as solid as substance, rendering it impossible to penetrate. Su Ruobai's face goes pale. This is the end for him. If he is captured and taken back, it would undoubtedly be a fatal outcome. With his current abilities, he cannot break through this peculiar beam of light. Soon, he notices that the external scenery appears to be distorting. While Luyun City vanishes from his sight, a sensation of weightlessness washes over him, and he feels as if the world is spinning. When he regains his bearings, he finds himself standing in a large pit, the surrounding blue light dissipating. What on earth has transpired? As he takes a step forward, he suddenly kicks something. Looking down, He is horrified to find himself standing in a pool of blood. Why is there so much blood on the ground? Whose blood is it? Swiftly, Ruobai's attention is drawn to a grotesque head lying quietly at his feet. Undoubtedly, this is what he just kicked. Beside this head lie 3 corpses, which seem oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, Ruobai recognizes who they are. Despite their faces being unrecognizable, is this not his eldest senior brother? The 2 other corpses beside him, are they his second and third senior brothers? All dead. Could they have perished due to his thunderball? The moment this thought arises, Ruobai dismisses it. Their bodies bear sword wounds. Take his eldest senior brother for instance. How could a thunderball possibly sever a head? If it truly possessed such power, they would have been reduced to mere meat chunks. Furthermore, why has his eldest senior brother transformed into this state? 2 small horns have sprouted from his forehead, and his face is enveloped in dark, oppressive markings. This that resembles what is described in books as falling into demonic influence. With 3 senior brothers lying in a pool of blood, it is evident that they are beyond saving. Their demise is undoubtedly a boon. Yet the pressing question remains, how did he inexplicably return to this place? Soon, Ruobai notices what appears to be a red figure lingering in the sky. A red dot figure? His master? Ruobai rubs his eyes, momentarily convinced it must be an illusion that hadn't he sent his master to Qingyan Peak. How could she possibly be here? Only after confirming does he dare to believe that it is indeed his master. There stands Yi Lingyue, wielding the Lingyu sword, the tip of which drips with blood. Towering in the sky, complemented by her crimson attire, she resembles a goddess of death. Could it be that his senior brothers were slain by his master? Given her apparent resurgence in cultivation, it follows that his senior brothers were indeed dispatched by her. No. Wait, why is his master gazing at him in such a manner? Surely she does not intend to eliminate him as well. This cannot be true. Those were merely his boastful words, and he had explained everything to his master afterward. It is unreasonable for her to seek retribution simply because he acted differently than expected. Is it? The figure in red descends before Ruobai. Observing the redness around her eyes, he begins to suspect whether she has been consumed by bloodlust. Chapter 72. Wanglong, I do not oppose my master's authority. But my master opposes her disciples. Gazing at Ruobai, Yi Lingyue purses her lips, valiantly stifling her tears. With a clatter, the Lingyu sword slips from her grasp and clatters to the ground. She extends her hand towards Ruobai. He assumes she is about to make a move against him and instinctively takes a half-step back, his eyes squeezing shut in fear. The singular thought occupies his mind. To mistakenly kill a loyal subject would mean discarding all cards. Witnessing his reaction, Yi Lingyue's expression freezes, her hand suspended in midair, trembling slightly. His retreat suggests, is he truly that frightened of her? Biting her lip, she asks with a quiver in her voice, Ruobai. Confess honestly, do you have any thoughts regarding me? Ruobai half opens his eyes, looking at Yi Lingyue, perplexed by her inquiry. Then he glances back at the 3 lifeless bodies of his senior brothers, anxiety written across his face as he replies, Master, I am a loyal subject. My senior brother's intentions to oppose you have nothing to do with me. I harbor no thoughts towards you, Master. Even if I lack merit, I have endured hardships. My previous words were merely a performance before my senior brothers. Not to be taken seriously, that I implore you. Do not kill me, I simply wish to live. Upon hearing Ruobai's words, Yi Lingyue's expression instantly darkens. Had he confessed to harboring feelings, her red attire would have fittingly served as a bridal gown. Yet that his denial, stating there were absolutely no feelings, is something she finds hard to accept. I refuse to merely be your master, she thinks. You mean to say you have absolutely no thoughts at all? Ruobai's sentence remains unfinished as he notices Yi Lingyue's increasingly frosty demeanor, leaving him utterly bewildered. How is it that the absence of feelings seems to have only fueled her anger? Is she expecting him to confess feelings instead? At this rate, his master might genuinely wish to execute him. However, admitting to feelings is impossible, yet denying them appears to be even more so. Regardless, he must take a gamble. His life is at stake, he tentatively suggests. Perhaps there may be a slight inclination. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue's expression softens instantly, and she mumbles softly, a slight inclination, that will suffice. Witnessing this scene, Ruobai can only lament. Does one not require tokens for a change of expression? Master, what did you just say? Given the current situation, he surmises he must have guessed correctly. But what is this development? Several senior brothers who harbored feelings for their master now lie lifeless. Yet for him, possessing no feelings seems to be a liability. Yi Lingyue speaks somewhat bashfully. Since you have feelings, do you expect your master to teach you how to oppose her authority? Su Ruobai's mind races, sensing something amiss. This master of his is decidedly off-kilter. Observing Su Ruobai's immobility, Yi Lingyue comprehends that his inclinations lean more toward a master-disciple bond. However, the present is the present, and the future is the future. As long as there exists even a hint of sentiment, with a little guidance from her, everything will fall into place. Thus, she must take the initiative. She reaches out, cradling Su Ruobai's face, and before he can react, she kisses him. Su Ruobai's eyes widen in astonishment. What on earth? What is his master doing? Surely this cannot be a figment of his imagination. Su Ruobai's mind was a blank slate, and the three profound questions of the soul surfaced in his consciousness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the next moment, his lips were deftly pried open by a fragrant tongue. The sweetness of the sensation, familiar. This familiar flavor prompted a thought to arise in his mind. Could it be that the senior sister from Yaowang City was not truly his senior sister? Initially, he had merely assumed that she had changed her rouge, hence the difference in taste during their encounters. Moreover, it was not just the taste. Even her kissing technique was dissimilar. The senior sister had a penchant for nibbling on his lower lip, while during their time in Yaowang Valley, she had favored extending her tongue. This completely aligned with the current master before him. In a wonder, he had felt something amiss with the senior sister back then. It turned out that she was not the senior sister at all, but rather the master standing right in front of him. But why? Why would the master disguise herself as the senior sister to seek him out? Furthermore, when he had attempted to kiss her back then, she had shown no resistance, even seeming more proactive than he was. Could it be that? Wanla, I am not the disciple who rebels against the master, but the master is the one rebelling against the disciple? Initially, Su Ruobai found this notion implausible, yet upon further reflection, considering how he had cared for her, it was indeed possible that he had unwittingly captured the heart of the master. At this thought, Su Ruobai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It had all been unintentional. After a long while, Yi Lingyue finally withdrew her lips, gazing dreamily at Su Ruobai, a single tear slipping down the corner of her eye. She embraced him, her face gently resting against his chest. Ruobai, thank you. Seeing her in such a state, Su Ruobai felt compelled to say something, yet the moment seemed ill-suited for words. Perhaps he could discuss it with the master later. After all, she had just killed a few senior brothers. Her heart must be heavy. Well, let her hold him for a while. It wouldn't cost him anything. After all, they had already kissed. Wait, the corpses of his senior brothers seemed to still be here. Su Ruobai glanced at a nearby head with wide-open eyes, a chill creeping into his heart. This, even in death, should he feed his senior brother dog food? Would that not be inappropriate, surveying the surroundings? Su Ruobai soon realized that this place was indeed Tianling Peak. How had it all changed so drastically? Well, it seemed he was the cause of this transformation. Su Ruobai, hearing the master call his name, he lowered his gaze once more to the embrace of Yi Lingyue. What is it? Yi Lingyue raised her head to meet his gaze, her reddened eyes evoking a sense of pity in him. In a gentle voice, she said, what I owe you can never be repaid. To be honest, such tenderness from the master left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Su Ruobai chuckled awkwardly. You are my master. There is no debt to repay. To his surprise, his master resolutely replied. No, it must be repaid. Yi Lingyue, have no reason to owe anyone. With no other recourse, Su Ruobai could only acquiesce. Then, master, how do you intend to repay it? Yi Lingyue's eyes sparkled slightly as she said, how about I return myself to you? Su Ruobai was left dumbfounded. Was she truly offering herself back? It felt more like a case of taking and giving simultaneously. P.S. Grateful thanks to all the esteemed readers for your support. Without your backing, I might have been captured by Belial. Today, we have temporarily repelled him to prevent any further attacks on Earth. That I implore all esteemed readers to contribute your support to help me gather strength. Chapter 73. Are you bullying the innocent? This seems inappropriate. Yi Lingyue appeared as if she might cry again, looking pitifully at Su Ruobai. I took on 4 disciples. And now you are the only one left. Do you truly not want your master anymore? Su Ruobai's corner of the mouth twitched. Where had the master's icy demeanor gone? Hurry back. 4 disciples. Why was there only 1 left? Did the master not know? Of course, Ruobai could only keep such thoughts to himself. He sighed, realizing that this matter required a serious conversation with his master. But before he could speak, Yilingwe interjected. Ruobai, my medicinal garden's spiritual herbs have diminished significantly. Do you know who is responsible? Ruobai's words died in his throat. Upon hearing his master, he swallowed them back down. He chuckled awkwardly. Did they really decrease that much? Yilingwe continued. Moreover, with Tianling Peak in this state, repairing it will cost a substantial amount of spiritual stones. Her words. Ruobai's expression froze. Master, just speak plainly. There is no need for such roundabout ways. Ruobai, I do not wish to bully the innocent. The total for the spiritual herbs in this mountain should not exceed 10,000 top-tier spiritual stones. Would it? 10,000? And top-tier stones? Is that what you deem reasonable? With that many spiritual stones, one could easily purchase the entire Lingyu sect. How vexing. The master claims not to bully the innocent. You see, as long as I return myself to you, I become yours. And since I am the sect leader of Lingyu sect, and also the peak lord of Tianling Peak, once I am yours, this mountain naturally belongs to you as well. Therefore, you need not repay me. So will you choose to repay with spiritual stones, or will you choose me? Ruobai felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Was this not a deceit of the foolish? Was he so easily duped? However, upon reflection, the logic in what the master said held some merit. Master, may I defer my debt for now? No. Absolutely no credit. This was hardly a choice. There was only one option. Previously, he had thought the master to be aloof and difficult to approach. Why did this current master seem somewhat shameless? Could it be that the master possessed more than two versions? The aloof version, the obedient version, and now a thick-skinned version. He wondered if there were any hidden versions yet to be discovered of Master D. Oh, I have any other options. Of course, did I not provide you with a choice? What choice? Ruobai found himself at a loss for words. With a resigned sigh, he said, Master, let me think it over. It is difficult to give you a response at this moment. Since there was no choice, he could only employ a delaying tactic. Ruobai felt that perhaps he had been too kind to the master, fostering a sense of dependency in her. This might not be the affection she believed it to be. After some time apart, she would surely come to understand. Yes, that it must be so. As he pondered, Yilingwe observed Ruobai, a hint of urgency in her heart. She had willingly presented herself. How could he possibly refuse? Yet, upon reflection, it was precisely because he was Ruobai that she could not act too hastily. After all, Ruobai's feelings for her leaned more towards master than anything else. She would need to exert more effort to elevate their relationship to that of partners. Ruobai, I am familiar with this. Should I implement a points system for you as well? Very well, that'll take a few days to consider. With that, Yilingwe reluctantly released Ruobai, truly that after laying her cards on the table. She felt an even stronger desire to be close to Ruobai. Previously, she had been taking the place of the senior sister to kiss and embrace him, but now, she wanted to do so openly as herself. Ruobai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the master still retained her rationality that he feared that a single misstep could lead to her becoming a Yandere, and that would spell disaster. Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, he turned his gaze to the surroundings. The entirety of Tianling Mountain had been obliterated, meaning that his own residence was also gone. Where would he stay tonight? Regret flooded him. Had he known he didn't need to flee and that the master could eliminate a few senior brothers, he wouldn't have needed to use explosive balls against them. It was fortunate that no one had died, but he had nearly landed himself in debt. Mastered, with Tianling Peak in this state, it must be quite difficult to restore, right? After speaking, Ruobai looked again at Yilingwe, who had been gazing intently at his face, as though she could never tire of the sight. Noticing her unwavering stare, Ruobai waved a hand before her eyes. Master, Master? Yilingwe snapped back to reality. A faint blush appearing on her otherwise serene face, Ruobai remarked, Your face is as red as a teapot. Should I not be the one blushing? What is wrong? Ruobai sighed helplessly. It seemed his master was beyond saving. Master, I just asked you, with Tianling Peak in this condition, it must be quite difficult to restore. Right? About that. Yilingwe formed a hand seal, and soon, flames ignited from the corpses of the three senior brothers, vanishing within mere breaths. Watching the master execute this with such calmness sent chills down Ruobai's spine. If he did not submit to her, would he too face such a fate? Follow me. Yi Ling Yu's soared into the sky, and although Su Ruobai was puzzled about her intentions, he followed suit. As the saying goes, one cannot see the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is within this mountain. From above, Su Ruobai finally comprehended just how much devastation his explosive balls had wrought upon Tianling Mountain. As Night Spirit Moon deftly flipped her hand, a formation plate materialized before her. With the activation of her spiritual power, the plate radiated a brilliant light that a resonant rumble echoed, and the entire mountain began to tremble. After a quarter of an hour, Tianling Peak had completely reverted to its former state, leaving no trace of its recent transformation. Su Ruobai stood in stunned silence. Was it truly this simple for Tianling Peak to be restored? He had anticipated a far more extensive endeavor. He murmured softly, "Master, are you really going to charge me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones? It feels as though your heart is rather dark." That moment, Night Spirit Moon recalled that Su Ruobai had indeed incurred a debt of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones due to this very matter. "Is my heart dark? Would you like to see for yourself?" Su Ruobai felt utterly defeated by her words. He knew he stood no chance in a battle of wits against her. Chapter 74. The salted bean no longer salty. Master, what about my house? While it was true that Tianling Peak had returned to its original form, his residence had vanished without a trace. Not only his dwelling but also the cave abodes of several senior brothers had similarly disappeared. Night Spirit Moon then elucidated, Tianling Peak is equipped with a retroactive array designed to restore it in the event of such changes. However, the temporal reference point for this retroaction was recorded long ago, back when you were not yet here. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai understood the situation. A house could be rebuilt. Besides, his residence was not comparable to the cave abodes of his senior brothers, which were aptly named for their suitability for cultivation. Allowing for the gathering of spiritual energy, his own dwelling could only be referred to as a house, no different from those of ordinary mortals, merely a shelter from the wind and rain. Devoid of any intricate formations, given his golden core cultivation, reconstructing a new house was not a daunting task, and no matter how many times he heard his master call his name so gently, Su Ruobai always felt a twinge of discomfort. What is it? You see, tonight you have nowhere to stay. How about coming to my place? Night Spirit Moon's cave abode was the residence of the sect leaders of generations past. Hence it could be restored by the retroactive array. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai nearly choked. Master, that's not appropriate. After all, it's not the first time. This time you can sleep in the bed, and I'll take the floor. What do you say? Not the first time. It was true. If the incident in Yaowang City involved his master, then it indeed was not the first occurrence. Master, have you lost your sense of propriety? Ruobai remained calm. You know I have a girlfriend. This truly isn't appropriate. Su Ruobai felt a wave of shame wash over him. His senior sister had treated him with such kindness. If he were to betray her trust, he would be no better than a villain. What if your senior sister has no objections? How could that be possible? At that moment, Su Ruobai suddenly realized something of great significance. Why had his master appeared in Yaowang City disguised as his senior sister? If all went as planned, it should have been his senior sister accompanying him to Liyun City for a date. However, the senior sister he encountered in the scripture pavilion was undoubtedly the genuine article. This implied that his senior sister was aware of his master masquerading as her, and they had evidently conspired together. Master, wouldn't have some leverage over my senior sister that you're using to threaten her? Would you? At this, Night Spirit Moon's expression hardened. How could this young man trust his senior sister so blindly? It was she who had led him to become this way, yet he was turning the tables on her. No, that your senior sister won't have any objections. Su Ruobai found it hard to believe. But, Master, before he could finish, the air around them turned icy. Su Ruobai hastily swallowed his words. Night Spirit Moon's face was stern as she said, "You've kissed and embraced. Ruobai, you are not the type to shirk responsibility, are you?" Unbeknownst to him, the Lingyu sword had once again found its way back into her grasp. Su Ruobai feared that if he continued to refuse, the sword might very well be poised at his throat. The dilemma was that while he had treated her as a senior sister in Yaowang City, he had now inadvertently crossed a line. Well then, let us discuss this calmly. Please, put down the sword. Matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Master, let us take our time. Night Spirit Moon huffed and sheathed the Lingyu sword, realizing that soft persuasion was futile, and she would have to resort to firmer means. Su Ruobai felt utterly helpless. His senior brothers were denied by his master, yet she insisted on coming on to him. Was this what they referred to as the allure of the unattainable? Master, it is late. You should return. And you? Ruobai grimaced. Cultivators do not require sleep. I still need to reconstruct my house. I'll keep you company. Please don't be so clingy. Master, please, go back and let me have some time alone. Reluctantly, Night Spirit Moon cast him a few lingering glances before retreating to her own cave abode. That word obedient was surprisingly effective. Wait, shouldn't it only work on the more docile version of his master? Ruobai's mind momentarily short-circuited. Given that his master had been able to go to Yaowang City, it was evident that her cultivation had long since recovered, with her cultivation restored to the transformation realm. How could she still be afflicted by ailments such as a cold or fever? This meant that her illness yesterday had all been an act. At her age, she should have known better. Claiming stomach pains and whining. What a deceitful trickster. He had even believed her when she spoke of protecting the path and feeling no remorse that in reality, she had never needed his protection at all. Ruobai felt an urge to find a block of tofu and bang his head against it. Exhausted, he slumped onto a nearby rock, lowering his head and tugging at his hair. What on earth was happening? Junior brother that moment. A voice called from beside him. Ruobai looked up to find his senior sister, Yunshi, standing before him. Having appeared without his notice, he scrutinized her closely and tentatively asked, "Why, you are my senior sister, right?" Yunshi tilted her head. "What do you think?" "Well, it's undoubtedly my senior sister. What brings you here?" Yunshi sat beside Ruobai. "Junior brother, that you don't hold any grudges against me. Do you?" Ruobai understood her reference and managed a wry smile. "Of course not. As long as everyone is all right. That's what matters." Why Yunshi grasped Ruobai's hand, studying his profile intently. Her gaze shimmering slightly. "Junior brother, I know you must feel somewhat uncomfortable, but she is my junior sister." "Huh? Junior sister?" Ruobai was taken aback. Why Yunshi affirmed, "Actually, I am the Qing Yin Zundong." Oh no, his brain was overloaded. It seemed he had received too much information today. Qing Yin Zunzhong was merely a title bestowed upon the disciples who inherited Qing Yin Peak throughout the generations. Thus, after the passing of her master, as the eldest senior sister of Qing Yin Peak, she naturally took on this title. It was no wonder she could freely pluck the Qing Yin divine fruit for herself. She was, after all, the Qing Yin Zunzhong. Then, senior sister, does this mean that even without me, Master wouldn't have encountered any issues? Chapter 75. The devious temptress Yunshi did not refute his statement, sensing his thoughts and speaking gently. "Junior brother, you mustn't feel that your actions have been in vain. On the contrary, what you have accomplished is something I, as your senior sister, could not have done." Ruobai was puzzled. "Senior sister, why not just eliminate my senior brothers directly to avoid all this trouble?" Yunshi shook her head slightly. "Junior brother, have you considered how your master would feel if I did that? Wounded by enemies, betrayed by her disciple, only to be saved by me, her senior sister? Your existence, rather than being meaningless, has given hope to your junior sister. You are her salvation. So, junior brother, do not belittle yourself. You have done remarkably well." His master was a proud individual, if the scenario unfolded as his senior sister had suggested. The current state of his master might have left her disillusioned with the world. It was he who had restored hope for his master in this world. In retrospect, his actions indeed held great significance. Yet why did it lead to his master developing such feelings for him? Under normal circumstances, after enduring so much, one would expect the bond between master and disciple to deepen. Junior brother, the feeling of being deceived must be quite unbearable. Ruobai involuntarily lowered his gaze. Being deceived is of little consequence. Yet he felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive that his feelings for senior sister over these past few days might merely be his unrequited yearning. Senior sister is a formidable figure in the transformation stage, revered as the Qing Yin patriarch, possessing both skill and status, while he has nothing that he had long contemplated that senior sister might view their relationship as mere child's play. Yet the thought of this becoming a reality stirred a discomfort within him. That moment, senior sister abruptly entered his line of sight, squatting before him with a serious expression. "Junior brother, my cultivation was a deception, my identity was a deception, but there are some things I have never deceived you about, and I remain steadfast, always steadfast." From the fervent gaze of senior sister, Ruobai quickly inferred what she meant by steadfast, and he awkwardly turned his head aside. Why Yunshi continued to inquire, "Junior brother, do you blame me?" Ruobai hastily shook his head. Of course not. Why Yunshi rose to her feet, leaning slightly forward, her hands grasping Su Ruobai's right hand, speaking earnestly. Senior sister knows I was in the wrong. The texts say that one must face consequences for their mistakes, a truth even a child understands. Senior sister, that I truly do not blame you. Yet Yunshi persisted. Junior brother, please punish me. Any punishment will suffice. Su Ruobai was about to refuse when he noticed the subtle descent of her neckline, revealing a glimpse of Snow White. He swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, he was nonetheless struck by the impact of senior sister's allure. A lyric flashed through his mind. Look at this bowl. Both large and round. With a somewhat dazed expression, he stammered. No, it's really unnecessary, senior sister. I genuinely do not harbor any blame. Why Yunshi expressed with regret. Really unnecessary? Any punishment will do. Su Ruobai began to doubt whether the punishment she spoke of was indeed a serious one. It felt as if she were enticing him towards wrongdoing. He cleared his throat a couple of times and suggested, Senior sister, why not take a seat first? It's not quite appropriate to discuss things in this manner. Yunshi responded with an "oh," and sat back down beside Su Ruobai. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who could withstand such a trial? He then said, Senior sister, I truly do not blame you. On the contrary, I am immensely grateful. I have always felt that I possess nothing worthy of you. So being able to continue like this is already a great satisfaction for me. However, Yunshi abruptly interrupted him. Do not. Upon hearing those two words, Su Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at her. That I do not want to continue like this. I desire not only kisses and embraces, but also to engage in even more audacious acts. Junior brother, mere satisfaction will not suffice. Su Ruobai's eyes widened in shock. More audacious acts. Why did he suddenly feel a bit dizzy? Senior sister, please, do not tease me any further. Why Yunshi continued. Junior brother, did you not say that upon your return we would become partners in the Tao? Did I say that? Su Ruobai's mind took a moment to process that it seemed he had indeed made such a statement, but hadn't he said it under the assumption that he would be away from the sect for a long time? Who would have thought he would leave for merely half an hour and then return? Senior sister, listen, this a bit too hasty. However, if we do not become partners in the Tao, then junior brother, how can I agree to engage in even more audacious acts with you? Moreover, junior brother, you did say that promises must be kept. Su Ruobai's expression stiffened, having been teased by senior sister. His face was already flushed. How did she manage to say such things without even blushing? Although he understood that he could not yet stand before her as an equal, at this moment, emotion triumphed over reason. But he was not a saint. How could he remain unaffected? Especially when the one speaking was the senior sister he admired. And Su Ruobai slightly lowered his head, unable to meet Yunshi's gaze. A smile graced her face. You agree? That Su Ruobai felt that at this moment, all he could do was respond with an unable to articulate anything else. Why Yunshi gently lifted his chin. Then, junior brother, should I change how I address you? Husband, darling, baby, thump, 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 thump. This was not the sound of a knock at the door, but rather the sound of his heart racing. Su Ruobai felt as though his heart was about to leap from his chest. Gazing at senior sister before him, he experienced a surreal sensation that it was over. He was utterly captivated. Senior sister was simply too skilled. As senior sister, perhaps that you should still call me junior brother. Su Ruobai felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. The terms husband, darling, and baby left his mind in a state of blankness. All right, junior brother, so may we engage in some audacious acts today? But could we? In the next moment, Yunshi cupped his face, and in a flash, her lips met his, skillfully nibbling at his lower lip, leaving him no chance to refuse. However, soon Yunshi furrowed her brows, slightly pulling away, her expression reflecting displeasure as she remarked, the taste of a junior sister, unacceptable. Tonight, junior brother's lips can only bear my flavor. With that, she kissed him again, tenderly sucking on his lips as if to erase any lingering taste. Yi Lingyue, am I not also a part of your play? Someone in the shadows clenched the sword in their hand, restraining themselves from rushing out to strike them down, muttering indignantly, damn seductress. After a prolonged moment, the two finally parted. Not only Su Ruobai, but even Yunshi's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. This was the first time Su Ruobai had seen senior sister in such a state. Her face flushed, making him want to take a bite. Su Ruobai weakly remarked, Senior sister, this place, perhaps not quite appropriate. Seeing his demeanor, Yu Yunshi let out a soft laugh, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Junior brother. Do you think I wish to engage in something audacious? Upon hearing this, Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. The next second, Yu Yunshi leaned closer to his ear, whispering in a very soft voice. Of course. Something risky. Oh no. He was once again being teased like Xiao Chunan. However, senior sister understood that junior brother must be waiting for the day he could stand before her with dignity. Although senior sister indeed wished to partake in some audacious acts. She, after all, was senior sister, and naturally, she would support him. She would wait for that day. Tsurai stared blankly at Yu Yunshi, his eyes gradually brimming with unshed tears. Senior sister, thank you. He could feel the fervor in her gaze. A desire to consume him entirely. Yet she refrained from doing so. Still considering his feelings, Ruobai clenched his fists tighter, silently vowing to hasten the arrival of that day. P.S. The sword sect is definitely on the agenda. But it will require a few transitional chapters. Any suggestions can be discussed with Cha-Cha. As for the notion of 50 chapters a day, that is entirely unnecessary. Chapter 76. Minus your weapon. The next day, Ruobai awoke. Sitting up in bed, reflecting on how long it had been since he enjoyed such a comfortable sleep. Previously, he had been on edge, worrying that one of his senior brothers, or even his master, might put an end to him. Now, aside from the added presence of a rebellious disciple, it seemed there was little left to worry about. The room was constructed by senior sister the night before. He had to admit that reading truly is beneficial. At least he lacked the knowledge to perform the minor spells necessary for building a house. Recalling the events of yesterday, Ruobai felt as though he had experienced something dreamlike, rather than merely yesterday. The past 2 months had been quite surreal. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Several senior brothers were gone, yet Tianling Peak remained unchanged. Stretching lazily, he got out of bed, noting the light outside. It must not be too late. Ruobai concentrated, bringing up the system panel. Name. Ruobai, unremarkable, realm, early golden core, 360,000. Task points, 120 task. None. Huh. The task is complete. Well, of course. With his master having reached the transformation stage, there was no need for him to cook for her anymore. Initially, there had only been 20 points left. This additional 100 points were likely a reward for completing the task. As was typical for the system, staring at his 20,000 experience points, Ruobai fell into contemplation. Should he add to his experience bar or try his luck at a draw? The results from previous draws had been rather promising, particularly the acquisition of the mind erosion ability. Without it enhancing his resilience, he would never have conceived such a perfect plan. Draw it must be done. Even the white prize pool could yield divine skills. Right? Ruobai invested his 100 task points into the draw. Soon, the wheel began to spin. Dilly-dulu, dilly-dulu. After spinning for a full minute, the wheel gradually slowed down, shifting from white to gold to blue and back again. Gazing at the blue light emanating from the wheel, Ruobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Did I really win something? Weapon minus. Gain control of weapon through physical touch for 3 minutes. Just from the name alone, one could tell it was a divine skill, albeit a weakened version. In the original text, there was no limitation to just 3 minutes. Indeed, if it could truly be seized entirely, it would undoubtedly belong to the golden prize pool. On another note, why would a strengthened version of mind erosion appear in the white prize pool? Ultimately, it stemmed from the fact that the prisoner's abilities were too feeble. Strengthen the prisoner's abilities. However, the real question lies in why this skill necessitates physical contact. Must one extend their hand to snatch it away while being attacked? Wouldn't that lead to one's demise? The specific usage remains unclear. Perhaps it may prove useful in the future. After the prizes were drawn, Ruobai estimated that it was probably nearing noon. She decided to check the sutra repository to see if her senior sister was around. As she opened the door, she caught sight of a figure standing outside, prompting her to hurriedly shut the door once more. A hallucination. No, it seemed not to be an illusion. After a considerable pause, Ruobai finally reopened the door. With a few awkward chuckles, she stammered, "Mastered, what brings you here?" Night Lingua awkwardly extended the item in her hand. Ruobai focused her gaze, and to her surprise, it was a food box. She felt quite puzzled. Why had her master brought a food box? Had she left it behind earlier? Night Lingua, with a somewhat unnatural expression, said, "This morning, I was hungry and tried making some food. I accidentally made too much, and I didn't want to waste it. Besides me, you're the only one on the mountain, So hungry accidentally only you. These words struck Su Ruobai as rather absurd. Can one truly be hungry in the spirit transformation stage? Su Ruobai wasn't foolish. She could easily see that her master simply wanted to cook for herself, but, due to her tsundere nature, expressed it in such a way that it seemed her master's essence truly remained that of its tsundere. Seeing Su Ruobai remain silent for a while, Knight Lingyue, a bit disgruntled, withdrew her hand. If you don't want to eat, then forget it, Su Ruobai sighed. She had inquired about her master with her senior sister the previous night. Yet her sister appeared utterly indifferent. The fact that her master could replace her identity during their earlier trip to Liyun City indicated not only indifference, but perhaps even a hint of support. Since it was the master's intention, Su Ruobai naturally could not refuse. Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue extended the food box once more, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Su Ruobai opened the box to find scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A rather simple dish. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted it in front of her, finding it surprisingly delicious. Knight Lingyue inquired, "How is it?" Quite tasty. Then shall I make you dinner tonight? Just moments ago. She claimed to have made too much, and now she was no longer pretending. Su Ruobai looked at her master, who seemed earnest, and could only helplessly say, "Master, I am already in the golden course stage. I don't need to eat. Is that so?" Knight Lingyue pressed her lips together and then said, "Yesterday I was impulsive. Will you hold it against me?" Before Knight Lingyue could finish, Su Ruobai hurriedly interjected, "It's fine. It's fine, master. I understand. I absolutely harbor no grievances against you." Su Ruobai feared her master might utter something about making mistakes deserving punishment. The previous night, when her senior sister left, Su Ruobai had realized that it was entirely her sister's trap. Yet she didn't particularly dislike it. Knight Lingyue replied with a soft her tone growing a touch somber. "I am not a good master. I know that, due to past events, you must harbor some resentment toward me. The fact that you still call me master brings me great joy. Thus, Ruobai, I will strive to fulfill my duties as your master from now on. Will you trust me?" Hearing this, Su Ruobai sighed in relief. It seemed her master had come to terms with things, and the prospect of their relationship evolving toward a more normal master-disciple dynamic was quite pleasing. Nodding, she replied, "Master, I believe in you. Well then, since I happen to be a natural charm body, it would greatly benefit your cultivation. How about I assist you in your training?" Wait, Su Ruobai nearly choked. How could the tone of the conversation shift so abruptly? While it was indeed her master's duty, it didn't necessitate such an approach. After holding back for so long, she intended to unleash her ultimate move. "Master, that isn't really necessary. As your master, it is my duty to help you cultivate." As she spoke, Knight Lingyue took 2 steps forward, causing Su Ruobai to retreat. Almost tripping over the threshold, Su Ruobai then realized that her master was not moving toward a more conventional master-disciple relationship. She was entirely persistent in her desires. Chapter 77. A master indifferent to oil and salt. Master, the food will get cold. Shall I eat first? Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue halted, glancing at the food box in Su Ruobai's hands. Su Ruobai breathed a sigh of relief, then suggested, "Master, come in and sit." Inviting her master into the room was not Su Ruobai's intention to lead a wolf into the fold, but rather, there were matters that needed to be clarified. The two then entered the room. Su Ruobai began, "Master, a graceful lady attracts the attention of a gentleman. Someone like you is even more so. To be honest, I don't hold much of a master-disciple sentiment toward you. Rather, it is more about the grace you have shown me. Calling you master feels more akin to calling you a benefactor." This was something Knight Lingyue could not deny, for she had never fulfilled her responsibilities as a master. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that she found it difficult to develop feelings of a mentor towards Su Ruobai. After all, their relationship was fundamentally not that of master and disciple. This was why she gradually grew fond of Su Ruobai, rather than developing a typical master-disciple bond. The debt of gratitude for saving one's life is something I know can never be repaid. For it is a life bestowed upon me by you, master. Whatever I do pales in comparison to this debt. I would do anything you ask, but that does not equate to affection, merely a simple act of gratitude. Given this, would you still be willing? Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue fell silent. What she desired was not gratitude. She longed for Su Ruobai's affection. Su Ruobai continued, "To like someone is a matter beyond anyone's control. But to have that person reciprocate your feelings requires one's own effort. Master, You say you like me to I am uncertain whether this is genuine affection or some other emotional misunderstanding, and I am equally unsure if I harbor feelings for you. So this is a process, a journey for both individuals to understand each other's hearts. Do you understand, Master? I understand now. Knight Lingwei realized that liking someone necessitates pursuing them. This pursuit is a process through which both parties ascertain their feelings. The pursuer learns whether they truly like the other, while the pursued determines whether the pursuer genuinely harbors feelings for them, and whether they reciprocate. This seems a bit convoluted. Noticing the contemplative expression on Knight Lingwei's face, Ruobai realized his words had made an impact. He then picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. Knight Lingwei seemed to be lost in thought when she suddenly stood up. Then, I shall take my leave. Saying this, she exited Ruobai's room. Ruobai scratched his head, puzzled. Could she not truly give up after just a few words? He quickly finished the meal in the box, tidied up the room, and prepared to head to the sutra repository. As he thought about seeing his senior sister next, memories of the fleeting glance from the previous night flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush. Indeed, it wasn't just his face. The sutra repository. His senior sister was as usual, seated at the counter by the entrance, engrossed in a book. However, why was there an additional person in the space that originally belonged to him? Master, what are you doing here? Ruobai was taken aback. How had his master arrived here? Moreover, she was also holding a book. Knight Lingwei unabashedly lifted the book in her hands. 100 Ways to Capture a Man's Heart. Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, she was truly impervious to reason. He had initially thought that her departure signified clarity, yet it appeared she had come to learn how to pursue him instead. However, seeing his senior sister and master together, they did resemble a pair of beautiful sisters. Just to clarify, Ruobai harbored no strange thoughts whatsoever. On another note, while his senior sister was indeed the master's senior, he too called her sister, creating a rather tangled hierarchy. Yu Yunxi pointed to the space between her and Knight Lingwei. Junior brother, would you like to sit here? The counter was not large enough to accommodate 3. Imagining the scene of them all squeezed together was rather uncomfortable. Ruobai quickly waved his hand in refusal, stating, I'll go inside to organize the scriptures, and want to sit here. Saying this, he turned away and made his way deeper into the sutra repository. When Ruobai entered the room, Yi Lingwei hesitantly spoke. Senior sister, thank you for last night. Yu Yunxi acknowledged with a sound. Already aware of the gratitude she was expressing. Senior sister, how come you possess a Buddhist relic? Its grade must be quite high, right? Indeed, during the earlier cleansing of the sect, the resonant sound of the Buddhist bell had emanated from the precious artifact in Yu Yunxi's hand. It was an accidental acquisition, known as the immovable king bell. Upon hearing this name, Yi Lingwei's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. The immovable king bell? It can't possibly belong to the immovable king Buddha. Perhaps it does. Yu Yunxi replied. It's no wonder that just the sound of the bell could severely injure the demonized Zhang Yunxi. Buddhist relics inherently restrain evil forces, and this one is even more potent. A trace of concern crossed Yi Lingwei's face. Such a Buddhist treasure. Senior sister, will it be safe in your possession? Yu Yunxi sighed with resignation. I am uncertain. Who could have foreseen that your senior apprentice would succumb to demonic influence? Moreover, that level of demonization is not something easily achieved. In the northern region, Taoism flourishes. In the eastern region, Buddhism thrives. If it were merely an ordinary Buddhist artifact, the opponent would surely not sense it. But this is the immovable king bell, a treasured relic. The Buddhist sect would never allow such a treasure to fall into the wrong hands. Yu Yunxi stated calmly. If they come seeking it, we shall simply return the bell. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei's eyes still held a measure of worry. The current Buddhist sect is not what it once was. The world has changed, and so has Buddhism. Given the short-sightedness of those monks, should they discover this, it may not be as simple as returning it. Yu Yunxi, fully aware of Yi Lingwei's thoughts, spoke, rather than fretting over these unfounded concerns. Junior sister, you would do better to consider how to pursue junior brother. With this subject brought up, Yi Lingwei found herself in a state of distress. Initially, she had intended to seek guidance from Yu Yunxi on how to captivate Ruobai. Yet her senior sister merely suggested she read books, claiming that they contained all the knowledge necessary. Wasn't that just an obvious ploy to fool a fool? Yi Lingwei was convinced that her senior sister was simply afraid she might snatch Ruobai away, thus being reluctant to share her secrets. Such a miserly senior sister. Chapter 78. To seek benefit, one must consider harm. In the scripture pavilion, Ruobai had found a corner to engross himself in a book. Although he no longer needed to rely on explosive pills to seek out any fabled herbs, he was determined not to abandon this lucrative path. Merging poison pills with his explosive pills was undoubtedly a highly viable approach. However, the challenge lay in his inability to find higher-grade poison pills. Although the low-grade poison pills could indeed imbue his thunderballs with toxic properties, the original 9th-grade pills could only deliver explosive power equivalent to that of a foundational cultivator. While the 9th-grade poison pills themselves could merely poison chi refining cultivators, yielding little effect against foundational cultivators, if the explosion itself could kill, what need was there for the toxic attribute? Wasn't that adding unnecessary embellishment? This was the source of Ruobai's headache. Just then, a pair of long legs entered his line of sight. Ah, such beautiful legs. Junior brother Ruobai looked up to see the figure before him. Senior sister, what is it? Yu Yunshi beckoned him. Come with me for a moment. Ruobai set his book aside and followed Yu Yunshi back to the counter. He had thought that their master had left. But unexpectedly, she was still present. Junior brother, I plan to take on disciples on behalf of our master. Do you have any thoughts on this? Taking on disciples on behalf of their master? Ruobai was taken aback. Then turned his gaze toward Yi Lingyue, who was still seated at the counter. Yi Lingyue cleared her throat twice. I have no objections. You need not look at me. Yi Lingyue was quite supportive of this idea. As for the implications of being a master-disciple pair, it would reflect poorly if it became known. If it were merely a junior brother, that would be a different matter, especially since no one in the sect knew that Ruobai was her disciple. Hearing Yi Lingyue say this, Ruobai felt even less inclined to voice any objections. So is there a process we need to follow? Yu Yunshi gently shook her head. No, just knowing about this is sufficient. Ruobai acknowledged, realizing that their sect was rather informal. It seemed that even their senior sister, the esteemed Qin Yanzun, was not widely recognized for her true identity, merely known as the senior sister of Qin Yanpeak. Yu Yunshi continued, I actually have another matter to discuss with you. Seeing the solemn expression on her face, Ruobai felt a twinge of confusion. What is it? Your thunderballs that apparently played a significant role at the demon suppression Great Wall. Upon hearing this, Ruobai exclaimed, the demon suppression Great Wall? I have never been there. It was Li Hao. You sold him your thunderballs, did you not? He went to the demon suppression Great Wall recently. Ruobai then understood why Li Hao had so readily sought to purchase his thunderballs. It was all for the preparation for the demon suppression Great Wall. So, what does that have to do with me? Yu Yunshi nodded. It is related, and quite significantly so. After a pause, she continued, the leader of the demon suppression Great Wall, Li Yun, has already sent someone to seek your collaboration. Hearing this, Ruobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't that a good thing? In my previous life, I would have been akin to a state-sanctioned arms supplier, and a legal one at that, an opportunity for immense profit that I always knew my thunderballs would eventually gain recognition. But I did not expect it to happen so soon. Yu Yunshi shook her head again. Junior brother, one must not look at things superficially. To seek benefit, one must consider harm. You know how many people your thunderballs have offended? With her words, Ruobai suddenly realized, if my thunderballs are beneficial to the war at the demon suppression Great Wall, those demon races will surely see me as a thorn in their side. Precisely, and it is not just the demon suppression Great Wall. It also involves the Amulet Association. The Amulet Association? Ruobai found it hard to comprehend the connection. The Amulet Association collaborates with the demon suppression Great Wall, providing detonation talismans annually. Ruobai was not foolish and quickly grasped the underlying stakes. He had heard from Qin Ling and others that the price of detonation talismans was significantly higher than that of his thunderballs. The emergence of his thunderballs would undoubtedly cut off their source of income, akin to killing their parents. Ruobai's expression darkened. Junior brother, I trust you understand what I am implying. The Lingyu sect is weak. If anything were to happen, we might not be able to protect you. The Lingyu sect was merely a mystical grade sect, and in the northern region, mystical grade sects were countless, often unknown outside their own circles. In contrast, the demon races, the Amulet Association, and the demon suppression Great Wall, any one of these forces was exponentially stronger than the Lingyu sect. What should I do, senior sister? Ruobai had heard that the sword sect would soon be recruiting disciples. Being a major sect, gaining their protection would alleviate numerous concerns. In a way, this emphatic rejection did not come from Ruobai, but from Yi Lingyue, seated at the counter. She stood up, clearly displeased. Those two young ladies from the Medicine King City were from the sword sect, right? Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi narrowed her eyes slightly, fixing her gaze on Su Ruobai, her tone laced with a hint of danger. Two young ladies? Suai broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly explaining, "Senior sister. They are just two friends I know. There is nothing more." He then recounted in detail how he had come to know them. After listening, Yu Yunshi's expression returned to normal, as though the earlier aura of danger had never existed. She remarked lightly, "I see. If you can become a disciple of Master Hua Jian, you need not worry about the amulet association." Su Ruobai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having thought that his senior sister would be indifferent to such matters. Now it seemed that it was entirely because her master was her junior sister. Had it been anyone else, the consequences would have been dire. "Well, senior sister, perhaps I should forego joining the sword sect?" Yu Yunshi smiled benignly. "I am not a petty person. In this vast region, the sword sect is the most suitable choice. It's nearby, and you can return to the Lingyu sect to visit. Moreover, junior brother, you will certainly know how to handle this, won't you?" Su Ruobai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. He had indeed contemplated fleeing to the sword sect, as senior sister had pointed out. It was close enough that a round trip would take less than an hour. However, at the time, he had some elder brothers around, and fearing discovery due to proximity, he had considered going further away. Now, with those concerns alleviated, the sword sect was undoubtedly the best option. Then it's settled. Junior brother, in a few days, let us go to the sword sect's disciple recruitment ceremony and give it a try. Chapter 79. You aren't just pretending, are you? At this moment, in the sword sect, Master. When are you going to Lingyu sect? Hualulu looked displeased at the clingy Qin Ling, who was wrapped around her arm. How many times have you asked that question? Qin Ling playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Isn't this concerning my future junior brother? Naturally, I must inquire further." Hualulu extended her hand and playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "How many times must I remind you, little girl, when venturing into the world, one must be vigilant. I have already investigated. Tianling Peak is governed by the master of Lingyu sect, who has only 3 disciples under her command. Where could there possibly be someone named Su Ruobai?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ling gasped, "Is there really none?" Hualulu replied exasperatedly, "Indeed, there is none. You must have been deceived." Qin Ling, somewhat puzzled, questioned, "But are there really con artists who would even offer spiritual stones?" Truth be told, Hualulu found it rather perplexing as well. However, after numerous inquiries, the consistent response was that the esteemed Master Han Yu of Lingyu sect had only 3 disciples. Moreover, Lingyu Peak traditionally housed only the master and her disciples. There would be no room for others. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. In a few days, the sword sect will commence its grand recruitment ceremony. Perhaps we might find a satisfactory disciple there. Realizing she could not sway her master, Qin Ling decided to drop the topic. She wasn't particularly keen on having Su Ruobai as her junior brother. Rather, it was her little sister Sin who had been persistently urging her to inquire. And as an elder sister, she indulged her siblings' wishes. After departing from her master's residence, Qin Ling made her way directly to seek out Emo Sun. Before she could even speak, Emo Sun eagerly asked, "Sister, how did it go?" With a hint of resignation, Qin Ling replied, "My master said that there is simply no such person as your elder brother Su. So, having him as a junior brother is likely out of the question." Hearing this, Emo Sun's face fell. "How can that be?" Qin Ling gently patted her head, trying to comfort her. "Perhaps one day you might cross paths again. Then you can ask him directly." Emo Sun responded with a despondent feeling a twinge of regret for not having said a proper farewell before leaving Lingyu sect. Su Ruobai returned to Tianling Peak, intending to make some preparations for his journey to the sword sect. According to his sister's account, the 4 powers, Yuyao Great Wall, the Talisman Association, the Demon Clan, and Yaowang Valley, could all potentially be linked to him if he were to share the crafting method of the Thunderball with Yuyao Great Wall. They might offer him temporary protection, but such security would not last a lifetime. After all, once they possessed the method, his value would significantly diminish, and it was entirely possible they would turn against him. Furthermore, the method for crafting the Thunderball was not particularly complex. Anyone determined to learn could easily master it. Without the protection of Yuyao Great Wall, relying solely on his identity as a disciple of Lingyu sect would leave him ill-equipped to confront the impending crises. If he were to join the sword sect, he would also need to prove his talent. Although the sword sect was known for being somewhat protective of their own, who would risk offending one or several factions for a newly admitted ordinary disciple? Knock, Knock, knock. Not long after his return, there came a knock at the door. Su Ruobai surmised that the only person likely to visit him at this hour would be his master. Reluctantly, he approached and opened the door, finding none other than Yi Lingyue standing there. Master, no. Should I now refer to you as sister? He pondered whether it would be appropriate to continue calling her master. Just call me master when others are around, and sister when we're alone, Yi Lingyue replied. Su Ruobai, confused by this convoluted arrangement, wondered why it couldn't be simplified to his surprise. She added, calling me master feels more profound. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai nearly choked on his own words. What a peculiar notion that calling her master would evoke deeper feelings. Why not just admit that she wished to play the role of a mentor? All right, master. What brings you here? Yi Lingyue's voice took on a somber tone. If you go to the sword sect, the opportunities for us to meet will dwindle. By then Su Ruobai anticipated her next words and interjected, if love is to endure, does it truly matter if we are apart day and night? Master, you will still have your chances, he added with a hint of mischief. How about we cook the rice before it's fully cooked? After all, there are plenty of instances of love blossoming after marriage. Su Ruobai's expression froze. Master, where did you learn such things? Yi Lingyue candidly replied, I read it in a book. Very well. It seems you have indeed gained some knowledge, he mused, but your sister is still at Lingyu's sect. I can't simply abandon my post, can I? But did you return solely because of me? If your sister were not here, would you have come back? Her words struck a chord. Su Ruobai felt helpless. How had his master suddenly become so astute? Had her intelligence been dramatically enhanced after reading just a little, it seemed he could no longer deceive her. After all, she couldn't compete with his sister in stature or character. It was only natural that he would find her less appealing. As the conversation continued, Yi Lingyue's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Witnessing her distress, Su Ruobai felt a pang of discomfort. In that moment, he saw a reflection of his own insecurities. Initially, when he interacted with his sister, he too felt inadequate, believing he fell short compared to others and was unworthy of her affection. Sighing, he said, Master, everyone possesses their unique qualities. You are not inferior to my sister. Have you forgotten? You are a natural charmer, and your allure surpasses that of my sister. With reddened eyes, Yi Lingyue gazed at Su Ruobai. Then why don't you like me? I never said I didn't like you. It's just that I haven't developed feelings to that extent yet. The idea of rushing into things is, for now, premature. What about a hug? She inquired. Before he could respond, she had already wrapped her arms around him. Su Ruobai looked at the charming figure in his embrace, feeling somewhat exasperated. Wasn't his master supposed to maintain an aloof demeanor? Why did she seem like a completely different person now? Master, are you merely pretending? At that moment, Yi Lingyue, who had been smiling softly in his arms, suddenly froze. She quickly reverted to a tearful expression, gazing up at Su Ruobai. You're not trusting me, is understandable. Perhaps I haven't earned your trust. With that, she attempted to pull away from his embrace. Chapter 80. A retreat to advance. Observing her tear-streaked face, Su Ruobai's doubts dissipated entirely. He understood all too well the feeling of being disbelieved, especially when someone was in distress. Unfortunately, he was the type of person who instinctively empathized with others. Extending his arms, he wrapped them around Yi Lingyue's waist. It is my fault, master. Please don't be upset. Yi Lingyue slightly pursed her lips, responding with a soft and leaned back into his chest. From Su Ruobai's perspective, Yi Lingyue's smile returned, and she mused to herself that her sister had not deceived her. The wisdom gleaned from books truly held merit. After a while, Su Ruobai finally spoke again. Master, are you feeling better? Yi Lingyue loosened her hold and stepped back. Her nose slightly reddened, giving her the appearance of someone who had been wronged. Ruobai, thank you. This evening, may I cook for you, just as a token of my gratitude? She looked at him with hopeful eyes. At such a moment, Su Ruobai found it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Yi Lingyue turned to leave. Su Ruobai had initially contemplated how to persuade her to return, but unexpectedly, she took the initiative to depart, suggesting she might have genuinely been hurt by his words. With a resigned sigh, Su Ruobai resolved to properly apologize when she returned later that evening. Little did he know that if Yi Lingyue were aware of his thoughts, she would surely burst into laughter. Ding, a new task has been issued. Please check the details. Finally, a new task had arrived. There had been no income from tasks for several days, and he couldn't even draw rewards. Su Ruobai summoned the system panel. Name: Su Ruobai, unremarkable. Realm: early golden core, 420,000. Task points, 20 task. Absorb sword intent, 03. Sword intent? It is said that only those who have reached a certain comprehension of the sword path as sword cultivators can possess such a thing. Each individual's journey and comprehension are unique. Thus their sword intent varies. It may prove somewhat challenging to find sword cultivators who have grasped sword intent in ordinary places, but the sword sect is different. It is the birthplace of the sword path. It was clear now that he had no choice but to go to the sword sect. However, could sword intent be absorbed at will? The book seemed to indicate that if the sword intent did not resonate with one's own, some particularly aggressive forms of sword intent could even tear one's body apart. He couldn't help but wonder if his sword heart could withstand such a situation. As night fell, knock, 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 Ruobai. Dinner is ready. Come in. As he uttered those words, Ruobai felt a momentary daze. Not long ago, such exchanges had been quite common, albeit with the roles reversed. Lingwei entered the room, offering him the food box she held. Ruobai took the food box and then moved a stool to gesture for her to sit down. Master, have you eaten? Lingwei shook her head. How about this, master? I will go and cook you some noodles. Although Ruobai understood that his master, being at the transformation stage, could not possibly be hungry, it felt rather awkward to eat in front of someone who hadn't eaten yet. Lingwei did not refuse. All right. Ruobai left the room and headed to the kitchen next door. Cooking noodles was quite simple. A bowl could be ready in 5 minutes. He returned to his room with a steaming bowl of noodles. Master? Ruobai looked at Lingwei, whose gaze seemed to waver, feeling a bit puzzled. He had only been gone for 5 minutes. Had she done something in his absence? The noodles are ready, master. Please eat. Lingwei responded with a soft hum, accepting the bowl he offered. Ruobai continued. This afternoon. It was my fault. I know I should not have doubted you, master. So. I am here to apologize. Hearing this, Lingwei felt even more unsettled. What a wonderful disciple she had, yet she felt she was a poor master. May I hug you again? Ruobai's expression stiffened. Could it be that his master had become addicted to hugs? Well. Just ahug. Lingwei stood up and tentatively approached Ruobai. She shows no intention of resisting. Excellent. The books say that boundaries are tested step by step, first allowing her to accept a hug, then a kiss, and eventually something more intimate, progressing gradually. Ruobai blushed slightly and replied, What is it? Lingwei's cheek rested against his chest as she said, Do you think I, as your master, am quite unrestrained? Where has my former aloofness gone? Lingwei murmured. I don't wish to be this way. But I cannot help it. I cannot help but want to talk to you. To draw closer to you. I fear that if I do not come to speak with you, you might think my feelings for you are of a different nature. I am sorry. This was indeed her heartfelt confession. The principles were in the books, but living them out was a different matter altogether. Such nuances could not simply be learned from reading. Ruobai could naturally discern the truth in her words. After years on the mountain, how could he not understand his master's disposition? Perhaps it was as she said, out of affection, she sought to change herself, to become the person he would cherish. Ruobai let out a sigh of relief. He mused that as long as one was not a villain of great malevolence, they would likely pass this assessment. Should he fail, it would be an utter disgrace. The next challenge was the sword testing stone. It was quite simple. One was to strike a special stone with a sword, and the deeper the cut, the greater the talent. Only an inch, so slender and short, that simply wouldn't suffice. 3 inches was the minimum requirement. Onward to the next. Ruobai approached. Name. Ruobai. Age. 22. Cultivation level. Early golden core. Previous sect. Lingyu sect. Why come to the sword sect? Ruobai's expression turned somewhat peculiar when he observed others testing their swords moments ago. They were not subjected to such scrutiny, and some weren't even questioned at all, merely allowed to strike. Why was he being examined as if they were probing into his background? Surely, all sword cultivators aspired to study at the sword sect. Right? The attendant nodded slightly before saying, Go ahead and strike. Ruobai gave it little thought, grasping the sword he had just purchased, the guaranteed pass sword, and swung it at the stone. Crack. There was not a single mark left on the sword testing stone. Rather, the sword in his hand shattered instead. It was not that an ordinary sword could not leave a mark on it. Previous testers had used mundane iron swords and still passed. Clearly, the sword was simply of such poor quality that it shattered upon impact. Ruobai had suspected that the disciple selling swords was unscrupulous, but never did he imagine they would be so unscrupulous as to sell him a sword unworthy of even a mid-grade spirit stone. The attendant responsible for the assessment was equally taken aback. The plethora of questions asked earlier was merely due to the sect master's discreet communication. He had assumed Su Ruobai was a favored candidate, only to discover that he could not even leave a mark. Nonetheless, it was indeed strange. Why were so many swords shattering during today's tests? Generally speaking, if one had absolutely no talent in the sword arts, their sword would break upon striking. A person of normal aptitude would possess at least some sword talent, which is why swordsmanship had become the mainstream path. How peculiar, how peculiar. The attendant transmitted a thought. Sect Master, what should we do now? Proceed with the standard protocol. Just as the attendant was about to speak to Su Ruobai interjected, May I exchange my sword for another attempt? The attendant furrowed his brow, primarily because the sect master had instructed to follow the standard procedure, which typically allowed for no second chances. Didn't you bring just one sword? To be precise, Su Ruobai had not brought a sword at all. That previous object hardly qualified as one. Without hesitation, Su Ruobai concentrated, his spiritual energy coalescing, and suddenly 3 swords formed from pure spiritual energy floated beside him, merging into one, which Su Ruobai grasped in his hand. This should count as a sword, right? In the shadows, Hualilu watched the sword held by the young man with wide eyes. It was truly a manifestation of sword unity combined with thunderous sword intent. And the relaxed expression on his face indicated that this was evidently not his limit. Wait, why is the arc of electricity this color? Isn't normal thunderous sword intent blue? This is purple. Purple cloud divine thunder? How could this be? What a joke. Hualilu never expected someone like Su Ruobai to exist, and moreover, her 2 disciples had not exaggerated, but rather understated his abilities at IT-22 in the Golden Core stage. Achieving sword unity and wielding purple cloud divine thunder, not to mention sword immortals. One could even claim he was the reincarnation of his sword ancestor. And she would believe it. Su Ruobai raised the spiritual sword in his hand and slashed at the massive stone before him. Crack! The stone split thunderously in 2, and that was not the end of it. The residual arcs of electricity ground the 2 halves to dust. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. The attendant was equally dumbfounded. Having been responsible for sword testing for many years, this was the first time he had witnessed the sword testing stone being completely obliterated. He had already intended to tell Su Ruobai that he need not undergo testing after seeing the spiritual sword coalesce in his hand. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, the young man had struck, leaving no opportunity to speak. Well, now the sword testing stone was gone. How would they proceed with further assessments? Su Ruobai turned to the attendant and calmly inquired. Does this mean I pass? As he spoke, Su Ruobai felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It was no wonder so many traversers enjoyed showing off. It was simply exhilarating, just moments prior, when his sword had shattered. The surrounding spectators had gasped, but now, all they could do was stare in disbelief, rendered speechless. The attendant surveyed the ground littered with dust and stammered, Yes, of course, you pass. This was not merely a matter of passing or failing. It was imperative to notify the sect master immediately. Almost forgot. The sect master seemed to be watching nearby. Hiss. Could this young man be the sect master's illegitimate disciple outside? Otherwise, why would there be such concern for him? Why had he instructed so many questions to be asked? The sword testing stone was made of a special material, below the god transformation stage. The depth of the cut was entirely related to one's sword talent. To cleave the sword testing stone in 2 could be said to be unprecedented, both before and after. Apart from this young man. In the shadows, Hualilu could no longer contain herself and appeared before them. Su Ruobai, I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Wasn't that the woman he had seen on the hard examination bridge just moments ago? Why had she suddenly appeared to take him as her disciple? Before arriving, Su Ruobai had already contemplated that he would seek to apprentice under a senior elder, if not the sect master. This woman did not appear to be a senior elder or the sect master. She seemed more like an attendant of the sword sect. Otherwise, why would she be in charge of the hard examination bell? Furthermore, given the surrounding silence, Su Ruobai could not envision her as the sect master. After all, if she were the sect master, how could there be no announcement? An attendant would certainly call out to a person of higher status, such as the sect master or elder. Yet, this attendant had said nothing, indicating that their statuses were likely quite similar. Attendant, young man, is it possible that I am so astonished by your actions that I am rendered speechless? I believe the esteemed one may have better and more suitable disciples awaiting you. Upon hearing this, Hualilu's face stiffened. How could she not discern that this was a polite rejection? She was the sect master, and yet, she had been turned down so easily. The onlookers were again astonished. The sect master had personally come to take on a disciple, yet someone had refused. Su Ruobai frowned. What was happening? Was there a possibility of coercing him into apprenticeship? Fortunately, Walilu did not harbor such intentions. She merely sighed. Do you know who I am? Sigh. Very well. Very well. May I take my leave? As the sect master, Walilu could not demean herself by begging someone to become her disciple, could she? Reiterating her status as sect master and still being rejected would only make her look foolish. She could only nod, her countenance tinged with a hint of disappointment that it had not been easy to find a promising disciple. Only to discover he did not wish to take her as a mentor. Walilu believed Su Ruobai must recognize her. It was no boast. She was the youngest sect master of the Sword Sect and had even made it onto the Northern Domain fairy ranking. It was unlikely there was anyone in the Northern Domain who did not know of Walilu. Yet, she could not fathom who this young man wished to apprentice under. Su Ruobai understood that declining someone was certainly not ideal. However, without sufficient backing, how could he face the potential dangers that might arise? Disciples who passed the sword test would gain entry into the Sword Sect. Those with exceptional talent would be sought after by elders, while those with lesser talent would merely await sect allocation. Su Ruobai was somewhat confident he could secure a patron of elder status. After all, Qiling had mentioned he possessed the demeanor of a sword immortal. He could not help but wonder if she had exaggerated, yet judging by the fervent gaze of that female attendant, his sword talent must indeed be considerable. Walilu spoke. Come, follow me to the sword pavilion. She did not forget to inform the attendant there will be arrangements made for the next sword testing shortly. With that, she led Su Ruobai away from the scene. Su Ruobai silently mused that, indeed, she was an attendant. If her status were higher, she would not be performing such guiding duties. Walilu, unaware of Su Ruobai's thoughts, was leading him due to the immense promise of his talent, which was pivotal for the future of the Sword Sect. Sword Pavilion. Wait here, the elders will arrive shortly. Thank you, esteemed one. Ordinarily, Su Ruobai would consider it quite fortunate that the person who wished to take him as a disciple did not impose any conditions upon him. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a grand sect. Walilu responded with a brief acknowledgement and then vanished from sight. After a few minutes, several older-looking men appeared within the sword pavilion. You are the new disciple that Lilu mentioned? Lilu. Was that the name of the earlier female attendant? Su Ruobai noticed a hint of skepticism in the gazes of the elders and took the initiative to speak. Elders, would you like me to demonstrate? We have heard you possess sword unity. Let us see. Su Ruobai had no intention of concealing his abilities. After all, he was uncertain of his own level. In the next moment, 9 swords circled around him, each one a manifestation of T0.5. Cough accidentally triggered a keyword. The 9 swords represented the pinnacle of his spiritual energy, not his ultimate limit. Su Ruobai had previously discovered that as long as he willed it, he could coalesce as many swords as he desired. The issue lies in the fact that his spiritual energy cannot keep pace with the consumption required to maintain the form of the spirit sword. In the early stages of the Golden Core, he can wield a maximum of 9 swords. Witnessing this scene, the third elder couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable young man! To grasp the 10,000 sword technique to such an extent at such a tender age is truly commendable." Just this alone would make them eager to take him as a disciple, yet this is merely the beginning. As Su Ruobai concentrated, the 9 swords that circled around him converged into one. The more swords that gathered, the stronger the resulting sword became. The elders watched Su Ruobai's actions, their eyes widening in astonishment. Was it really that simple to merge swords? Their expressions mirrored those they had previously shown when listening to Walilu. When they first heard Walilu's words, they thought she was jesting. Even now, witnessing it firsthand, they still found it somewhat hard to believe. Chapter 83. I choose the sect master. Third elder. Senior brother. Am I seeing things? Shall I pinch you to see if it hurts? Eldest elder. Hiss. Are you really pinching? Shouldn't you pinch yourself? The third elder chuckled awkwardly, his gaze fervently fixed on Su Ruobai. You are Su Ruobai. Correct. I am the third elder of the Sword Sect. You see, before the third elder could finish, another elder interrupted him. Third senior brother, how many disciples do you have? You surely cannot manage them all. Let me handle this. Fifth elder. No, that won't do. If we're talking about the number of disciples, I have the most authority. In an instant, the elderly men were embroiled in a heated argument. Su Ruobai was taken aback. Weren't they here to accept disciples? Why did it seem as though they were about to come to blows? However, from their words, Su Ruobai understood that his talent in swordsmanship was indeed exceptional. Eldest elder cleared his throat. Enough of the bickering. What kind of behavior is this? As soon as the eldest elder spoke, silence fell over the sword pavilion. The next moment, he swiftly appeared before Su Ruobai. Grasping his hand, this startled Su Ruobai. While a mere hand-holding would have been acceptable, the eldest elder's gaze was growing increasingly intense, as though he wished to devour him. No, this kind of attention is unacceptable. Truly, a prodigy at the age of 22. After marveling, the eldest elder turned to Su Ruobai and asked, "Young friend Su, tell me, who would you like to take as your master? You may choose freely." Su Ruobai had not anticipated such a fortunate opportunity, but recognizing the elder's status, he tentatively inquired, Can I choose the sect master?" This, in the shadows. Hualilu had initially thought that since she had been rejected, it would be inappropriate for her to appear in the sword pavilion to participate in the disciple selection, lest she lose face. She had assumed Su Ruobai would choose one of the elders as his master. Yet he was now indicating he wished to select the sect master. Hualilu's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that his earlier rejection stemmed from him not knowing she was the sect master? However, that seemed unlikely. After all, he was acquainted with Qin Ling and Xiao Sun, who must have discussed the matter of accepting disciples with him. Otherwise, how could he have been sent to Lingyu's sect to seek her out? Unexpectedly, her ability to accept disciples was not due to her identity or strength, but rather because of her two disciples. At that moment, the third elder spoke up. "Ahem, young friend Su, to be honest, that girl is not suited to be your master." Su Ruobai asked, puzzled. "Why is that? Her talent is indeed remarkable, but when it comes to teaching, I cannot commend her." Upon hearing this, Hualilu, hidden in the shadows, could no longer remain silent. She flashed into the sword pavilion, glaring at the third elder. "Third uncle, what do you mean by that? After all, it is somewhat awkward to speak ill of someone. But if she could take this young man as a disciple, he might very well become the master of a sword immortal in the future. What a title that would be! Who wouldn't be envious?" The third elder spoke earnestly. "Lilu, I am merely speaking the truth. Look at your two disciples, especially that Qin Ling. She causes me endless trouble, and you hardly keep her in check." Hualilu felt a bit embarrassed. But as it concerned her own disciple, she could only retort, "She is still young. It is normal for her to be playful." Su Ruobai had not realized that the seemingly unassuming female steward was, in fact, the sect master. The thought of having previously rejected her only to now seek her as a master brought a hint of awkwardness to his face. Su Ruobai then stated, "Thank you for your kindness, honored elders, but I still choose the sect master." He hadn't come seeking a master based on teaching prowess. He merely needed a suitable background. Moreover, given that she could raise a disciple like Qin Ling, it seemed she would not be overly strict, allowing him to slip back to Lingyu's sect with ease. As for the elders, they appeared to be the type who would prolong classes. Upon hearing Su Ruobai's decision, the elders could only feel a sense of quiet regret. Hualilu cast a smug glance at the third elder. "Third uncle, do you have anything to say now?" The third elder snorted and then turned to leave. Following this, Hualilu focused her attention on Surai. Surai understood what needed to be done. "Master, I humbly bow to you." Hualilu nodded in satisfaction. "Rise, follow me." At the same time, she scrutinized Su Ruobai closely, musing. He appeared to be an honest child. As long as he wasn't as mischievous as Qin Ling, she could accept him. "Xianjin Peak," Hualilu said, "since you have entered the sword sect, you must abide by its rules. Here is the sword sect's code. Take a look. You will be tested on it tomorrow." Su Ruobai nodded. He understood that without rules, there could be no order. Hualilu pondered for a moment, contemplating what she, as a master, ought to teach him. However, in truth, she was unsure of how to instruct him. Just as the third elder remarked, she was not particularly suited to teaching, with Qin Ling and Mo Xiao Sun. She merely encouraged them to practice the sword techniques regularly, occasionally checking on their progress, and they would come to her with questions. This method evidently would not be effective for Su Ruobai. Given his innate talent, he likely would not require prompting to learn sword techniques. Perhaps it would be best to let him learn the 10,000 sword technique on his own. With his talent, he should be able to grasp it easily. Take this token. Should you wish to learn any sword techniques, you may visit the sword transmission hall. However, remember that mastery lies in depth, not in quantity. Su Ruobai accepted the jade slip and token that Hualilu handed him. "I understand, master. Regarding the cave dwellings, we at Xianjin Peak have relatively few residents, and most of the caves are unoccupied. You may choose any at your leisure. Take some time to explore today and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Come to my dwelling tomorrow." Having said this, Hualilu indicated the direction of her residence, then departed. It was not that she did not wish to teach him now. Rather, she needed time to prepare and consider how best to instruct him. Otherwise, if a potential sword immortal were to be misled by her teachings, she would surely be mocked by the third uncle. Su Ruobai scratched his head, wondering why she left so abruptly. Would this master be like his previous one, providing him with resources only to leave him to his own devices? Su Ruobai glanced around the cave dwellings on Xinjian Peak. It was evident that the spiritual energy here was significantly denser than that on Tianling Peak. The caves were also equipped with spirit-gathering formations, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy even further. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to join the major sects. The cultivation resources were simply incomparable. Speaking of which, where were Qin Ling and Xiao Sun? They had been here for quite a while, yet he had not seen them. Su Ruobai pondered that perhaps he should inquire about where to find sword intent within the sword sect. He had been unable to complete the task for several days, and the potential losses were not merely task points. There was also the risk of missing out on becoming an adept of the Nine Doors. Chapter 84. Absorbing Sword Intent. Tianjian Peak. After some inquiries, Su Ruobai indeed discovered such a place. The sword sect has a rule that anyone who cultivates sword intent must leave their sword intent at the sword cliff for later disciples to observe. This was precisely the location of his task. However, not every disciple could access the sword cliff. If one lacked a profound understanding of swordsmanship, recklessly observing other sword intent could lead to injury. Nevertheless, with the token granted by the sect master, allowing him to learn sword techniques freely, it was unlikely anyone would hinder his observation of sword intent. Was it? Only one way to find out. Su Ruobai resolved to head directly to the sword cliff. As he passed by, he heard a familiar voice. The ancient divine sword, capable of severing the ages. Only 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The familiar voice and routine made Su Ruobai stop in his tracks. Glancing towards the direction of the sound. Wasn't this the unscrupulous merchant from the square outside the sword sect? How curious. He was indeed a disciple of the sword sect. Hadn't it been said that disciples of the sword sect were single-minded in their sword cultivation? Yet, the ones he encountered seemed rather complicated. Su Ruobai approached the unscrupulous merchant's stall. The ancient divine sword. Lin Gu thought someone was about to be swindled. Cough. Someone was coming to buy a sword, rubbing his hands together in excitement. What do you think? For just 10 mid-grade spirit stones, you can possess the power to sever the ages. Su Ruobai glared at him. Don't you recognize me? Lin Gu squinted at Su Ruobai for a long while, failing to recognize him. Nope, that made sense. After such a brief encounter, the merchant had likely long forgotten about him. You claim that this sword possesses the ability to sever the ages. Lin Gu's expression remained unfazed as he nodded. Then, pray tell, demonstrate how one might achieve such a feat. Su Ruobai discerned that the sword displayed on this vendor's makeshift stall was evidently identical to the sword of unfailing success he had previously acquired. Save for a few missing characters on the blade, Lin Gu merely shook his head and replied, "This sword can only unleash its full power in the hands of a true master. I lack such capability, young one, yet I perceive in you a remarkable innate talent, a potential sword immortal. It is only a matter of time before you can wield its complete prowess." Su Ruobai was taken aback by the audacity of this unscrupulous merchant, who seemed to have prepared an elaborate pretense. Do you take me for a fool? Return my spirit stones, and I shall let today's incident slide. The sale of counterfeit goods was one thing, but at least a legitimate counterfeit would still hold some utility. This young man's wares, however, were not only false but utterly worthless, an affront Su Ruobai could not overlook. Spirit stones, noticing the merchant's continued feigned ignorance, Su Ruobai pressed on. Outside the sword sect today, your sword of unfailing success. Lin Gu, with an incredulous expression, retorted, "You bought one? And if I did, how could I have entered the sword sect otherwise?" Clearly, Lin Gu did not believe his words. Moreover, even if you truly did purchase it and entered the sword sect, you would merely be a novice. What status or standing do you possess to demand the return of my spirit stones? You ought to weigh your own worth. How brazen to sell counterfeit goods, Su Ruobai thought, realizing that Lin Gu's arrogance suggested he was a habitual offender. However, this realization left Su Ruobai in a quandary. It was evident that such audacity implied some backing. It would be unwise to stir trouble on his very first day in the sect, though he was a disciple of the sect's master. It was merely his first day of apprenticeship. Creating complications for his new master could yield unforeseen consequences. If the Talismans Association were to come knocking, he would need support, and thus, it was prudent to leave a favorable impression. This indecision weighed heavily upon him. Lin Gu, noticing Su Ruobai's hesitation, swelled with confidence, his demeanor growing even more arrogant. "Humph, young man, having just entered the sword sect, you ought to comprehend the concept of humility. Not everyone is to be trifled with." Su Ruobai was taken aback, incredulous that he was being lectured on humility. "Then enlighten me," he retorted. "I'm disinclined to explain. You are unworthy of the knowledge." With that, Lin Gu produced a talisman, tore it in half, and promptly vanished. Su Ruobai stood in stunned silence, baffled. Is he jesting? Why has he fled? It dawned on him that if Lin Gu possessed any genuine authority, he would not need to lure you in. It became clear that Lin Gu's previous bravado had merely been a ruse to intimidate him. After standing in place for a moment, Su Ruobai resolved to let it go, as he had no idea where Lin Gu had disappeared to. However, he mentally noted that should he encounter him again, he would ensure that Lin Gu faced the consequences of his deceit. Returning to Xianjian Peak, Hua Lilu had formulated a plan on how to instruct Su Ruobai. Given his prodigious talent and swordsmanship, she believed that there was little need for her to teach him extensively about sword techniques. She recalled that Qin Ling had mentioned Su Ruobai had only been exposed to the 10,000 swords technique for a little over a month. Had her several senior brothers known this, they might not have so readily entrusted this promising disciple to her, thus presenting her with an unexpected boon. This meant that the sword techniques could be self-taught. However, as Su Ruobai was still a novice, she decided to impart fundamental swordsmanship knowledge, starting with how to cultivate his own sword intent. Whereas Hua Lilu sensed that Su Ruobai was nowhere to be found on Xianjian Peak. How peculiar. Where could he have gone? At the sword cliff? Wow, so much sword intent. This is a windfall. The walls of the cliff were etched with numerous sword marks, each representing the sword intent left by its owner. Some were domineering, others gentle. Su Ruobai casually surveyed the scene, noting at least tens of thousands of sword intents present. If this task remained available, it could keep him occupied for several thousand days. With such a plethora of task points, reaching the divine transformation stage would be a mere formality indeed. Even the void refinement stage would not be out of reach, like the previous Kuan grass task. This task imposed no restrictions on the type of sword intent. Any sword intent would suffice. The system required the absorption of sword intent, and once absorbed, it would naturally vanish. The sword intents here were meant for future generations to observe. If the more powerful ones were absorbed, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, Su Ruobai resolved to follow his usual strategy, targeting the weaker, less intimidating sword intents. The method of absorption was straightforward. Merely touching the intent allowed for successful absorption. There were no adverse effects, and soon he had absorbed 3 sword intents. Watching the task points increase to 60, Su Ruobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The rewards for this task were substantial, 40 points. If he continued at this pace, he could accumulate 400 points in 10 days, in 2,050 days, which meant he could potentially break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in just 50 days. Su Ruobai, what brings you here? Hearing a voice from behind, Su Ruobai froze, then quickly turned around. Master. What is it? Is it forbidden for me to be here? Hua Lilu scrutinized Su Ruobai before asking, of course you can be here. But you haven't absorbed the sword intents here, have you? Su Ruobai, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, no. Why? Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu sighed in relief, realizing it was time for her to impart some wisdom. Sword intent belongs to others. Observing it is acceptable, but to absorb it would mean your future swordsmanship would be influenced by theirs, hindering your own path. To attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship, one must forge their own sword intent. Given your innate talent, you will surely cultivate your own in due time. Absorbing another's sword intent would undoubtedly sever your own path. Pausing, she eyed him with suspicion. You truly haven't absorbed any sword intents here, have you? Su Ruobai had not anticipated the severity of the consequences, but the task was imperative. He could not forego absorption. No. Hua Lilu found it odd that a strong sword intent seemed to be missing from the cliff's walls. I shall have someone investigate this later. Well then, since you are here, let me share how cultivators cultivate sword intent. As night fell, Su Ruobai found himself in a state of disarray. In the absence of his master, he had previously lamented the lack of instruction. Now, however, with his master teaching him, he felt somewhat out of sorts. After an afternoon of listening to Hua Lilu expound on sword intent, his mind was buzzing with information. Seated at the entrance of his cave dwelling, gazing at the moonlit sky, Su Ruobai found himself missing his senior sister. Yet, having only just arrived, it seemed inappropriate to sneak away. According to the sect's rules, new disciples were prohibited from leaving the sword sect for a year. This meant he would be unable to see his senior sister for an entire year, a daunting prospect. If his master were to learn of this, she would likely find it alarming as well. Su Ruobai, what are you doing here? From the shadows, he spotted a figure. Qin Ling. He had been puzzled as to why he had not seen Mo Xiaoxuan and Qin Ling all day. He felt it inappropriate to inquire with Hua Lilu, lest it seem as if he had come to the sect solely for her disciple, initially thinking it was a figment of her imagination. Qin Ling quickly approached, her eyes sparkling with surprise. What are you doing here? Su Ruobai replied. Did you not hear about the sword sect's disciple initiation ceremony today? Realization dawned on Qinling.so that sy. Su Ruobai continued. I haven't seen you and Xiaoxuan all day. What have you two been up to? At this, a slight blush crept onto Qinling's face. Ahem, we just went out for some fun. Is that so? Su Ruobai regarded her with suspicion. That if you just went out for fun, why do you look so flustered? Ahem. Qinling hurriedly changed the subject. That's so. You've become my master's disciple now. Su Ruobai nodded. Curiosity piqued. I remember you seemed quite fearful of her before. I thought she would be quite strict. Qinling chuckled awkwardly as unwelcome memories resurfaced. Since you are now my junior brother, there are some things you ought to know early on. What could you possibly say that seems so secretive? Go on. Whatever you do not let our master drink. If you ever see her drinking. Run, Su Ruobai, bewildered, asked. What's the matter? Is her tolerance for alcohol poor? Trust me, you won't regret listening to me. After all, you are my junior brother now. I wouldn't lead you astray. Su Ruobai still wished to inquire further when a voice echoed from a distance. Qinling, what brings you back? Were you not instructed to meditate in silence on the back mountain? Qinling's expression stiffened as she turned to face the newcomer. Master, she chuckled awkwardly. What brings you here? Meditating in silence? Su Ruobai suddenly grasped why Qinling had appeared so flustered moments ago. Apparently, she had found herself in trouble again and was sent to contemplate her actions in solitude. Yet felt too ashamed to admit it. Truly remarkable. Hajilling. Hualilu cast a sharp gaze at Qinling. You sneaked out again. Where is Xiaosun? I'm still on the back mountain. You are the one being punished. You should have let her accompany you in your penance, yet you run off without her? Qinling lowered her head, feeling guilty that I called for her. She said you would scold her. Hualilu's frustration was palpable. You knew she would be reprimanded, and yet you still ventured out. Qinling's eyes darted around before she hastily explained. Isn't it that I heard you mention wanting to find a disciple during the recruitment ceremony? As the senior sister, I am naturally concerned about who my junior brother will be. Hualilu scoffed. She was well aware that Qinling was merely making excuses. However, she chose not to dwell on it further, as she had intended to seek Qinling out anyway. Qinling, go fetch your junior sister. Today, we have a new junior brother, and it is only fitting that we welcome him properly. Relieved that her master was not pursuing the matter, Qinling exhaled. Indeed, with the addition of a junior brother, the scrutiny she faced would be considerably lessened. Yet why did the phrase welcome and cleanse sound so familiar? Oh, right? She had helped Xiaosun with her welcome when she first joined. Wait, Qinling's expression turned anxious. Master, you wouldn't be intending to drink, would you? Hualilu frowned. What is it? Is it not customary to drink a little when welcoming someone? I even asked the second elder for some of his finest reserve. Upon hearing this, Qinling glanced at Su Ruobai, silently urging him to intervene and dissuade their master. Su Ruobai was equally puzzled, yet seeing Qinling's demeanor, it did not seem like she was feigning concern. Could it be that their master truly could not handle alcohol? Clearing his throat, Su Ruobai finally spoke. Master, I actually do not enjoy drinking much. Is that so? Hualilu pondered for a moment, then replied. If you do not wish to drink, then by all means, do not. Qinling, I recall you quite enjoy it. Do accompany me. Qinling's face fell completely. She had indeed enjoyed drinking before, but since that incident with Xiaosun's welcome, she had developed a psychological aversion to it. Master, I don't really like to drink. Hualilu's displeasure was evident. Then I shall drink alone. Go fetch Xiaosun quickly, with despair written all over her face. Qinling glanced at Su Ruobai before saying, Master, I feel that my meditation in silence is not yet complete. Perhaps I should continue my penance today. Seeing the fire in Hualilu's eyes, Qinling quickly added, I was just joking, Master. I will go fetch Xiaosun now. Once Qinling departed, Hualilu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Your senior sister is just like that. No need to concern yourself with her. Su Ruobai nodded awkwardly. He was well aware of Qinling's penchant for trouble, as she was quite the spirited one. Still, he was curious about why Hualilu could not drink, if it was merely a matter of inebriation. It hardly seemed significant. Furthermore, as a powerful cultivator in the transformation realm, how could she possibly get drunk? Cultivators could refine alcohol directly. As long as one did not wish to intoxicate themselves, it seemed impossible. Su Ruobai couldn't help but ask, Master, have you ever drunk before? Of course I have. Why do you ask? She did not appear to be someone who would encounter problems from drinking. It was quite the mystery as to what had transpired to instill such fear in Qinling. It's nothing. Well then, Let us proceed if you do not wish to drink. I have prepared some immortal delicacies, which will also benefit your cultivation. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, master. Following this, Hualilu led him to her dwelling. Chapter 86. The Past of Sisterhood. Back Mountain. Oh no. Oh no. From afar, Imo Xiaosun, who was still in the bamboo cottage on the back mountain, heard her senior sister's frantic cries. Confused, she wondered why her senior sister had returned. Had she not sneaked out earlier? Imo Xiaosun stepped out to meet the rushing Qin Ling and asked, "Senior sister, what's the hurry? Did you get caught by master right after sneaking out?" Qin Ling shook her head, her face pale with horror. Master is in trouble?" Imo Xiaosun's face turned anxious. Wasn't master perfectly fine the day before yesterday? What has happened? Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Ling hurriedly clarified, "No, it's not that master is in trouble. It's that master wants to drink." Imo Xiaosun's expression darkened. "Senior sister, could you please finish your sentences in one go? What's wrong with drinking?" Qin Ling felt like crying. The last time they had welcomed Xiaosun, she had been utterly helpless as Xiaosun, lacking any cultivation, got drunk after just a sip of wine. That night, Qin Ling had borne the brunt of the consequences. "Forget it. You want to believe me anyway that you'll find out soon enough. Let us go back." Mo Xiaosun shook her head. "But master said she would meditate in silence for 3 days. The time isn't up yet. Senior sister, you should stay. Otherwise, if master finds out, you might be punished for even longer." Qin Ling sighed inwardly. How could her crafty senior sister have such an honest junior sister? "Who do you think called for you, master?" Mo Xiaosun was puzzled. "Why would master suddenly let you go?" "I thought getting caught would mean at least another 10 or 15 days of confinement for you." Qin Ling scoffed. "Do you think I'm so pitiful? My image in master's eyes is quite good." You know, upon hearing this, Mo Xiaosun's expression turned scornful. "Senior sister, that line might work on outsiders, but don't fool yourself that I see this." Qin Ling's face fell. She had long suspected that Mo Xiaosun possessed a sharp tongue, and now it was clear just how true that was. Let us go. Your master is waiting with a new junior brother. A new junior brother." Qin Ling could already envision Mo Xiaosun's expression upon meeting her elder brother Su Ruobai. Their master was preparing to welcome him. Tianling Peak. "Senior sister, do you think he has joined the sword sect now?" Yi Lingwei gazed at the full moon in the sky, feeling a sense of emptiness within. She had never considered that she would develop feelings for someone, believing that a partner would only serve as a hindrance on the path to enlightenment. In truth, ever since realizing her feelings, she had found it increasingly difficult to focus on her cultivation, her mind perpetually occupied with thoughts of him. That it was only then that she understood the saying that a partner could indeed become an impediment on the path to greatness. For cultivators, there truly existed something more significant than the pursuit of the DAO. Yu Yunshi, holding a book in her hands, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, with your junior brother's talent, it is more than sufficient for him to enter the sword sect." Yi Lingwei withdrew her gaze from the moon and turned to Yu Yunshi. "Senior sister, why are you so unconcerned? Aren't you worried that Su Ruobai might be taken by another woman?" Yu Yunshi flipped to the next page of her book and smiled calmly. "Junior sister, do you think there are many women in this world who possess more allure than you?" Taken aback by her senior sister's unexpected compliment, Yi Lingwei reflected on it. Perhaps it was true. Su Ruobai's composure was indeed exceptional. Even if she were to throw herself at him, he could refuse her advances. It would be no wonder if he were to turn down even the most alluring of offerings. Previously, she had considered him a bit too innocent, but now she felt that a touch of innocence was rather charming. At least it meant she wouldn't have to worry about him being swept away by someone else. Alas, she never imagined that the oath made in her youth would come to fruition, for both of them had genuinely fallen for the same man. Yu Yunshi also marveled at how coincidental this was. She recalled the times when their master was still present, and the two sisters would often relax beneath the Qingyan divine tree. During those moments, they would share everything, including discussions about their future partners. "Senior sister, do you remember saying that you wanted to find a great sword immortal as your partner? Perhaps Su Ruobai could indeed become a great sword immortal." Yu Yunshi chuckled. "Is that so? As for being a great sword immortal, it matters not. As long as it's him, that's all I desire." Hearing this, Yi Lingwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. "Senior sister, he isn't here. You needn't speak such sweet nothings." Yu Yunshi shook her head slightly. "I speak only the truth." "All right, senior sister, your eloquence is on another level. I cannot compare." Yu Yunshi continued. "I recall you once said that you would never like a man and only wish to marry me." Your senior sister, this teasing remark. Yi Lingwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Memories from their youth flooded back. Over 800 years ago, beneath the Qingyan divine tree, Yi Lingwei leaned against Yu Yunqi's shoulder, both of them appearing youthful and innocent, their fingers intertwined, revealing the depth of their bond. Junior sister, look, this book states that kissing provides a unique sensation. Shall we give it a try? Huh? Yi Lingwei lifted her gaze to glance at the nearby Yu Yunqi, hesitatingly replying, is that really appropriate? Oh, come on, it's just a trial. After all, one must kiss their future partner as well. It's wise to prepare in advance. The book calls it being prepared for any eventuality. Observing her elder sister's seemingly serious demeanor, Yi Lingwei blinked a few times. Well, all right then. Upon hearing her consent, Yu Yunqi grasped her hand and stood up. While Yi Lingwei was somewhat perplexed. Junior sister, lean against the tree. Yu Yunqi instructed. Huh, it's just a kiss. Why make it so complicated? Yu Yunqi revealed the book to Yi Lingwei, saying, look here, one hand should rest on her waist, the other on the wall, and only then do you initiate the kiss, gently biting the other's lower lip. And then Yi Lingwei felt her cheeks flush as she stammered. Elder sister, what kind of book are you reading? A romance novel. Oh, you know why our master, despite her age, has yet to find a partner? Yi Lingwei, intrigued, asked, why is that? It is because she has read too few of these books. The text states that a skilled person is a teacher. I certainly understand this matter better than our master, thus she ought to address me as master. At this, Yi Lingwei regarded her elder sister with newfound wisdom. Elder sister, if master were to hear this, she would surely be furious with you. Yu Yunqi chuckled lightly. Let us not worry about master for now. You just lean against the tree. Yi Lingwei acquiesced and obediently leaned back against the tree. Yu Yunqi wrapped one arm around her waist while the other supported her head. With a look of excitement, she said, Junior sister, I'm going to kiss you now. With that, Yu Yunqi leaned in and gently bit her lower lip. Chapter 87. Come play hide and seek with me before long. Yu Yunqi furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Parting her lips, she exclaimed, why does it feel like nothing at all? Is this book just a fabrication? Yi Lingwei was too flustered to respond. Suddenly, Yu Yunqi appeared to have an epiphany. It must be that one should only try this with their partner. No wonder there is no feeling at all. Yi Lingwei lowered her head slightly and weakly remarked, elder sister. Could you not seek a partner? Yu Yunqi tilted her head, looking at her suddenly peculiar junior sister. Why not? If you find a partner, what will I do? You can find a partner too. Yi Lingwei clung to Yu Yunqi's arm. No, I don't want to leave you, elder sister. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi pondered for a moment before a plan formed in her mind. What if we both seek the same partner? That way, we can be together for a lifetime. Yi Lingwei stared at her in bewilderment. Is that really possible? Of course. I wouldn't want to part with you. Junior sister, if I find a partner in the future, I'll bring him to the Qingyan tree, and when we register, I'll add your name as well, with the blessing of the Qingyan divine tree. The three of us will surely lead a joyful life together. Yi Lingwei envisioned that scene, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder sister. Then it's a promise. It's a promise. Returning to the present, reflecting on those embarrassing moments. Yi Lingwei felt her cheeks warm. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Thank you, elder sister. Yu Yunqi merely smiled, recalling a time when they two had sat together like this, ever since their master had passed away. Her junior sister had changed, becoming more composed, more distant, drifting further away from her. Thankfully, Su Ruobai had appeared. Outside the pavilion at Huali Luo's cave, you are acquainted with Qin Ling and Xiao Sun. Correct? Su Ruobai nodded. Previously, they had even recommended that I take you as a disciple, but I sent someone to inquire at Ling Yu sect and found no mention of you at Tianling Peak. Su Ruobai's lips twitched as he quickly grasped the situation. It was unlikely that any inquiries would yield results. When he had spoken to Imo Xiaosun earlier, he had suggested she come directly to the mountain. Master, I indeed reside at Tianling Peak. It is quite normal for no one to know, as I maintain a low profile. Huali Luo regarded him skeptically. This young man hardly seemed to embody low-profile behavior. During the sword trial, he had shattered the trial stone with a single strike. How could that be considered low-key? Our Xianjian Peak doesn't have many rules. Your talent speaks for itself. I can't teach you much, so focus on your cultivation. In the future, you will surely achieve great success. Just don't get involved with your elder sister's mischief. Su Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. Senior sister Qin is quite nice. She just has a playful side. Huali Luo sighed. If only your elder sister could be as sensible as you, I wouldn't need to worry so much. At that moment, distant voices drew near. Elder sister, why are you covering my eyes? It's so mysterious. Hee hee, you'll find out soon enough. Qin Ling led Mo Xiao Sun to the pavilion and then released her grip. All right, you can open your eyes now. Mo Xiao Sun was utterly confused. Why was her elder sister being so secretive? Upon opening her eyes and seeing who was seated in the pavilion, she was immediately stunned. Su.Sugo, Xiao Sun. No. Now I should call you Mo Shiji. Mo Xiao Sun rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Huh. For a moment, she struggled to process what she was seeing. Qin Ling nudged her with her elbow, cheerfully saying, "This is your new junior brother. Aren't you thrilled?" Mo Xiao Sun's face flushed slightly. I'm not. Yet, her gaze kept darting towards Su Ruobai. This little gesture did not escape Huali Luo's notice. She had suspected it before, and now it seemed that Xiao Sun indeed had feelings for Su Ruobai. Huali Luo then stated, "Please, have a seat. Since you all know each other, there is no need for introductions." After a brief pause, she continued, "Su Ruobai will henceforth be your junior brother. Please take care of him." Upon hearing this, Qin Ling patted her chest, the sound of her palm meeting her ribs echoing. Hey, author, what's with this description? Master, don't worry. With me around, no one will bully my junior brother. Huali Luo rolled her eyes, her greatest concern being this elder sis. However, in Su Ruobai's eyes, this smile appeared to carry a hint of peculiarity. Hee, come and play hide and seek with me. Those who are found will face a punishment, P.S. In chapter 84, Cha-Cha made some adjustments. I believe what the readers said is indeed valid. Regarding the humility aspect, it is evident that launching a broadside just after entering the sect does not quite align with the male protagonist's character. Therefore, Cha-Cha made slight modifications. Interested readers can revisit that section. If you come across any further inconsistencies, feel free to directly Cha-Cha. If it can be changed, it will certainly be changed. And what a joke. Cha-Cha is even crawling out from under the bed, and you all aren't scared. How outrageous. Chapter 88. The game of hide and seek begins. Oh my. Hide and seek. Is the Hualilu before me the same as the one from just now, whether in aura, demeanor, or tone of voice? They're utterly different individuals. At this moment, Qin Ling wore an expression of utter despair, clearly worried about the current situation. If I cannot find you within the time it takes to burn 3 sticks of incense, then I concede defeat. However, if I do find you, I shall grant you 3 minutes. The game starts now. With that, Hualilu closed her eyes and began counting. 1.2.3. Qin Ling hurriedly dashed out from the pavilion. Do you believe what I said now? Junior brother, hurry and hide. If you are found, you will surely suffer. With that, Qin Ling vanished in an instant. Su Ruobai paused for a moment, glancing at Hualilu seated within the pavilion. To be honest, he was not overly concerned about being discovered. After all, he possessed the concealment technique, which could obscure his presence, unless the opponent visually spotted him, as long as he wished to hide. No one could find him. Su Ruobai was more curious about what the punishment entailed that made Qin Ling hesitant to speak of it. It was evident she had experienced it before, and it likely posed no real danger. Could it be an exceedingly embarrassing punishment? Su Ruobai pondered for a moment, then slipped into the small forest beside Hualilu's cave. Choosing a suitable spot from which he could see the pavilion. It occurred to him that Mo Xiaoxuan seemed to still be in the pavilion. She should be fine, right? Primarily, the concealment technique could only mask his own aura. Bringing Mo Xiaoxuan along would be of little use. As 3 minutes elapsed, Hualilu opened her eyes, and a small stove appeared on the table, with 3 sticks of incense inserted. Hualilu stood up and exited the pavilion, seemingly ignoring Mo Xiaoxuan beside her. Perhaps it was because Mo Xiaoxuan was intoxicated that she did not consider her participation in the game. Have you hidden well? He and I am about to begin my search. Hualilu's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly throughout every corner of Xianjin Peak, evoking an inexplicable chill. Hualilu scanned her surroundings, and her crimson gaze suddenly lingered in Su Ruobai's direction for a moment, before she turned and walked away. That moment, Su Ruobai felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. He had merely glanced at her a few times. Had he not swiftly hidden behind a tree and possessed the concealment technique, he would have likely been discovered. He had heard that some formidable beings could sense even a mere gaze, let alone calling their name. If the opponent could perceive him despite his concealment technique, then their sensitivity must be extraordinarily terrifying. Su Ruobai could not help but worry for Qin Ling. She did not possess the concealment technique, making it difficult for her to evade Hualilu's search on the other side. This was not Qin Ling's first time participating in this game. The last time it had barely begun when she was caught and subsequently tormented for an entire night. It was an unforgettable memory of her life. From that moment on, she had anticipated encountering such situations again. After countless simulations, she had long prepared a strategy. The game's scope encompassed the entirety of Xianjian Peak. Within the span of 3 sticks of incense, Qinling did not believe her master could dig 300 feet to unearth her. Indeed, Qinling chose to burrow into the earth, hiding in a small hole she had prepared in advance. She thought to herself that she was experienced, while Su Ruobai was playing for the first time and was unfamiliar with Xianjian Peak. It would not be long before he was caught. Hee. Once the game concludes, she would definitely capture his tormented appearance using a recording stone. Such an experience should not be endured alone. Her mind began to conjure images of Su Ruobai being tormented, and she unconsciously laughed aloud. Hee. As she laughed, Qinling's villainous chuckle abruptly ceased as a hand suddenly clasped her shoulder. I have caught you. Are you ready for your punishment? The voice from behind startled Qinling, causing her heart to race. Rigidly turning her head, she found a pair of red eyes glaring at her from the dark hole, creating an eerie sensation. Master. Meanwhile, Su Ruobai, who was concealed in the forest, wondered where his master had gone when he suddenly heard a distant scream. Moments later, Qinling was dragged back, her face a mask of sorrow. She lamented, Wu, I don't want to play anymore. It was the same last time. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Hualilu grinned and replied, Since you joined the game, you must abide by the rules that I never said I wanted to participate. Here, I have the final say. She giggled, prepared to accept your punishment. Suddenly, a vine from a nearby tree stretched out, hoisting Qinling upside down. No. Master, please. You did this on purpose, right? Let me down. I promise I won't be naughty again. Hualilu seemed not to hear her pleas and vanished in an instant. The vine began to spin Qinling around. First, it spun her leftward 360 degrees, then rightward 720 degrees, and continued this cycle. Wu, master, would please come back? Su Ruobai was taken aback. This punishment was utterly insane. Surely, her previous meal would be turned upside down. Moreover, it was not merely a simple rotation. The speed varied, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, while the harm was minimal. The humiliation was profoundly intense, which explained Qinling's terrified demeanor. The stove in the pavilion had burned for half a stick of incense, leaving 2.5 sticks remaining, a rather auspicious number. Though he wondered if he could endure until the end, regardless of anything, being spun around like this while hanging from a tree was far too embarrassing. Previously, his master had sensed his presence. It was likely she would come this way soon. After some contemplation, Su Ruobai decided to change his hiding spot. Their essay saying, the most dangerous place is often the safest. If he concealed himself in the tree from which Qinling was hanging, surely the opponent would not suspect he was there. Without hesitation, Su Ruobai surveyed the area to ensure his master was absent, then stealthily emerged from the forest, taking a wide detour around to the tree beside which Qinling was suspended. He quickly climbed up the tree. Qinling was unaware of his presence. She only felt the world spinning around her, her head buzzing. Su Ruobai had no intention of alerting Qinling. He could mask his aura, but not his voice. He was not foolish enough to laugh while hiding. Even if he chose to transmit a message, it would generate fluctuations in spiritual energy. Given the opponent's terrifying perception, there was no doubt he would be discovered. However, from this angle, watching Qinling spin around was rather amusing. Ugh, am I really that kind of person? Deep down, he still felt a tinge of concern for Qinling. Her intellect was already lacking. If she continued to spin like this, would her mind break? Hiss, would it result in a positive outcome from a negative situation? Qinling, do you hear the people? Chapter 89. Achievement unlocked. Only Qinling is heard in this world. As time passed, only the final stick of incense remained burning in the stove within the pavilion. This moment, Hualilu returned, and upon seeing the direction from which she emerged, Su Ruobai could not help but feel a pang of fear. Indeed, she had gone to the very forest where he had just hidden. However, observing her path, it seemed she was approaching this way. Su Ruobai hurriedly averted his gaze, shifting his body to hide behind the tree trunk. Hualilu reached the base of the tree, and the spinning Qinling gradually came to a halt. How strange, there exists something even I cannot find. Although the vine that had been spinning her had ceased, Qinling still felt as though the world was rotating. Wu, master, I was wrong. I will listen to you from now on. Please let me down. Hualilu smiled and said, since you have been caught, you must follow the game's rules. The punishment lasts the entire night. For now, you may rest a moment. Qinling, I truly thank you. The spinning world gradually came to a halt. Just the thought of enduring an entire night of such inhumane torment made her want to cry. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why is it always me who gets hurt? What about Su Ruobai? Why is he never caught? What is that? Qin Ling was indeed observing from an inverted perspective, and her gaze fortuitously caught sight of a hand gripping the tree trunk. Could it be that Su Ruobai was hiding in this very tree? How infuriating. After concealing himself for so long, he had not even thought to bring me down, just hiding up there to watch the spectacle. Is he? How foolish of me to have vowed to protect him. The thought stirred a wave of discontent within Qin Ling. No, today he must come down and face the consequences. With a loud shout, she exclaimed, "Master, my junior brother is hiding in the tree." Hearing the voice from below, Su Ruobai's expression froze. I can't believe this traitorous sixth senior of mine would sell out his ally. Looking down, he inadvertently met the gaze of Hualilu. Her crimson eyes locking onto his. Su Ruobai managed a sheepish laugh. Master. Hualilu furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering why she had been unable to detect her opponent hiding so close. Well, come down then. Since you've been discovered, Su Ruobai leapt down from the tree. He shot an irked glare at Qin Ling, that troublesome girl, who had made him worry for her safety just moments ago. Qin Ling instinctively averted her gaze, yet recalling that it was Su Ruobai who had first chosen to remain passive in the face of danger, she glared back defiantly, not forgetting to shout, "Master, hurry and hang him up too." Su Ruobai could only sigh in resignation. Have such a troublesome sixth senior sister. What a lifetime of mischief lay ahead. I am the Moon Wanderer. How can I be bested without combat? But I have never lost. Hualilu displayed a look of hesitation, pausing before finally stating, "Had it not been for her reminder, I would have surely lost within 3 incense sticks' time, so that I shall reluctantly concede this victory to you." Upon hearing this, not only Su Ruobai but also Qin Ling was left bewildered. Qin Ling immediately protested, "Master, you are being biased. You must be doing this on purpose." Hualilu cast a glance at Qin Ling, already displeased from losing the game, and said with irritation, "I am the creator of this game. My words are the rules. You shall accept your punishment gracefully." In the next moment, Qin Ling found her mouth sealed, and any attempt to speak resulted only in muffled sounds. The vines that had suspended her began to spin once more, this time with greater amplitude and speed. Hualilu continued, "You are the second person to evade my detection. Thus, there shall be rewards and penalties for winning and losing." With that, Hualilu raised her hand, lightly tapping her fingertip against Su Ruobai's forehead. A chill swept through the air, and Hualilu returned to the pavilion. Closing her eyes, the white in her hair gradually faded, returning to its original hue, indicating that the terrifying presence had likely departed. Strange, her previous words seemed somewhat contradictory. If she had never lost, how could Su Ruobai be the second person to remain unfound? Who exactly is this Moon Wanderer? On the very first day of apprenticeship, she presents such a conundrum. Moreover, there appeared to be no change regarding the rewards she mentioned. Nevertheless, while the other party had left, Qin Ling remained suspended in the tree. One night. The night's escapade had only just begun. Observing Qin Ling spinning round and round, Su Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior sister Qin, is this your day of reckoning?" Given the nature of her spinning, it posed no real harm. Perhaps it would serve as a lesson, lest you betray her allies again in the future. Su Ruobai returned to the pavilion, casting a glance at the composed Hualilu, softly calling out, "Master, master." She offered no response, likely still recovering from the earlier ordeal. Su Ruobai then turned his attention to the peacefully slumbering Mo Xiaoxuan, relieved that she had not been drawn into the game. Otherwise, she too would have been spinning in the tree. With Qin Ling alone enduring this fate, surely she would feel a sense of imbalance. Yes, let her spin for a while longer. He would retrieve her later. Su Ruobai tidied up the remnants of their meal for Hualilu and Mo Xiaoxuan. Being cultivators, they were not at risk of catching a chill, and it was also inappropriate for him to disturb them. It was better to let Qin Ling handle it herself. Su Ruobai returned to the tree where Qin Ling was suspended. "Senior sister, wait a moment. I will bring you down shortly." With that, Su Ruobai summoned a spiritual sword using the 10,000 swords technique to sever the vines. Oddly, the vines resisted his attempts to cut through. Su Ruobai tried several times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Seeing Qin Ling continue to make muffled sounds, a hint of embarrassment crept across Su Ruobai's face. "Ahem, senior sister Qin, I am unable to sever these vines. It seems that you will have to endure this predicament for the night." Given her current state, Su Ruobai found it hard to leave. The night was still young, and he had no idea when Master or Xiaoxuan would awaken. Thus, he settled down nearby to meditate. Just as he began to absorb spiritual energy, Su Ruobai noticed something amiss. His spiritual power was circulating at an astonishingly accelerated rate, twice as fast as usual. He adjusted his system panel. Name: Su Ruobai, unremarkable. Realm: Early Golden Core, 420,000. Task points: 60 task. Absorb sword intent, 3-3. About an hour later, Su Ruobai checked his panel again. His experience points had risen from 420 to 425. Previously, relying solely on his own cultivation, he would gain a maximum of 10 experience points in a day. Now, having accrued 5 points in just 1 hour. This suggested a potential increase of 60 points daily, a 6-fold improvement. Undoubtedly, this change was linked to the rewards bestowed by the entity claiming to be the Moon Wanderer. Who, then, is this Moon Wanderer? Chapter 90. The prejudice in one's heart is a great mountain. As time passed, Su Ruobai discerned a pattern. The speed of cultivation was not constant. When the moon was fuller and brighter, the cultivation speed could increase by at least tenfold. Conversely, if the moon were to vanish, the cultivation speed would revert to normal. Su Ruobai had initially thought that the enhancement would last throughout the day, but it seemed he had overestimated. After all, her title of Moon Wanderer suggested a connection to the moon. Dawn was approaching, and Qin Ling continued to spin incessantly, her muffled cries fading away. Surely she wouldn't spin herself into a predicament? Moments later, the night sky faded completely. The vines suspending Qin Ling seemed to lose their strength, suddenly slackening. With a thud, she fell to the ground. Su Rai hurriedly stood and rushed over. Senior Sister Qin. Are you all right? Suddenly, Qin Ling sprang upright, shouting, from this moment on, let the world feel pain. With that, she stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing back to the ground. Su Ruobai. It's over. This child is beyond saving. Su Dage. Just as Su Ruobai was at a loss regarding Qin Ling, a voice called out from the pavilion, Mo Xiaoxiwen. Su Ruobai waved at her. Xiaoxiwen. Senior Sister Mo, just in time. Please come help take your sister back. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxiwen sprinted over from the pavilion, her expression turning to one of confusion upon seeing her sister sprawled on the ground. Su Dage. What happened to her? She bore no misconceptions. Knowing well Su Ruobai's honorable character, Su Ruobai thought for a moment and decided against revealing last night's events, that she might have had too much to drink. Please take her back, and keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything foolish. Given that he had only just arrived, he was unsure whether he could discuss such matters, so it was better to wait until Qin Ling regained consciousness to address it. Mo Xiaoxiwen found it puzzling that her sister would act foolishly. Truthfully, she couldn't even recall how she had gotten drunk. All she remembered was stealing glances at Su Dage while sipping her drink, only to lose consciousness suddenly. Reflecting on it, it seemed she had been so preoccupied with sneaking looks at Su Dage that she had neglected to refine the alcohol. All right, that's Su Dage. What about you? I'll head back now. And Master also drank too much, so I leave them in your care. With that, Su Ruobai departed. The tasks had refreshed, and he needed to go to the Sword Cliff to absorb sword intent. Having narrowly escaped Hua Lilu's grasp yesterday, he intended to complete the task while she remained unconscious, gathering 100 task points for another chance at the lottery. With the recent high drop rates, it would be unwise not to strike while the iron is hot. Suddenly, Qin Ling sprang up from the bed, startling Mo Xiaoxiwen, who had been watching over her, senior sister, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the ceiling. Qin Ling shouted, I did it! I succeeded! Oh, let this world be utterly destroyed! Ha! Mo Xiaoxiwen stared in bewilderment at her suddenly jubilant sister, feeling perplexed. Could it be that she was still not sober? Ha ha! I am a god. I shall bring about the world's destruction. Mo Xiaoxiwen tugged at her sleeve, saying, Senior sister, if Master finds out you've gone mad again, she will surely send you to the back mountain for reflection. Upon hearing the term Master, it felt as though a peculiar switch had been activated, causing Qin Ling to suddenly become quite docile. Noticing her senior sister resuming her seat, Mo Xiaosun finally inquired, Senior sister, what transpired last night? Why did you and the Master become intoxicated? Last night, intoxicated. While it wasn't precisely a state of drunkenness, it was close enough. The world had been spinning wildly around her. Just recalling the events of the previous night made Qin Ling's face darken. That detestable Master, she is undoubtedly biased. Mo Xiaosun, bewildered, felt as if she had missed something of great significance the night before. She was uncertain whether the Master was awake. Senior sister, should we go check? Qin Ling was exceedingly reluctant. Yet she understood that her master's condition last night had been distinctly abnormal, the last time such an incident occurred. She had confided in her master and Mo Xiaosun, but neither had believed her, nearly leading her to doubt her own sanity. And now, after experiencing it again, it was inconceivable that it could be an illusion. right? Qin Ling felt it imperative to discuss the matter thoroughly with her master. It was likely that the master might revert to that state again, and she would be the one to suffer. She had no desire to endure the sensation of the world spinning once more. If it happened again, she might genuinely wish to obliterate the world. In the cave of Huali Luo furrowed her brow, pressing at her aching temples. Last night, had she really blacked out? She recalled seemingly having refined all the alcohol. Knock, 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 master, are you awake? Huali Luo propped herself up from the bed. Come in. Qin Ling followed closely behind Imo Xiaosun, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Huali Luo naturally noticed this and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Qin Ling, have you done something shameful again? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling felt a surge of tears. That it was already bad enough that she had suffered alone last night. Now she had to be misunderstood by her master. Perhaps she should create a world of her own. With an innocent expression, Qin Ling replied, Master. Do you not remember what happened last night? A flicker of confusion crossed Huali Luo's eyes. Last night, wasn't it just a welcome banquet for Su Ruobai? What happened? Indeed, it seemed that the master encountered last night may not have been her true self. Qin Ling then recounted the events of the previous night in detail. You mean to say I hung you from a tree and made you spin around like a top? Qin Ling nodded, feeling wronged. Huali Luo remained incredulous. How could that be? Do you think I have nothing better to do? It's true, master. I suspect you were possessed. Not only did your hair turn white, but your eyes were red, and you insisted on playing hide and seek, acting like a lunatic. Upon hearing this, Huali Luo's expression darkened. Qin Ling, this better not be another one of your excuses. What trouble did you cause yesterday? Qin Ling was on the verge of breaking down. Had she not been merely a bit mischievous and made up a few excuses? Why could they not trust her? If you don't believe me, ask Su Ruobai. He witnessed it too. Huali Luo, still somewhat skeptical, instructed, Xiaosun, go fetch Su Ren. If we don't clarify this matter today, you'll be confined for 10 to 15 days. 10 minutes later, freshly returned from the Sword Cliff, Su Ruobai was brought in. Su Ruobai, what exactly happened last night? Su Ruobai directed his gaze towards Qin Ling. With a woeful expression, Qin Ling pleaded, Su Ruobai, please tell master what transpired last night. She refuses to believe me. Seeing Qin Ling in such distress, Su Ruobai recounted the events of the previous night. Although there were slight discrepancies between his account and Qin Ling's, the essence remained consistent. Huali Luo, taken aback, realized that Qin Ling had indeed spoken the truth. Although still incredulous, she felt a pang of guilt for having wronged her. With a tinge of remorse, Huali Luo embraced Qin Ling, gently patting her back as she murmured, This is my fault. Qin Ling, I apologize. Qin Ling, pouting and looking aggrieved, replied, Wu, master, I am your longest-serving disciple. How could you not trust me? Truly, the prejudices in one's heart are like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how hard one tries, it cannot be moved. As she pondered whether to reveal a subsequent pivotal event in the narrative, she thought it might provide some clarity for the readers. Chapter 91. Captured on the spot. Wu, master. How could such an honest child as I possibly deceive you? Huali Luo continued to comfort her while stroking her back. All right. I believe you. Qin Ling nestled closer to Huali Luo and said, If Elder San comes by again, master, you must believe me that I truly did not steal his spirit crane yesterday afternoon. Upon hearing this, Huali Luo's gentle strokes ceased, and her gaze turned dangerous. You didn't, did you? Did you steal Elder San's spirit crane again yesterday afternoon? Qin Ling hurriedly denied. Of course not, master. Why do you not believe me? Huali Luo shifted her gaze to Imo Xiaosun. Is what she said true? Imo Xiaosun appeared awkward, stammering and hesitant to speak. Observing her demeanor, Huali Luo reached a decision. Qin Ling, still in Huali Luo's embrace, shivered slightly. A master, about the prejudices in one's heart. Prejudices, my foot. Huali Luo exclaimed, releasing Qin Ling and pinching her ear. Come, we're going to apologize to Elder San. Ouch, easy does it. Master, I truly did not steal. Watching the affectionate yet chaotic dynamic between the two, Su Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. Such a master-disciple relationship was indeed amusing. Sister Imo, I shall take my leave now. Su Ruobai waved farewell to Imo Xiaosun and departed. Imo Xiaosun lifted her hand, wishing to say something, but Su Ruobai was already gone, leaving her to withdraw her hand in disappointment. A quarter of an hour later. This time I'll let it slide, but if you dare to steal Elder San's spirit crane again, next time the punishment won't be as simple as just reflecting in solitude. After a pause, Huali Luo continued, If Elder San reports you again, I'll hang you from a tree. At this, Qin Ling's expression soured instantly. Perhaps she should not have mentioned the events of the previous night to her master? Now, her master had unveiled a new method of punishment. Previously, her master would only confine her in the back mountain for a few extra days. Qin Ling immediately protested, "Master, this cannot be blamed on me. Who told Elder Sand's spirit crane to be so delectable? If you were to taste it, you would understand my plight." Huali Luo, having lost her desire to lecture her, was now more concerned about what had transpired the night before. Huali Luo had also sensed her own body. There seemed to be no issues, and her spirit was intact as well. Such a sudden personality shift was documented in the world of cultivation. For instance, dual souls inhabiting one body, or a person's spirit temporarily residing in another's consciousness could lead to such occurrences. However, her own spirit was whole, her consciousness clear. She was undeniably herself, and it was impossible for her to be someone else. How could she explain the events of the previous night? According to Qin Ling and Su Ruobai, her demeanor had drastically changed. How perplexing. Before Huali Luo could contemplate further, a figure landed before her. "Sect Master, I have investigated your request from yesterday, and indeed, several sword intents are missing, one of which belongs to Master Hao Yue." Huali Luo furrowed her brow. While it was true that sword intents could diminish over time, the sword intent left by Master Hao Yue was only a millennium old. Logically speaking, for sword cultivators of their caliber, such sword intents should last for at least 10 millennia. How could they have vanished so quickly? What could have happened to those missing sword intents? It was not a normal dissipation. It was likely that some disciples within the sect had accidentally absorbed them. Hearing this, Huali Luo felt a twinge of confusion. Those ordinary sword intents could be absorbed, resulting in minor backlash to the body. However, Master Hao Yue's sword intent, what ordinary person could withstand that? Had any disciples in the sect encountered issues? No, this was indeed strange. While one sword intent could be understandable, how could several have suddenly disappeared? Moreover, sword intents could not simply vanish without a trace. They must have been absorbed by someone. To be capable of absorbing Master Hao Yue's sword intent without suffering a fatal backlash indicated an extraordinary talent. Yet, those with such talent, after absorbing such potent sword intent, would likely spend their lives overshadowed by it, unable to forge their own path. Wasn't that tantamount to wasting their potential? Keep a close watch on the sword cliff these days, and have someone investigate this matter. Understood. The attendant then left. This moment, Qin Ling spoke up. "Master, may I leave now?" Huali Luo grasped Qin Ling's hand firmly. "Where do you think you're going? Have you practiced your swordplay today? Do not even think about sneaking out to play. You might as well come and listen while I explain things to Su Ruobai. Master, can I not listen?" No. Before Qin Ling could find an excuse, Huali Fel interrupted him. "Would you prefer to listen to my sermon, or be left hanging from a tree?" Qin Ling was taken aback, questioning why one would treat oneself so cruelly. Love was utterly lost. The next day, Sword Cliff, curiously, there seemed to be an increased number of stewards guarding Sword Cliff today. Su Ruobai couldn't help but worry that they might have discovered the dwindling sword intent. However, given the abundance of sword intent on the wall, he had only absorbed the most inconspicuous fragments. It should be nearly impossible for them to notice. After some contemplation, Su Ruobai resolved to absorb the sword intent and return home as soon as possible. With this thought, he extended his hand to press against the sword mark. In merely a few breaths, the sword intent from the mark was absorbed by Su Ruobai. Just as he was about to reach for another mark, a hand seized his wrist, halting his action. A steward, with a serious expression, questioned, "What are you doing?" Su Ruobai thought to himself, "This is bad. I've been caught red-handed. Oh, you not know that one cannot arbitrarily absorb sword intent. Come with me to the law enforcement hall." Without allowing him a chance to explain, Su Ruobai was taken to the law enforcement hall. Well, there was no need for explanation now. Being caught in the act left no room for it. In the law enforcement hall, Su Ruobai was brought into a room, and the steward finally spoke. "You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence." It was clear that this steward from the law enforcement hall was quite professional. "Name, Su Ruobai. Which peak do you belong to?" "Xianjin Peak." "Why did you ignore the rules and absorb sword intent?" "Wait. Which peak did you say you were from?" Chapter 92. A path that cannot be walked. Opened by research. Xianjin Peak. Wuhai furrowed his brow, then suspiciously inquired, "Are you the new disciple taken in by the sect master?" Su Ruobai nodded, somewhat embarrassed that Wuhai had no doubts. After all, who would dare impersonate the sect master's disciple? This put Wuhai in a difficult position, that he had heard that the sect master's new disciple possessed extraordinary talent. Rumored to have the potential of a sword immortal. and that the higher-ups of the sect intended to focus on nurturing him. Now, if he had absorbed someone else's sword intent, it would undoubtedly sever his path to becoming a sword immortal. At that point, not only would he face the consequences, but it was uncertain whether he himself would escape blame. The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat broke out on Ruobai's brow. You stay here for now. With that, Ruobai exited the room. The situation was urgent. It was beyond his authority to handle. He hurriedly found Ruobai. Sect Master, there's trouble. Seeing his frantic demeanor, Ruobai looked puzzled. What happened? Your disciple. Upon hearing this, Ruobai's expression darkened. What has that girl Qinling done again? Qinling. There's something I don't know whether to say. Ruobai shook his head. It's not Qinling. It's your new disciple. He has absorbed sword intent. Huh, that's far more troublesome than anything Qinling has stirred up. Ruobai quickly responded. Where is he? The law enforcement hall. I in the law enforcement hall. Ruobai arrived in the interrogation room where Su Ruobai was being held. A hint of urgency flickered in her gaze as she looked at Su Ruobai. Su Ruobai, did you really absorb sword intent? Su Ruobai nodded sheepishly. Ruobai regarded him with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Did I not tell you the consequences of rashly absorbing sword intent? You re-jeopardizing your own path. Su Ruobai rubbed his nose and murmured, Master. I don't think it's as serious as it seems. Ruobai continued. Throughout history, no one who has absorbed another's sword intent has ever forged their own path. Do you think you are the exception? Moreover, a careless absorption could lead to fatal consequences. Hearing this, Su Ruobai quietly replied, I've absorbed so much already, and nothing seems to have gone wrong. Upon hearing this, Ruobai frowned. What do you mean? You haven't just absorbed one, have you? Today, I still need to absorb 2 more. Master, why not let me go for 2 more? Still absorbing. Are you addicted? The sword intent that has been lacking these past few days isn't all yours. Is it? Su Ruobai hesitated, then nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be me. Ruobai was about to scold him, but suddenly remembered that if the missing sword intent over the past few days was indeed absorbed by him, then the sword intent of the Grandmaster Haoyue, extend your hand. Though puzzled, Su Ruobai complied. Ruobai grasped his wrist, carefully examining his body. Her expression turned peculiar. By his own account, he had absorbed an extraordinary amount of sword intent over these past few days. Yet it was common for even an ordinary person to struggle after absorbing just one. How could he absorb so many without any signs of instability, unless the sword intent was exceptionally compatible with him? But compatibility aside, surely there were sword intents that he could not absorb. Was there such a rarity in this world? Su Ruobai, today, you have witnessed one. In order to justify his future absorption of sword intent. Su Ruobai spoke up. Master, rest assured, I am completely fine. Moreover, I have discovered a new application for the 10,000 swords technique. Upon hearing this, Ruobai released his wrist and asked, what application? Su Ruobai stood. And with a thought, 3 swords composed of spiritual energy materialized beside him. Master, do you see anything? See what? Ruobai directed her gaze at the spiritual swords he had conjured. Initially puzzled, she soon discerned something amiss. She gasped in astonishment. Sword intent? Su Ruobai nodded. Master, take a look at the other 2 swords. Ruobai observed the remaining 2 swords Su Ruobai had conjured, her shock deepening. Haoyue's sword intent? Each sword carries a distinct sword intent? Ruobai was left speechless, bewildered at the potential applications of the 10,000 swords technique. For an ordinary swordsman to imbue sword intent into the swords conjured by the 10,000 swords technique was already remarkable. Yet here was Su Ruobai, not only imbuing different sword intents but also each being unique. What a masterpiece. Master. Look. May I go and absorb 2 more sword intents? Ruobai was at a loss for words in response. She had believed her talent in swordsmanship to be commendable, yet in Su Ruobai's presence, she felt like a mere novice, wholly incomparable. Stay here for a moment. I will go fetch the Grand Elder. Oh, with that, Ruobai vanished in an instant. Su Ruobai pondered whether this situation would lead to a cascade of inquiries. After the sect master, would the Grand Elder be summoned, then the Supreme Elder? The application of the 10,000 swords technique was actually something he had developed the previous day. He had never learned any other sword techniques, but he found a saying from Ruobai particularly resonant. It is not the number of techniques, but the refinement that matters. The 10,000 swords technique itself did not possess many applications, yet it was indeed practical. Su Ruobai thought to expand its usefulness. What was that saying? When a path cannot be traversed, let research pave the way. And enchantment was evidently one of the methods. The sword intents were akin to various enchantment effects. Imbuing each sword with enchantment could achieve complementary benefits. His thought speaking of which, What would happen if these already enchanted swords were unified? Before long, the Grand Elder was brought in. Before either could speak, Ruobai excitedly exclaimed, "Master, I've thought of another application. Would you like to see?" Huali was somewhat perplexed. What application? Ruobai conjured 3 swords. "Master, look, don't you see that each sword bears a different sword intent?" Huali watched in a daze as he effortlessly achieved this. Nodding in response, Ruobai then gathered the 3 swords together. Indeed, as he had surmised, the sword intents from the 3 swords did not clash. On the contrary, they complemented each other's shortcomings, truly achieving a harmonious synergy. "Master, take another look." Chapter 93. The difference in treatment between good and poor students. Wow. However, lacking cultural refinement, Ruobai could only utter an exclamation of astonishment. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he was an ancient being who had witnessed countless events. What grand spectacles had he not seen? Yet, when had the 10,000 swords technique ever been utilized in such a manner? He began to question whether what he was using was indeed the same as what Ruobai was using. Huali had long since grown numb to this, stiffly turning to the Grand Elder and asking, "Master Uncle, what is happening here?" The Grand Elder appeared equally bewildered. "You ask me, but who do I ask? How about we summon the Supreme Elder for a look?" Ruobai had merely been venting his thoughts internally. And now they were genuinely considering calling upon the Supreme Elder? Fortunately, Huali interjected at this moment. "It seems pointless to summon him. Ruobai's situation is unprecedented throughout history." The Grand Elder, in a gesture of acknowledgement, nodded thoughtfully before addressing Ruobai. "You claim that you can still absorb sword intent?" Ruobai nodded affirmatively. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, admitting that he had indeed never encountered a situation quite like Ruobai's. The prohibition against others casually absorbing sword intent was not solely about influencing their future paths. It was also a matter of ensuring their safety. It appeared that such concerns were entirely irrelevant in Ruobai's case, perhaps illustrating the stark difference between a true genius and those of ordinary talent. The others might spend their entire lives grasping the sword intent, while Ruobai could absorb and wield it in mere seconds. As for Li Lu, he decided to let Ruobai handle this matter himself. After all, the next duel between swords and blades was imminent, and perhaps he could offer a glimmer of hope for victory. Pausing briefly, the Grand Elder continued, "I shall consult the ancient texts to see if I can find any information pertaining to his condition." With that, the Grand Elder vanished. Ruobai timidly inquired, "Master, may I begin to absorb the sword intent now?" Hualilua, somewhat exasperated, nodded. "Go ahead, but for such significant matters, do consult your master beforehand." "You nearly frightened me to death." Ruobai replied gratefully, "Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now." Subsequently, Ruobai departed, while Hualilua sat on the nearby bench, contemplating his life. Did this disciple truly need a master? It felt as though he could manage on his own. As night fell, the moon graced the sky once more, and Ruobai could not afford to squander this precious opportunity for cultivation. Thus, he ventured outside the cave, seeking an open space to sit in meditation. It was not that he wished to avoid cultivating within the cave. Rather, his cultivation required the moonlight, which was undoubtedly more abundant outdoors. However, after only a brief period of practice, he sensed some commotion not far off. Opening his eyes with curiosity, he wondered who could be outside at such an hour. "Who is it?" Junior brother, keep your voice down." Upon hearing this voice, Ruobai immediately recognized its owner. Soon, Qin Ling emerged from the shadows. "Ruobai, what brings you to practice here?" The air outside is more refreshing." Ruobai then asked, "Sister Qin, what are you doing wandering about at this late hour instead of cultivating?" Qin Ling whispered, "Of course, I'm out to have some fun. Junior brother, would you like to join me?" Ruobai initially intended to decline, but then reconsidered, realizing he had not seen his sister for 2 days. Should he accompany her back to the sect? He felt an undeniable urge to agree. Why not? Staying here and cultivating all the time isn't enjoyable. All right. Naturally, Qin Ling had her own motives for bringing Ruobai along, with him by her side. She would have an excuse if caught. No. I'm merely thinking of taking my junior brother out for some fun. How could I possibly be using him as a shield? She giggled. "Sister Qin, where are we off to? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Master?" Qin Ling patted Ruobai's shoulder nonchalantly, saying, "Don't worry, Master usually cultivates at this hour. As long as we return before dawn, it will be fine. That we're merely going to stroll around the town outside the sect. How could Master possibly find out?" Ruobai nodded, then stated, "Once we leave the sect, let's part ways." Hearing this, Ling turned to look at Su Ruobai. Where do you intend to go? Back to Lingyu's sect. Upon hearing this, Ling thought for a moment and quickly grasped the implication. You want to go see your beloved? Su Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, realizing she must have learned about it from Mo Xiaoxuan, who had seen her disguised as master that day. Is that not acceptable? Ling mused silently. Xiaoxuan. It seems even with Su De Gu coming to the sword sect, you still have no chance. Very well, but remember to return before dawn. If you're caught, do not implicate me. Su Ruobai nodded, determined not to betray his companion. Soon, the two departed from Xianjian Peak, just as they were about to exit the sect when a figure approached them from a distance. Upon seeing this person, both of their expressions froze. Su Ruobai whispered, Sister Qin, did you not say Master would be cultivating at this time? I didn't know either. Ling stammered, caught off guard by the unexpected encounter. Hualala approached the two, a puzzled expression on his face. You too. Where are you headed at this late hour? Soon, Hualiluan noticed the guilty look on Ling's face, his gaze sharpening. You aren't planning to take your junior brother out for fun, are you? Upon hearing this, Ling hurriedly denied it. No way. It couldn't possibly be me. It was junior brother's idea to go out. I'm merely showing him the way, just guiding him. That is all. Su Ruobai's face darkened at her words. Great, just great, selling out my teammate. Hualala then turned his attention to Su Ruobai, his eyes questioning. Su Ruobai sighed and said, Master, it was indeed my desire to go out. Hualala frowned. Where to? I wish to return to Lingyu's sect. After a moment of deliberation, Hualala finally replied, Very well, go ahead, but return early tomorrow. Su Ruobai did not expect such a straightforward agreement. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master. I will return early. With that, Su Ruobai prepared to leave. Ling blinked a few times, secretly praising her cleverness in bringing Su Ruobai along. However, just as she was about to follow Su Ruobai out, Hualilua called out, Ling, where do you think you're going? Ling's face stiffened. I'm just seeing junior brother off. Come back. Ling had no choice but to obediently return to stand before Hualilua. Ling, do you think I don't know that your junior brother is speaking up for you? Hualilua regarded her with a knowing expression. Upon realizing this, Ling dropped the pretense and declared, It's not fair. Master, why can Su Ruobai go out while I cannot? Hualilua chuckled lightly before responding. Because you often get into trouble when you go out. Come back with me. Tonight, you will copy the sword sect rules 100 times. You shall not leave until you finish. No. Please, Master, this is too biased. Hualua continued. If you can master the 10,000 sword technique to half of what your junior brother can, you may go out as you please. Hearing this, Ling felt tears welling up. She was all too aware of her junior brother's talent. After all, she had personally recommended him to Master. Was this the disparity in treatment between the gifted and the average? Master, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth in their poverty. Hualilua flicked her forehead lightly. I don't care if it's 30 years or 300 years. Tonight, you will complete your task. Upon hearing this, the previously defiant Ling's spirit diminished. Master, can I do fewer copies? No. P.S. Today, I was attacked by the detestable Belial, and unfortunately, Cha-Cha met her demise. I implore all readers to lend their support and watch ads to revive Cha-Cha. Chapter 94. Sweet Nothing's Lingyu sect. Standing at the entrance of the sect, Su Ruobai took a deep breath. He wondered what his sister was doing. Did she miss him as well? He then stepped forward. Entering the sect. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he spotted a figure standing not far away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Yi Lingwei. Master, what are you doing here? Yi Lingwei, already an embodiment of ethereal beauty, appeared even more divine under the moonlight, exuding an aura of sanctity akin to a celestial being. Indeed, a fairy fallen to the mortal realm. If she were truly a fairy, her gaze would likely not harbor such fervent emotions. Su Ruobai found himself momentarily entranced, and before he could collect his thoughts, Yi Lingwei had already nestled against his chest, unabashedly inhaling his scent. Her face adorned with an expression of bliss. Seeing her in such a state, Su Ruobai's heart raced. Had only 2 days passed, and his master had transformed in this manner. Ahem, Master, we are still at the sect entrance. It would be inappropriate if someone sees you. Yi Lingwei lifted her gaze, her heated expression nearly melting Su Ruobai's resolve. Then can we embrace when we return? Su Ruobai helplessly agreed. Let's talk about it when we get back. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding environment shifted, and upon witnessing the familiar walls, Su Ruobai immediately recognized his location. His lips twitched. Within a mere moment, he had been transported back to his room. Truly, one could not underestimate the power of a deity in the transformation stage. Master, before Su Ruobai could continue, Yi Lingwei interrupted him. Ruobai, I have no ulterior motives. I simply fell ill and wanted to hold you. Ill? Upon hearing this word, Su Ruobai's expression turned grave with concern. What illness? Are you all right? Only Knight Lingwei spoke. If longing is a kind of illness, then I must be suffering from the ailment of missing you. Su Ruobai's lips twitched. Where on earth did she learn such cheesy love talk? For a moment, he thought Knight Lingwei was truly ill. All right, master, I'm back now, aren't I? The sword sect isn't too strict with me. So, I should be able to come back whenever I have time. Knight Lingwei responded with a soft her tone sinking a little. Ruobai. What is it? Did you just want to go find senior sister directly? At this question, Su Ruobai fell silent. How could master see through the hearts of men? I know you want to return to find senior sister, but sensing you rushing back to the sect, I couldn't help but want to find you. I'm afraid that after you see senior sister, you'll go straight back to the sword sect and not come looking for me. Am I really such a capricious person? As she spoke, Knight Lingwei's eyes reddened, and at this rate, she might just burst into tears. Su Ruobai felt a bit helpless. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Although he was indeed focused on finding senior sister, it didn't mean he would forget about master afterward. How could he be that kind of person? Since he chose to accept this, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. He reached out and gently rubbed her back, saying, No, how could that be? I think you're quite wonderful. In truth. Seeing her like this made Su Ruobai feel somewhat uncomfortable. He understood why master was upset. After all, he had worried too. During the days they had not seen each other. Would senior sister miss him? When they met again, would she still feel the same way about him? If he put himself in her shoes, he could empathize with her feelings. Moreover, master knew he had feelings for senior sister. So it was only natural for her to lack a sense of security. Knight Lingwei pressed her face against Su Ruobai's chest and closed her eyes. A few tears could be faintly seen glistening on her long eyelashes. Master, Knight Lingwei took a deep breath in his embrace. Let me hold you for a while. Just a little while. It won't take too much of your time. Just a little while is all. Soon, Knight Lingwei opened her eyes and said with a carefree demeanor, Go ahead. Senior sister is at Qingyan Peak. With that, she pulled away from his embrace. A forced smile graced her face, and her eyes remained red, leaving Su Ruobai no doubt that she was merely putting on a brave front. Su Ruobai sighed inwardly. Ultimately, he couldn't just walk away and leave master in this state. After all, she had put in so much effort. He had to give her some response, right? Gently, he took her hand. Master. How about you accompany me for a walk? Knight Lingwei lowered her head slightly. Will it affect your visit to senior sister? Su Ruobai felt a twinge of doubt. Why did master seem so insecure? With her cultivation and beauty, coupled with her innate charm, how could anyone resist her allure? There was no reason for her to feel this way. But soon, he dismissed that thought, as the look in her eyes certainly didn't seem feigned. It won't. I'll go find her later, but I have to return to the sword sect tomorrow morning, so I might not have much time to spend with you. Master. Knight Lingwei responded with a soft her eyes lighting up with a hint of joy. Su Ruobai led her outside, where the moonlight was just right, creating a perfect atmosphere for a stroll beneath the stars. Master, have you been doing well in the sect these past few days? Not well. Su Ruobai turned to look at her. Knight Lingwei said, The days without you by my side have been nothing but bleak. This master has truly mastered the art of sweet talk. Master. Are you implying that I'm too clingy? Just as Su Ruobai was about to deny it, Knight Lingwei continued, I just want to be close to you. I love the scent you carry. I enjoy listening to your heartbeat when I lean against your chest, and I also love the taste at the corner of your lips. Looking into her earnest and passionate eyes, Su Ruobai discreetly averted his gaze. What on earth? Today master seems exceptionally bold. Su Ruobai, may I taste your flavor once more? Given the situation, how could Su Ruobai refuse her? However, he found it strange that she had yet to come closer after waiting for a while. When he refocused on master, he realized she had closed her eyes. Mix knock. 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 Sister. Are you there? The door swung open promptly. Yu Yunshi tilted her head and gazed at Su Ruobai at the doorway, muttering to herself, Why has junior brother returned? I must be dreaming. If this is merely a dream, then perhaps it wouldn't be too outrageous to indulge in something a bit excessive with him. Would it? Before Su Ruobai could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself lying on the bed, with his sister standing beside him. Given the circumstances, It seemed she truly intended to do something rather inappropriate. Su Ruobai hastily cleared his throat. Wait, sister, this isn't a dream. Please, come back to your senses. Yu Yunchi tilted her head once more, contemplating Su Ruobai, who lay on the bed. Junior brother truly resisting me. His elder sister, even in a dream, how intriguing. With that, Yunchi climbed onto the bed, her hand reaching for the collar of Su Ruobai's garment. Sister. This really isn't a dream, if you don't believe me. Pinch yourself to see if it hurts. Upon hearing this, Yunchi paused, seriously pinching her own arm, then frowned slightly. Ouch. It hurts. A look of realization crossed her face. It really is you, junior brother. Su Ruobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his sister was at least in the transformation realm, so how could she be so confused between dreams and reality? Indeed, how could she possibly not discern between dreams and reality? Since this was not a dream, and her junior brother had come to her door late at night, would it not be somewhat beastly of me, as his elder sister, not to take advantage of the situation? Hearing this, Su Ruobai became even more convinced that his sister was being deliberate. However, if this continued to unfold, would his sister? Suddenly, Yunchi laid down beside him, wrapping her arms around his left arm. Junior brother, why did you return so suddenly? Why has the topic turned so serious all of a sudden? Su Ruobai thought she was about to do something. Yet, being embraced by his sister while lying on her bed stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. The sword sect was not overly strict with him, allowing him to sneak back at night, but he had to return by morning. After pondering for a moment, Yunchi said, So, you can keep me company tonight? I suppose so. Then, junior brother. Tell me a story. Su Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, taking 2 seconds to respond with an "Oh." Junior brother. Are you thinking of something inappropriate? Su Ruobai awkwardly chuckled. What could possibly make you think that? Yunchi leaned in closer, a warm breath brushing against his ear. Actually, junior brother. You aren't mistaken. I want you to do something a bit naughty. But, alas, you were still unwilling. All right, junior brother, tell me a story. I'm tired of the books in the sect, and your tales are far more interesting. With that, Yunchi shifted back slightly, resting her chin gently on Su Ruobai's left shoulder. That moment, Su Ruobai truly realized the meaning of there are greater powers beyond oneself. He initially thought his master was formidable enough, but he was astounded to discover that his sister's prowess was even more formidable. Then. I shall continue with the tale of the 3 encounters with the white-bone spirit. So, the monkey. 15 minutes later, Su Ruobai noticed that his sister had closed her eyes and stopped speaking. He lay quietly on her bed, gradually emptying his mind, and soon he too closed his eyes. Time passed, and Su Ruobai eventually opened his eyes once more. Upon doing so, he found himself gazing into his sister's eyes. She was very close, and it appeared that she intended to kiss him. Oh dear. Caught in the act of attempting to steal a kiss from her junior brother. How will you punish me, junior brother? Su Ruobai seriously suspected that this was intentional, yet he had no evidence. Sister, if you wish to kiss, then do so. There is no need for punishment. Upon hearing this, Yunchi's lips curled into a slight smile. Really? Yes. Then. Can you kiss me in my way? Su Ruobai felt a twinge of curiosity and asked. What way? Yunchi excitedly sat up, then rummaged beneath her pillow until she produced a book. Deftly flipping to a page, she pointed to a passage and said, Junior brother, follow this. Su Ruobai focused on the text she indicated. You see, the book describes that one hand should wrap around her waist while the other supports against the wall, gradually leaning closer, gently biting her lower lip while gazing deeply into her eyes. Su Ruobai nearly choked. Could it be that his sister learned how to kiss from this book? No wonder she always liked to nibble on his lower lip. Yunchi gazed at Su Ruobai with eager anticipation. So, what do you think? Will you submit to me? All right. No need to act. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ruobai finally said, Then. I shall give it a T or Y. Yunchi leaned against the wall, and with his previous experience at Yu's place, Su Ruobai managed to suppress his inner embarrassment. Standing before Yunchi, he wrapped his arms around her waist as the book instructed, just as he was about to brace himself against the wall. Yunchi suddenly embraced him, spinning him around and pinning him against the wall. With a smile on her face, she said, Junior brother. You fell for it. With that, she leaned in slightly and gently bit his lower lip. In that instant, the text he had just read in the book came to life. Hey, did I take the wrong script? Shouldn't I be following the male lead script? Why am I suddenly in the female lead script? It seemed that he had once again been treated like a plaything by Xiao Chunan. This time, Yunchi was clearly more restrained, only kissing for a brief moment before stopping. She licked her red lips and said, Junior brother, dawn is approaching. I must let you go for now, Ruobai nodded. His face flushed. He silently vowed to reclaim his dignity next time. He certainly didn't wish to be the female lead. Then, sister, I shall take my leave. I will return when I have the chance. Yunshi nodded. Go on. I won't see you off. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to resist kissing you again. Ruobai had grown accustomed to her freely uttering such words that he waved goodbye and departed on the way back to the sword sect. The reluctant, Ruobai realized that the more he resisted, the more he understood he had something worth protecting. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air reached him, and his heart raced with alarm. He quickly shifted his position to dodge. Just then, several ice spikes pierced the ground where he had just stood. Ruobai was puzzled about who had suddenly attacked him. With a thought, 6 spirit swords surrounded him, ready to confront any threat. In the distance, several robed figures approached him, unmistakably the ones who had just ambushed him. His mind raced, quickly arriving at a conclusion. The Symbolist Association. He had been wondering why the demon-controlled Great Wall had yet to send someone to find him. Ruobai speculated that the people from the Symbolist Association had temporarily held them off, intending to eliminate him instead, though they would certainly be suspected afterward, if he were dead and there was no evidence. The matter would likely be swept under the rug. Ruobai knew he could not allow this to happen. He could not die here. The opponents were 4 in the nascent soul stage. And no matter how high his talent and swordsmanship, he would likely not last even a round against them in a fair fight. Since you all came for the Thunderballs, how delightful it is to give you a taste of them. He had accumulated quite a few Thunderballs recently, and they were of a potency suitable for the nascent soul stage. Before they could close the distance, Ruobai hurled a Thunderball away and turned to head back toward the sword sect. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted. However, being at the nascent soul stage, how could they possibly fail to react to such an explosion? Ruobai did not expect to kill them. He only needed to buy some time. Once he reached the sword sect's territory, they would have no means to deal with him. Li Shixiang. What is this thing? Its power is astonishing. It must be the Thunderball mentioned by the sect leader. But wasn't it said that the Thunderball only had the power of the Golden Core stage? That explosion had to be at least nascent soul level. I don't know. We should pursue them. If we fail to silence the witnesses today, we won't have good results when we return to the sect leader. With that, the group produced several talismans and affixed them to themselves, enveloping themselves in a layer of spiritual light shield. They then charged directly at Ruobai, ignoring the explosion. Seeing this, Ruobai was stunned. This was definitely a revelation. They must be using diamond talismans, which could withstand the explosions of the nascent soul level. The quality of these talismans was undoubtedly high. In mere moments, the nascent soul stage cultivators closed the distance to Ruobai. He could not afford to throw any more thunderballs at such close range. They could take the hit, but he could not. Suddenly, the black-robed figures tore open several more talismans, conjuring several fire dragons that surged toward him. To kill and silence him, fire magic was undoubtedly the best choice. Upon witnessing this scene, Ruobai's heart sank into a state of panic. Lacking substantial combat experience and any means of self-preservation, he couldn't help but wonder if today would be his last. Suddenly, a figure descended before him. With a mere flick of their hand, the fiery dragon that threatened him was instantly dispelled. You dare to ambush me? Are you all tired of living? Chapter 97. The beauty rescues the hero, although the masked person who had suddenly shielded him was equally well concealed. Ruobai could unmistakably recognize their voice. Master? He questioned. Wait until I deal with them before we talk. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Ruobai's master, Yi Lingwei. The chasm between their realms was vast. Just as those in the nascent soul stage could pursue Ruobai, Yi Lingwei, being at the transformation stage, could easily annihilate them with ease. It is essential to understand that as one ascends in cultivation, the time required for advancement increases exponentially, and the disparities between levels are similarly profound. While minor realms might be crossed with some effort, major realms demand the tribulation of heavenly calamities, a gap that is not to be underestimated. The black-robed individuals quickly sensed the perilous aura emanating from Yi Lingwei, their shock intensifying. It was one thing for Ruobai to casually wield a disposable artifact of the nascent soul stage. It was another to have a protector of the transformation stage at his side. The prospect of killing Ruobai today seemed increasingly unlikely. They hastily produced their means of escape and fled into the distance. However, their bullying of Ruobai had come to an end in mere moments. The black-robed figures lay lifeless on the ground that Yi Lingyue expertly formed a seal, and they were consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. As for their identities, Yi Lingyue quickly deduced that they belonged to the Symbol Association, as they were human and adept at using talismans. Grasping Su Ruobai's shoulder, Yi Lingyue swiftly transported him to another location. She then removed her mask, allowing her hair to cascade down, revealing her stunning visage. "Master, why are you here?" Su Ruobai inquired, his face still pale from the earlier encounter. Yi Lingyue's heart ached for him. "Ruobai, rest assured, I shall seek retribution against the Symbol Association on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai quickly interjected, "No, Master, please allow me to handle this myself." Given her stubbornness, he feared she might confront the Symbol Association directly. There were many in the transformation stage there. His master, alone, would not suffice to confront them. "I cannot let this go." Yi Lingyue's eyes blazed with determination. She could not afford to lose someone dear to her, not a single soul. Su Ruobai grasped her hand. "Master, please, think rationally. I'm fine now. What if you get hurt seeking vengeance? But, Master, if you do not heed my words, I may well ignore you in the future." Reluctantly, Yi Lingyue acquiesced. "Very well." Deep down, Su Ruobai silently marked the Symbol Association in his mind. Though he lacked the strength to retaliate now, he believed in the principle that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. They would eventually pay for their transgressions. "I shall escort you back to the Sword Sect. For now, it is safer for you to remain there." Su Ruobai nodded in agreement. "Master, does this count as the second time you've saved my life?" Yi Lingyue chuckled lightly. "What? Are you thinking of pledging yourself to me? That would not do. Yes, I am already promised to you." Su Ruobai merely nodded, not denying her words. The debt of gratitude for saving his life was one that could never be repaid. And since it could not be settled, he decided not to pursue it further. Yi Lingyue then transported Su Ruobai to the territory of the Sword Sect. "Go back now." Su Ruobai felt a strange sense of formality from her sudden seriousness, which left him somewhat unsettled. Wasn't she supposed to be more affectionate, as was her habit? Yet, if she wasn't going to initiate, perhaps he should take the initiative to provide her with a sense of security. "Master, may I have a hug?" Yi Lingyue was taken aback by his request, her eyes lighting up with delight. Su Ruobai noticed her change in demeanor and felt a pang of guilt. His master was indeed easy to please. She simply needed a bit of initiative from him to feel happy. Gently, Su Ruobai embraced her for a brief moment. "All right, Master, I must return now." Yi Lingyue waved her hand, watching him depart. Once Su Ruobai was out of sight, a figure appeared beside her. "Sister, how did you predict that so accurately?" Yu Yunshi smiled. "Who told you not to learn the art of divination from Master properly?" Yi Lingyue huffed, choosing not to dwell on her words. After all, it was her sister who had provided the opportunity for her heroic rescue. Otherwise, Yu Yunshi could have intervened herself, and she would have missed the exhilaration of hearing Su Ruobai express his desire to hold her. That feeling was simply wonderful. "Sister, what about the Symbol Association?" Yu Yunshi's expression turned serious, her eyes glinting with a hint of danger. "I have my methods." The Sword Sect. Su Ruobai returned directly to Xianjian Peak. Arriving at the entrance of Hua Liyue's cave dwelling. "Knock, knock, knock." "Master, I have returned." The door quickly swung open, revealing not Hua Liyue, but Qin Ling, who wore a face of disillusionment. "Master has gone out." Su Ruobai looked at her with confusion. "Then how come you're here?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ling became animated. Why is Master so biased? She gets to sneak out while I am left here copying the Sword Sect regulations." Su Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. "Cough, cough. Senior Sister Qin, who told you to cause trouble for Master every day?" What? "I would never." Su Ruobai suspected she might not even believe her own words. "You can continue copying. I have things to attend to." Qin Ling swiftly grabbed his hand. "I've only managed to copy half after an entire night's effort. Senior brother, could you lend me a hand?" Qin Ling looked at Su Ruobai with pleading eyes. Remembering how she had betrayed her teammates the previous night, he decisively withdrew his hand. "Senior sister, I have matters to attend to. You can take your time with that." With that, he vanished in an instant. Qin Ling stomped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. That wretched master and that detestable Su Ruobai. At the Sword Cliff. Master, Grand Elder, what are you doing here?" Su Ruobai was surprised to find Hua Liyue and the Grand Elder waiting for him. Hua Liyue waved him over. "You're back. The Grand Elder wishes to see how you absorb sword intent. Give it a try." Hearing this, Su Ruobai felt a twinge of concern. Would his exceptional talent lead them to experiment on him? The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Su Ruobai placed a hand against the nearby sword intent. Chapter 98. The Vermilion Kite Sword. In no time, Su Ruobai successfully absorbed a strand of sword intent. Witnessing his ease, both the Grand Elder and Hua Liue were left in stunned silence. The Grand Elder finally spoke. Can you use it directly now? Su Ruobai nodded. He then conjured a spiritual sword, which indeed bore the same sword intent. The Grand Elder nearly gasped in disbelief, barely restraining himself from exclaiming, Su Ruobai, how many strands of sword intent can you absorb in a day? 3, I suppose. Any kind will do? Su Ruobai hesitated before nodding. I believe so. The Grand Elder pointed to a massive sword scar on the wall, then tried that one. Just by the size of the scar, Su Ruobai could tell it was far beyond the work of an ordinary swordsman. Grand Elder, absorbing that will erase it. Are you sure you want me to? The Grand Elder nodded. It's of no concern. Since you can directly utilize sword intent, having others observe your use of it will be more enlightening than a mere mark on the wall. That Su Ruobai finally understood the Grand Elder's intention. He sought to make him a living embodiment of the sword cliff. However, this was advantageous. The sword intent atop the cliff was part of the sword sect's heritage. If he absorbed it all, his bond with the sect would be irrevocably strengthened. With such a connection, should the symbol association decide to act against him, they would think twice. All right. He pressed his hand against the scar, and in the next instant, the sword intent vanished without a trace. The Grand Elder was left in utter shock. He could absorb even the sword intent left by the sword ancestor. This was no longer a mere anomaly. He was the very progeny of the sword path. Su Ruobai subsequently manifested the absorbed sword intent, and indeed, it was unmistakably the legacy of the sword ancestor. This sword intent could be traced back to the founding of the sword sect and was the first to be left behind. Over the years, it had nearly dissipated entirely, and it would not be long before it vanished completely. Yet now, it had been absorbed by Su Ruobai. He possesses the ability to wield the sword intent of the sword ancestor, which implies that as long as he is present, the sword ancestor's essence remains. This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the sword sect. Young lad, Su Ruobai, the sword sect intends to appoint you as the successor of the sword Dao. What are your thoughts on this? Su Ruobai has heard of this title. The sword Dao successor is a rare honor, and throughout history, those who have been recognized as such are indeed few and far between. It is not merely a matter of desire. It requires the acknowledgement of the vast majority of sword cultivators. Thus, it is settled. Their blade Dao has already found its heir, and it is time for our sword Dao to have its own successor. I shall disseminate this news shortly, and soon, other sword cultivators will come to challenge you. As long as you can defeat them one by one, you shall become the true successor of the sword Dao. Su Ruobai felt it to be quite troublesome, yet this identity was evidently of great significance to him. The sword Dao successor symbolizes the very face of the sword Dao, should he truly become one. All sword cultivators would stand behind him as a formidable support. The Talismans Association, you shall await my response. Very well. Great Elder, I shall do my utmost. The Great Elder nodded, his gaze towards Su Ruobai, filled with fervor. Distinct from the ardor of Yiling Yue and her companions, that I shall make arrangements, Li Luo. Teach him more sword techniques in the coming days. Su Ruobai's talent is evident. As the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. With proper guidance, he is bound to achieve great things. The Great Elder then departed. You shall absorb another sword intent before returning to the peak with me. The upcoming challenges will be from the pride of the sword Dao. Without combat skills, even with talent, one cannot prevail. Yes. Mastered, I in the sword concealment pavilion. Master, are we not returning to the peak? Why have you brought me here? Huali Luo replied, you are a sword cultivator. You must wield a sword. Though the spirit sword conjured by the 10,000 swords technique is convenient, it is not as effective as a genuine sword. Su Ruobai did not feel the same way, perhaps because he had never used a fine sword before. Look around and choose a sword that suits you. Feel free to pick. Su Ruobai blinked several times. Naturally, any sword that could find its way into the sword concealment pavilion could not be an ordinary item. One could discern that from its imposing aura alone. Master, what sword is that over there? Su Ruobai instantly noticed a sword hanging alone in the depths of the pavilion. Unlike the others, there was an incense burner before it, emitting fragrant smoke. The Qi Yuan sword. Do not even think about it. Even if you desire it, you cannot wield it. Su Ruobai couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why not? This is a sword of quasi-immortal grade. Its last owner ascended and forgot to take it along, thus it remains. The sword spirit residing within harbors deep resentment, and merely approaching it could result in injury from its sword energy. Much like a wife abandoned by her husband, that a sword of quasi-mortal grade stirred Su Ruobai's interest. Then may I attempt to wield it? This that possesses a spirit. Su Ruobai, you should choose another sword. Su Ruobai shook his head. Master, allow me to try. If it does not work, I will select another. Huali Luo hesitated, contemplating whether to agree that a quasi-mortal weapon is something even she, at the transformation stage, cannot withstand its sword energy. Master, rest assured, I have my methods. Seeing Su Ruobai's confidence, Huali Luo ultimately acquiesced. Given the miracles Su Ruobai has created, perhaps he may indeed succeed. Su Ruobai approached the incense burner that as he neared. A faint trace of blood appeared on his cheek. Clearly, the sword was warning him to stay back. But who is Su Ruobai? This is a quasi-immortal grade spirit sword. For a sword cultivator, the sword is fundamental to their existence. Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt of the Qi Yuan sword. Silently chanting, "Remove your weapon." The Qi Yuan sword thought to itself that if this audacious individual dared to seize it, it would certainly teach him a lesson. However, upon being grasped, a singular thought filled the Qi Yuan's mind. Master. Under the astonished gaze of Huali Yu, Su Ruobai lifted the Qi Yuan sword with a light chuckle. Master, see, I told you it would be fine. Is it not merely a wife abandoned by her husband? Today, you are fortunate to encounter me. P.S. School has commenced. Woe is me. Chapter 99, a little more. A little more. This. Huali Luo stammered, questioning whether she was hallucinating. This is the Qi Yuan's sword. How could it be so docile in someone's grasp? Su Ruobai then returned the sword to its original position. Ahem, master, let us leave the sword here for now. I have no need for a weapon of this caliber. Just it is not that I cannot wield it. Within 3 minutes, I can wield it however I wish, but after that, who knows? Hence, it is wise to leave it here for the time being and return to try again when the opportunity arises. After all, the more one possesses, the more attachment one may develop, right? Unexpectedly, the Qi Yuan sword refused to return, soaring up and gently rubbing against his chest, resembling a spoiled child. Su Ruobai cleared his throat again. Yes. Yes, behave. You shall stay here, and I will come to retrieve you in a few days. Upon hearing this, the Qi Yuan reluctantly returned to the rack. Master, let us depart. All right. Huali Luo, with a face full of existential doubt, guided Su Ruobai out of the sword pavilion. As soon as the 3 minutes elapsed, the Qi Yuan instantly regained its composure at the same time. It found itself somewhat bewildered. What on earth just happened? Did I truly just regard that human as my master? Moreover, did I just cling to his chest like a devoted servant? How unclean! Woe is me, I am tainted. The Qi Yuan angrily exclaimed. Despicable human. Do not let me encounter you again. Nightfall, Su Ruobai lay exhausted on his bed. He had not anticipated that learning combat skills would be so tiring, since it involved the practical application of sword techniques. Real combat was essential. The opponent for this practical training was none other than Huali Luo. Perhaps it was due to the heavy blow to his pride from their earlier encounter, or some other reason. But during the practical lessons, she struck quite hard. Su Ruobai felt sore all over. Of course, it was not without its advantages. He had learned a great deal throughout the day. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound suddenly echoed. Brother Su. Are you there? Emo Xiaoxuan. Su Ruobai felt puzzled. Yes. What brings you here? Su Ruobai pushed through his fatigue, got out of bed, and opened the door. There stood Emo Xiaoxuan, holding a small box, her head slightly bowed. Seemingly shy. Here are some ointments. Applying them will alleviate your soreness. Oh, thank you. Sister Mo. Mo Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment, and then softly said, Brother Su, if it is difficult for you to apply, I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai quickly declined. No need, no need. I can manage myself. All right then. Mo Xiaoxuan lifted her gaze to glance at him, and then lowered her head again. Well then. Brother Su, I shall not disturb you further. With that, Mo Xiaoxuan departed. Su Ruobai closed the door and returned to bed. How could he fail to perceive Mo Xiaoxuan's intentions? After all, he had some experience in matters of the heart. Having learned from his master's lessons, Su Ruobai felt it was best to refrain from engaging in such matters. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting concern for one another, yet it could easily evolve into something deeper in the future. Su Ruobai believed he was quite content. With a master and a senior sister, it would be best to leave others aside. He then opened the box, revealing green ointments. Applying it to his body brought a cooling sensation, indeed alleviating some of the soreness. The following day, in the sword concealment pavilion, the remove your weapon technique indeed has a cooldown limit. One can only use it once per day on the same item. This was a point of frustration for Su Ruobai. If he were to truly wield the Qi Yuan sword, he would only have 3 minutes, and after that, would it not turn against him? Therefore, to truly gain the right to wield the Qi Yuan sword, he would require its acknowledgement. The Qi Yuan had not anticipated that this human would dare to return. Sword energy instantly enveloped the entire pavilion. Seeing this, Su Ruobai hastily called out, "Senior Qi Yuan, wait, do you not want to know what transpired yesterday?" Upon hearing this, the sword energy that was poised to strike Su Ruobai came to a halt. Curiously, the Qi Yuan was indeed intrigued about what this youth had done to warrant such submission from her, that a voice emerged from the Qi Yuan's sword. "Then speak. What happened?" Seeing an opportunity, Su Ruobai continued, "Senior Qi Yuan, I believe we are destined to be connected. He. Senior Qi Yuan, do not doubt. If you allow me to grasp you again, you will revert to that state from yesterday." Believe it or not? Naturally, the Qi Yuan did not believe him. Even yesterday's events felt somewhat like a dream. How could she possibly become a devoted servant to a human when her previous user wished to summon her? They had to do so with utmost respect. "Human cultivators, do not even think of touching me again." The surrounding sword energy became increasingly agitated, indicating that it was poised to strike at any moment. With a steely resolve, Su Ruobai boldly declared, "Senior Qi Yuan, you wouldn't be afraid, would you?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan let out a cold chuckle. "Afraid? Of you? Then why do you hesitate to let me grasp you? Clearly, you are apprehensive. Who would have thought that even the ruler of swords, Qi Yuan, could harbor fear?" Qi Yuan, clearly displeased, retorted, "Come now, human cultivator, do you truly believe I fear you? Just wait and see how you meet your demise." With that, the surrounding sword energy dissipated. Observing this, Su Ruobai stepped forward a few paces, once again approaching the incense burner. "Senior Qi Yuan, am I truly allowed to grasp you?" With that, Su Ruobai seized the sword's hilt. With a mental command, he exclaimed, instantly refined. "Alas, he misspoke. I meant to say, disarm your weapon." Qi Yuan initially scoffed, but in the next moment, found herself involuntarily exclaiming, "Master." Su Ruobai tightened his grip on the Qi Yuan sword. Effortlessly wielding it a few times, the lightness of the sword confirmed its reputation. Subsequently, he infused his own spiritual energy into it. "Master, a bit more, just a bit more. I desire more." Su Ruobai thought, "What is this? I merely infused a bit of spiritual energy, and now it seems as if I'm engaging in something nefarious." The next moment, the sword intent enveloped her. So powerful. So impressive. Your best assertion is regarding the sword intent. The 10,000 sword technique has a conventional application, which involves condensing a layer of spiritual energy over one sword. The physical manifestation of the 10,000 sword technique is incomparably stronger than merely condensing spiritual energy. Indeed, possessing a fine sword makes all the difference. Su Ruobai's determination to master this sword solidified further. How could one refer to scholarly pursuits in such a mundane manner? Chapter 100. The devoted Qi Yuan. 2.5 minutes later, Su Ruobai returned the Qi Yuan sword to its original position. Master. Do you not want me anymore? Su Ruobai's lip twitched. Should Qi Yuan recall her earlier words, she might not only threaten to kill him but might even contemplate self-harm. "Be good. Remain on the rack for a while." "Very well. However, once I am acquired, no other sword shall suffice." Yes, just return." Only then did the Qi Yuan sword obediently lie on the rack. Su Ruobai hurriedly moved to a safe distance. Should matters go awry, he would make a hasty retreat. A fine sword is valuable, but life is even more precious. As 3 minutes elapsed, Qi Yuan awakened. The air abruptly became still. Qi Yuan's mind struggled to comprehend. Was she truly serious when she addressed him as master? In the next moment, the sword energy surged once more. "I swear to slay you." Hey, Senior Qi Yuan, that was your initiative. It has nothing to do with me. Look at all these swords nearby. They can testify on my behalf. The mere thought of the numerous swords nearby only fueled Qi Yuan's ire. How could a human possess such sorcery? I must have fallen victim to some enchantment. Otherwise, how could I have become so devoted? I care not. I will slay you." Su Ruobai sensed the escalating tension and hastily fled the sword concealment pavilion. Outside, there were restrictions preventing the swords within from emerging at will. Once outside the pavilion, Su Ruobai breathed a sigh of relief. Why was Qi Yuan so temperamental? Was it simply because he called her master? It wasn't as if he begged her to address him thus. Having exhausted today's opportunity, he resolved to return tomorrow. It would be prudent to allow her some time to cool off. Otherwise, he might truly find himself on the receiving end of a lethal strike. The sword must be swifter, movements must be nimble, devoid of unnecessary actions, and the points of force are paramount. Su Ruobai swung his sword towards Hualilu, but the latter easily intercepted the strike. The angle of attack must be more cunning. Swordplay is not static. One must learn to adapt. Best take a break and contemplate. In response, Su Ruobai sheathed his sword and leaned against a nearby tree, slightly panting. This is exhausting. Hualilu sat on a nearby stump. Despite her constant critique of Su Ruobai's shortcomings, she was profoundly impressed. She was well aware of Su Ruobai's foundational skill, from his initial chaotic strikes to his current prowess. Hualilu could only remark on the astonishing speed of his progress. If this continued for a few more days, he might well graduate. Seizing the moment of respite, Hualilu inquired, Su Ruobai, that night. Did I truly transform into another person? Su Ruobai replied affirmatively, indeed. Hualilu felt a tinge of confusion. She had tested herself, even indulging in drink that night, with a recording stone nearby to capture the events. Yet, nothing unusual had transpired. She had also researched ancient texts but found no mention of the Moon Wanderer god. What, then, had transpired within her that night? Her soul remained intact, neither usurped nor divided. It could not simply be a fit of madness. At that moment, a figure appeared. Sectmaster. Individuals from the Demon Suppression Great Wall have arrived. Hualilu, perplexed, queried, the Demon Suppression Great Wall? What brings them to our sword sect? The individual glanced at Su Ruobai seated nearby and responded. They are here to seek the Holy Sun. Given his status as the sword sect's heir apparent, Su Ruobai had naturally assumed the title of Holy Sun. Hualilu's confusion deepened. They seek Su Ruobai? For what purpose? Su Ruobai rose, dusting off his garments, and chuckled awkwardly. They are likely here to propose a collaboration. Hualilu was utterly bewildered. Very well, let us proceed. In the sword sect's Cloud Ascension Hall. Su Ruobai and Hualilu arrived to find a middle-aged man awaiting them in the main hall. Upon spotting Su Ruobai, the man approached eagerly. You must be Su Ruobai. Su Ruobai nodded before inquiring. And you are? I am Zhang Xing, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Great Wall. That I had intended to arrive earlier, but I was delayed due to some matters en route. Delayed? Su Ruobai surmised it might have been the work of the Talisman Association. Su Ruobai then spoke. Deputy Commander Zhang, you are here regarding the Thunderball, correct? Zhang Xing nodded. It seems you are already aware. Su Ruobai continued. I still possess a considerable number of Thunderballs. They are of my own design. And for the time being, no one else can replicate them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up, regardless of quantity. We at the Demon Suppression Great Wall shall take them, and the price is negotiable. Su Ruobai replied, I have but one condition. As long as the Demon Suppression Great Wall severs all ties with the Talisman Association, I will gladly share the method for crafting the Thunderballs. Zhang Xing was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a demand. The collaboration between the Demon Suppression Great Wall and the Talisman Association encompassed more than just explosive talismans. Various other talismans, such as the Diamond Talisman, were also procured from the Talisman Association. You have a personal grievance with the Talisman Association. Su Ruobai did not conceal his sentiments. It is a matter of life and death. This placed Zhang Xing in a difficult position. While the Thunderballs were indeed valuable, the support from the Talisman Association was equally crucial. Su Ruobai added, the method for crafting these Thunderballs is straightforward. One can produce many at once, making them ideal for repelling the demon tide, something the Talisman Association cannot achieve. Zhang Xing contemplated for a moment, recognizing the truth in Su Ruobai's words. Commander Li had instructed that no matter the cost, they must acquire these Thunderballs, as they could turn the tide of battle. With that realization, Zhang Xing no longer hesitated. Very well. We shall terminate our collaboration with the Talisman Association. Su Ruobai nodded, then gestured, and a pile of small spheres appeared on the ground, at least several hundred. This represents my entire stock. The crafting method is simple, and I can write it down for you shortly. Zhang Xing was taken aback by Su Ruobai's willingness to cooperate so readily, expecting at least a more demanding negotiation. Yet here he was, providing the crafting method outright. Young friend, your kindness will be remembered by the Demon Suppression Great Wall. Su Ruobai gently shook his head. Defending against the demon race is also my responsibility as a member of the human race. There is no need for gratitude. He then produced a piece of paper and handed it over as for why he was so willing to share the crafting method for the Thunderballs. It stemmed from a lack of need for spirit stones. He was now the holy son of the sword sect. Furthermore, the art of explosive alchemy needed to be disseminated. As its pioneer, he would benefit from the support of a greater path, ensuring a smoother journey ahead. Even without the sword path, he could still achieve enlightenment through explosive alchemy.p.s. It is not that I do not wish to update thrice. It is primarily because this fellow Bailia is exceedingly bothersome. Chapter 101. Golden Light. The life of a stone. The negotiations proceeded quite amicably. Su Ruobai sold the Thunderballs at a price of 200 mid-grade spirit stones each, and in return, received a substantial sum of spirit stones for the crafting method. Although Su Ruobai had not intended to demand too much, he still expected a fair compensation for the transaction. After a brief exchange, the delegation departed. Only then did Hualilu inquire, "What exactly is a Thunderball?" Hualilu did not pay much attention to such matters and was rather unclear about them. Su Ruobai flipped his hand, and a Thunderball appeared in his grasp. Naturally, this Thunderball possessed the power of the nascent soul stage. The Demon Suppression Great Wall only required Thunderballs of a power level below that of the nascent soul stage. After all, Su Ruobai, being at the nascent soul stage, still had some left. Hualilu took it and examined the small gadget in her hand. For this item, the Demon Suppression Great Wall intended to sever ties with the Talismans Association. "Master, you could go out and give it a try. Just infuse a bit of spiritual energy and toss it into the sky." Upon hearing this, Hualilu stepped outside the Great Hall and hurled the Thunderball into the heavens. A tremendous explosion reverberated. The sky erupted in a colossal blast. Witnessing this scene, Hualilu was momentarily taken aback. Was that small ball responsible for this? After all, Hualilu was at the God transformation stage and had seen her share of wonders. Moreover, she had recently encountered numerous astonishing events, so she wasn't overly affected by this one. Furthermore, it was crafted by Su Ruobai, which made it reasonable, indeed quite reasonable. Ahem, these things are ultimately trivial. Su Ruobai, your talent in the sword path is extraordinary, and your focus should remain on it. Su Ruobai nodded. All right. By the way, what is the situation between you and the Talismans Association? Su Ruobai had no intention of concealing the truth and replied straightforwardly. When I returned yesterday, the Talismans Association sent someone to kill me. Upon hearing this, Hualilu's eyes widened in shock. What, the Talismans Association sent someone to kill you? Su Ruobai nodded in affirmation. A hint of anger surfaced on Hualilu's face. Su Ruobai now bore the hope of revitalizing the sword path. If something truly happened, she would be culpable, not only for the sword sect, but for the entire sword path. Rest assured, Master will seek justice for you. Su Ruobai waved his hand dismissively. No need. Master, I will handle this myself. There's no need for the sword sect to intervene. Hualilu agreed, but she harbored no intention of letting the Talismans Association off the hook. For these days, you should remain within the sect. The challenge period lasts for 1 month. Once that month concludes, you will be the true heir of the sword path. At that time, should the Talismans Association wish to act against you, they must consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the entire sword path. Very well. As long as I can ensure my safety for now, I will personally confront the Talismans Association to settle the score. The following day, after absorbing the 3 strands of sword intent, Su Ruobai's task points reached 120. Last time, he drew another useful elixir. This left Su Ruobai hesitating about whether to draw again. Primarily, advancing his realm was crucial for him, even if he drew some skill. Without sufficient realm, he would still be unable to defeat his opponent. However, with lotteries, 1 draw could change everything. Forget it, forget it. I shall draw. I, Su Ruobai, vow to the heavens. After this draw, I will not draw again until I break through to the nascent soul stage. Yet, speaking of vows, they seem to hold little weight for oneself. No matter. I shall draw first. I will allocate 20 points to experience, leaving the final 100 directly for the spinning wheel. Soon, the wheel began to spin. Click, click, click. Blue, white, gold. Good heavens. This time, it was Su Ruobai who was astonished. In the next moment, a golden light erupted. In his hand appeared a small ticket. Stone experience voucher. Experience the life of a stone. Su Ruobai was left utterly perplexed. Experience the life of a stone? Are you joking? Golden light. Oh, golden light. You present me with this? I have yet to grasp the intricacies of a human life, and you want me to experience that of a stone? Nevertheless, it was golden, so Su Ruobai believed this stone should not be an ordinary one. At the very least, it must be the stone from Wang Wei's poetry. How does one even use this? Would you like to use it? Well, it's quite considerate. Yet, Su Ruobai was still unclear on its purpose. After pondering, he decided to tuck it away for now and experience this so-called life of a stone when he had the chance. In his impression, a stone's life consisted merely of enduring wind and sun. There seemed little worth experiencing. After absorbing the sword intent, the next daily check-in location was the Sword Concealment Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, He immediately sensed the sword intent emanating from within. Su Ruobai dared not step inside carelessly and instead called out at the entrance, "Senior Qi Yuan, are you well? Is everything all right? How could one be well?" Since her birth, she had never absorbed anyone's spiritual energy, a quasi-mortal grade sword. She could entirely rely on her own to draw in spiritual energy, and yet yesterday, she had absorbed the energy of a human. This was akin to being cough cough. What am I saying? Today, I must deal with this little rascal. No worries, Su Ruobai was not naive. It was evident she was trying to lure him inside. If he dared to enter, the raging sword energy would surely cleave him in two. Senior Qi Yuan, I believe we could have a proper discussion. That I also believe so. Come in. It would be difficult to converse otherwise. Su Ruobai rubbed his nose. Senior Qi Yuan, given the circumstances, why not just yield to me? Huh. Senior Qi Yuan was taken aback. You best clarify what you mean by the circumstances, Senior Qi Yuan. Believe me, if you let me capture you again, you will have to call me Master. To his surprise, Senior Qi Yuan seemed somewhat intimidated. Come on in. I will allow you to capture me. Su Ruobai found himself in a predicament. The other party was determined to attack him, and provoking her further would yield no results. An immortal sword was indeed a formidable entity, incredibly difficult to tame. At present, he was not even capable of withstanding a single sword strike. Su Ruobai decided it was best not to court disaster for now. He would return when he possessed the strength to wield the Qi Yuan sword. After all, with his current realm, wielding the Qi Yuan sword would not unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, he still required a physical sword for the time being. The problem was, entering would result in being attacked. Acquiring another sword would likely prove challenging. After considering, Su Ruobai immediately resolved to seek Hualilu for assistance in procuring a sword. His master had mentioned that tomorrow, the sword cultivators from the Yang family would come to challenge him. How could he possibly face them without a sword? In a duel among sword cultivators, to show up without a sword would be a sign of disrespect. That simply would not do. Su Ruobai then departed from the sword concealment pavilion. Chapter 102. A day as master, a lifetime as master gone. Qi Yuan scoffed. Did he still wish to be her master? Lacking even a hint of determination, how could he be worthy? However, soon, there was a commotion outside the sword concealment pavilion. As someone entered, just as Qi Yuan prepared to strike, she realized the newcomer was not Su Ruobai, but rather a girl from the sword sect. Senior Qi Yuan, why are you in such a foul mood today? Qi Yuan retracted her sword energy, showing no intention of responding. Hualilu found it rather odd. She had initially thought Su Ruobai had successfully subdued the Qi Yuan sword, yet he had just come to her saying he could not use it for the time being. It now seemed that Su Ruobai and the Qi Yuan sword had encountered some minor discord. Even couples have their disagreements. Naturally, the bond between a sword spirit and its master would also experience friction. Qi Yuan. Hualilu casually picked up a sword from the rack and called out towards the entrance of the sword concealment pavilion. Is any sword fine? Almost immediately, a voice replied from outside. Any will do. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qi Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy. So it turns out she was seeking a new companion. Not only that, but she had the audacity to do so right in front of me? Does she think I am an incapable husband? Just as Hualilu was about to exit with the sword in hand, a barrier of sword energy blocked the doorway. Leave the sword. Hualilu looked at the Qi Yuan sword in confusion. Senior Qi Yuan. What do you mean by this? Let that little rascal in. Hualilu could distinctly sense Qi Yuan's fury. She began to wonder if Su Ruobai had done something to offend Qi Yuan. Why did the situation feel so off? Su Ruobai. Senior Qi Yuan wishes for you to come in. Su Ruobai cleared his throat and said, Master, I won't go in. Never mind. I can do without the sword from the sword concealment pavilion for now. Master, you may come out. Hualilu returned the sword to its place, but Qi Yuan clearly was not going to relent. The sword energy remained poised at the entrance. Su Ruobai. Right? You may enter. I won't harm you. If you do not come in, your master will not leave today. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai was left dumbfounded. How could one possibly take a hostage? I don't believe you. What would I gain from lying to you? Swear it. I swear. If you come in, I absolutely will not harm you. Su Ruobai hesitated for a few seconds, pondering why she was so eager to make such a promise. Surely a sword spirit would not risk heavenly retribution by swearing an oath. Right? After deliberating for a few moments, he stepped into the sword concealment pavilion. Senior Qi Yuan. Now you can let my master go, correct? Qi Yuan snorted and released Hualilu. Hualilu looked at Su Ruobai with a hint of worry. The Qi Yuan sword itself was extremely powerful. If it wished to kill, even her god transformation stage would be unable to stop it. Master, You need not worry. Senior Qi Yuan also values her reputation. She could hardly go back on her word, could she? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan snorted again. You need not speak so, I will naturally keep my word. Only then did Hualilu feel assured enough to leave the sword concealment pavilion. Let this little couple sort out their issues themselves. Ahem, Senior Qi Yuan, I apologize for having offended you earlier. It was unavoidable. As the ruler among swords, every sword cultivator aspires to possess a fine sword such as yourself. Wouldn't you agree? Qi Yuan let out a cold laugh. If you desire to possess me, why seek another sword? Upon hearing this, Ruobai felt a twinge of confusion, wondering if there was a hint of jealousy in Qi Yuan's tone. Can a sword spirit truly feel jealousy? Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Well, Senior Qi Yuan, to be candid, tomorrow I shall face a challenge from another sword cultivator. My visit to the was primarily to select a suitable sword for the impending contest. As fate would have it, upon entering I encountered you. Yet, your gaze holds no interest for other swords, and you do not permit me to wield you. With the challenge looming, I am left with no choice. Hearing this, it seemed to make a degree of sense. However, if he were to allow her to be wielded by another, would that not signify his own betrayal? After all, she had treated him that way just yesterday. Ruobai remarked, you should clarify your intentions. Yet, the thought of relinquishing her to another did not sit well with him either. Perhaps that it would be best to sever ties? After some contemplation, Qi Yuan dismissed this notion. The sword sect had been relatively kind to her, with daily offerings made in her honor, and Ruobai was now the disciple of the sword sect's master. To sever ties in such a manner would be rather ungracious. How about this? If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall grant you the opportunity to be wielded. What? Ruobai could not possibly agree to such a proposition. How could a sword cultivator accept a sword as their master? Would that not be akin to defying the heavens? However, observing the surging sword intent around him, he feared that a refusal might lead to dire consequences. An idea sparked in his mind. Senior Qi Yuan, allow me to grasp you first, and I shall recognize you as my master. Upon hearing his intent to grasp her, Qi Yuan hesitated momentarily. After all, she had learned from 2 prior lessons, even if she harbored doubt. The reality was undeniable. Very well, Ruobai, I swear, if you allow me to grasp you, I shall acknowledge you as my master. With a human's oath declared, it should pose no problem, right? After some thought, Qi Yuan acquiesced. All right. Ruobai then seized the sword hilt. With a mere thought, Qi Yuan exclaimed, Master. Ruobai chuckled softly. And who is the master now? The Qi Yuan sword flew back into his embrace, nuzzling against him affectionately. Master. It is undoubtedly you. Senior Qi Yuan, you called me that of your own volition. I did not coerce you. Indeed. It is all willingly done. For a day as a master, a lifetime as a master. Ruobai smiled, then patted the Qi Yuan sword resting against his chest. You may return now. I must select another sword. Master, I require spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Ruobai was puzzled. Aren't you a quasi-immortal weapon? Can't you absorb spiritual energy on your own? I would not want that. Your spiritual energy is far more delightful. Ruobai pondered for a moment, then decided to channel a modicum of spiritual energy to her. All right. He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, having given her just a bit of energy before halting. Enough. Be good. You may return now. I need to choose a sword. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan whined. Can't you just use me? Please don't choose another spiritual sword. That is not an option. Qi Yuan immediately wilted, settling back onto the shelf. Whoa. Master no longer loves me. Whoa. What on earth? If Qi Yuan regained her composure and realized she was still whining, she would likely pursue him even if he fled. All right. I want to choose. And no more tears. No more tears. Finally, Qi Yuan smiled. Hee, you treat me the best. Master. Ruobai felt a chill run down his spine. Ahem. Senior Qi Yuan, you should remain here. I shall return tomorrow. Must it be tomorrow, Master? Take me with you. Ruobai calculated the time. Nearly 2 minutes had passed. He hastily replied, Next time, I promise. Very well. Qi Yuan obediently returned to her resting place. Master, you must come to fetch me soon. Ruobai hurriedly exited contemplating that it might be best to avoid this place in the future. Not long after, he heard a furious roar from behind. Ruobai, come back here. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed. As if something had been forcibly broken. Ruobai turned to see what transpired, only to find a sword poised at his throat. Where do you think you're going? P.S. The latter part of chapter 75 has been slightly altered. Originally, Ruobai directly refused Yu Yunshi, But now it reflects that Su Ruobai did not refuse, as Yu Yunqi took his feelings into account and refrained from proceeding further. Interested readers may wish to revisit that section. This is a message from me, Belial the Great. Your beloved TT has been captured by me, that if you wish to redeem him, hurry and send me a message. Chapter 103. A Wandering Spirit Sword. How could this possibly break free from the restrictions? Did not the master say that without permission, the swords within could not leave the Qi Senior Qi Yuan? Let us speak civilly. Civilly? The air had grown noticeably colder by 8 degrees. With the sword pressed against his throat, a single step forward would likely result in the loss of his head. Regrettably, Qi Yuan had no back teeth. If she did, there would surely be ground to dust in her fury. How dare you deceive me, boy? You were the first to do so. Su Ruobai chuckled awkwardly. Senior Qi Yuan, how could a sword cultivator accept a sword as their